Chapter 96. We toast our friendship with chicken feet. Uleshin, a poor student, never imagined he'd be praised by his mother, all because he bought braised meat. He was almost embarrassed. "Mom, I was just lucky to be in the same class as Fang Shang." "It's alright. Luck is part of ability too. Your parents don't have high expectations for you. As long as you know to take shelter from the rain, wear a sun hat when it's sunny, and buy good food when you're hungry, that's enough. Your parents will build a stable future for you." "That's right." Yu's father added, "Starting today, your parents will give you 100 yuan a day for pocket money. Remember to buy braised food from Jun's stall. Buy a lot, so your parents can enjoy it when they come home at night. Whether your parents can go to work happily every day and appreciate the beauty of life depends on the braised food you buy. Son, keep it up." Uleshin had never imagined that his parents would give him such a serious instruction. He was so moved he almost cried. As a student whose grades were the worst in his class, a student his parents had hired countless tutors and enrolled him in countless cram schools to no avail. Although his parents no longer pressured him about his studies, allowing him to develop happily, he still felt abandoned. Suddenly, entrusted with such a responsibility, he even had the illusion that he was actually useful. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely work hard to buy braised meat so you can eat delicious food every day." Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jun's food stall, Ruan Binbin from class 4-1 was leaving with a bag of braised food. He had secretly followed Xia Xin and the others to Jun's stall. Seeing them leave with a bag of braised food, he was certain they weren't lying. Curious about how delicious the braised meat was, he took out the large sum of money he had hidden and bought 2 pounds of chicken feet. As soon as he left the stall, he took out a chicken foot, intending to eat it on the go. After taking a bite, Ruan Binbin stared at the chicken foot in astonishment. "Damn, this tastes so good. I can't believe there's such delicious braised meat. Kids love the braised meat sold outside. It's rich in flavor, stronger than homemade dishes, and tastes better." Ruan Binbin's dad loves braised meat with his drinks, and he's eaten countless pig's head and chicken feet with him. At first, he thought it tasted the same as usual, but after tasting it now, he realized it was completely different. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was different, but it was incredibly fragrant. The more he chewed, the more delicious it became. He didn't even want to throw away the bones. "My goodness, there really is a little Chef Fu Gui, alive." He finished a chicken foot, leaving only the main bone, and swallowed the rest, walking towards the after-school care table as he ate. He usually eats at the after-school care table, but his grandma has been visiting these past few days, so he eats lunch at home. However, it's too late now, so he decided not to go home but to play with his friends at the after-school care table before heading to school. By the time he got to the table, he had already eaten most of the chicken foot, feeling almost full of meat. After telling the teacher at the after-school care center, I went upstairs to find my friends. Quick, grandchildren, Grandpa brought you some yummy food. Call him Dad and we'll share it with you." "Damn it, Ruan Binbin, you little rascal, what delicious food did you buy?" Several friends rushed over. Ruan Binbin opened the bag and blew a puff of air towards his friends' noses, releasing a wonderful aroma. "Wow, it smells so good. It's braised chicken feet." The friends' eyes lit up at the smell. "Want some?" The friends nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. Brother Ruan, my dear brother Ruan, you're so good to us. Brother Bin, from now on, your little brothers will follow your lead. We'll use these braised chicken feet to show our friendship. Don't underestimate these kids who are only 10 or so years old. Kids these days are incredibly clever. When they start praising someone, even adults can't handle it, let alone children." Ruan Binbin proudly raised his chin and gave each friend a chicken foot. They clinked their chicken feet together like adults toasting each other before taking a bite. Fang Shang's braising sauce was so fragrant and tempting that even though they were eating in a corner, the aroma attracted the other children sitting at the small dining table. Even though they had already eaten and were full, and didn't want to eat anything else, these children suddenly found themselves hungry again at the smell of the chicken feet. Their mouths watered, and they really wanted to eat. Since they were all at the same small dining table, many children from other grades knew Ruan Binbin. The shy children secretly peeked, while the bolder ones went over to try and make friends. "Ruan Binbin, what are you eating? Can you share some? I'll trade you my rare Ultraman card." "I want some too. I just bought some orange juice at the convenience store downstairs. Can I share some with you and try your chicken feet?" "I want some too. I don't have any toys or food, but I have money. Can I trade you money?" A group of children gathered around. There weren't many chicken feet left, so Ruan Binbin picked out a few of her playmates and shared them. The students who tasted the braised meat were immediately amazed by the flavor and praised it repeatedly. Turning her head, she saw a figure in front of her. Looking up, Ruan Binbin realized it was Teacher Zhang, who usually took care of her at the after-school program. Ruan Binbin was taken aback. "Teacher Zhang, you want some too?" Teacher Zhang blushed and quietly hummed in agreement, trying to save face. "Well, our after-school program is responsible for the students. You bring food from outside and share it with so many children, of course I have to try it. What if it goes bad? Eating it will give me diarrhea. Although that's what she said, she absolutely refused to admit that she had been attracted by the aroma in the first place and was so tempted that she almost secretly took some from her pocket. That makes sense, Teacher Zhang, the last one is for you. Although reluctant, Ruan Binbin still gave the last one to Teacher Zhang at the after-school program. Ms. Zhang picked up a chicken foot, blushed, and put it in her mouth. The next second, she suddenly turned around, grabbed Ruan Binbin's shoulder, and asked urgently, "Where did you buy your chicken feet? Quick, tell me, I'll go buy some right away." Ruan Binbin was very proud, as if Fang Shang were in their class. "Teacher, I bought these from A Jun's food stall. A student from the class next door made them with his braising broth. He's amazing. His classmates all say he's a little lucky chef, hee. I even fought with him once. Is fighting something to be proud of?" Teacher Zhang immediately turned around, ready to go downstairs, ride her electric scooter, and follow the navigation to A Jun's food stall to buy some chicken feet. They smelled so good. After eating half a chicken foot, it wasn't enough, she wanted to eat her fill right now. However, Ruan Binbin called her back. "Teacher Zhang, you don't need to go. When I went to buy them, there was only a little bit left. Their shop is quite busy, it's been over half an hour, they're definitely all gone." Chapter 97 How Come You Know Nothing? Teacher Zhang took 2 steps forward, then stopped upon hearing this. But she had been walking too fast, and the sudden stop caused her to stumble and nearly fall flat on her face. Her heart ached, the delicious food she was about to eat was gone just like that. Do they still have any this afternoon? I don't know. When do they usually start selling their braised food, and what kinds do they have? I don't know. Teacher Zhang asked several questions in a row, but Ruan Binbin shook his head each time. He only knew this by following the students in class 5 to 5. Teacher Zhang was getting impatient. "Binbin, how come you don't know anything?" Ruan Binbin retorted, "How could that be? I know perfectly well I ate more chicken feet than you, and I ate until I was full." Teacher Zhang broke down and squatted in the corner to grow mushrooms. After lunch, the students who had eaten at A Jun's food stall naturally couldn't resist showing off when they returned to school. Those who had tried it discussed whether the chicken feet or the chicken legs were better. Those who hadn't tried it had to stay and boast about it before leaving. Especially Ruan Binbin's classmates at the after-school program, his friends who shared the chicken feet weren't just from other classes, but also from other grades. The word spread quickly, and the fact that A Jun's food stall had delicious braised dishes spread throughout the entire central primary school. More and more students knew about it, and naturally, A Jun's food stall business boomed. Even on weekdays, business was booming during mealtimes. The braised meat wasn't just sold directly, it could also be stir-fried with side dishes. Fang Jun experimented and added several dishes to his menu, such as spicy stir-fried pork belly, celery and chili stir-fried pig's head meat, and hot and sour tripe. The braised food was delicious on its own, and with the side dishes, the flavor was naturally even better. The meat and vegetables together made it even more appetizing with rice, and with this added preparation, more people ordered stir-fries. Suddenly, Fang Jun became exceptionally busy, not only chopping braised meat but also stir-frying vegetables. Even with the help of the 2 aunties, he was exhausted. But Fang Jun was very happy. He hummed a song as he stir-fried the vegetables, his smile never stopping, growing brighter with each passing moment. "Since my son started cooking, I've gradually developed into a prep cook. Now I've finally made it big. It wasn't easy. Don't worry, our son doesn't seem very interested in stir-frying. He prefers things like making soup and braised meat. So far, you're still the best stir-fryer in our family, your position remains unshakable." Wu Xin teased him. Fang Jun didn't catch the joke. Thinking about the results of his son's 2 stir-fries, he secretly thought, my son's culinary talent doesn't seem to extend to stir-frying, which means he's still capable, at least better than my son in that area. It was past 2 o'clock, the shop's break time. After chatting for a while, Wu Xin and her husband discussed more important matters. "I'm planning to go out and look around during the lunch break when it's quieter, to see if I can find a suitable place to live. While you're resting, remember to keep an eye on the shop. Didn't you say you'd save up some more money? We don't have much savings." Fang Jun knew his wife wanted to move to a bigger shop. They discussed it several times, but each time the cost always got the better of them. Why the sudden urgency? There's no other way. Business is booming, and this small shop simply isn't enough. With the meat being braised, it's been packed during mealtimes these past few days. The dining environment is terrible, even I, the owner, can't stand it anymore. We have to move. Fang Jun thought back to the shop's condition during their earlier meal and agreed. "We can find a good location first, confirm the price, and then worry about the money. We can borrow if we need more. Our son is so capable, and the business isn't going to suffer. We're not afraid of taking out a loan." The couple discussed it and made a decision. They started looking for a place now. If the price was right and the location was good, they'd buy it and open a bigger restaurant. Having finalized their plans, Wu Xin didn't hesitate and went out to look for a place, carrying a parasol. For several days in a row, many students from the central primary school frequented the food stall. Knowing there was delicious food there, the students asked their parents for pocket money to buy it. At first, the parents were reluctant to give it to them. After all, braised food wasn't cheap. A small amount could easily cost 20 or 30 yuan. But after the children took the braised food home and the family ate it, the parents were won over. Such delicious braised meat, what's wrong with buying some to take home? And their child bought it themselves. What a filial child. Even while enjoying something delicious, they didn't forget to invite their family to share, and they wanted a reward. Of course, the reward money was used to buy more braised meat, because 20 or 30 yuan worth of braised meat wasn't enough. They were craving it too. Foodies come in all ages, from 3 to 80, everyone loves good food. With so many people eating there, more and more people learned about it, and in no time, a Jun's braised food stall became a hit at the central primary school in Guangui community. As soon as class ends, students gather around talking about braised food, and even when they meet on the street, they greet each other with braised food in the same way. Usually, the greeting goes like this: haha, I bought a limited edition Ultraman card today, want to see it? Then a bunch of people gather around. Now, the greeting has changed to, I ate braised chicken legs today, what about you? What was originally a greeting to a familiar classmate has turned into a flurry of responses from all the surrounding students, as if being slow to speak would make you an outsider. Let me tell you, my dad bought me braised meat from Jun's food stall after get off work today. He had pig's head and pig's tongue too, it was so delicious. My grandma also bought me big chicken drumsticks, 2 drumsticks. I ate them all in one go, oh my god, I was so full. I went to buy them myself, and luckily, I managed to buy all the last bit of chicken feet. At this point, the students who hadn't bought any braised meat for various reasons fell silent, quietly slipping away, clenching their fists as they went, internally shouting, it's just braised meat, everyone's had it, I'm not jealous at all. No, they were practically twisted with jealousy. These students had already started swearing that they would find a way to buy braised meat tomorrow and teach those who did a lesson. Amidst the ostentatious and envious crowd, only Dai Tianyu remained unmoved, neither boasting nor envious, standing there like a meditating monk, uttering not a word. Someone who knew him asked, Dai Tianyu, why are you standing there motionless and not saying anything? Are you unhappy because you didn't get any braised meat? Dai Tianyu slowly turned around, his expression calm, his tone indifferent. Yes, I didn't get any of Uncle Fang's braised food today. I really envy you guys, you always get to buy Uncle Fang's braised meat. Unlike me, I can only follow in my brother Shang's footsteps, whatever he makes, I buy. Chapter 98. This show-off was made to look cool. Dai Tianyu's voice was low, tinged with a youthful, melancholic sadness. You guys aren't like me. When Brother Shang makes braised pig's trotters, I buy braised pig's heads. When he makes braised ribs, I buy ribs. Every day I can only eat the braised food Brother Shang makes himself, while watching you guys discuss his dad's cooking, feeling utterly dejected, unable to join the conversation. I'm such a failure. Thanks to the vigorous promotion from the entire class 5 to 5, many students knew that the broth and sauce at Jun's food stall were all personally prepared by Fang Shang. The students who already knew that the real chef at Jun's food stall was the master chef Fang Shang. Damn, he's really showing off. So what if he's from class 5 to 5? So what if he's close to Fang Shang? Okay, he really is amazing. I'm envious. A more outgoing classmate turned to his friend and asked, do you think if I go to my parents now and tell them I want to transfer to class 5 to 5 so I can get close to Fang Shang and be his little brother to eat delicious food, they'll agree? A bucket of cold water was poured on him. Don't worry, with your grades, your parents won't agree to you transferring classes just for food. They'll beat you up, guaranteed. The classmate retreated in defeat. Thursday arrived in the blink of an eye. Final exams were just around the corner, and there was a mock exam this morning. After receiving the paper, Fang Shang was on high alert, not daring to relax for a moment. His attitude reminded him of his college entrance exam and his previous life extremely serious. He had no choice, whether he could cook freely depended on his grades. If his grades plummeted, his parents would definitely not give him such lenient conditions again. It took 2 class periods to finish the Chinese exam. The children, being quite restless, had sat still for the entire 2 periods, except for trips to the restroom. As soon as the exam was over, they couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up one after another. Some went to play wildly on the playground, while others went to the corridor to roughhouse. Zhang Chao, however, took a small bag from his drawer, pulled out a large chicken leg, and began to eat it. The chicken leg was glistening with oil, a beautiful caramel color, a deep brownish red. The skin was firm, and the lean meat was a deep reddish brown, with clearly defined muscle fibers. Because it had cooled, a layer of solidified gelatin could still be seen on it, translucent and looking delicious. It was the same braised meat from Jun's food stall. As he ate, the aroma wafted out. The students in class 5 to 5 were very familiar with this smell, and suddenly, upon smelling the rich, tempting aroma, they all turned to look. Seeing Zhang Chao eating a chicken leg, everyone stared wide-eyed at him. Zhang Chao opened his mouth wide, bit down hard, and a large chunk of meat was torn off. A piece of meat, however, lingered on the leg, almost falling off. The students watched, wishing they could reach out and pluck it off. With a gulp, someone swallowed hard, and soon the sound of swallowing echoed throughout the room. Although staring at someone's mouth was a little embarrassing, it wasn't so bad since it was braised food from Jun's food stall. Everyone watched intently. It's only morning. Jun's food stall only sells braised food at noon. Zhang Chao, where did you get that chicken leg? A student asked curiously. Zhang Chao, munching on a chicken leg, mumbled, my dad bought this yesterday, and he saved one especially for me to eat today. Do you want some? You're going to share with us? The students exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Chao shook his head. I wanted to share, but there's only one chicken leg. With so many classmates, it's not even enough to fill everyone's teeth. So, I'll reluctantly eat it all by myself. What a cunning guy. Is he trying to make us drool so he can get first place? The class monitor said angrily, making everyone laugh. Dai Tianyu, who had just entered the classroom, saw someone eating braised food and chuckled. As if by magic, he pulled a bag from his desk drawer. Trying to make me drool and threaten my third-place position, huh? No way. It's just braised meat, I have some too. As he spoke, he opened the bag, revealing several pieces of braised pork ribs. He handed the largest and fattest piece to Fang Shang. Brother Shang, here, have the biggest piece. No need. He makes braised pork himself, eats it every day, makes it every day, and isn't even craving it. Brother Shang, don't be so polite. Although you made this yourself, this piece is different, it's a gift from your younger brother. Brother Shang, you're so outstanding and talented. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless. Dai Tianyu is really good at flattery. He just offered him a piece of pork rib, and yet he made him feel so comfortable. Fang Shang tried to suppress the upward curve of his lips, took the rib, and said politely, thank you, Dai Tianyu. I'll try a piece then. Everyone saw that Dai Tianyu had food, and they all crowded around. Brother Yu, besides Brother Shang, you're the person I admire most. Since we're your second best friends after Brother Shang, can I have a bite of the ribs? Brother Yu, and Brother Shang are the best in the world. Brother Shang is so outstanding, you must be extraordinary too. You two are like hidden dragons and phoenixes. Please, let me have a bite too. Dai Tianyu, always generous, took 2 ribs and handed them to the 2 most talkative people. Seeing an opportunity, the others also started praising him, and a flurry of compliments filled the air. Elementary school students can divide a spicy snack into 3 bites, let alone such delicious ribs. It's perfectly normal for close friends to each take a bite. Those who were already close to Zhang Chao didn't care about anything else and rushed forward to grab some. After a chaotic scene, the students, having enjoyed their delicious braised meat, welcomed the next class. This was math class, taught by Ms. Wang. With finals approaching, she had prepared a lot of challenging practice problems. As soon as she entered the classroom, Ms. Wang smelled a familiar aroma. The students at school had been going crazy these past few days, so much so that she knew about Jun's food stall selling braised meat every day. And so, she was also trying her best to find a way to buy some. The first time she went, she felt very embarrassed, but the second time was much more natural. Now, going to Jun's food stall, she was completely at ease. What's wrong with being a teacher? Teachers are human too, and they also have a love for delicious food. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were. Seeing delicious braised food, buying it was the only right thing to do. The moment she caught the aroma, she knew everyone was eating the braised meat they'd bought from the vendor. Although it was very mild, the smell was so irresistible it was impossible to mask. The students must have bought leftovers yesterday and brought them today. She took a deep sniff and immediately exclaimed inwardly, oh my god, this smell is so tempting. It's precisely because it's so mild that it makes you want to smell it even more, and the more you smell it, the more you want to eat it. It's like a cat scratching at your heart. No, I need to concentrate. I'm the homeroom teacher, I can't let my mind wander in class. Teacher Wang gently pinched her thigh, the pain brought her back to focus, and she began to teach seriously. Chapter 99 Caught Red-Handed. Ms. Wang is a very witty and humorous teacher. Even the most boring math lessons can be made interesting by her, which is why her students all do very well in math. In every exam, their class's average math score is the highest in the entire grade. The students all enjoy Ms. Wang's classes, though not all of them do. For example, those students who were eating braised pork during recess just now. They're still savoring how delicious the ribs were. Dai Tianyu was trying to concentrate on the lesson, but the aroma of the ribs under the table kept wafting towards his nose. A strong aroma can make your mouth water, but a faint, almost imperceptible aroma is even more tempting, making Dai Tianyu's mouth water. He hadn't had time to finish a single rib, and now his mouth was filled with the aroma of ribs. How could he resist the temptation? The thought of the ribs in his desk basket, within easy reach, made him itch with desire. His hand, almost imperceptibly, reached into the basket and grabbed the bag containing the ribs. Just then, Teacher Wang was analyzing a problem on the blackboard. Unable to resist the temptation, Daitianyu quickly took out a rib, took a big bite, then quickly sat up and began chewing quietly. When Teacher Wang turned around, he kept his mouth tightly shut, not moving an inch. When Teacher Wang turned back to continue writing on the blackboard, he resumed chewing. Yuleshin was yawning, looking bored, fiddling with his eraser and picking at his fingers. Suddenly, he saw Daitianyu secretly eating ribs, and a thought struck him. He remembered the half-eaten chicken leg in his desk basket. He was very close to Zhang Chao, and when Zhang Chao was halfway through his chicken leg, Daitianyu snatched it away before he could even eat it. Class had already started. Now that Daitianyu had eaten, he wanted some too. Taking advantage of Teacher Wang's back being turned, he pulled out a chicken leg and started tearing into it. If it were anything else, the noise would be quieter, and the teacher might not notice immediately. But this was braised food. The aroma was so strong, even cold. In this small classroom, especially with the windows closed and the air conditioning on because of the heat, the smell wafted through the cramped space. As the two ate, the aroma filled the classroom with the cool air from the air conditioner. As Teacher Wang continued lecturing, she suddenly noticed that the aroma of the braised meat hadn't faded. In fact, it had become stronger. She was puzzled, initially thinking it was just her own craving that made the faint aroma seem stronger. Glancing at the students below the stage, she turned back to continue lecturing. She had just written a sentence on the blackboard when it suddenly dawned on her, damn it, it wasn't her craving. Clearly, a student was secretly eating the braised food. Otherwise, how could the aroma have become stronger? She deliberately turned back to write on the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and before she could even write anything, she suddenly turned around and caught Daitianyu and Yuleshin red-handed stealing food. At that moment, Daitianyu was gnawing on a rib, and Yuleshin was struggling with a chicken leg. One rib was still in his hand, and the other chicken leg was right in his mouth, when they were caught red-handed. Seeing the two of them like that, Teacher Wang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Yuleshin and Daitianyu were caught off guard when Teacher Wang suddenly turned around. By the time they tried to put the braised meat away, it was too late. After a moment of stunned silence, Daitianyu acted first, quickly tossing the ribs back into his pocket, trying to pretend nothing had happened, and even grinning foolishly at Teacher Wang. The slow-moving Yuleshin, under Teacher Wang's deathly gaze, froze, unsure whether to put the chicken leg away or hand it in. Only one thought remained in his mind: he was doomed. He could even feel the pain in his buttocks, the result of his father's 7 Wolves cigarettes and his mother's clothes hanger taking turns to pamper him. After thinking for a moment, he decided it was better to hand it in first. Handing it involuntarily was slightly better than Teacher Wang coming to collect it. After all, his attitude was sincere. Yuleshin stood up, rushed to the podium, and placed the chicken leg, now reduced to bones, on the lectern. Anything else? Teacher Wang roared, his eyes fixed on Daitianyu. But Yuleshin didn't know, this kid was a bit simple-minded. After making a mistake, he kept his head down, too ashamed to look up, and didn't dare swallow the large mouthful of chicken in his mouth. Hearing Teacher Wang's words, he thought she was talking about him. He quickly opened his mouth, spitting out the chicken, and stupidly placed it on the teacher's desk, making Teacher Wang's eyes widen in disbelief. Such an honest and simple-minded child, why were you sneaking food in class? The students below the podium burst into laughter at this scene. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't meant as mockery, everyone just couldn't help laughing because they suddenly saw such a funny sight. Quiet! Teacher Wang shouted, pointing to the chicken bones and the leftover meat, and said to Yuleshin, go, throw it in the trash can. What? Throw it in the trash can? Yuleshin was shocked. Meeting Teacher Wang's murderous gaze, he didn't dare to hesitate any longer, quickly grabbing the things and throwing them into the trash can in the corner. As he opened the trash can lid and tossed it in, Yuleshin felt tears welling up in his eyes. Such a big piece of meat, and such fragrant bones he hadn't even had a taste, and now it was all gone. The classmates who had been fighting over the chicken leg during recess also gasped, as if their chicken leg had been thrown away. Knowing he couldn't escape, Daitianyu had already placed the bag of ribs on the teacher's desk. Noticing that Teacher Wang's gaze was still fixed on him, silent and with an all-knowing expression, Daitianyu couldn't hold back any longer. She took a second bag from the desk drawer and placed it on the teacher's desk. Inside the bag were several pieces of braised tofu. Holy crap, Daitianyu even has tofu besides ribs. One of the students exclaimed enviously. Ms. Wang's face darkened further, she was genuinely angry. Final exams are coming up soon, and you're not paying attention in class when I explain the difficult problems, and you're even sneaking food. Especially you, Daitianyu, do you think you don't need to work hard just because you're third in the class? Give it to me. She was referring to his notes, wanting to see what Daitianyu had actually listened to in class. But Dai Tianyu, like a little Doraemon, silently pulled a small pouch from his pants pocket. It was filled with braised peanuts. It was obvious he'd secretly hidden them in his pocket after being caught by Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang was so angry she laughed. You even had time to hide braised food? Chapter 100. There is no possibility of regression. Dai Tianyu looked utterly dejected. Teacher Wang, it's really gone this time, I'm not lying to you. Fang Shang, watching from below the stage, couldn't help but facepalm. If they hid it, they should have kept hiding it. Why did they hand it over so easily after the teacher glanced at it a couple of times? He wasn't a real child, so he naturally didn't know how guilty a child felt facing the stern gaze of an adult when they made a mistake. Class was still in session. Teacher Wang only casually reprimanded the two boys a few times and gave the other students a warning before continuing the lesson. After class, she called the two boys outside the classroom and gave them a severe scolding before taking the confiscated braised food and leaving. All the way home, Teacher Wang kept a stern face. Although she had already reprimanded the students, she was still very angry. Back in her office, she threw the braised meat on the table, picked up her phone, and was about to call the two students' parents. Just as she picked up the phone, a call came from home. Teacher Wang had no choice but to answer it first and talk to her mother. Her mother was a chatterbox. She started by asking how her daughter was doing, but the conversation quickly veered into everyday gossip. She talked about how the handsome young man from the neighbor to the east of the village had gotten married, how her elementary school classmate from the neighbor to the west had a healthy baby boy, how the hen to the south had laid a brood of chicks 3 more than hers, and so on. As Teacher Wang listened, her mind started to wander. She sat down in her chair, and suddenly a delicious aroma wafted to her nose. Looking down, she saw the bag of braised food was open, and the aroma was wafting out. She immediately started swallowing. Honestly, even an adult would find the smell tempting, let alone children who have little self-control. With a little empathy, Teacher Wang's anger subsided. She decided not to tell Dai Tianyu and his parents, but she would talk to them later. They shouldn't bring braised food to school, they could eat as much as they wanted at home. They needed to pay attention in class. As she thought about it, she felt nothing else, but her cravings grew stronger and stronger. The third period was over, leaving only the last one. Lunchtime was approaching, and everyone was hungry. The aroma was irresistible. As soon as the phone call ended, Teacher Wang couldn't resist any longer. She took out disposable chopsticks from her drawer, picked up a piece of braised tofu, and put it in her mouth. While eating, she hesitated. This was a student's gift, it wouldn't be appropriate to eat it like this. Students often brought toys and comic books to school. She would collect them and return them after a few days. But braised meat left uneaten for a few days would spoil, which would be such a waste. Giving it back now wouldn't serve as punishment, she might as well eat it herself. At least they knew not to bring good food to school, or it would be confiscated. Having found a reason, Teacher Wang no longer hesitated and picked up her chopsticks. I'm not eating this because I'm greedy, I just don't want to waste it. After saying this, Teacher Wang silently repeated a few more words to herself, remembering the hard work behind every grain of rice, before finally starting to eat. The dark red tofu, soaked in the braising sauce, looked even more tempting, its surface glistening with oil, like it was wearing an enticing coat. The baked tofu has a chewy, resilient outer layer. One bite reveals its unique elasticity, not too hard to chew, nor too soft to lose its texture. It is just the right amount of chewiness, enhancing the enjoyment of eating it. Once your teeth penetrate the outer layer and reach the inside of the tofu, you'll find a delicate texture and a surprisingly soft, tender mouthfeel. The inside of the tofu is soaked in broth, which bursts out with each chew, filling your mouth. With further chewing, you'll discover that the more you chew, the more elastic and fragrant it becomes. Even the edges and corners are soaked in the broth, creating a delightful combination of texture and aroma that leaves you wanting more. This wasn't Ms. Wang's first time trying Fang's braised food, but she was surprised that even such a common braised tofu was so delicious. Delicious, so delicious. A piece of braised tofu, with its usual irresistible aroma, instantly whetted Teacher Wang's appetite. She picked up her chopsticks again to try other braised dishes. Braised pork ribs, braised peanuts. The exquisite braising sauce transformed these common ingredients into incredibly delicious dishes, making it impossible to stop eating. Teacher Wang felt like she had stumbled into an ocean of happiness, her mouth greasy with every bite. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Yuleshan and Dai Tianyu stood dumbfounded downstairs. Having just been scolded by their teacher, the two unfortunate brothers were now huddled together, plotting their next move. They were trying to figure out how to avoid a mini parent-teacher conference and, consequently, a double whammy of beatings. Dai Tianyu, quick-wit, came up with many bizarre and outlandish schemes, speaking passionately and even coming up with a self-inflicted injury ruse. Yuleshan listened silently. As he listened, he suddenly pouted and started sobbing. Dai Tianyu said speechlessly, I said, we're trying to figure something out. We haven't even been hit yet, why are you crying? If you're going to cry, wait until you're actually being hit. At least cry pitifully, so mom and dad will be more lenient and hit you less. What if you can't cry anymore when you're actually being hit? Yuleshin cried even harder. I'm not crying because I'm going to be hit, I'm crying because of my chicken leg. Such a big bite of meat. I almost took a bite, filled my mouth. It was such a blissful moment of eating meat, and in the end, I didn't even get to eat it, it just became trash in the trash can. Wah, my big chicken leg. Dai Tianyu suddenly felt a little sorry for him. It was really pitiful, he'd almost swallowed it, and yet he still failed. And my chicken bones. Those fragrant chicken bones were enough for me to suck on for a whole 10-minute break between classes. I hadn't even finished them, and they're already trash. My chicken bones, they died such a tragic death. Dai Tianyu almost laughed. Finally, he came up with a solution. How about this? Let's be sincere and go directly to Teacher Wang to apologize. We'll say sorry, promise we'll never eat in class again, and promise to do our best in the final exams. Maybe Teacher Wang will see our good attitude and give me back some of my braised food. No matter how much we get back, I'll share half with you. That's much better than longing for those chicken bones in your trash can. Tears still clung to Yuleshin's eyes. Can we really get it back? But my grades are so bad, how can I possibly shine? Dai Tianyu clapped his hands. That's right, you're consistently last in your class, there's no chance you'll fall further behind, what are you afraid of? Right, let's go now. Yuleshin was persuaded by Dai Tianyu. Despite being terrified of his homeroom teacher, he mustered his courage and followed him towards Teacher Wang's office. Chapter 101 You Are My Idol. At this moment, Teacher Wang was still eating braised food. The braised food was so delicious that she devoured the braised tofu and peanuts in one go. Now, only a small piece of pork rib was left. Reluctant to finish it quickly, she held a rib, eating the meat and sucking on the bone, trying to savor the deliciousness of the braised meat. Don't let Teacher Wang's young age fool you, she has a discerning palate. Her sense of taste is extremely sensitive, and she can detect even the slightest difference in flavor. After eating Fang Shang's braised meat over the weekend, she noticed that the braised food Fang Shang's father made recently was still superior. Now, eating the pork ribs and peanuts Dai Tianyu brought, she immediately recognized that they were made by Fang Shang himself, not his father's. She just didn't know when Fang Shang had made them, or how Dai Tianyu had gotten them. However, Dai Tianyu and Fang Shang were close, so it was likely that Fang Shang had made them in his spare time, and Dai Tianyu had bought them directly from him. Thinking about this, Ms. Wang felt a pang of jealousy. Look at Dai Tianyu, he has connections to get the best food, while she, an adult and the head teacher of Fangshang High School, can only rely on weekends. At this moment, Dai Tianyu and Yuleshin had arrived at the office door. They pushed and shoved each other, each wanting the other to knock. In the pushing and shoving, their combined strength caused them to stumble towards the office door. Ms. Wang hadn't locked the door, and their impact forced it open, causing them to stagger into the office. Sorry, teacher, we didn't mean to. They looked up and met Ms. Wang's gaze as she sucked on a pork rib bone, her lips still smeared with braising sauce. For a moment, both were completely dumbfounded. Especially Ms. Wang, she was utterly dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. What should I do if a student's food is confiscated during class, but they can't resist finishing it and are caught red-handed by another student who came to confront them? Urgent. Teacher Wang was incredibly embarrassed, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Especially seeing the two children staring at her with dumbfounded expressions made her even more ashamed. Two little voices were already fighting inside her. One said, "Serves you right for being greedy. Even an adult can't control their mouth, let's see how you get out of this." The other said, "With such delicious food right next to you, who wouldn't be tempted? Why blame me?" The air was silent, and three pairs of eyes were blank. But Teacher Wang, being an adult, recovered after a few seconds of embarrassment. She expressionlessly placed the bone on the table, picked up a tissue, slowly wiped her mouth, and then asked them, "What do you two want with me?" Yuleshin stared blankly at the ribs on the table, unsure what to say. Dai Tianyu, however, hadn't forgotten his purpose. "Teacher Wang, we're here to apologize. As students, we actually ate during class and didn't pay attention. It was absolutely wrong of us. Teacher, you scolded us because you care. We know we were wrong, please forgive us, okay?" After he finished speaking, seeing Yuleshin still looking bewildered, he nudged him with his elbow, and Yuleshin quickly spoke. "Yes, teacher, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. We'll never do it again." Teacher Wang sighed. "You really should reflect on your actions. The difficult questions I went over this morning were from the 5th grade final exams of the past few years. They were inherently hard, and you didn't listen carefully. What will you do when they appear on this year's exam? Fang Shang's braised meat is delicious. I was tempted too, but you can resist a little. You can eat it after class. Dai Tianyu, I'll give you some worksheets later. Try them out, and I'll know if you've grasped the concepts." Teacher Wang then looked at Yuleshin, her tone gentle and her face filled with a kind smile. "Leshin, I won't give you the worksheets. I have some basic questions here. Try them out later. If you don't understand something, bring them to me and ask me. It's okay if you get them wrong. At least we tried. When you grow up and look back on this, you won't have any regrets. Hearing this, Uleshin suddenly couldn't hold back anymore and started crying. He had always been a poor student in his class. Previous teachers disliked him, and calls to his parents' offices were commonplace. His parents constantly pressured him with various tutoring classes, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and constantly depressed. Until 3rd grade, when Ms. Wang became his homeroom teacher, she consistently encouraged him, taught him basic problems, and helped him catch up on 2nd grade material. Later, realizing he genuinely struggled with the material, Ms. Wang didn't show any disdain. Instead, noticing his emotional distress, she told him that his poor academic performance wasn't a character flaw, and that academics weren't the only path to success. She even proactively spoke with his parents, persuading them to stop the complicated and unsuitable tutoring classes and replace them with art, which he enjoyed. Only then did he gradually become more lively again. Ms. Wang had been so kind to him, yet he disrupted class. It was utterly inexcusable. Uleshin felt increasingly guilty and burst into tears. Teacher Wang, I was really wrong. You're so good to me, how could I disrupt your class? Hit me if you want. Alright, it's good that you know you were wrong. Just correct it later, Teacher Wang said helplessly. Uleshin was crying his eyes out. Teacher Wang and Dai Tianyu comforted him for a long time. Seeing that class was about to start, Teacher Wang finally urged the two to leave. Go to class quickly. Even though it's PE, you can't be late. Dai Tianyu hesitated for a moment and asked, Teacher Wang, about calling my parents. Teacher Wang blinked and smiled. Did I say I needed to call my parents? Dai Tianyu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Teacher Wang. I'll definitely work hard this time and try to improve my ranking. The two ran hand in hand towards the playground. Halfway there, Uleshin was still crying. Dai Tianyu, being particularly chivalrous, pulled a piece of pork rib wrapped in a tissue from his sleeve. Okay, stop crying. Here, have a couple of bites of the ribs. Uleshin asked with a blank look, didn't you give all your braised food to Teacher Wang? How come there's still some? Dai Tianyu said, you were crying so hard just now, and when Teacher Wang was wiping your tears with a tissue, I sneaked a bite. It's tastier than your chicken bones. Uleshin, Dai Tianyu is amazing. He's good at studying, and he's so brave. He's so much better than me. Brother you're my idol. After they left, Teacher Wang abruptly turned around and started punching the cushion. So embarrassing, so awkward, she wanted to leave this world. Luckily, the children were young, and a long lecture, along with some test papers and other persuasive tactics, successfully got them to leave. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to save face. As for calling the parents joking, she'd already eaten the braised pork. What if, during the call, a child blurted out, the teacher ate the braised pork she collected? That would be a social disaster. Chapter 102. Suffering alone is not as good as suffering together. Ms. Wang ate some braised pork, but because there wasn't much, she felt unsatisfied and her craving only intensified. She had a class in the last period and couldn't go buy braised food beforehand. This worried Ms. Wang greatly. Going there and not finding any was one thing, but being unable to buy what she craved was another. After thinking for a moment, Ms. Wang simply called a courier to go to the store and buy some for her while she went to class. At lunchtime, Ms. Wang naturally enjoyed a delicious braised pork rice meal. After lunch, she prepared a set of advanced practice tests for Dai Tianyu, and then, thinking about it, prepared a set for Fang Shang as well. She had promised to supervise Fang Shang's studies, and she couldn't go back on her word. So, during the afternoon self-study period, Fang Shang stared wide-eyed at the 4 test papers in front of him. Why were they sitting together? His gaze fell on Dai Tianyu. Dai Tianyu had no idea why he had another test paper and shook his head blankly. Fang Shang was about to cry. A man doesn't easily shed tears, unless he's truly heartbroken. Teacher, Dai Tianyu stole food, you can punish him by making him do a test. Why punish me too? I didn't steal any food. This is unfair. Teacher Wang smiled gently and patted Fang Shang's shoulder. Although your cooking skills are already outstanding, you can't neglect your academic subjects. After all, you're still a child. Anyway, you're doing quite well in your studies, so this is a good opportunity to review and fill in any gaps in your knowledge. I can explain the questions you got wrong to you. Fang Shang was completely dumbfounded. He was just going to school normally, studying diligently, and suddenly this test paper appeared out of nowhere. The surrounding students were already secretly laughing. Although Brother Shang was their idol, it didn't stop them from gloating. Brother Shang, even if you're amazing, you still have to do tests, and more tests than us. Even Meng Duanya couldn't help but laugh and said good luck to Fang Shang. Watching others do their tests while you play is undeniably a super enjoyable experience, at least for elementary school students. Fang Shang asked with a wry smile, Teacher Wang, are you giving me extra help? Not really, it's just that this test is quite difficult. Few in the class can do it. You're good at math, you can even teach yourself linear equations, so you should try it. The others. Before Teacher Wang could finish, Fang Sheng interrupted, then Teacher Wang, why don't we all do it together? Really, the final exams are coming up soon anyway, let everyone review and fill in the gaps in their knowledge. I believe everyone is happy to study hard and improve every day. Upon hearing this, the students who had been secretly laughing suddenly froze. Some stared wide-eyed at Teacher Wang, afraid she would say yes. Some clutched their heads, looking utterly defeated, while countless others reached out to Fang Sheng with their hands clasped in a gesture of despair. Unfortunately, Fang Sheng didn't hear them, still trying to persuade Teacher Wang to let everyone do the test together. It's better to suffer together than alone. After a moment, Teacher Wang was persuaded and nodded, all right, let's all do it together. No! The entire classroom erupted in groans from the students. After the first class in the afternoon, Teacher Wang carried her books back to her office. On the way, she suddenly saw Teacher Zhang, with whom she had a good relationship, carrying a bag and walking angrily ahead. She called out to her. Teacher Zhang turned around and saw it was Teacher Wang. She immediately felt like she'd found someone to confide in, and blurted out, Teacher Wang, you've come at the right time. Let me tell you, my students are driving me crazy. The final exams are coming up soon, and I've been giving them practice questions and explaining the key points, but instead of listening, they're eating during class. Teacher Wang blinked. This scene seemed so familiar. We have that in our class too. We caught them this morning, and I've already punished them. What? Your class has that too? We caught them in class too. It was recess time, and many teachers were on their way back to their offices. Hearing their conversation, they all gathered around. When I'm teaching, they sneak a bite to eat the moment I turn around, and it's not just one, I caught 3 at once. I almost got high blood pressure from anger. It happens in our class too, I don't know the exact number, but I caught the class monitor and the academic representative on the spot. I felt like the sky was falling. After asking around, everyone discovered that this snacking phenomenon wasn't limited to one class, nor was it a recent occurrence. It wasn't just the mischievous, troublesome students in class, a significant number were also well-behaved, high-achieving students. The teachers were puzzled. What's going on? Is snacking in class a trend lately? Exactly. Could it be that everyone's entered adolescence early and wants to rebel against adults? If it really is adolescence, then it's going to be difficult. We'll have to hold a parent-teacher conference and have the parents work with us to guide the students. The group of teachers discussed amongst themselves, their brows furrowed, as if they had encountered a very difficult situation. Standing to the side, Teacher Wang suddenly felt like the only one who was truly awake in a world of fools. She asked, what are you students stealing food from? Braised meat? It seems like braised meat, it smells really good. It's braised chicken feet. When I caught the student, he was spitting out chicken feet bones, and there was a pile of chicken bones in his desk basket. I saw it, it's braised pig's head meat. Such greasy stuff, and they were hiding in the corner stealing it so early in the morning, didn't they find it greasy? By the way, Teacher Wang, how did you know? As they talked, the teachers themselves became puzzled. Why were they eating braised meat? It wasn't a holiday these past few days, did every household make braised meat? That makes sense. Teacher Wang smiled and said, do you think it's possible that the students are stealing food simply because it's so delicious, and they're just craving it, not because they're going through a rebellious phase? How could that be? The teachers were skeptical. It's understandable for one person to crave something sweet, but not everyone can, especially the top students. Most of them have excellent self-control, attend various training classes, and excel academically. Why can't they have some braised pork after class? It seems these teachers are unaware of Jun's food stall and Fang Shang's affair, and haven't even tasted Fang Shang's cooking. Teacher Wang felt an irrepressible surge of pride. Not only are her students good at making delicious food, but she's also eaten braised pork several times herself. He. Look at them, what have they missed? Teacher Wang coughed lightly, waiting for all the teachers' gazes to fall on her before speaking. Actually, they were just craving it. Don't overthink it. I not only know they were stealing braised meat, but I also know they bought it from Jun's food stall, which is over 3 kilometers away. It tastes amazing, I love it too. She paused, then added, you'd better start telling your students today that if they want to eat braised meat, they should eat it at home and not bring it to school, because it's just too tempting. Chapter 103 I'm going to fight 10. The teachers listened to Ms. Wang's words, somewhat bewildered. Ms. Wang, how do you know all this so clearly? Ms. Wang straightened her back, her expression proud and radiant. Because the one who made such delicious food is my student, Fang Shang, known as the modern-day Little Fu Gui. My student Fang Shang is not only academically excellent, a top student, but also possesses unparalleled culinary skills. His braised dishes can't even compare to those of a 5-star hotel chef. Ms. Wang, getting excited, gestured and recounted Fang Sheng's cooking experiences in detail. She herself only had a vague understanding, but the students loved to talk about it. Sometimes she could hear them discussing it in the hallway after class, and now she was simply repeating it verbatim. After finishing, she repeated it again. Fang Sheng, my student. Hearing her claims, the teachers thought they were incredibly exaggerated, practically bragging. Hearing the last sentence, they were speechless. The discussion wasn't about students sneaking food in class and finding solutions. How did it suddenly veer off course and become Teacher Wang unilaterally boasting about her outstanding students? Don't you believe me? Do you think I'm exaggerating, and exaggerating even more? The teachers all nodded, then shook their heads in unison. No, no. It would be strange if they didn't. Anyone hearing this for the first time would have the impression she was talking nonsense. A rosy color, a fragrance that travels for miles, mouth-watering just from the smell, and so delicious you can't stop eating it. It's exaggerated, like something out of a novel. Teacher Wang, of course, could see what the other teachers were thinking. He suggested, how about this? For the students' physical and mental well-being, and to better manage them and ensure discipline, I suggest we all go to Jun's food stall after school to eat some braised food. Let you all experience the allure of braised food. Teacher Zhang, relegated to the background, remembered the most important thing. Didn't you say that braised food is incredibly popular, and there's only so much each day? If we go too late, it'll be gone. By the time we get home after school, there won't be any left. Teacher Wang's lips curled into that familiar smile. He showed off once more. Don't worry, everyone. The braised meat during the week is made by my students' fathers, so that students who live far away can buy it and eat it, instead of having to fight with others on weekends. To ensure there's still some left after school, Boss Fang will specially reserve some braised meat. He only starts selling it at 6:10 p.m., so we can bike over together after school. This is getting more and more outrageous. Normally, who buys braised meat every day? The teachers thought about it and agreed. The key was that they were too curious about the taste of the braised meat that Teacher Wang described. Okay, let's try it. It's settled then. After discussing it, they decided to meet at the west gate of the school and set off together. The afternoon passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to go home. Before, when students went home after school, all they wanted was to get home quickly, finish their homework, and then have free time. Now things are different. After school, many students walk in groups of 3 or 5 toward Jun's food stall. They chat and laugh, looking expectant and reminiscing about the braised food they ate before. My mom said we need a balanced diet, not just braised meat every day. She didn't give me any money today. She must have forgotten. I have lucky money, hee. I'll go buy some myself. I'll eat a big chicken leg first before going home. My mom definitely won't notice. It's different for me. My parents wait for me to bring home a bag of braised meat every day. They love braised meat rice. If I don't buy it, they'll be upset for a long time. Sigh, at such a young age, I already bear the expectations of my parents. Me too. If I can't buy braised meat, my dad looks like the sky is falling when he gets home from get off work, and my mom loses her appetite. This family would fall apart without me. Good luck everyone, I'm off now, haha. Some students who live far away were picked up by their parents. Sitting on their electric scooters, they waved to their classmates who were still running around with 2 hams, and showed off a little. A group of students gradually arrived at Jun's food stall and formed a queue. Seeing the students line up after school, Fang Jun retrieved some specially reserved braised meat from the pot and began selling it. The steaming hot braised meat, still glistening, was placed on the counter. The aroma made the students' eyes widen. They eagerly took out their money, anticipating their dinner, and urged each other on. Uncle, we're so hungry. Please hurry. There are 12 people ahead of me. I'm so envious. My heart is pounding. The first in line was a 3rd-grade student. His mother had brought him here as soon as he left school. 3rd graders get out early, and with his electric scooter, he naturally arrived early. Hearing the urging from behind, he turned around, grinning broadly. Ha 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 ha, I'm first. I'll take on 10 of them. No, I'll take on all of them. You losers, surrender to my magnificent speed. The students behind him all gave him the middle finger. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, Teacher Wang led the other teachers who wanted braised meat to Jun's food stall. As the group pushed open the door and walked in, the students in the line suddenly paled. Just moments before, they had been chatting and laughing, but now they all stood up straight, staring straight ahead, not daring to breathe. Oh no! Why is our homeroom teacher here? Our Chinese teacher is here too. Oh no! I haven't handed in my Chinese homework yet. What am I supposed to say if he asks me about it now? That's not our English teacher. Good heavens, I haven't dared to see her these past 2 days because when she asked me why I didn't add to go home, I said it was because I was so happy to go home that I couldn't throw up, and I didn't want to go to school, so I threw up because I was so sad. Our English teacher wanted to kill me then. Haha, all your teachers are here, but my teacher isn't, cough cough. Help! The last one to come in wasn't his homeroom teacher. The student, who was laughing halfway through, fell silent as if someone had choked him. Children together are naturally noisy, and a group of children at a food stall made it sound like a bustling market. As a result, 7 or 8 teachers arrived at once and successfully quieted the entire student group down. The students had all become emotionless meat buying machines, answering Fang Jun's questions verbally, even moving their hands and feet in unison while grabbing the braised meat. After receiving their meat, they turned around and greeted each of the teachers one by one. After greeting them, they mechanically walked out of the food stall, and once they made sure the door was closed, they ran off like rabbits, disappearing from sight in a flash. They thought the teachers were watching them, but in reality, a group of teachers were all curious about the braised meat on the counter. It smelled so good. The moment you entered the food stall, you were enveloped by the aroma of the braised meat. Chapter 104 Holy crap, Little Master! The braising liquid, made with over 30 kinds of spices and infused with Chinese herbs, adds a unique sweetness, further enhancing the already rich aroma. The fragrance filled the entire hall. Stepping inside felt like being completely enveloped by it, the aroma permeating every corner. On a hot summer day, when appetites are usually poor and nothing tastes appealing, this aroma awakened dormant taste buds, making mouths water even before tasting the food. Teacher Zhang and the others, who had been somewhat skeptical, were now largely convinced of Teacher Wang's words after smelling the aroma. A braised dish that smelled so good it made their mouths water must taste delicious. However, some teachers still remained skeptical. It just smells good, that doesn't necessarily mean it tastes good. Those roast ducks at the night market that cost 18 yuan each smell amazing, but the taste is just so-so. That's true. Just because it smells good doesn't mean you know how it tastes. Right now, all we can say is that the broth smells so good, so the taste can't be too bad. The students are young, they haven't eaten much good food. Maybe they just think it tastes good, said Ms. Chiao, the teacher of class 4-1, angrily. She was the most upset because she was the homeroom teacher who caught the class monitor and academic representative eating during class. Those 2 children were good students with strong self-control, so sensible at such a young age that it was heartbreaking. Yet, they actually ate during class. No one could understand it. The shock she felt when she caught them was shattering. Therefore, she simply couldn't believe that the 2 children were simply driven by greed to do something so out of character during class. Teacher Wang didn't explain much, only saying mysteriously, "It's no use saying more about food. We're already here, let's eat first and talk later." The teachers stopped arguing and lined up to buy the braised food. Some chatted, creating a relatively relaxed atmosphere, but once it quieted down, an invisible pressure was felt at the front. The students became even quieter, even those not in their classes, keeping quiet and avoiding any playful antics, each one like a well-behaved kitten. The students didn't have much money. Some bought chicken legs, others 10 yuan's worth of chicken feet, or a group would pool their money to buy only 50 yuan worth of food. Despite the large number of students, very little braised food was consumed. Soon, the large group of students finished buying their braised food, and it was the teacher's turn. They all crowded to the window, peering through the clear glass. At first glance, the teachers were all stunned by the tempting colors of the braised food. Several large stainless steel platters were filled with braised meats, each a deep reddish-brown color, its skin glistening with the braising liquid, looking incredibly tempting. Although it was just a few plates of braised food, it gave the impression of a dazzling array of dishes. The most eye-catching were the braised pig's trotters placed in the center. Their skin was a deep brown and crimson hue, glistening with a warm, oily sheen. Each trotter was plump and meaty, clearly a carefully selected, top-quality ingredient. Neatly stacked on a large, gleaming stainless steel plate, each trotter was plump and round, soaked in broth. The broth overflowing from the pig's trotters dripped onto the plate, forming a glistening, gelatinous layer. The trotters were so meaty that even a slight touch of the plate's edge while the owner was busy could feel the meat tremble gently, a satisfyingly juicy texture that indicated perfect braising tender, falling off the bone tenderness. Each tremble seemed to beckon a taste, captivating the teachers who watched, their eyes wide with delight. They could already picture themselves biting into a large mouthful of juicy, flavorful meat. The other dishes, like braised pork ribs and chicken feet, were equally appetizing. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the braised food and giving it a magical, almost magical, effect. "Holy crap, it's Little Chef!" one teacher exclaimed. The other teachers nodded in agreement. It was indeed Little Chef. They'd grown up watching Little Chef's anime and still remembered those glowing delicacies. This scene perfectly matched some of those images in their minds. As children, they'd only wondered why their food didn't glow. Was it because it wasn't delicious enough? They'd even dreamt of eating Little Chef's glowing food. They never imagined that their fairy tale would actually come true. For a moment, the teachers were all excited. Fang Jun saw Teacher Wang standing in the crowd and quickly greeted her. "Teacher Wang's here. What would you like to eat today?" Teacher Wang smiled and pointed to the teachers around her, saying, I'm not the main character today. I mainly brought these teachers to try your cooking, Boss Fang. Let them see first. Fang Jun then gestured to the other teachers. Is this your first time here, teachers? What would you like to eat? Our most popular dishes are braised pig's head and chicken feet, but pig's trotters and ribs are new items, just arrived today. Would you like to try them? The teachers were already captivated by the color and aroma of the braised dishes. They'd forgotten why they were here in the first place, their minds were only on food, and they began selecting their braised meats. These pig's trotters look so appealing. Give me some, and half a pound of chicken feet, please, said Teacher Chiao. Okay. Fang Jun quickly chopped the pig's trotters, weighed the chicken feet, and after packing them, asked, would you like some rice? You can drizzle 2 spoonfuls of braising sauce on top. Just say so, and the sauce will mix into the rice. Eating the rice and braised meat together is delicious, all the customers love it this way. Yes, and remember to give me plenty of braising sauce. Just hearing the owner's description made her mouth water. How could Teacher Chiao refuse? She ordered some food and found an empty large round table in the hall, just big enough for all of them. As soon as they sat down, her braised pork and rice were brought over. Teacher Chiao had originally planned to wait for everyone to arrive before eating together, but with the food already in front of her, she couldn't resist the craving for braised pork trotters that she'd been craving all day. She quickly picked up a piece and brought it to her mouth. The even richer aroma emanating from the trotters filled her nostrils. Already drooling, I couldn't wait any longer. I bit into the pig's trotter, first encountering the firm, plump outer skin. That skin was soft and chewy, having been braised for a long time. It melted on my tongue with a gentle touch, bursting with the silky smooth texture of collagen. With a little more force, I bit into the inside, where the fat connected to the lean meat seemed greasy and might deter me. But once I tasted it, I found not a trace of greasiness, only a rich, savory braised flavor that lingered in my mouth. Chapter 105. I also have the potential to become a top student. The most delightful surprise, of course, was the lean meat hidden deep inside, like a buried treasure waiting to be unearthed. This lean meat, after a long braising process, retained its natural chewiness while absorbing the broth's flavor. Each chew filled the mouth with the rich and lingering aroma of the braising sauce, from salty and savory to sweet and slightly lingering, gradually permeating the taste buds. The layers of deliciousness were so satisfying that after finishing the meal, one couldn't help but smack their lips, savoring the wonderful taste, a feeling of happiness welling up within them. Wow, this taste is absolutely amazing. Teacher Chiao let out a satisfied sigh, like a child who had just eaten candy, a contented smile spreading across her face, a long-lost sense of peace rising within her. Frankly speaking, as a teacher and a homeroom teacher, managing so many students every day, along with school assessments, having to balance academic performance and student safety, the pressure was immense. But she couldn't bear to keep the children confined to the classroom, not even allowing them to run and play during breaks. After all, it's children's nature to run and jump. A group of them playing outside could relieve the pressure of the monotony of studying. Therefore, after each get out of class, she would keep an eye on the students around the classroom, afraid that something might happen. Sometimes she felt exhausted and thought she should be more disciplined, but seeing the children's happy smiles, she couldn't help herself. At this moment, after eating the delicious food that brought her joy, all that pressure seemed to lessen. Soon, the other teachers brought their own braised meat. Seeing that Teacher Chiao had already eaten a mouthful of meat, her mouth bulging, her eyes shining like a child's, they didn't say much, picked up their chopsticks, and started eating the braised meat from their plates. As each piece of braised meat entered their mouths, the teachers were also amazed by its exquisite taste. Wow, this braised meat is delicious. It's even better than the braised meat I bought in Beijing last time, which was supposedly made with years of aged braising liquid. I queued for 4 hours, practically fighting my way through the crowd just to get it. I can't believe they have it in Jiexing. Now I can eat this every day. It really is delicious. This pig's head meat, the aroma is so enticing, it makes my tongue tingle. My husband loves buying braised meat and beer in the summer. He's tried almost every famous braised food stall in Jiexing. I've gotten tired of it after eating it so many times. But after trying this braised meat today, I realize it's not that I'm tired of it, it's just that other people's is so bland. Exactly. If all braised meat tasted like this, I could eat it every day and never get tired of it. A group of teachers ate and praised the food. Sitting to the side, Teacher Wang couldn't help but straighten her back, beaming with pride. She was happier praising her students than praising herself, a smug expression on her face. These are her students, not only good at studying, but also little chefs, he. Now I understand why your students sneak food during class, right? The teachers nodded in agreement. With that smell, who could resist? If it were them, with something delicious in front of them, they wouldn't be able to resist either. It's not like they haven't eaten while preparing lessons before. It seems we really need to ban the kids from bringing braised meat to school from now on. Eating at school isn't allowed anyway, and these kids are growing so fast. If they're hungry and sneak a little something, we can pretend we don't know, but if it disrupts the normal order of class, that's unacceptable. Yes, let them eat more at home and satisfy their cravings. At school, the important thing is to focus on their studies. Speaking of which, I really admire our class's sports monitor. I heard he secretly brought 2 big chicken legs when I entered school this morning. When I checked everyone's food, there were still 2 big chicken legs in his lunchbox. He actually tolerated it for 2 periods. After discussing it, the teachers all decided to discipline the children properly in their classrooms. The teachers ate lunch very happily, finishing every last grain of rice and vegetable, even picking up the last few grains of rice from the bottom of their bowls, perfectly demonstrating the saying, "Every grain of rice is hard-earned." Upon arriving at school in the afternoon, the teachers immediately took action, establishing a new rule in their classes: no more braised meat allowed at school. The students groaned in despair. Classes were already boring enough, they'd finally found something to cheer them up, but it was over in a flash. Some bolder students even tried to negotiate with the teachers, "But we really want to eat it. Can't we eat it after class? Teacher, we promise we won't bring it in front of you, okay? I'm already short and malnourished, I need delicious food to nourish me. Teacher, can you bear to see the flowers of our nation stunted because of malnutrition? Teacher, dear teacher, I'll get you first place in the whole grade on the final exam, can you give me some special treatment?" This was clearly the talk of a top student. The teachers were amused by the children's pleading, but the school had a clear rule against bringing food to school. How could they agree? No, absolutely not. You simply can't resist. The teachers firmly shook their heads. Even they, as adults, couldn't resist. The students were even less likely to consider it. The students were immediately saddened, but the students in class 4-1 weren't so sad. In fact, they were full of fighting spirit. Teacher Chiao told them that whoever made the most progress and did well on the final exams would get a treat: all-you-can-eat braised food. The students weren't too shocked at first, but Teacher Chiao pulled out her trump card. You all know that the best food at Jun's food stall is made by Fang Shang from class 5-5. If you get good grades, I'll treat you to Fang Shang's delicious food. No matter how long the line is, no matter how hard it is to get the food, I'll get it for you. I'll even wait outside at 6 in the morning. The students in class 5-5 were instantly energized. They all became determined to work harder. The good students vowed to outperform the top students from other classes, while the weaker students started thinking about how to improve their scores. Of course, some students considered it for a long time, choosing the latter over the former. They prepared their favorite dice in advance and even decided to go to a temple over the weekend to have them blessed. After school in the afternoon, Teacher Wang called Dai Tianyu and Yuleshan aside and slipped a small bag into each of their hands. At first, the two thought they had done something wrong and were about to be scolded by the teacher. But when they opened the bag, they were astonished to find it contained their favorite braised food. They could hardly believe their eyes. "Teacher Wang, why did you give us food? Did you discover some great potential in us that we can develop?" Dai Tianyu sniffed the braised pork ribs inside, his face beaming. Yuleshan nodded repeatedly. "Teacher, do I also have the potential to become a top student? Are you going to continue to encourage me?" Chapter 106. I love doing test papers the most. Teacher Wang, amused and exasperated, patted the two boys' heads. "Don't overthink it. I accidentally ate your treats this morning. This is my compensation. Eat it slowly on your way home. Be careful, and remember not to eat during class again." "Yes, teacher," the two replied in unison. After waving goodbye to Teacher Wang, Yuleshan opened the bag as he walked, revealing 2 glistening chicken legs inside. He stuck out his tongue happily. "Teacher Wang is so kind. I only threw away chicken bones, and she gave me 2 big chicken legs back. I'm going to share one with Zhang Chao." He then chased after the rest of his class. Dai Tianyu was even faster. As Shang Ji's top henchman, finding his bike among the crowd of bicycles every day was his duty. The other students in class 5-5 were a bit listless. 10-year-old kids suddenly knowing they had to do several tests, anyone would lose their energy. Although the teacher said this was a challenging question, usually appearing as the last question on the exam, and that doing well on the last 10 points wouldn't result in losing points, the children didn't consider any of that. They only felt surrounded by the exam paper. Seeing a classmate run past energetically, I was about to ask him why he wasn't unhappy when I realized it was Dai Tianyu. Well, he was being punished for sneaking a snack. I didn't need to cheer him up. After seeing Fang Shang, still full of energy, they all groaned. "Brother Shang, you've really made things difficult for us. 4 test papers. Brother Shang, what did you do to deserve this?" Fang Shang smiled. He knew he'd dragged them all down with him, but it was alright, kids were easy to appease. He smiled and said, "The teacher just wants us to get good grades on the final exams. Don't be sad, everyone. I'll personally make some peanuts and dried tofu for you to eat later." "Really?" Hearing about food, especially homemade by Fang Shang, everyone immediately cheered up. But the teacher said we can't take food to school. We can eat it on the way home. In just a few seconds, the children's spirits lifted, their smiles brighter than the sunshine. A parent picking up their child saw their child's radiant face and asked curiously, "What good thing happened? Why are you so happy?" The child grinned and said, "The teacher gave us 4 test papers. I'm going to finish them all tonight." The parent was shocked, looking at their child, hardly believing what they were hearing. His child, who usually dreaded doing test papers, was actually smiling today. The parent touched the child's forehead. "No fever, you brat, are you all right? Didn't you hate doing test papers the most?" The child puffed out his chest, looking serious. "Who said that? I love doing test papers the most." The parent. Has his family's ancestral graves been emitting smoke? Has the child suddenly become enlightened? Or is it about to rain blood? At dinner time, Fang Sheng went to the kitchen again to make some simple braised dishes. The spicy braising broth he developed last time was a great success. With his continuous adjustments, the broth had become a small pot of perfect spicy braising broth. Today, he finally got to eat perfect spicy duck neck. He ate happily, and the guests were even happier. Recently, Fang Sheng has been randomly making some braised dishes every day after school. His braising sauce is practically a magic potion, giving him the feeling that he can braise anything, and he wants to try all sorts of dishes. When braising, he can't just make a little bit. Besides the family enjoying a taste during meals, the leftovers are naturally displayed on the counter and snapped up by customers. This food, purely based on luck, feels like winning the lottery for each customer, more like unlocking a blind box. While the customers are happy because they're enjoying delicious food, Fang Jun and Wu Xian are a little worried. Final exams are coming up soon, and their son is still holed up in the kitchen every day, constantly making this and that. If he made it occasionally, it wouldn't be a problem, but the issue is that he makes it every day. How can they, as parents, not worry? "Son, why don't you focus on your studies these days? Just cook some dishes in the kitchen on weekends. Classes are so demanding during the week, and you have so much homework. Spending time in the kitchen will only interfere with your studies." Fang Sheng paused, gnawing on a duck neck, looking at his mother with a duck neck in his left hand and a piece of duck liver in his right. He said speechlessly, "Mom, don't be so sabotaging me. You're holding my delicious food and complaining that cooking takes up time." Wu Xian rolled her eyes at her son. "It's true that your cooking is delicious, and I like it, but it's also true that cooking takes up your school time. I love to eat, but I know what's important. How can I let you waste your time just because I love your cooking?" She turned to her husband. "Am I right?" Fang Jun nodded in agreement. "Yes, your mom is right. I've said it before, we parents have to be responsible for your life. We support your love of cooking, but it really shouldn't affect your studies. Try to tone it down a bit and focus on your studies." The couple really wanted to earn more money and open a bigger restaurant, but they absolutely didn't want to exploit themselves. Besides, with their son's homemade braising broth, the meat tasted pretty good whether sold or used in stir-fries, and the restaurant was doing well. There was no need for their son to spend all his time in the kitchen. Fang Sheng sighed, unable to find a reason to object. Well, the anxieties of a 10-year-old were back. Fang Sheng lamented again, wondering why he hadn't been a college student after transmigrating. He glanced at the system, it was just a little short of leveling up again. He wanted to work harder and level up sooner. The system's leveling up was getting slower and slower. After level 3, the experience bar had grown much longer than before. Now, finally seeing hope, he was incredibly eager to try. Randomly doing something in the kitchen every day was already the most restrained thing he could do. If he could, he'd want to spend every day in the kitchen. Actually, it didn't take much time, Fang Sheng said softly. "Are you sure?" the couple asked expressionlessly. It was past lunchtime, and only a few tables were occupied. The family sat at the counter eating braised food. While they were talking, the other diners had overheard their conversation. Now, seeing the couple restricting the young owner's time in the kitchen, their hearts pounded with anxiety. If the young owner is really restricted from entering the kitchen by the owners, then the customers won't be able to eat his food on weekdays and will only be able to compete with the crowds on weekends. How difficult that would be. Seeing that the young owner was almost convinced and his demeanor was faltering, the diners were incredibly anxious, wishing they could stand up and raise their hands and feet to support him in continuing to make delicious food. Chapter 107 If I Could Do It Again. Fang Sheng was a student, and even the most anxious diners didn't know what to say. Just as they were lamenting that they were about to miss out on another delicious weekday meal, Wan Zilin, sitting at the next table, spoke up. "Madam, how about this? I'll tutor Fang Sheng on the weekend. My name is Wan Zilin, and I'm a teacher at the affiliated academy, teaching grades 3 through 6. Our young master is a 5th grader, so I can tutor him." Wan Zilin wiped her fingers. The spicy duck neck she'd just been eating was absolutely delicious, fragrant, spicy, and incredibly flavorful. She'd waited specifically to buy it. Buying it was already a difficult task. If the young master stopped doing it, she wouldn't be able to buy it even with money, which was unacceptable to her. It was just helping with the child's studies, that was her profession. A little tutoring was a piece of cake. What? Tutoring? The whole family turned to look at Wan Zilin. Wan Zilin smiled and said, I think the young boss really wants to cook. When you told him not to go to the kitchen during the week, he was so anxious. Even if he goes to study, his focus won't be much better. It's better to let him go to the kitchen whenever he wants during the week, as long as it's limited to half an hour. She paused, then added, on weekends, I can tutor him for free. That way, he can do what he likes without falling behind in his studies, a win-win situation. Wu Xian and Fang Jun's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. The affiliated middle school was one of the top key primary schools in Jiexing, and its teachers were all elites. Having an elite tutor for their sons was a great thing. That's wonderful, Teacher Wan. You're really willing to tutor my son? Yes, I'd be happy to. Then we'll treat you. It's too kind of you to offer it for free, Wu Xian smiled. Wan Zilin waved her hand, it's nothing. I'll still come to A Jun's food stall on weekends. I'll take a number and wait in line, which takes up most of the day. While waiting to eat, I can tutor the young owner a little, it won't take up any time at all. Then, thank you very much. The couple thanked Wan Zilin, clearly agreeing to the tutoring arrangement, and started discussing when would be a good time for the tutoring on the weekend. While they were happy, Fang Shang was miserable. He looked like he'd been struck by lightning, completely distraught. Good heavens! He cooked delicious food for them every day, and this teacher one always seemed to arrive on time, so she got to eat all the good food, and now she was betraying him by offering to tutor him? It was simply outrageous. Mom and Dad, about the tutoring. Hurry up and thank Teacher Wan, she's tutoring you for free. Before he could finish speaking, Wu Xian pressed down on his shoulder, making him say thank you. Fang Shang's lips twitched, his eyes flashing with pain, yet he still managed a weak smile and said thank you. Wan Zilin smiled gently, no need to thank me, I'll teach you very seriously, don't worry. God, strike him dead with lightning. Fang Shang roared inwardly, complete madness. Fang Shang initially thought this was the worst part, but the next morning, while having breakfast, he encountered something even more painful. While eating breakfast, his mother was scrolling through videos when she came across an advertisement for a training course, and from there, she was completely engrossed. Wu Xian was watching the video intently when she suddenly slapped her thigh and cried out, ouch, my God, I completely forgot about something so important. Her scream startled her husband and son, and Fang Jun rushed out of the kitchen, looking worried. What happened? What happened? Did you burn yourself with soy milk? Quick, I'll take you to the kitchen to rinse it with cold water. He then took his wife's left hand. Wu Xian was momentarily confused. I was holding the soy milk with my right hand. Oh, then rinse your right hand. Wu Xian stood up with her husband, and as they reached the kitchen doorway, she suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. Look at me, I'm so confused. My hand wasn't burned, it's something else. Fang Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then what happened? Wu Xian pointed to the advertisement on her phone and said anxiously, I even enrolled my son in 3 tutoring classes, but lately he's obsessed with cooking and hasn't gone even once. All that money I spent on tutoring classes wasted. Puffed, cough, cough. Fang Shang choked hard on his soy milk. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching since he woke up this morning. It turned out this was the problem. Yesterday he inexplicably got a weekend tutor, and today his mother wanted to enroll him in an extracurricular tutoring class. Is this tutoring? This is killing him. Over here, Wu Xian was still anxious. Tutoring classes are so expensive now. 3 classes, the total cost is almost 10,000 yuan. I actually forgot about something so important, I'm so irresponsible. Fang Jun comforted her, don't worry, you've remembered now. Anyway, the courses are already bought, you can go whenever you want. Yes, thank goodness I remembered. I've been so busy lately, I completely forgot. Street dance class, calligraphy class, violin class, 3 classes. The couple turned to look at Fang Shang at the same time. Wu Xian said with heartache, son, you'll have to keep working on weekends. Those training class fees can't go to waste. Fang Jun also said, indeed, the training class fees can't be wasted. You should continue going to classes on weekends. Try to cut down the cooking time a bit more. No way. Fang Shang stretched out his hand like Kang's, is there no love left in this world? He slumped weakly onto the table. Mom and Dad, why did you sign me up for so many classes? 1 would have been enough. 3? Were you trying to kill me with work? This was a completely unfair accusation. Fang Jun felt he needed to remind his son. The calligraphy class was because your handwriting is too difficult, and you had to keep practicing. Your mom and I discussed it and signed you up for that, we admit that. But weren't the violin and street dance classes you wanted to learn? What? I wanted to learn them? Fang Shang tried hard to recall, desperately trying to remember, and suddenly, a scene from his memory resurfaced. In his past life, he was a beast of burden, never truly enjoying life. As a child, he'd only ever heard about going to the children's palace, but he'd never actually been there before his transmigration. So, in this life, he figured he might as well learn what he was curious about and hadn't learned in his past life. Therefore, he enrolled in the violin, because playing the violin was so cool, practically a must-have for showing off. Street dance was the same, men who danced street dance were so cool, so if he grew up and could both play and dance, wouldn't he be incredibly handsome? After figuring this out, Fang Shang was devastated. Why did he only think about looking cool back then? He dug his own grave. If I could do it all over again, I'd choose Li Bai. Ugh, I never want to be cool again. Fang Shang was practically in tears. Chapter 108. He was the only one who didn't do the test. Perhaps it was Fang Shang's pained expression that made Wu Xian feel sorry for her son. Her son had always been mature, decisive, and rarely caused them worry. He was also so outstanding. As a mother, she truly couldn't bear to see him suffer. She hesitated for a moment, then asked Fang Shang, "You really don't want to go?" Fang Shang nodded fiercely. Anyone who wanted to go was a fool. Then, how about this? The calligraphy class will stay. Your handwriting is too bad, continue practicing calligraphy. As for the other extracurricular classes, Wu Xian gritted her teeth. I'll talk to their boss and see if we can get a refund, at least half. The thought of losing so much money made Wu Xian's heart bleed. She couldn't bear it, she absolutely couldn't bear it, but she didn't want her son to suffer because of some extracurricular classes. This internal conflict was driving her crazy. Fang Jun, seeing his wife's pained expression, quickly offered advice. How about this? Don't cancel the other classes, just switch them all to calligraphy classes, 2 per week, 1 on weekends. That way, we won't lose money, and it won't take up too much time. Upon hearing this, his wife and son looked at him with admiration. One was happy that the money hadn't been wasted, and the other was happy that he wouldn't have to do street dance or violin anymore. As for the weekend class, it was only 40 minutes a day, he could just endure it. Honey, you're so clever. You actually thought of such a perfect solution. Wu Xian praised her husband incessantly. Having not enjoyed such admiring looks from his wife and son for a long time, Fang Jun felt a little giddy. He finally felt a sense of status in the family, and immediately straightened his back, adopting a mysterious and inscrutable demeanor. It's not as amazing as you make it out to be. It's just basic stuff I do as the breadwinner of the family, nothing special. Wu Xian chuckled. You're such a good husband. To reward our pillar of strength, let's have your favorite spicy crayfish today, and I'll buy you 2 bottles of ice-cold beer too. Remembering that spicy crayfish was his wife's favorite, Fang Jun smiled, clearly pleased with the sentiment. Okay, I'll do as my dear wife says. Having dealt with his biggest worry, Fang Shang, rarely seeing his parents showing affection, rode his bicycle to school. Because Fang Shang had said yesterday that he would bring his homemade braised food to share with everyone this afternoon, the children had been excited since arriving at school this morning. Each of them displayed the 4 worksheets they had painstakingly completed yesterday, as if showing off their work. The teacher had said it was advanced practice, and they only needed to finish it by next Monday, but they had finished it in one afternoon. Look how amazing they are. Just as everyone was showing off their fully completed test papers, Fang Shang entered the classroom. A group of students, as if seeing their pillar of support, immediately rushed to Fang Shang, holding up their meticulously written test papers. Brother Shang, look at my test paper. I didn't even eat dinner yesterday, I did this test paper first before eating. My parents were so happy they were practically thanking heaven and earth. Aren't I awesome? I did it after dinner, without my parents even having to rush me. For the first time in my life, I felt so happy doing a test paper. Brother Shang, do you want to compare answers with me? I didn't watch TV, didn't play games, and even turned down my friends' invitations to hang out. I didn't finish until midnight. I sacrificed so much, but it was all worth it for Brother Shang's braised food. A group of students chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling as they stared at Fang Shang, their faces pleading for praise. Fang Shang was stunned. Good heavens! I dragged you all into this, making you do 4 so many papers, and you still expect praise? That's outrageous. Unfortunately, he only thought it to himself. If he said it aloud, his classmates would definitely say, Brother Shang, you underestimate the allure of your food. You have no idea how amazing you are. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Fang Shang obliged, praising them all. Only then did the group of students return to their seats, satisfied. Fang Shang had just sat down when Dai Tianyu asked, Brother Shang, where's your test paper? Let's check the answers. I remember you're really good at tackling the advanced questions. Fang Shang glanced at Dai Tianyu, his lips twitching slightly. Could he tell him he hadn't finished his test paper yet and was planning to do it over the weekend? I didn't bring my test paper. Go ask Lao Wang for tutoring. He looked back at all his classmates and belatedly realized, damn it, everyone in the class had stayed up all night, finishing all 4 test papers, except for him, not a single word. It was a terrifying reality. However, he wouldn't let his friends know. At this moment, Zhang Chao walked up to the podium, stood where the teacher was lecturing, cleared his throat, and called out to everyone, "Class, look up. Look here. Look at me. I have some incredibly exciting news to announce." His shout drew everyone's curiosity, and they all looked up at him. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chao was particularly smug, his smile almost reaching his ears. "First of all, I have to announce something. From today onwards, I'm Brother Shang's number 2 little brother. Besides Dai Tianyu, I'm Brother Shang's second best friend. From now on, when you see me, remember to be polite, because I'm now the second brother. TCH. The classmates thought something was up, but after Zhang Chao said this, everyone scoffed. Some of his close friends even gave him the middle finger. Why should I? I want to be number 2 little brother too. Because I pushed Brother Shang's cart, I sweated for Brother Shang. Zhang Chao was extremely proud. Number 2 little brother? I think second senior brother is more like it. Second senior brother, Teacher Wang is coming, so watch out. You earn your status yourself. I'm Brother Shang's class monitor, for goodness sake. Am I arrogant? The classroom, which wasn't too chaotic before, became chaotic again because of Zhang Chao's words. Just as everyone was starting to label themselves as little brothers, Zhang Chao dropped another bombshell. Friday is my birthday, and I've discussed it with my parents. We'll celebrate it on Saturday. I've decided to have a birthday party at Brother Shang's shop, just like Meng Duanya did. Does anyone want to come? The still noisy classmates reacted instantly to the words birthday party, answering almost in unison. Yes, this is a birthday party. What does a birthday party mean? It means I get to eat at a feast, to happily enjoy the delicious food Brother Shang cooks, food that usually requires queuing and going to great lengths to get. This time, I can just prepare a birthday present and enjoy it all. It's a big deal. Without realizing it, in their class, besides exams, birthday parties have become the most important event. Do you want to eat Brother Shang's delicious food? Yes. Okay, those who want to go, come to my place and register so I can confirm the number of people. Then everyone can eat their fill and have a good meal. We'll go in leaning against the wall and come out leaning against the wall, okay? More neat OKs. Zhang Chao grinned, extremely satisfied, and laughed. So, am I Brother Shang's number 2 little brother? Chapter 109. He endured too much for this family. This time, everyone was quite accommodating and agreed, some even clapped and cheered. Zhang Chao jogged up to Fang Shang, grinning, and said, Brother Shang, I'm your number 2 now. On Saturday, you absolutely have to cook a lot of dishes so I can have a big feast. Fang Shang hadn't expected everyone to start arguing about who their number 1 was. Clearly, Dai Tianyu had successfully made himself number 1, and now they were vying for number 2 and number 3. He wondered where they'd learned this, or if they'd all been influenced by Dai Tianyu. However, celebrating his birthday at his restaurant seemed a bit problematic. Fang Shang said helplessly, I'd be happy if you all came to my restaurant, but I've been too busy lately. I'm afraid I won't be able to cook a huge feast like I did for Meng Duanya's birthday. He started counting on his fingers. I have a calligraphy class every morning on weekends, and an hour of tutoring in the afternoon from a teacher at an affiliated college, plus homework and tests. Time just doesn't allow. So, I can only spare the time to cook 3 dishes for you guys. The rest will have to be done by my dad. What? No! Zhang Chao pounced on Fang Shang, hugging his leg. Brother Shang, I'm your number 2 little brother. Everyone in the class acknowledges my status. Don't be so cruel to me. We promised to be each other's angels. I didn't say that, don't make things up. Fang Shang shrugged, hugging my leg won't help. I'm helpless too. If possible, I'd like to do nothing but cook on weekends. That's fine, you're busy. I can help you. I'll go into the kitchen, and you can order me around. As soon as he called out, his classmates volunteered to help Fang Shang cook. Some were in a hurry and even told Fang Shang they could bring their grandmothers to help. Help! Fang Shang chuckled. Letting a group of teenagers help him in the kitchen wasn't about helping, it was about causing trouble. Forget cooking, they might not even be able to eat 3 dishes. They'd be lucky to peel garlic or pick scallions. Are you sure you can still eat the food if you help? The students fell into a strange silence, examined their hands, and gave up. They could at most cook instant noodles. The students all sighed, their faces showing the unique melancholy of youth. Thinking about how busy Fang Shang was, and then reflecting on their own time, they all felt a deep sense of empathy. They were also attending various tutoring and training classes, and after attending a birthday party on Saturday, they still had classes in the afternoon. Finals were approaching, and everyone was busy with tutoring. Fang Shang also had exams. Dai Tianyu had told them before that if Fang Shang had any academic problems and did poorly on his exams, his parents might continue to restrict his time in the kitchen. If there are too many restrictions, wouldn't it be even harder for them to enjoy Brother Shang's cooking? Therefore, studying is also important. They can distinguish between having a meal occasionally and having it regularly. It's just a bit of a shame that they can't eat Brother Shang's cooking to their heart's content all at once. I was thinking of skipping breakfast this morning and saving it for lunch. What a pity, it's so rare to have a classmate's birthday party. Yeah, I couldn't go to Meng Duanya's birthday party last time because of something. I'm free this week, so am I destined to miss it? Zhang Chao was also a little disappointed, but after thinking for a moment, he cheered up again. It's okay, as long as you're cooking, Brother Shang, that's enough. Kids are easily satisfied. They attend birthday parties mainly for Fang Shang's cooking, even a little less is better than nothing. After a brief moment of disappointment, they started looking forward to what Fang Shang would cook. If the school bell hadn't rung, they could have talked about it all morning. At lunchtime, Fang Shang told his parents about Zhang Chao's birthday party at the restaurant. Zhang Chao from our class has his birthday this Saturday, and he wants to reserve a table at the restaurant to treat the whole class to lunch. Mom, remember to reserve the table for him on Saturday noon so his classmates can come. Wu Xin has a good memory. She thought for a moment, oh, it's that kid who loves street dance, has a lively personality, and won the elementary school group championship in our district street dance competition last year, right? His mom said he's a very sunny kid, he loves everything except studying. This way of speaking sounds so familiar. Fang Shang, who had just cancelled his street dance class, fell silent again, feeling betrayed by his mother. Are you still booking the whole place on Saturday? Wu Xin asked. Last time they booked the whole place, business wasn't booming yet, so closing the restaurant didn't seem like a big deal. Now business is so good, especially on weekends, it's packed during mealtimes, people are crammed in. Booking the whole place for her son's classmate's birthday party would mean losing a lot of revenue. Fang Shang shook his head, no need. Last time, the whole venue was booked out at Meng Duanya's request. Besides, final exams are coming up soon, everyone's very busy. Many students and parents are looking forward to weekend tutoring to get ahead, so they can't come at all. There shouldn't be as many people this time, so there's no need to book the whole venue. Upon hearing this, Wu Xin felt relieved. Okay, I'll reserve the large round table and set up an extra table. If a few more people come, we won't be short of seats. Then it's settled. The two discussed it and made arrangements for the birthday party on Saturday. Fang Jun, who had been listening for a while, felt wrong because neither of them had mentioned him once. They had praised him for being great this morning, but this afternoon, for such an important event as the birthday party, no one had even asked him a single question. What was this? When things are going well, her husband is amazing. When things aren't, he's practically invisible. He had truly endured too much for this family. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. Fang Shang, who had been busy all night yesterday, was also busy today. He got up early to start preparing for Zhang Chao's birthday celebration. After breakfast, he quickly changed his clothes, washed his hands, and began preparing the dishes he would make. Fang Jun had already bought all the groceries he needed and was helping him unpack them. Fang Shang picked out some vegetables and put them in a large basin, these were for making cold dishes. He then selected some more vegetables and placed them in another basket, those were for making a braised meat platter. After considering it for a moment, he took a large piece of lean pork and some side dishes for 4 happiness meatball soup. Pointing to the remaining dishes, he said to Fang Jun, Dad, the rest are all yours. You decide whether to braise or stir-fry them, and have Aunt Chen help you with that later. Fang Jun looked at the huge pile of ingredients that were still left and quickly asked him, Are you mistaken? This isn't a birthday party for the students. Why did you choose so few dishes? How much can you make with these dishes? 3 dishes would be good enough. Chapter 110 It turns out I'm the one who's going to be relied upon, revised. Fang Shang nodded, yes, just 3 dishes. I'm planning to use our 14-inch plates to make a cold appetizer platter, a braised meat platter, and a big bowl of 4 happiness meatball soup. The rest will be up to you, Dad. Remember to make all your best dishes. Fang Jun was stunned. What did you say? You're only making 3 dishes, and the rest is up to me? Fang Shang shrugged. Yeah, Dad, I have calligraphy lessons, tutoring classes, and a pile of exam papers. Where am I supposed to find the time to cook a whole banquet? If not you, who else can I rely on but Mom? Oh, so you're relying on me. Fang Jun narrowed his eyes. He wanted to look serious, but he couldn't help it. He was too happy and couldn't help but grin, his face full of smiles. So, after all this time, we still have to rely on your dad. You should have said so earlier, I wouldn't be so surprised. This time, it was Fang Shang's turn to be stunned, didn't I tell you before? No. Fang Shang slapped his forehead, I actually forgot about something so important. Luckily, his dad was reliable and always there to back him up. Then I'll leave it to you, Dad. Okay. Fang Jun patted his son's shoulder, reminding him, next time you're planning a birthday party or something, remember to ask your dad when you're discussing it, got it? Fang Shang, okay. And so, the atmosphere in the kitchen changed that morning. Usually, Fang Shang was constantly calling on his dad for help. Dad would ask for a spoon, dad would ask for onions. This morning, it was Fang Jun calling on Fang Shang. Son, that dish still needs braising. Come check how it's done. I'm busy here. Sigh, it's a birthday party, such an important dish, we can't afford any mistakes. You're busy, right? Well, Dad will watch the fire himself. After all, I'm your dad. Son, save me a bowl of your dressing. I have some vegetables that need some dressing, yours is perfect. It's your classmate's birthday party, we can't afford to be careless. Son, come look. Dad's stir-fried black pepper beef, hasn't it improved again? Here's some scraps for you, we'll be serving this to your classmates later. It's Dad's specialty. Son, Fang Shang, how long has it been since his dad ordered him around? He's so excited today. The thing is, his dad knows he's busy, yet he still says all that, and then it's all done by himself. It's like he's putting on a one-man show. So dramatic. Amidst his busy schedule, Fang Shang still managed to squeeze in a 40-minute calligraphy class a kilometer away. After class, all the cold dishes that needed freezing in ice water and the braised meats that needed marinating were already marinated, so he could get started. He worked quickly, first preparing some spicy and sour lemon chicken feet salad, then some spicy and sour lemon shrimp. Since it was a large platter, these two cold dishes definitely weren't enough, so he also made a bowl of dressing and some dried bean curd salad. He chose dried bean curd because this dish has many toppings. Besides the bean curd, it also includes cucumber, peanuts, wood ear mushrooms, and seaweed. Although it's supposed to be a cold dish, it has several toppings, making it seem like several dishes when mixed together. A large 14-inch plate held all the cold dishes together. That's one dish done. Turning his head, he went to the pot to braise meat. Everyone had enjoyed the spiced braised dishes for so long, and today was the perfect time for the spicy braised ones. Duck necks, duck heads, duck livers, and other duck parts were all marinated and then placed into the delicate little pot to braise all at once. Cooking in a small pot is fast. The restaurant-grade stove brought the pot to a boil quickly, and then he added all the marinated duck parts. Fang Shang smelled the aroma and felt one seasoning was missing. He turned and added it back in. Finally, he added 2 gardenias to achieve the perfect color. The final step was the 4 happiness meatball soup. He had planned the time in advance, cooking at a leisurely pace. Since they were all small portions, it wasn't too busy. Fang Jun, on the other hand, was incredibly busy. He had to prepare dishes for the birthday banquet and also cook for customers during mealtimes. With so many people ordering stir-fried and braised dishes these days, he was completely overwhelmed. He'd never been this busy before. While the kitchen was bustling with activity, the fans of a Jun's food stall weren't happy at all. As soon as they got up in the morning, everyone habitually opened a Jun's food stall's fan group, chatted for a while, and asked the customers in the garden community what delicious food the boss had prepared that day. Ideally, the elderly folks who couldn't sleep and would go to the food stall now to inquire and let them celebrate in advance. But when they opened the group, before they even saw any messages, they saw an announcement from the boss's wife tagging everyone. Urgent notice, Fang Shang's classmate is having a birthday party here today, and my son is preparing the dishes. Plus, he's busy with his studies, so we won't be serving any of my son's specialties for lunch today. If you'd like to try them, please come back in the evening. Upon seeing this message, everyone rubbed their eyes, thinking they were having a nightmare. And then, they were utterly devastated. The message was still posted in the group chat, sent 3 times in a row, truly emphasizing the importance of things 3 times over. My God, I waited a whole week just to have a decent meal today, and now they're not selling anything at lunchtime. What a bolt from the blue. I went to bed at 8 p.m. last night, put down my beloved game, even canceled my date with my girlfriend, planning to get up at 6 a.m., ride my bike, exercise, and get a number. All that early sleep was for nothing. Where's my vibrant nightlife? Programmers who work overtime until 1 a.m. can't take it anymore. Why get up at 6 a.m. just to get a number? Help! I've already taken my pants off, and this is what you do. Several fan groups were filled with groans and lamentations. Everyone was going crazy in front of their screens. Some fans were even asking if anyone was Fang Shang's parent, hoping to mooch a meal. After all, a 300-month-old child is still a child. There were even wealthy second-generation kids who specifically asked to attend the birthday party, willing to pay for it, just to have a seat reserved for them. They were only asking with a sliver of hope, but they actually found someone. I've already bought my daughter's gift, and she's just waiting for me to take her to Jun's food stall. But if you want a free load, I advise you to forget about it. Why? The rich kid sent a money-filled emoji. The student's parent replied, this gluttonous father has been begging her since last night, offering everything from allowance to help with homework, but she still hasn't agreed to let me freeload. What makes you think you can? The rich kid gave up, and the others' hopes died with him. Chapter 111. I'm just small, not stupid. P.S. I wasn't entirely satisfied with the previous chapter, so I revised it. They couldn't have lunch, but they could still eat dinner. So, since they were already up, they decided to get a number for the afternoon. Foodies from all corners of Jiexing headed towards Jun's food stall. This morning, not only were Fang Shang and his son busy, but Wu Xian was also very busy. Normally, getting a number would be enough, but today, even though the people coming in to get numbers had already seen the group message and knew that her son didn't cook for lunch, they still wouldn't give up and insisted on asking again. This meant Wu Xian had to continue explaining to each of them one by one. It's true, my son is preparing dishes for his birthday party, he doesn't have time to cook anything else. You read that right, he doesn't have any. If you want to eat, come tonight, my son is free then. Uncle, I run a shop, why would I lie to you? This isn't a joke. By the end, Wu Xian's mouth was dry. Having no other choice, she went to the print shop and printed out a notice, posting it on the counter, hoping to avoid further discussion. At this moment, Grandpa Wang from the neighborhood stood in the restaurant, looking at the small blackboard in the corner, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Because, the small blackboard was completely blank. You see, on normal weekends, even if he was making braised food, he would write down which dishes Fang Shang had braised that day. If it wasn't on the blackboard, the neighbors would know it was Fang Shang's father who made it. Today, the blackboard was blank, which meant Fang Shang hadn't cooked anything today. But wasn't the child busy in the kitchen? Anxious, Grandpa Wang weaved through the crowd to the counter and nervously asked Wu Xian, Fang Shang's mom, did you forget to write the menu on the blackboard today? What did Fang Shang cook? Give me the pen, I'll write it for you. Wu Xian took a breath and continued to explain, Grandpa Wang, didn't you see the message in the group chat today? It's also posted in front of the counter. Fang Shang has tutoring today and also has to cook for his classmate's birthday party. He didn't have time this morning, so I only have my husband's braised dishes. Why don't you buy some braised dishes to take home? What? The boss isn't cooking lunch today? Grandpa Wang stared at the notice on the counter, completely dumbfounded. He never expected that he could usually buy food if he was lucky, but on Saturday, a day that should have been filled with the bliss of eating delicious food, he wouldn't be able to. He opened the chat group, and sure enough, there was the exact same message in the announcement. He hadn't noticed it when he was chatting in the group earlier. Grandpa Wang wore a pained expression, his already wrinkled face became even more so. Really nothing? No, but I want to eat. Come for dinner, I'll put you in the queue for tonight. Wu Xian quickly wrote down a number for tonight. Too many people wanted to eat dinner earlier, so she couldn't do the usual sequential numbering system that stretched into the evening. She simply asked clearly that those who didn't have time could come for lunch, and those who wanted her son's dishes could start queuing from tonight until there were enough seats. Grandpa Wang clutched the evening number, looking utterly dejected, and slowly walked out of Jun's food stall. Standing at the door, he felt the unusually noisy atmosphere today, which made him uncomfortable. Soon, it was time for the birthday party. The classmates arrived one after another at Jun's food stall. As the star of the party, Zhang Chao had arrived early to prepare. He was wearing a new outfit and stood at the entrance of the hall. Seeing classmates arrive, he went up to greet them and led them to the table Fang Shang had reserved for them, acting like a little adult. A customer who came to eat saw Zhang Chao greeting his classmates and asked, "Are you the little one celebrating your birthday today?" "Yes, uncle, how did you know?" How could he not know? Every foodie who came for lunch today knew. The customer thought to himself, but his face softened with a gentle smile. That's not important, little one. What's important is that I want to attend your birthday party, is that alright? What gift do you want? Uncle will go buy it for you right away. Zhang Chao was taken aback, a little confused. Uncle, this is a gathering for elementary school students. It's not appropriate for an adult like you to get involved. But Uncle really wants to come. Please, give Uncle a chance. Uncle really wants to attend your birthday party. That's really not good, I'm sorry, Uncle. Zhang Chao couldn't understand the stranger's logic and still refused outright. These days, living conditions are good, and adults usually buy children whatever they want, as long as it's not excessive. Seeing that the gift wouldn't persuade Zhang Chao, the diner's eyes lit up, and suddenly he pinched his thigh hard. The pain brought tears to his eyes, and he choked out, "Actually, Uncle's childhood was very pitiful. We couldn't even afford diapers after I was born. My family was poor, even the TVs didn't have color. Every year on my birthday, I not only didn't get birthday presents, but I was also beaten. I'd never even seen a cell phone until I started working, when I could finally afford a birthday cake and hold a cell phone. People say that childhood misfortunes take a lifetime to heal. So, Uncle has always wanted to have a birthday celebration that's just for him, like when he was a child. Seeing you on your birthday today, Uncle really wants to know what a 10-year-old's birthday is like. Kid, can you make Uncle's dream come true?" The diners nearby, hearing this, knew he was just fooling a child and immediately gave him disdainful looks. How shameless! Noticing these looks, the diner snorted inwardly, arrogantly raising his chin. See? It doesn't matter. Once he gets food from the kids, he'll be the coolest kid around at lunchtime, and everyone will only envy him. Children are very emotional and easily moved. The diner spoke with tears streaming down his face, pinching his thigh several times until tears welled up in his eyes. Before Zhang Chao could speak, the students who had already arrived were already teary-eyed. The uncle is so pitiful, so pathetic. Yeah, Zhang Chao, why don't we say yes and take him along? Let him experience the atmosphere of a 10th birthday celebration. Hearing the children speak up for him, the diner's eyes lit up with excitement, looking expectantly at today's protagonist. Zhang Chao raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, no. The students were stunned. The diner was also stunned. Why? Zhang Chao said speechlessly, Uncle, I'm just young, not stupid. You're over 50, aren't you? In your generation, where were diapers? Cloth diapers were more common. Besides, you watched black and white TVs, of course there was no color. And another thing, there weren't birthday cakes back then, much less cell phones. A Big Brother mobile phone was more like it. You think you can fool me? Chapter 112. How can something about foodies be called a lie? The diner's expression froze. He hadn't expected his lie to fail, but he couldn't very well say he was orphaned just for a bite to eat. If his parents found out, he'd be in for a beating at his age. Where would he put his face? Haha, little one, you're really something. I was just joking, ha ha ha. The diner awkwardly left, quietly finding a corner to sit down, specifically with his back to the large round table. The other diners who had watched the whole thing chuckled, then someone couldn't help but burst out laughing, followed by a roar of laughter from everyone else. The diner covered his face. A successful lie would be envied, a failed one would only be ridiculed. It's okay, what's wrong with lying to a kid for the sake of food? It's a foodie's business, how can it be called lying? Before long, all the students arrived. 20-odd people, just the right number for 2 large round tables. Fang Shang finished his work and came out of the kitchen to greet everyone. Seeing him, his friends presented him with gifts. Holding the pile of gifts, Fang Shang asked, puzzled, it's not my birthday, why are you all giving me gifts? They enthusiastically told him to put the gifts away. We're all your fans, Brother Shang. We're your potential little brothers, numbers 34, 5, 6, 7, so please don't be shy with us. Yeah, Brother Shang, just be nicer to your little brothers in the future. If you make something delicious, remember to bring it to the school gate like last time so we can try it. No problem. Fang Shang didn't stand on ceremony anymore, tidied up the food, and started serving. A large 14-inch platter of cold dishes and a spicy braised platter were placed in the center. 20-odd children couldn't eat too much. Instead of embarrassing himself by preparing other cold dishes, Fang Jun used the braised pork from the spiced pork pot to make a spiced braised pork platter, stir-fried 2 delicate braised dishes, and finally added his signature hot dishes, filling the table with food. Last served was Fang Shang's family-style soup. The table was laden with food, a truly sumptuous feast. The children were already drooling. Zhang Chao stood up and gave an opening speech, announcing the start of the meal. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began eating from the 2 large platters. It's so delicious. Brother Shang's cooking is as good as ever. This lemon chicken feet is incredibly fragrant. I hate peeling shrimp, but with Brother Shang's shrimp, I could eat my fill in one go. Holy crap, this braised meat is spicy. It's so fragrant and spicy, wow, so mouth-watering. I love spicy braised food the most. Brother Shang really understands me. This number 2 underling of mine is totally worth it. Zhang Chao held a spicy duck head in his left hand and a duck neck in his right, happily swaying his head as he ate. The sour and spicy lemon-flavored cold dish is completely different from other cold dishes. The refreshing aroma of lemon and the spiciness of the chili peppers blend together, creating a sour and spicy, refreshing and cooling taste. The spicy braised meat is blackish yellow in color, with a strong spicy and fragrant taste and a sweet aftertaste. It's a spicy and sweet flavor that whets the appetite the moment you take a bite. A group of elementary school students couldn't stop eating. At first, they cautiously used chopsticks, but finding them inconvenient, they simply lined up to wash their hands and started eating with their hands, grabbing chicken feet and duck necks, taking big bites of meat, and munching away. The surrounding diners, already envious of Fang Shang's cooking, were now even more envious seeing the dishes served, their aroma filling the air, and watching the students devour them right in front of them. Who wouldn't be tempted? Each of them, while eating Fang Jun's braised dishes, kept their eyes glued to the meat in the students' hands, wishing they could snatch some from them. One diner sighed, I used to envy elementary school students eating better than us, and I still envy them eating better than us now. The sigh quickly dissipated, and sighs rose and fell, as if in a competition to see who could sigh the loudest. I regret getting married so late. If I had married earlier, my child would be about the same age as the young boss by now. I could send him to school with him, and he'd have a chance to eat at this table today. What's the difference between you and your son eating there? I'm different. I have a son about their age. If I called him over now and let him befriend them, wouldn't he get a piece or two of meat? You look only 20, and you have a 10-year-old son? You're dreaming, a young woman retorted mercilessly, then began to think. Actually, my dad is the principal of number 1 middle school, the best school in our city. If I went to the birthday boy and told him he wanted to go to number 1 middle school, I could introduce him to my dad. Do you think he'd invite me to the table as a guest of honor? Everyone around looked at the young woman in surprise. Wait, is it really necessary to go to such lengths just for a bite of spicy braised food? Does your dad know you're doing this? At this moment, Meow Tao led his wife and children into a Jun's food stall. After having the braised food last time, he had planned to bring everyone back to enjoy the delicious food the next day, but he had to leave Jiachin for a mission and only returned yesterday. He'd been craving it for so long, and today he finally had time to come. Meow Tao was more excited than if he'd won a first-class merit award for a mission. Honey, is this the place you were talking about? The one where the elementary school student cooked so well that customers almost mistook him for a child trafficker because they wanted to take him home to cook? Yes, this is it. Ms. Chin curiously looked around Jun's food stall and noticed that the unassuming little shop was packed with customers. She was starting to believe it. To be honest, when her husband first told her this story, she didn't believe him at all. She thought he was joking because it seemed too far-fetched. She never expected him to come back from his mission and specifically bring them here to eat. Seeing this, Ms. Chin also began to look forward to it. Seeing customers enter, Wu Xian quickly walked over to greet them. Good afternoon, everyone. The restaurant is full right now. There are no empty seats. What number did you get? Let me see how long you'll have to wait. What? Get a number? Oh dear, I forgot. Is it too late to get one now? Meow Tao had only eaten there once and didn't remember so many things. He only just remembered that he needed to get a number in advance. Upon hearing that the customer hadn't even taken a number, Wu Xian knew he was a new customer who hadn't eaten there before. Just as she was about to explain the situation at the shop that day, she glanced at Meow Tao a few more times and suddenly recognized him. Officer, hello. It's you. You brought your family to eat braised food today. How was the braised food you bought last time? I remember you bought a lot of pig's head and chicken feet. The shop has recently updated its braised food selection, and there are more dishes now. Would you like to go to the window and take a look? The next second, Meow Tao's face changed drastically. Only 2 words remained in his mind, damn it. Chapter 113. A glance confirmed it was the dish she wanted to eat. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Boss lady, you must be mistaken. I came to your shop that day to deal with the matter of your son being kidnapped on the street, not to buy braised meat. He then winked at Wu Xian. A complete stranger, Wu Xian had no idea what Meow Tao meant with that wink. Thinking he had eye problems, she explained, how could I be mistaken? After you found my son that day, you heard the neighbors praising my son's cooking, so you even got a number. You were the first one to buy braised meat that afternoon. Oh, and you not only bought pig's head and chicken feet, but also 2 big chicken legs. I packed them up for you myself. Meow Tao was stunned. Wait, he was just one of countless foodies. Did he really need to remember everything so clearly? He even remembered that he bought 2 big chicken legs. He thought to himself, I'm so ordinary looking, the kind of face you wouldn't even notice at first glance. How could I be remembered, especially since my secret was exposed the moment we met? It had been so long since he'd bought food. If the shopkeeper hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it that he'd secretly eaten all the braised meat, leaving nothing for his wife and kids. Being caught red-handed was awful. Sensing a murderous aura behind him, he couldn't help but tremble. With a pained expression, he asked, Shopkeeper, it's been so long, how do you still remember me? Can't you forget? Wu Xian, unaware of what had happened to his family, laughed. It's just that the incident was so sensational, I still remember it vividly. Meow Tao gave a bitter smile, not daring to turn around and look at his wife and son. He quickly bent down, picked up his 3-year-old nephew whom his sister had left at their house, and hurried towards the window. He'd only taken 2 steps when he felt a hand grip his waist and twist it hard, causing Meow Tao to gasp in pain. Ms. Chin's sinister laughter rang in his ear. Well, I knew it. You were on a mission that day, busy all day, and when you got home you didn't want to eat. I told you this morning I'd cook you something delicious, but you didn't even save room. Turns out you ate a lot beforehand. Wife, listen to my excuse. Oops, I mean, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Fine, then go ahead and make excuses. Ms. Chin crossed her arms, looking all ears. With living conditions so good these days, who would get angry over missing a bite of meat? If her husband told the truth when he got home that he'd bought food and eaten it all, nothing would be a problem. But he ate it all and then lied. What, she'd pick a fight over him eating meat? Was she really that mean? Besides, her son was in his final year of high school, basically always at school. He rarely came home, and she wanted to shower him with all the good food she could to give him extra nutrition. The husband bought some delicious food, and it wouldn't be unreasonable to leave some for their son, who had been studying so hard, neglecting his meals. But after eating, the son, to cover up his sneaky treat, forced himself to eat half a bowl of rice at home, so full that he had to get up in the middle of the night to find digestive pills. Ms. Chin was increasingly angry and speechless. Miao Tao, at his wit's end, had no choice but to tell his wife and son what had happened that day. It's all that traffic cop's fault. He insisted I post it on WeChat Moments. I'm a SWAT officer, don't I have any pride? In a fit of anger, I shoved a piece of meat into his mouth, turned around, and ran. Just thinking about how he'd be unable to sleep all night because of that craving made me happy. I celebrated a little, and then the meat was all gone. Honey, I really didn't mean to. The meat was just so delicious, I couldn't stop eating it. I got a little excited and ate it all. So, you actually got caught by the traffic cop eating braised meat while riding your bike, which is why you posted it on WeChat Moments? Yeah. Miao Tao looked aggrieved. Ms. Chin and her son pictured him riding his bike, eating with one hand, being stopped by the traffic cop. They simultaneously covered their mouths, trying to suppress their laughter. After a few moments, they couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Seeing them laugh, Miao Tao breathed a sigh of relief, shoved the little boy into his son's arms, pulled his wife to the window, and quickly changed the subject. Quick, honey, look. What do you want to eat? Ms. Chin glanced at the braised meats displayed in the window and her eyes lit up. The meats looked beautiful golden red, glistening with oil, and the lean meat was clearly defined, while the fat was snow white, without a single impurity. The braised beef was even more so, with distinct muscle fibers, the marbling extending outwards along the transparent tendons, and a layer of translucent gelatinous substance on the surface, almost like it had special effects added. Wow, this braised meat looks so beautiful, and it smells so good. I'll have braised pig's trotters and chicken feet. Son, what do you want? The family quickly decided what they wanted to eat and were about to start eating when the problem arose. There were no seats available, and they would have to wait a while. This was only because the owner hadn't had time to cook today, and there weren't many customers. If the owner had been cooking, the restaurant would have been packed by now, and there wouldn't have been any room for them to eat. Just then, Miao Junjun caught a whiff of a very unique aroma, a tangy and sour fragrance that was incredibly appetizing, carving its own way through the savory aroma of braised dishes. Following the scent, he walked to a large table where a group of elementary school students were having a gathering. Seeing the lemon chicken feet and lemon shrimp on the plates, his mouth watered. Mom and Dad, I want to eat this. The couple curiously walked over. Just one glance at the dishes, one sniff of the aroma, and their foodie instincts were ignited. They knew immediately it was the taste they wanted. The couple quickly called out to the counter, "Boss, we want to eat the dishes on those two large plates on their table." Before Wu Xin could explain, the other diners nearby became excited. You wish. We got here before you and didn't get any. Yeah, these dishes look like they were made by the young owner himself. These are all his classmates celebrating their birthdays. He specially prepared these banquet dishes for them. They're not for sale at all. If they were for sale, I would have bought them all already. I'd lick the plates clean. You wouldn't even have a chance. Banquet dishes? The family of three, along with their little one, looked at the dishes, their mouths watering more and more. The lemon chicken feet, a golden yellow tinged with white, were like the finest works of art, a vibrant blend of gold and jade. Garnished with ruby red chili peppers and jade green scallions, the dish was visually stunning enough to drive anyone crazy, not to mention the spicy gravy on the side. Son, do you want some? Yes. Me too. But this is banquet food, so much. There are only 4 of us, we can't finish it. It's okay, we can pack up the leftovers and take them home. Tomorrow, son, you can take some to school and treat your dad to a good meal. Don't hold back. Consider it a celebration for him getting caught by the traffic cop and posting a ticket on social media. Miao Tao. Chapter 114. We love the feeling of sweating profusely. Miao Tao walked to the bar and said generously, "Banquet food it is, boss lady. Just bring us the exact same menu as that table. I'll pay whatever they paid." Ha! Wu Xin was taken aback. No, it's not about banquet food, it's... Yes, there are only 4 of us. We can't finish all that. We can take it home. Miao Tao interrupted Wu Xin, thought for a moment, and then said, "Don't you have that dish left?" Yes. Wu Xin thought for a moment. She did have some. When her son cooked for his classmates, he had prepared extra for them to eat. He'd made a new dish, and they wanted to enjoy it too. That's it then. We'll have the banquet dishes. Don't worry, ma'am, the food is so delicious, we definitely won't throw away any we can't finish. Oh, right. Then we'll arrange the banquet dishes for you. Guests can invite some relatives and friends to eat together. Wu Xian readily agreed, turned around and wrote down a number, even specifically noting banquet dishes. After writing it down, she suddenly froze. Wait, was she being misled? Was the problem that there weren't enough people to finish the dishes? They hadn't even considered selling them in the first place. The diners sitting next to her were stunned. Damn, they could do that. How come they didn't think of that? They were just sitting here craving food. Ma'am, we want the banquet dishes too. None of our dishes have been served yet. Change them to the banquet dishes. One diner reacted quickly, immediately joining in. I want to eat too. What should we do? There are only 2 of us, and we both want to eat. Let's share a table. I'll go. I'm going to splurge today for the young master's food. Count me in. I want to eat too. The entire hall was filled with clamoring for banquet-style dishes. One person asked to share a table, another wanted to invite their family to eat together. Those who had already eaten halfway through were kicking themselves, wishing they could digest what they had already eaten and eat it all again. Seeing the diners almost in chaos over the banquet-style dishes, Wu Xian quickly called out, "My son didn't cook much. The rest was originally for himself. I can only bring 2 more portions, that's all." What? Only 2 portions? Several diners who hadn't eaten yet and were waiting for seats, who had originally planned to order the banquet-style dishes later, were surprised by the limited quantity. They reacted faster than rabbits and surrounded Wu Xian. "Boss lady, give me the remaining table. It's in order, I'm the first one for the next group of diners, it's my turn already. They've already ordered, the food must be ready, maybe even cooking. How can you just change the dishes?" The young man spoke excitedly. Perhaps he was lucky. No sooner had he finished speaking than Aunt Zhang brought 2 dishes to the table that hadn't even had any food served yet, placing them on it. No! The customers at the table all stretched out their hands, but it was too late. They could only tearfully pick up their chopsticks and eat the dishes they had just ordered. Yay! The young man made a victory sign. "Boss lady, now the food is mine. Alright, the remaining table is yours." At this moment, the little boy who had come with Miao Tao was standing at the table where Zhang Chao and the others were eating, watching them eat with longing eyes, his mouth watering and constantly swallowing. The classmates, who were enjoying their food, noticed him. Seeing how adorable the little boy was, Meng Duanya used serving chopsticks to pick up a lemon chicken foot and offered it to him. "Little brother, this is for you." The little boy shook his head. "Mom said I can't eat things from strangers." Although he didn't take it, his round little eyes were already glued to the chicken foot, his hands hovering in midair, a look of wanting to take it but restraining himself. He even leaned closer, almost opening his mouth to grab the chicken foot. The classmates were amused by his expression and burst into laughter. Meng Duanya smiled and said, "We didn't know each other before, but now we do. This is the last chicken foot left. If you don't eat it, the older brothers and sisters will take it." The little boy reached for the chicken foot, but quickly pulled it back before he could grab it. "Sister, you're lying. We just met today, we don't know each other at all. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore, you can't fool me." The 4-year-old snorted, raising his chin with a smug look. "Then I'll eat it, I really will." Meng Duanya pretended to eat a chicken foot. The little boy panicked, grabbing Meng Duanya's hand again. Suddenly realizing something, he said excitedly, "Sister, I have an idea. Last month, my uncle got me a little auntie. We've only met for the first time, but she's married to my uncle, so we're not strangers anymore. How about I marry you when I grow up? If you marry me, we won't be strangers anymore." Puffed, ha ha ha. A group of elementary school students were all amused by the 4-year-old's words. Miao Tao, who was searching everywhere in the food stall for his missing nephew, happened to see this scene. He quickly stepped forward, apologized, grabbed the little boy by the back of his collar, and ran outside. The little boy watched helplessly as the delicious chicken feet got further and further away. He opened his mouth wide and burst into tears. "Wah, I want chicken feet. I finally came up with a plan for Big Sister's wedding. Why did you take me away? I want chicken feet. Give me back my chicken feet." His voice was incredibly shrill, his crying deafening. The once noisy hall was now filled with his wailing. He was being held by the back of his collar, his arms and legs kicking wildly in the air. His cries were heartbreaking, enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. 2 minutes later, the little boy was eating the chicken feet Meng Duanya had given him, still sobbing. Those chicken feet were so delicious. Not content with just eating, he also refused to leave the table, muttering, "Sister, we're going to get married when we grow up, so can I eat more now?" He would burst into tears whenever he was taken away. The Miao family of 3 all facepalmed. Even though he was just a child, it was still incredibly embarrassing. "Boss lady, please find me a table quickly so we can eat first. The doorway isn't empty, so find a table there and we can eat sitting there." Wu Xin glanced at the doorway. It might be okay in spring or autumn, but it was summer, the height of summer, and the 1 p.m. sun was blazing down right there, the intense heat almost baking them. She opened the door a crack, and a wave of heat hit her. It was a completely different world from inside. She stared at the doorway, speechless. Are you sure you want to eat sitting in the doorway? Yes. But it's so hot. Even with a fan, it's useless. We'll be drenched in sweat after just a little bit of food. The family of 3 just wanted to get rid of this embarrassing little toddler as quickly as possible, enduring the heat. It's okay, we love this feeling of sweating buckets, it's so refreshing, and it'll also help cure our chronic leg pain. Chapter 115 Stubborn Mouth, Why So Disobedient? Since the customer had said so, what could Wu Xin say? She'd just arrange it. However, she didn't really intend to just grab any table and set it up outside. People had spent so much money, ordered such a large meal, and not having a private room was one thing, but leaving them exposed to the sunlight that made her uneasy. First, she borrowed a retractable awning from the barbecue restaurant across the street, used for rainy days, and put it over the entrance to block the sun. Feeling the sun was out, but the temperature hadn't dropped, she added a heat-insulating net over the awning. Finally, she placed a large fan under the tent. After this whole setup, it actually wasn't hot anymore. Sitting on a stool, the breeze was even a little cool. You know, with this shade, it's actually quite comfortable sitting here. It's not as noisy as the main hall, and it's not crowded. So peaceful. Miao Tao sat down, feeling the coolness, and was quite satisfied. He then gently settled his fidgety nephew into a chair next to him. Okay, you'll get to eat this delicious chicken foot you're eating soon. If you run around again, I won't leave you any. The little rascal, chicken foot in his left hand and spicy duck neck in his right, was determined to stay in front of the older sister. Hearing there was more food, he stopped trying to slide off the chair and happily said, "Great, more delicious food. I want to give some to the older sister, after all, she's going to marry me in the future." Miao Tao facepalmed. How could this kid be so precocious? He's only a few years old and already talking about marriage. Miao Junjun then stuffed the chicken foot from the little rascal's hand into his mouth. Eat it quickly, this can't shut you up. As he got closer, the aroma of the spicy duck neck wafted into his nose. Having been craving it for so long at Daejin's food stall, Miao Junjun stared at the spicy duck neck and subconsciously swallowed. Come on, Do, let me try your duck neck. It's too spicy for you. With that, he opened his mouth wide and tore into the duck neck from Do's hand. The chewy meat was torn off, and surprisingly, a sweet aroma first tantalized his taste buds, as if paving the way for the spiciness. Then, the intensely spicy flavor surged forth. The sweet aroma had already stimulated his taste buds, making them more active. The spiciness spread throughout his mouth, not a dry, burning sensation, but a rich, lingering flavor, fragrant and invigoratingly spicy. Miao Junjun, who had only wanted to try a little, widened his eyes in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe how delicious this duck neck was. You know, there are many specialty spicy duck neck shops in the market, and they all taste pretty good, but this one, for some reason, just felt incredibly delicious, unlike anything he'd ever had before. With a sudden burst of strength, he snatched the duck neck from Do's hand, tore off a large bite, and ate it with satisfied eyes. The next second, Do, now missing his duck neck, burst into tears again. Miao Tao rolled his eyes at his son and snatched the duck neck from his hand. How old are you? Still fighting with Do for food? Aren't you ashamed? Ouch, Dad, this is spicy duck neck. You can tell from the color that it's very spicy. Do can't eat it. It's better to give it to me. Before he could even utter the words "eat up," his father, after confirming it was indeed very spicy, withdrew his outstretched hand. Instead of giving it back, he stuffed the remaining duck neck into his own mouth and began chewing it voraciously. Miao Junjun's lips twitched violently. His usually stern and unsmiling SWAT officer father had completely changed his demeanor ever since he started eating at this restaurant. Ms. Chin picked up Do and began to soothe him, not forgetting to make a sarcastic remark about her husband. How old are you? Fighting with a child over food. Aren't you ashamed? Miao Tao rubbed his mouth, feeling a sense of dread about being kicked out of the bedroom when he got home tonight. He was filled with frustration. That stubborn mouth of mine. Why is it so disobedient? I can't resist good food. At the next table, the diners who had initially planned to wait, seeing Miao Tao and his family sitting comfortably under the tent, couldn't wait any longer. Why don't we eat under the tent too? Exactly. There are only 2 portions. We were lucky enough to get one. If we don't eat it quickly, what if someone else eats it? That's right. The safest thing to do with good food is to eat it. Last time, someone bought the last portion of braised food and was about to pay when a kid playing nearby bumped into him, spilling the braised food all over the ground. In the end, the kid paid and took the braised food away, saying he could wash it and eat it at home. What if ours gets knocked over too? Should we eat it or not? The guests at this table discussed it and approached Wu Xin, wanting to set up their table outside so they could eat right away. Alright, eating at one table is the same as eating at 2 tables. Wu Xian found another folding table and set it up under the tent for the guests. The cold dishes were prepared in advance, and there was a large pot of soup, ready to eat any time. They were plated and served immediately. The other stir-fried dishes, however, were freshly cooked and would have to wait a while. However, the guests had come specifically for Fang Shang's dishes, and upon hearing that the young owner would be serving 3 dishes first, they were all incredibly excited. What a treat! Before the dishes were even placed on the table, they had already unpacked the cutlery, chopsticks in hand. By the time Wu Xian and Aunt Zhang brought the dishes over and placed them on the table, their hands were still busy, and several pairs of chopsticks were already on the plates, picking up the long-awaited delicacies. Although there were only 3 dishes, the preparation was exquisite, the colors beautiful, and the flavors delicious. When they were placed before them, it was a feast for the eyes and nose. The most eye-catching dish was undoubtedly the lemon chicken feet. Amber-colored chicken feet were piled on a white porcelain plate, soaked in juice, glistening with a golden sheen. Lemon slices, gleaming with a rich golden hue, were casually placed in the center, interspersed with vibrant green scallions and chili peppers. Combined with the golden hue of the chicken feet themselves, it resembled a meticulously crafted oil painting, with glimpses of purple and white onion slices adding further depth. Adding the equally beautifully colored lemon shrimp and cold tofu skin salad, this cold dish exudes an irresistible charm. Just one glance is enough to captivate you. Next to it, the glistening spicy braising sauce, reddish-black with hints of black, is like unlocking a treasure trove in the night. Dark brown duck necks, amber-colored duck liver, and duck heads coated in glistening black sauce are casually arranged on a large plate. As sunlight struggled to penetrate the tent, a gradient of dark red and brown hues was revealed. The interplay of light and shadow on this duck dish was dazzling, its visual impact alone enough to ignite primal desires. The meatball soup beside it was even more impressive, its vibrant colors green, red, white, and more making it just as visually appealing as the 2 cold dishes. The people at both tables were already impatiently picking up the food they wanted and putting it into their mouths. Chapter 116. You'll get what you deserve, or you won't get what you deserve. Ms. Chin originally wanted to eat lemon shrimp. The sour and spicy flavor of lemon dishes is perfect for this season, as it's very appetizing. However, her husband and son were both eyeing the duck parts, so out of curiosity, she also picked up a piece of duck liver and put it in her mouth. Before even taking a bite, she was drawn in by the rich, savory aroma of the braising sauce. The fragrance was simply irresistible, a subtle numbing sensation followed by a burst of spiciness. The aroma, a blend of various spices, was rich yet not overpowering, just right. With a deeper sniff, the unique sweet aftertaste subtly emerged, further highlighting the richness of the other flavors. Powerful and assertive, it clung relentlessly to her nose. Having already experienced the color and aroma, who could resist? Ms. Chin quickly took a bite. Unlike the firm texture of the duck neck, the duck liver had a delicate and smooth texture. Thanks to the perfect braising time, it wasn't overcooked at all, and chewing it was as smooth as silk. The tender duck liver requires almost no effort, a gentle bite, a slight press of the tongue, and it melts in your mouth, releasing a rich, mellow flavor that explodes within. The aroma of the braising sauce and the natural fragrance of the duck liver blend together perfectly, a harmonious interplay of sweet, spicy, salty, numbing, and savory flavors on the palate. It's hard to believe that such a strong, spicy braising sauce could retain the original aroma of the ingredient. After taking a bite, Ms. Chin's expression turned incredulous, as if she couldn't believe how delicious it could be. She didn't usually like offal and only intended to try a small bite. If it wasn't to her liking, she would give it to her husband. Who knew it would taste so good? Delicious. This duck meat is simply the best in Jiachen. No other place can compare. Her exclamation was echoed by the customers at the next table. Absolutely. This duck meat is absolutely amazing. I've had authentic black duck meat before, and I thought that was top-notch, but compared to this, it's incomparable. And this lemon shrimp, sour and spicy, with a hint of sweetness, especially that subtle touch of wasabi, it's simply divine. I think the dried bean curd sticks are delicious too. Don't let the fact that it's a vegetarian dish fool you, it's fantastic. Everyone was enjoying their meal immensely, still chewing on meat, and had already raised their glasses to toast. Miao Tao had already finished a duck neck and was eating dried bean curd sticks. Hearing his wife's constant praise, he laughed. Of course. Last time I ate it, I had the same expression as you now, a clear-eyed, foolish look, like I was totally dumbfounded. I just couldn't stop eating, walking around while I ate. By the time I realized it, all that was left was the plastic bag. It would have been better if she hadn't brought it up, because now that it was, Ms. Chin felt a pang of indescribable pain. Such delicious food, and she'd missed it for almost half a month. If she'd known beforehand, how happy she would have been. She could have found a way to eat it during her work breaks, and her life would have been so wonderful. Ms. Chin glared at her husband, grinding her teeth again. Just you wait, you'll be sorry when we get home. Miao Junjun chimed in. Don't worry, you won't be sorry. Miao Tao groaned, wanting to scold himself for his sharp tongue. He always had to bring up the most sensitive topics. He was just asking for trouble, so he channeled his anger into his appetite, eating large mouthfuls of meat and drinking large gulps of wine. Since they were eating on the street, the 2 tables of customers were initially quite reserved, using chopsticks to pick up the meat. Only when they encountered the tough duck heads did they put on gloves and start gnawing on them. But as they ate, the food became so delicious that they suddenly let loose, using both hands, gloves on, to devour the food. With a chicken foot in their left hand and a duck head in their right, they'd first take a bite of the tangy, spicy, and refreshing version, then swallow it, followed by a bite of the rich, sweet, and spicy version. After finishing with a satisfied sip, they'd lower their heads to take a sip of beer from their glasses. Oh my god, the taste was simply divine. Although there were heat-insulating nets and tents, it wasn't as effective as air conditioning. At first, they didn't feel it, but as they started eating, especially after a bite of the spicy sauce, sweat began to pour from their mouths. After taking a sip of the delicious meatball soup, the soup went straight into my mouth while sweat poured down my back. The feeling was exactly like that of sitting outside a hot pot restaurant around 6 p.m., sweating profusely as I ate, having a get-together with colleagues. It was both delicious and incredibly hot. A man in his 40s, slurping down his spicy broth while wiping sweat from his brow, couldn't help but recall his early 20s, fresh out of college, as he tasted the meatball soup. Back then, we were poor, earning only 3,000 yuan a month. We couldn't afford fancy restaurants. Every payday, we poor folks would split the bill and go to those cheap and delicious skewers places. Our table was right by the entrance, without even a fan. The hot pot sizzled, and we ate while sweating profusely. We'd sit with our legs up, drinking ice-cold beer and eating our skewers, laughing like fools despite the heat. Those were truly happy times, and the skewers were so delicious. But after settling down and starting a family, that happiness was gone, and he never tasted skewers that good again. But today, eating spicy braised food and drinking hot soup, he rediscovered that old joy. Even the sweat on his back felt blissful, and he smiled, a silly, happy smile. It's so delicious. Just like the skewers I ate 20 years ago. It felt like the best thing in the world. One bite, and all my worries vanished, leaving only happiness and joy. His friend next to him couldn't understand how he could connect eating duck parts with hot pot skewers. Seeing only one duck head left, he quickly reached for it. The older man cried out, "My head! Give me back my head!" His friend was speechless. Did he even listen to what he was saying? Instead of taking it back, he grabbed it and took a big bite. "My head! I haven't eaten it yet." The older man reached out to grab it, and the two immediately engaged in a full-blown brawl at the dinner table. Seeing them chasing each other over a duck head, the other friends not only didn't try to stop them, but instead devoured the 2 plates of food even more vigorously, not wanting to waste a single second. After the 2 men finished sharing the duck head, they turned around and realized that the duck meat had visibly decreased, leaving only a tiny bit at the bottom. They gasped in shock. Damn, they were so focused on the duck head that they forgot about the other dishes on the plate. They really lost the big picture for the small details. They stopped fooling around and sat down to continue their voracious eating, only occasionally wiping the sweat from their foreheads and necks. Some elderly people passing by in the neighborhood were completely stunned to see them sitting in the blazing sun, sweating profusely as they ate. Wait, what are they eating? Sitting right outside the shop in this heat, is it really necessary? Is it some kind of Manchu Han imperial feast? Chapter 117 Quick-Handed Pro. Besides scrambling for eggs, the elderly folks loved nothing more than watching a spectacle. Curious about anything, they'd immediately crowd towards the entrance of Ah Jun's food stall. Grandpa Wang called out to go take a look, and the others who had been chatting idly under the shade of a tree followed. Both tables of customers were engrossed in their meals, the scene eerily quiet. No one spoke, only the slurping of food could be heard. Just as they were enjoying their food, the light overhead suddenly dimmed, and curious voices rang out. "Why are you eating outside? It's so hot. Wouldn't it be more comfortable inside with the air conditioning?" The eaters looked up and saw several elderly men standing at the tent entrance, craning their necks to look at them. Then they realized the leader was Grandpa Wang. The customers at the table next to Miao Tao and his group smiled a mischievous smile. Since A Jun's food stall became famous, Grandpa Wang has also become famous. His fame mainly stems from his speed in grabbing a number. Older people can't sleep and get up early, rushing to grab a number as soon as A Jun's stall opens in the morning. He's also quick to post pictures of his numbers. He posts them in groups as soon as he gets one. It's unclear how he joined so many groups, but he seems to have joined several with one phone number, posting pictures of his number in each group after getting it. He's also quick to post pictures of the delicious food he buys. Almost 1 second Fang Jun is weighing his food, and the next second the pictures are already in various groups. This has made those foodies who live far away, who go to great lengths to grab a number every day, and who are always too busy to make it in time, extremely envious and resentful. Grandpa Wang, without fail, managed to snag a number every weekend, then proceeded to boast about it to everyone. Sometimes, when others grumbled in the group chat for missing out, he'd offer comfort by posting pictures of the delicious food on his table, making everyone envious. Soon, Grandpa Wang not only became famous, but he was practically the envy of everyone. A young man sitting near the tent entrance spoke up, "Oh, it's Grandpa Wang. Why didn't you come to Ajun's food stall today? Did you miss out? Usually, no one can beat you. Who knew you'd have a mishap?" Grandpa Wang immediately pulled out his handwritten number. "How could that be? I got a number for dinner. Here, let me show you." Damn, he only got the number for dinner that evening, and he carried it with him everywhere. He must have been planning to show it off all along, and this was the perfect opportunity. Grandpa Wang said in a serious tone, "You don't have time for dinner, right? No problem. Even though you've been waiting a week and haven't had the young owner's cooking by Saturday, the stir-fried dishes you ate were made with the young owner's sauce. It's not that different from what Boss Fang makes. If you don't have time today, you can always come tomorrow." This old man just got lucky. "I was out for my morning exercise and happened to see the owner's wife buying breakfast, so I just asked for a number. It was pure luck. If you're curious about what the young owner is making tonight, don't worry, I'll post pictures as soon as I get it." Listen to that. Does he even speak like a human being? Not only does he enjoy delicious food, but he also has to show it off. How infuriating. Normally, everyone would be envious and jealous, but today was different. Not only were they not angry, but they were actually quite happy. "Then thank you, Grandpa Wang. No trouble at all, it's my pleasure." After another round of boasting, Grandpa Wang, the self-proclaimed expert, seemed to have experienced a spiritual uplift, looking several years younger. The auntie next to them remembered why they had come and asked, "Why are you eating at the entrance? Aren't you hot?" "We were so hungry, we couldn't wait a moment longer, so we asked the proprietress to set up a table at the entrance." The group of people eating, some holding soup bowls, others clutching duck necks, and still others with lemon chicken feet dangling from their lips, each brought their mouths to sniff, making expressions of pure bliss. "So fragrant." The grandpa and auntie looked at them curiously, then glanced at the plates in front of them. Fang Shang's dishes were almost all gone, leaving only a few scraps, so they weren't very appealing, and the aroma had faded considerably. They couldn't discern any special flavors. Grandpa Wang remarked, "Boss Fang learns from the young master every day. His cooking skills must have improved quite a bit. Are these all new dishes Boss Fang has made? Was it finally their time to show off?" Their mouths were already itching for a good meal. Then, everyone at the table shook their heads, as if it had been rehearsed beforehand, their movements perfectly synchronized. I drank the 4 happiness meatball soup, personally cooked by the young boss. The soup was fresh and delicious, the meatballs were incredibly chewy. Such a delicious soup, I'd gladly drink it even standing under the blazing sun, let alone sweating buckets. This is the spicy braised dish made by the young boss himself. It's fragrant and spicy, so spicy I was inhaling deeply, sweat beading on my nose. It was so refreshing. I, a humble shopper, ate the cold dish platter made by the young boss. Besides lemon chicken feet, there were lemon shrimp and cold tofu skin salad. The taste, well, Uncle Wang, you can't have any of that anyway, so I won't describe it. A group of people began praising Fang Shang's dishes, commenting on each one individually, leaving nothing out, even praising the peanuts with the tofu skin. "What? This is the young boss's cooking?" The elderly men and women watching were stunned, and Uncle Wang was also stunned, shaking his head in disbelief. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The proprietress said the young boss was busy today and didn't have time to cook anything other than banquet dishes. The novice fans at Meow Tao's table, unaware of the intricacies of the situation, immediately stepped forward to corroborate Wang's denial. "Grandpa, what he said is true. The young boss prepared extra banquet dishes. We wanted some, so we ordered the exact same dishes as the student birthday banquet table. And that's how we got to eat the young boss's food. I was the one who suggested it, better late than never." That last sentence was so well said that the people at the next table gave Meow Tao a thumbs up. The elderly couple clutched their chests in dismay, looking utterly disappointed. They had casually asked in the morning, found out there weren't any, and given up. Why hadn't they asked more? If they had, they would have gotten to eat too. Wang looked even more devastated. He thought he was a master at grabbing reservations, but even he had failed. But the other guests at the table followed suit, holding up their snacks and placing them in front of Grandpa Wang. "It's all right, Grandpa Wang, we're just trying to comfort you. Come on, take a good look, feast your eyes, otherwise I might not be able to resist eating them and they'll be gone." Grandpa Wang stood there dumbfounded. From that moment on, he was no longer the coolest old man in the group chat. How could this be? No, he absolutely couldn't accept this outcome. Wait, isn't there still evening? As expected of the quick-handed expert who always boasted in the group chat, he reacted quickly. He rushed into Ajun's food stall and asked Wu Xin, "Young master, are the cold dishes for the banquet that you made this morning ready to be served tonight?" Chapter 118. The son has been locked up for 2 hours. Has he admitted his mistake? Wu Xin shook her head. No, my son only arranged lemon shrimp, lemon chicken feet, and cold tofu skin for the lunch banquet. The soup is the same. Only spicy braised dishes will be served tonight, that's all. Grandpa Wang forced a smile. Is it still possible for me to have a full meal now? Wu Xin shook her head again. Grandpa Wang, what are you thinking? If there were any, someone else would have taken them all. There's no way you'd get any. The extra food was originally for us, but it's all on the table now. Then how can I get lemon chicken feet and lemon shrimp again? Well, it depends on my son's mood. What's written on the blackboard depends on what my son does. His last hope was gone, and Grandpa Wang's heart died with it. He sighed deeply. I hate that others get to eat while I can't. I hate why I can't enjoy it all to myself. I hate that the bright moon hangs high but doesn't shine on me. I hate that the bright moon hangs high but doesn't shine on me alone. Wu Xin. The people eavesdropping at the door. Puffed. A group of people turned around and chuckled. At first, it was just a small chuckle, but as they laughed, they couldn't help themselves and burst into loud laughter, returning to their seats while laughing. The young man laughed even more heartily. Finally won once, not easy. They were laughing so happily that Miss Jean looked over with a bewildered expression and asked her husband, why are they all suddenly laughing so cheekily? Did something happen? Miao Tao wiped his mouth and said seriously, based on my experience as a SWAT officer, they're laughing because they're having too much fun eating. Nonsense. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was time for the final exams. 3 days before the exams, all the classes were studying hard, doing practice tests, reviewing difficult questions, distributing materials. Teachers were busy, and students were even busier. As a key primary school, the central primary school is always more demanding than other schools, and the pressure intensifies before exams. Seeing the children listless and lethargic after studying all day, Teacher Wang, their homeroom teacher, was worried. Forcing knowledge on students without motivation might have some effect, but it's definitely not good. If only she could spark their interest in learning and awaken their self-motivation, that would be ideal. That way, they could perform at their best and achieve their best results. But how to awaken this self-motivation was the problem. Who likes to study? Isn't it something you have to do? Everyone's studying, you only study because you have no other choice. Teacher Wang pondered this question all morning. At lunchtime, she went to Ah Jun's food stall to buy braised food but couldn't find any. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Wouldn't delicious food be the best way to boost self-motivation? That afternoon, as soon as Fang Sheng arrived at school, Teacher Wang called him to her office. They chatted for a while, and then Teacher Wang brought him to the classroom. Holding the test papers she was going to go over that afternoon, she didn't rush to hand them out. Instead, she clapped her hands, signaling everyone to stop their work. You've all been working really hard lately, haven't you? The workload is so heavy, so many tests, 3 subjects you have to focus on each one, no room for complacency. I've noticed you haven't been smiling much lately. At this, the students immediately groaned in despair. Chen Xiang, who loved to show off his literary skills, immediately started making up sentences. Endless test papers, countless practice problems, endless exams, nagging parents, and never-ending sleep. We, the flowers of our motherland, are almost suffocating. Teacher Wang chuckled, saying, I know you're suffocating, so I'm here to bring you oxygen. The students perked up slightly. Are you giving us a free time during PE class? No, I have another idea. The students immediately pouted, the bolder ones even scoffing. Teacher Wang wasn't angry, smiling. To increase everyone's interest in learning, I discussed it with Fang Sheng, and we've decided to order 10 blind boxes from his shop as a reward for this final exam. These blind boxes contain dishes made by Fang Sheng himself. Each box contains a different dish, and of course, they're all delicious. Before opening them, no one except Fang Sheng knows what's inside. What? The teacher is rewarding students who do well on the exam with blind boxes of food made by Fang Sheng. Oh my god, what a lucky day. And there are 10 of them. With 45 students in their class, that's 10 blind boxes. The odds of getting one are pretty high. The whole classroom erupted in excitement. Teacher, is it true? You're not kidding us, are you? What are the rules for giving out the blind boxes? The top 10? Teacher, even though I'm second to last, I still want a blind box. I'll study hard now. Does improvement count? Seeing the students, who had been listless just moments before, now all excited and brimming with energy, Teacher Wang was very pleased with their spirits. So, do you want one? Yes, 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 their voices boomed. Teacher Wang continued, the rules are simple. Besides the top 3, those who show the most improvement in their studies and the biggest increase in their scores can also receive a blind box reward. As long as everyone works hard, everyone has a chance to get one. It's not just the top 3 in the exam, anyone who makes significant progress has a chance. It's not just the bottom students, as long as they study hard and do well on the exam, they can also get one. Now, the struggling students were even more excited. Teacher Wang is so kind, she even considered them, the struggling students. Long live Teacher Wang. Don't worry, Teacher Wang, I'll definitely study hard. First place this semester must be mine. My fourth place might even become third. If I go from 10th to 10th from the bottom, that's pretty much progress, right? From today onwards, I'll follow the ancients' example and study like a scholar, determined to conquer this blind box. That evening, the parents of class 5 to 5 were astonished to find that their student, who was practically vomiting from doing countless practice tests, had suddenly curled up, seemingly having spontaneously fallen in love with learning. It was truly frightening. In a certain neighborhood, Lei Ziohe was sitting at his desk, diligently reviewing his lessons. He had a piece of paper stuck to his forehead with drool, on which was written a large "Go for it" in his scrawled handwriting. He read vocabulary words for half an hour straight before switching to his Chinese textbook. Normally, he couldn't sit still for more than 20 minutes. But today, the blind box gave him so much motivation that even the reading comprehension questions he usually hated seemed much more appealing. Outside, Lei's mother saw the locked door and turned to scold Lei's father. "Aren't you being a little too harsh on our son? Just because he played games all night the other night and you caught him, you've been confiscating his phone and locking him in his room every day, not letting him out until he finishes 2 worksheets. Are you a stepfather?" Lei's father calmly watched Lei's mother's outburst, unmoved. It wasn't that he was too harsh, it was just that his son was too disappointing. Poor grades were one thing, but playing games all night was a serious offense. If he wasn't disciplined, his son wouldn't know who was in charge. An hour passed, and realizing that things had gone on too long, Lei's father asked Lei's mother, "Our son has been locked in his room for 2 hours. Has he admitted his mistake?" Chapter 119. Father's love is as steadfast as a mountain, but not as precious as a mere blind box. Mrs. Lei stared blankly at her husband. "Our son said he's going to study hard, pulling all-nighters, aiming for a top 3 finish in the final exams. He told you not to open the door and disturb him, to break his spirit." "What?" Mr. Lei was so shocked he dropped his phone. How is this possible?" Mrs. Lei glared at her husband. "That's what he said." Mr. Lei immediately became agitated, anxiously reaching for his keys, only to be stopped by Mrs. Lei. "What are you doing? You get anxious when our son isn't studying, but now that he wants to improve, why are you still so anxious?" Mr. Lei said anxiously, "Your son has been at the bottom of his class every year. Now he's telling you he wants to be in the top 3. Isn't this a huge problem? Who knows what he's doing in his room? What if he's up to something again? What if we don't communicate well and he develops mental health issues? He's been at the bottom every year. I've long since given up on it. I've started pushing myself, just wanting to earn more money for my son. I'm only trying to get him to be a little more disciplined. Playing games is fine, but can't he play until 1 a.m.? Why does he have to stay up all night?" He had already inserted the key into the lock when Mrs. Lei pressed his hand down. "Don't worry, your son is fine. It's because they implemented a reward system for this year's final exams. Their homeroom teacher personally paid for 10 blind boxes from Ah Jun's food stall to reward the top 3 students and those who have made the most progress. Your son wants the blind boxes, that's why he's working so hard." Mr. Lei stood there, stunned, seemingly not expecting this reason. Thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem wrong. Fang made blind boxes, he wanted them too, but he was a little hurt. A father's love is as strong as a mountain, but it can't compare to a mere blind box. Mrs. Lei chuckled. The saying, "fatherly love is like a mountain," only applies when there's danger. When there's no danger, fatherly love only causes a cataclysmic upheaval. Dad Lei was even more disheartened, but still analyzed the situation rationally. But he can't stay up all night, it'll negatively impact the child's healthy development. Mrs. Lei had a lot to say on this. "Don't worry, I know your son best. He's just like you, only enthusiastic for 3 minutes. Believe me, when I open the door, he'll already be asleep in bed with his books." When did I become enthusiastic for 3 minutes? Dad Lei completely denied it, believing his son would study hard. However, when Mrs. Lei opened the door, they were indeed greeted by their son, fast asleep in bed with his books. Well, his son, like him, wasn't cut out for studying. 3 days flew by. After 3 days of intense review, the final exams began. The students of class 5 to 5, all brimming with enthusiasm, prepared their exam supplies and began the test, each firmly believing they would receive a blind box. Of course, Fang Shang was not among them. However, he was also very happy because the wonderful summer vacation was just around the corner. He could finally spend his days in the kitchen researching recipes, leveling up his experience, unlocking new culinary skills, and embarking on the path to the pinnacle of life. As soon as the exam ended, a group of them rushed to Meng Duanya to get their answers. After the last English exam, everyone went to check their answers with the top students, as usual. Someone noticed Fang Shang wasn't there and asked, "Brother Shang, why aren't you checking your answers?" Dai Tinyu, standing nearby, chuckled, "Are you silly? Brother Shang made his own blind boxes, he can just reward himself. Oh yeah, the classmate realized, quickly catching up with the group. Brother Shang didn't need it, but they did. At this moment, Dai Tianyu and Zhang Chao stood on either side of Fang Shang, looking like the big brother with his henchmen. Brother Shang, do you need us to help you with your summer homework? As your henchman number 1 and number 2, we've already discussed it, we'll each help you half. Hiss. Fang Shang gasped. This second life hadn't turned into a life of academic excellence, but it had turned into a life of school bullying, with henchmen even volunteering to help with his summer homework. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted, but getting caught would have serious consequences. He absolutely couldn't let a little homework interfere with his culinary career. No need, Fang Shang shook his head, adding, focus on your homework, don't slack off. When I make blind boxes, I'll save some treats for you too. Yay! Long live Brother Shang. The two exchanged a glance and high-fived in celebration. Sure enough, being Brother Shang's little brother was all about having a good mouth. Another semester passed, and Fang Shang felt completely relaxed after finishing his exams. There were no extended classes today, so he went straight to the kitchen and started cooking. He hadn't made enough food for the last banquet, and the old men in the neighborhood had been clamoring for it every day. He'd been selling it for days, and they still wanted more. It was like revenge spending. Since he had time today, he decided to make more lemon chicken feet and lemon shrimp to sell. While he was busy, the system suddenly beeped. Ding! Congratulations, host, your chef level has been upgraded to level 4. Upgrade reward, beginner's sweet and sour dishes recipe. The kitchen exhaust fan was a bit noisy, so Fang Shang didn't hear clearly. He only knew it sounded like he'd upgraded. He quickly returned to the adjacent lounge, checked the system, and jumped for joy when he confirmed it had indeed upgraded to level 4. It wasn't easy. Since the system upgraded to level 3, the experience bar had grown significantly. He'd practically watched it progress every day. After all this time, he'd finally reached level 4. Looking at the system's reward, Fang Shang was even happier. This time, the system had finally rewarded him with a recipe for stir-fries, and it was even his favorite sweet dishes. Sweet and sour dishes. Was this some kind of perk? Sweet and sour pork ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, all his favorites. Thinking about being able to make his favorite sweet and sour dishes soon, Fang Shang wished he could go back to sleep right now and study in the system space. At dinner time, Fang Shang had already written down what he needed to buy and handed the slip of paper to Fang Jun. Dad, please, could you buy some things for me tomorrow? It was the familiar slip of paper, the familiar densely packed handwriting. This time, Fang Jun wasn't worried about having too many things to buy. Instead, he was happy. The more things his son listed for him, the more important it meant his son was planning something big. So many densely packed seasonings, what does that mean? His son must be experimenting with some new dish, figuring out which brand of seasoning best suits his taste. His son is learning to cook so many things these days. Honestly, his son has spoiled him, making his palate quite discerning. And now he's in for another treat. It's summer vacation, so he doesn't have to worry about his son spending all his time in the kitchen affecting his studies. He can just follow him around, eating and enjoying the food. Taking the note, Fang Jun smiled and asked, "Son, what delicious dish are you planning to make this time?" Chapter 120. Dad, let me explain. Fang Shang smiled, "I'm going to try making sweet and sour dishes. Dad, I'll leave the ingredients to you. I'm a little tired these past few days, I'm going upstairs to rest." With that, Fang Shang turned and went upstairs, lay down on the bed, opened his learning space, and began making the simplest sweet and sour dish, sweet and sour poached eggs. Downstairs, ever since his son mentioned making sweet and sour dishes, Fang Jun had been sitting there in a daze. Even though Aunt Zhang had brought over several orders for stir-fries, he hadn't touched them. Wu Xian, busy weighing cold dishes, turned around and saw him sitting there, kicking his chair. "What are you daydreaming about? Our son only went to class half a day today, everyone knows that. There's a whole room full of people here, didn't you know?" Fang Jun looked at Wu Xian with a wronged expression. "Our son said he's going to try making sweet and sour dishes. Does he think mine aren't good enough, so he wants to learn himself?" Wu Xian rolled her eyes. "Our son didn't say. With so many cuisines, why did he choose sweet and sour dishes first? He must be complaining that my cooking is terrible, that my food doesn't taste good." Wu Xian pointed to the empty plate of sweet and sour pork on the table. "Is that complaining? But he started learning sweet and sour dishes. Okay, having such an outstanding son might put some pressure on the father." Wu Xian decided to comfort her husband. "Think about it another way. Before, you were always busy cooking delicious meals for our son every day to reward him. Now that he's successful, he's cooking for you. He's showing filial piety early. Aren't you happy?" "Happy." Fang Jun was instantly appeased. "Happy? Then hurry up and cook for me. If you keep dawdling, you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight." "Yes, wife." Fang Jun happily went to cook. While cooking, he also took the time to chat in the fan group. His main account on the video channel was full of fans praising his son. It was boring. He created a fake account in a fan group, chatting with a bunch of strangers every day about all sorts of things, including his son's cooking. Life couldn't be happier. Seeing the fans in the group talking about who got the lemon shrimp and who didn't, he immediately started his performance. I was lucky today. I got a number again. I just bought lemon shrimp and lemon chicken feet, they're amazing. As he spoke, his wife picked up a lemon chicken foot for him, and he took a bite. A group of envious people appeared below, and suddenly someone tagged him. How do you always manage to get a number? Do you live in the same neighborhood as Grandpa Wang, next to A Jun's food stall? Yeah, I live next door. Fang Jun thought about it. He did live next door, next to Fang Shang's place. That made sense. The person who asked the question was incredibly envious and tagged Fang Jun again. Brother, we've been chatting in the group for so long, we're all familiar with each other. It's better to meet at the right time than to meet early. We hit it off immediately. How about we meet for a drink tomorrow? It's on me. You buy some food from Ah Jun's food stall, and I'll bring some good wine. Add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money for the food right now, okay? Before Fang Jun could even speak, the others reacted. Damn, you're practically scheming in my face. I think my brother never really hits off with people instantly, so give up on that idea. Brother, we don't hit it off immediately. I'm just an ordinary college student. How about we become friends despite the age gap? I have 2 bottles of 82 mineral water here. I'm coming to see you now. Whether we eat lemon shrimp or not doesn't matter, I just want to get to know you. Fang Jun pursed his lips, almost bursting into a pig-like laugh. This is the fun of using pseudonyms. Chatting in a group chat is fun, and chatting in a group chat all the time is even more fun, hee hee. Fang Jun chuckled, continuing to cook while replying to messages. As they chatted, somehow the conversation turned to the new dish. Speaking of which, the boss hasn't seemed to have introduced any new dishes lately. I have a feeling he's going to update the menu. Now that you mention it, it seems so. Food vendors usually don't stay in business for very long before they start experimenting with new and delicious dishes. The braised food has only lasted so long because of its spicy and varied offerings. So, what do you think the boss will sell next? A group of people started guessing. Some said it was specialty snacks, others said fried, steamed, boiled, or stir-fried dishes. With so many different types of dishes, maybe he'd be making one of them. Some even guessed noodles. Fang Jun, realizing they were guessing wrong, panicked and quickly said, "You're wrong. The boss is going to make sweet and sour dishes." What? How did you know? Countless questions bombarded him. Fang Jun suddenly realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth. Damn, he let it slip. But it wasn't really something he couldn't say. I ran into Boss Fang this morning while grocery shopping. He said he needed to buy seasonings for his son's sweet and sour dishes. The group members immediately started anticipating Fang Shang's sweet and sour dishes being featured on the blackboard. That evening, after the food stall closed, Fang Jun and Wu Xian washed up and prepared to watch an episode of a TV series before bed. While engrossed in the TV, Fang Jun's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his father calling. He quickly answered, calling out Dad. Before his father spoke first. Son, I have a question for you. Is Xiao Shang on holiday today? Yes, he just finished his exams. He'll get his acceptance letter in a few days. Dad, I miss my grandson, Fang Jun said. Yes, the last time you came back was 3 months ago. I miss Xiao Shang so much. Why don't you close the shop and take the kids back to your hometown for a couple of days? Close the shop? Fang Jun hesitated. But Dad, business has been really good lately. It wouldn't be good to suddenly close and go back. How about we postpone it for a day, and go back the day after tomorrow? Grandpa Fang was furious. Damn it. What kind of skills do you have? I know you perfectly well. You have absolutely no talent for cooking. I've taught you for so long, and you're only passable. With your cooking skills, how can business be so good? I'm just old, not stupid. After being scolded by his father, Fang Jun realized he had forgotten something important. After all that fuss, he realized he'd forgotten to tell his father about Fang Shang's extraordinary culinary talent, how he could learn any dish and instantly create unforgettable culinary masterpieces. No wonder his father was so old. Damn, is it too late to confess now? I'm definitely going to get a scolding. Fang Jun forced a smile and explained, No, Dad, let me explain. No, let me explain. The shop is really doing well because your grandson has such exceptional culinary talent. His dishes are delicious, and the shop's success is because of him. Chapter 121 The Cruelest Thing in the World. What? My grandson's cooking is so good, it's practically keeping the shop afloat. Grandpa Fang thought he'd had a couple too many drinks that afternoon and misheard, so he asked again. His son repeated, "The shop's business is really good, all thanks to my grandson's excellent cooking." Grandpa Fang's fists clenched with anger. His grandson was just a 10-year-old, even if he had talent, how could he possibly cook anything so delicious? It must be his son causing trouble. "You brat, you don't think before you speak, do you? Xiao Shang is so young, yet he can keep the shop afloat? Tell me, did you force my grandson to cook? Like those parents of little internet celebrities who force their kids to become internet celebrities to make money? You've got some nerve, daring to treat my grandson like this." Fang Jun knew he'd be scolded for not telling his father beforehand about his son's talent, but he hadn't expected this kind of scolding. He quickly explained, "No, Dad, you've misunderstood. Xiao Shang is really talented, he learns to cook incredibly quickly and cooks really well. Your talent is being wasted like this. The meager skills you have are embarrassing even to your own father, and you have the nerve to teach your grandson? My God, my poor grandson, he's run into a heartless money grubber. You wait, I'll come and deal with you tomorrow." Fang Jun, so, the grandson is his biological son, and the son is just an adopted one? Dad, calm down. I'm really not lying. Whether it's true or not, I'll bring my wife and kids home tomorrow, and you'll see. Fine, I'll be waiting at home. If I find out you've done anything to bully our grandson, I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. After being severely reprimanded by his father, Fang Jun hung up the phone with a bitter face and went to complain to his wife. Wu Xian, knowing her husband hadn't told his father about their son's culinary talent for so long and was therefore being scolded, almost laughed. She even said she'd call to explain for her husband. But when she learned her father-in-law had misunderstood, thinking they were exploiting their son, her expression changed. "We'll go back tomorrow. We absolutely can't let Dad misunderstand. Listen to your wife. We haven't been back for months. We should go see Dad. The shop will be closed for 3 days. We've been busy for a while. Consider it a vacation." The two discussed it and started packing. They froze what needed freezing, cleaned what needed cleaning, and worked until after 1 a.m. before going upstairs to sleep. Before going to bed, Wu Xian thought about how people would come to get numbers as soon as they opened in the morning. To prevent customers who lived far away from making a wasted trip, she immediately took out her phone and sent a message to each of her 8 fan groups. "Attention all customers of A Jun's food stall. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the restaurant will be temporarily closed for 3 days. Please inform your friends and family and avoid visiting A Jun's food stall during these 3 days to avoid making a wasted trip." To prevent the message from being buried in chat messages and unseen by anyone, Wu Xian sent it 3 times. After all, it's important to say it 3 times. Finally, she pinned the message to the top before going to sleep with peace of mind. It was the middle of the night, and Fang Hong'ai was playing a game with a team. Lately, his colleagues and friends had all been enjoying Delta Force, and he was completely engrossed in it too. For young people, playing games until after 1 a.m. was perfectly normal. He'd play until almost 2 a.m. and still be able to get to work in the morning without any problem. He was playing the Fire Zone mode with 2 colleagues, having a great time, when suddenly his phone beeped. Fang Hong'ai glanced down and saw it was a group message, then looked up again. A few seconds later, Fang Hong'ai abruptly stopped playing, his hands trembling as he grabbed his phone from the table. He opened the message, and when he saw it was from Wu Xian, Fang Hong'ai was completely stunned, staring blankly at his phone. His immobility triggered his teammates' reaction. They all started yelling at him in the chat, asking what was wrong, and some even started swearing. Fang Hong'ai finally snapped out of it, but instead of picking up the mouse to continue the game, he screamed into the microphone in agony. "It's terrible. Ah Jun's food stall is closed for 3 days tomorrow. What the heck?" The 2 men, who had been indignant in cursing their colleague for hanging up without using a single swear word, suddenly lost all their anger and asked anxiously, "What happened? You're kidding me." Fang Hong'ai was even more upset than them. He had clearly planned to go to Ah Jun's food stall before work tomorrow morning to get a number, so he could eat a delicious meal there at noon. But before he could even start, his plan was ruined. "Check the fan group messages yourselves, it's pinned." The 2 colleagues stopped playing games immediately. In their 3-person game, all 3 went AFK. The opposing team won inexplicably, and the 3 of them didn't care about the score. The 2 colleagues opened the fan group and, sure enough, saw the pinned message. After reading it, they, like Fang Hong'ai, sat there dumbfounded, feeling like the world had suddenly become unpleasant. Fang Hong'ai was in a bad mood. He didn't want to play games anymore, and he couldn't sleep. Finally, he made a decision. He would send this important message to his friends who were still awake. He definitely wasn't trying to annoy everyone by keeping them awake, he genuinely just wanted to inform them. His colleagues were all young, and none of them were wealthy. Staying up late at night was mostly for a few things: video streaming on apps, tagging those still in progress, sending messages to those playing mobile games, tagging those watching shows on short video platforms. After this whole process, everyone he knew, friends, family, colleagues, superiors who was still up late, had been messaged. After sending all the messages, Fang Hongii felt a little better. Good, now he wasn't the only one craving something he couldn't have. Time to sleep. His tagged friends, who initially complained about his late-night antics, went crazy after seeing the messages too. Jun's food stall has so many groups, each with 500 people, so there must be several thousand members in all these groups. It's not just Fang Hongii and his few friends who are night owls, some fishing streamers, some who watch dramas late at night, or other night owls who just like to stay up all night, were all exposed by the news. No way. I've been waiting and waiting, finally the boss has a day off. I was thinking I could have a big meal tomorrow, but it turns out Jun's food stall is closed. The cruelest thing in the world is when something you've been looking forward to for a long time finally comes, but it doesn't happen. Like the day my goddess got married, but the bride wasn't me, like the day the Tsinghua and Peking University acceptance letters were sent out, but I wasn't on the list, like today, the boss finally has a day off, but Jun's food stall is closed. Chapter 122. I really didn't intentionally keep track of the time. This is the 19th day, 5 hours, and 38 minutes I've been looking forward to the boss's summer vacation. Actually, I'm not that anxious. I haven't been waiting every day. It's just 19 days, I have countless 19-day periods in my life. I haven't been deliberately keeping track of time. What are Boss Fang and the others doing? I've been so excited since this afternoon when I found out the boss was making sweet and sour dishes, I couldn't sleep. And then, in the middle of the night, I'm told we can't eat there. Who could be more miserable than me? A group of night owls had lost their appetite for fishing and watching TV, all sighing and lamenting in front of their screens. Some were even considering camping out at the entrance of Jun's food stall, waiting for the owner and his family to come out, then begging them to sell some food before leaving. Would that even work? However, while the netizens couldn't sleep, Fang Jun and his family were sound asleep. The shop was busy, they were busy all day, and they were up late, so of course they were sleeping soundly. The alarm clock woke Fang Jun at 6:30 a.m. Still a bit sleepy, he groggily sat up, thinking the door wouldn't be open today, and simply removed the alarm clock's batteries, then collapsed back into sleep. Naturally, the 7 a.m. alarm didn't wake Wu Xin either. At 7:10 a.m., Fang Shang woke up. After a whole night of systematic training, he was in high spirits again, and had even learned the basics of sweet and sour sauce. After getting up and going downstairs, Fang Shang realized his parents were still asleep. He quickly knocked on the door, the knocking waking them. They looked up and exclaimed, "Damn, it's already 7:30. Quick, son, pack your things, see what you need. We're going back to our hometown to see your grandfather today." Fang Shang was stunned by his father's words. Why so suddenly? Why didn't you say so yesterday? It would have been better if this hadn't been brought up. The mere mention of it made Fang Jun feel wronged again. He was clearly a loving father, so why did his own father see him as an exploitative son-grubbing scoundrel? I won't say anything more, it'll only bring tears to my eyes. Your grandpa called last night, he misses you. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense. Because the decision to go back was indeed sudden, they hadn't bought any gifts. The couple drove their son to a breakfast shop first, then rushed to buy gifts and inform Aunt Zhang and the others that they had a day off. After finally getting everything sorted out, it was already 9 o'clock. Fang Jun drove out of the side gate of the courtyard, his turn signal on. Before he even reached the road, a group of elderly men and women suddenly rushed out from the side, surrounding Fang Jun's car. The dense crowd, 3 or 4 layers deep, all stretched out their hands, gesturing and waving to Fang Jun and his family in the car. The scene was truly terrifying, like a zombie apocalypse where the protagonist is driving to break out, only to be surrounded by a horde of zombies. Fang Jun was also startled, thinking he had hit something in his blind spot while driving. He quickly rolled down the window and asked, "Uncle Ding, what are you all doing surrounding my car? What did I hit?" Nothing happened. Grandpa Ding greeted Fang Jun and Wu Xin, but didn't continue speaking. Instead, he looked at Fang Shang sitting in the back row, his tone unusually polite. "Little Fang Shang, it's a holiday today, why aren't you playing at home? Are you going on a trip with your parents?" Grandpa Wang shoved Grandpa Ding aside. "Actually, traveling isn't that interesting. Everyone's on holiday today, it's just crowded everywhere. It's better to just stay in GXing. How about Grandpa and Grandma take you to the amusement park? With so many grandpas and grandmas waiting in line for you, you'll have your fill. After you're done playing, we can cook dinner when we get home this afternoon, okay?" It seems the shop door suddenly closed, and everyone assumed they were going on a trip. Fang Shang shook his head and smiled. The neglected head of the family, Fang Jun, could only speak again. "We're not going on a trip. My dad misses his grandson, so we're taking him back to see him." Upon hearing that they were going home to visit their elders, the grandpa and grandma immediately stopped worrying about it. Originally, he just wanted to ask a few more questions because he couldn't get any good food. Now that he'd asked, even though he was reluctant, he had no choice but to step aside. However, some elderly people carrying groceries enthusiastically threw food at Fang Shang. "Little Shang, Grandma bought some apples. Take them to eat on the way, don't go hungry. I just bought blueberries for my grandson, take a box. They'll be good to eat and play with when you get home, so you can cook more delicious food for Grandpa. Grandpa just bought some big meat buns. Eat too, and you'll grow tall and strong quickly, then you'll have the energy to cook even more dishes." The elderly men and women stopped crowding around the car, but they still started throwing food, stuffing it into the back seat and running off before Fang Shang could even refuse. After everyone in front of the car had left, the back seat was piled high with food. Fang Jun said sourly, "I've known Chiao Lao-san for 12 years. He's so stingy he even remembers that I drank half a bottle of his mineral water the first day I moved into this neighborhood. I haven't eaten anything from him in 12 years, and today he actually gave you such a huge dragon fruit." Fang Shang. Wu Xian patted him, saying helplessly, "All right, even your son is jealous. Hurry up and drive." Fang Jun sighed and started speeding towards his hometown. Fang Shang's grandfather's house was in a rural area of a county in Jiexing. It was relatively convenient to get from the city to the county seat, a 2-hour drive on the highway. However, getting to the village involved another stretch of mountain road. Because it was a winding mountain road with no highway in between, even though the distance wasn't far, it would still take another hour to drive. The ride was bumpy, and Wu Xian was feeling carsick on the way, so Fang Jun slowed down. By the time they arrived at the village, it was already 12:30. Just around the corner from his home, Fang Jun ran into his childhood friend. Having not seen him for a long time, he got out of the car to greet him. As soon as he got out, several of Fang Jun's peers also came over to say hello. They immediately started chatting. Fang Shang sat there waiting, getting bored, and finally told his parents he was going back to find his grandfather. With that, he strode towards his grandfather's house. At that moment, Grandpa Fang was in the kitchen, cooking cured pork. In their rural area, they would use cypress branches and rice bran to smoke cured pork during the Lunar New Year, making a large batch to last the entire year. Whenever guests came to visit, Grandpa Fang would offer them a piece of his homemade smoked pork. When his beloved grandson returned, Grandpa Fang took out the best piece of cured pork and cooked it in a pot. He'd had a few drinks with old Du from the village at breakfast and was a little tipsy. It was time for his afternoon nap, and seeing that his son's family hadn't returned yet, Grandpa Fang lay down on the bed, intending to doze off. But as soon as his head touched the bed, he fell asleep. The midday wind was strong and locked the front door automatically. Fang Shang went to his grandfather's door and was surprised to find it locked. He immediately started banging on the door. "Grandpa, Grandpa, are you home? I'm back." Chapter 123. Are you a human or a ghost? Fang Shang called out several times, but no one answered the door. Thinking his grandfather wasn't home, he went to the window, pushed himself up onto the windowsill, and peeked inside. His grandfather was clearly fast asleep in bed. He went to the window again and called out a few more times, "Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Shang. I'm back, Grandpa." Grandpa Fang was a little hard of hearing, and Fang Shang had used every ounce of strength he had to shout. His throat started to itch, and his eyes even reddened. Inside the house, Grandpa Fang was sleeping soundly. Suddenly hearing his grandson call, he mumbled in his drowsy state, coming right away." After muttering that, he turned his head and fell asleep again. Subconsciously, the old man even thought he had already opened the door and drifted off to sleep peacefully. Fang Shang shook his head helplessly, jumped back down from the windowsill, and decided to wait for his father to open the door before going in. There was no rush. Passing by the kitchen, remembering how his grandfather always prepared delicious food when he came home, Fang Shang, as usual, jumped up to peek inside, curious to see what was in store. What he saw immediately made him exclaim, "Holy crap!" The gas stove was burning, smoke billowed from the pot, and a faint smell of burning wafted from it. Damn it, the pot's burned dry. Fang Shang, who had initially planned to wait under the tree, couldn't wait any longer. What if the kitchen caught fire? He rushed to the window, half hanging there, trying to wake his grandfather. "Grandpa, wake up! Wake up! Open the door! Grandpa, the kitchen's on fire!" His strength gave way as he shouted, and Fang Shang fell to the ground. He then went to the door and pounded on it. After all this, Grandpa Fang still wasn't awake. Fang Shang felt his throat was hoarse from shouting, his voice distorted. Just as he opened his mouth, a mosquito flew in from nowhere and landed in it. Gnawing, Fang Shang bent over and vomited, tears welling in his eyes. He still tried to make a sound. "Grandpa, if you don't come out, I'm going to smash the window." Grandpa's house was the kind with a small yard outside, and all the houses in the neighborhood were like that. It was midday, the sun was high, and the Duan couple next door hadn't gone out. They were relaxing at home watching TV. As they watched, old Duan vaguely heard some heart-wrenching screams. He glanced outside and asked his wife, I hear some children crying, sobbing, and screaming. It's so pitiful. I heard it too. It sounds like a child calling for grandpa. The voice is so piercing, it gives me goosebumps. Come on, let's go see what's going on. The couple stopped watching TV and went outside. As soon as they reached the yard, the screaming became clearer. They could hear a child's piercing cries coming from the neighboring yard. Grandpa, Grandpa, please get up. You clearly heard me calling you. Why won't you get up? Old Duan was startled. Isn't this old Fang's house next door? I heard him say yesterday that his grandson was coming home. Why is the child crying so pitifully as soon as he gets back? Grandma Duan's expression changed, as if she had just remembered something. Listening more closely to the voice, she heard a distorted tone, a mournful cry for her grandfather, each word filled with anguish, enough to bring tears to the eyes and break one's heart. Could it be that old Fang is gone? What? That's impossible. We were chatting together yesterday afternoon. Don't talk nonsense. Old Duan's voice changed. We're all old folks, it's normal for things like this to happen. You know the oil presser in the next village? On the 13th, when I went to get my oil pressed, he even brought me hot water. But when I went to get the oil cake on the 14th, he was gone. They say he slept and was gone this morning. In a panic, old Duan quickly grabbed the ladder from the corner of the yard, leaned it against the wall, and climbed up. He saw old Fang's grandson crouching under the window, curled up, crying out for his grandfather, his face streaked with tears, gagging from crying. What could possibly make a child cry so bitterly upon returning home, repeatedly calling for his grandfather to get up? Old Duan was successfully swayed, his legs trembled as he climbed the ladder. Come on, let's go see if there's anything we can do to help. The couple hurried towards the next house. Reaching the Fang family's gate, they encountered Mr. and Mrs. He Kuiyang, the neighbors to the left of Grandpa Fang. Seeing old Duan, He Kuiyang rushed over and asked, Old Duan, is old Fang really gone? His voice choked with emotion. Clearly, he had also heard Fang Shang's cries. Grandpa Fang was the village's master chef, skilled and generous. He always shared his delicious food with the neighbors, and was always there to help anyone in need. He maintained excellent relationships with his neighbors. Everyone in the village liked him, and hearing the news of his passing was a painful blow. Old He's tone changed, and old Duan couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled in his eyes. Why did old Fang suddenly leave? Yesterday he said his grandson was coming home today and he'd make something delicious. Both families had tears in their eyes. As they entered the house, He Kuiyang said to his wife, Why don't we go inside first? You go and call some people from the village to help. Yes, I'll go find some help. Fang Jun is probably in a panic right now. We neighbors have to stand up and help him. Grandma He turned and ran towards the village. In the yard, Fang Shang couldn't wake his heart of hearing grandfather no matter what he did. He stood up and looked around the yard, deciding to break a window, pump some water from the well, and splash it on his grandfather's face to wake him. Although the method was a bit crude, it was better than the kitchen catching fire. Just as he found half a brick, he suddenly saw his neighbor's grandparents walk into the yard. Overjoyed, he cried out, Grandpa Duan, Grandpa He, come quickly and help me wake Grandpa up. Child, don't be sad. Your Grandpa Duan is here. From now on, Grandpa Duan is your grandpa. Just as your grandpa treated you, Grandpa Duan will treat you the same way. Ah! Fang Shang was taken aback. Why did these words sound so strange? As the conversation turned to its most painful parts, old Duan was on the verge of tears again. Afraid of upsetting the child, he quickly wiped his eyes and went to comfort him. Women are naturally emotional. Grandma He, already wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, tried to soothe Fang Shang, saying, Child, are you hungry? Why don't we go to Grandma's house? Grandma will make you something delicious. As they walked towards the front door, Grandpa Fang, groggily waking up, didn't see his grandson inside. Instead, he heard voices at the door. He got up, went over, and flung the door open. The grieving group, suddenly seeing the door open, turned around and, recognizing Grandpa Fang standing there, were all startled. Old Duan jumped up, took 3 steps back, and shouted, Are you a human or a ghost? Chapter 124 Why didn't you wait for me? Grandpa Fang, still half asleep and a little confused, asked cooperatively, So, am I a human or a ghost? The 3 men looked at each other, unsure how to answer, and stood there dumbfounded. While they were stunned, Fang Shang wasn't. He remembered the fire in the kitchen and dashed into the house. Quick, Grandpa, the pot in the kitchen is smoking. Turn off the heat. Ouch. Grandpa Fang then remembered the meat cooking in the kitchen. He didn't know how long he'd slept, and hurriedly chased after him. Why are you running so fast, you little brat? Don't move, let me do it. Be careful not to burn yourself. Fang Shang wasn't really a child. The men who caught up saw him decisively turn off the gas stove, lift the lid of the pot, and check. Thankfully, the water had only boiled dry a little, and the meat was just slightly burnt, everything else was fine. He poured a ladle of cold water into the still smoking pot to cool it down, then turned on the range hood. After this series of actions, Fang Shang left the kitchen satisfied. Grandpa, please come out quickly, the burning smell will dissipate soon. Old Duan and Old He looked at each other, then at Fang Shang, and suddenly realized. So, you were shouting and yelling at the door just now because the meat in the kitchen burned, and you were afraid it would catch fire? Yes, Grandpa was asleep, and I couldn't wake him up no matter what I did, so I kept banging on the door and shouting. Fang Shang had no idea that he had simply gone back to his hometown and casually called out to his grandfather a few times at the door, and he had almost sent his grandfather away. The neighbors' expressions were somewhat indescribable, and their eyes twitched slightly. Then why did you start crying? Your voice was hoarse, it sounded so pitiful, and it made us all misunderstand. Fang Shang scratched his head sheepishly. My grandpa is hard of hearing, I have to shout to wake him up. Grandpa Duan, I'm not a child anymore, how could I cry? It's just that when I called for Grandpa, a bug flew into my mouth, it made me nauseous, I gagged a few times, and then the tears came out. So, that's why the child cried so pitifully when they saw Fang Shang? The others were even more speechless. Misunderstanding what? Grandpa Fang finally reacted and asked Old Duan and the others. No, nothing. He Kuliang and Old Duan exchanged a glance, instantly making a decision, pretend they knew nothing. If Old Fang knew, they would think Old Fang was gone, how embarrassing would that be? Thinking about how they had just shed a few tears, they felt a little ashamed. Old Fang, what are you doing? You know your son and grandson are coming home today, why are you sleeping soundly with the door closed? Old Duan said irritably. Old Fang looked even more innocent. I remember I didn't close the door. When my grandson knocked, I opened it, turned off the stove, played with him for a while, and then went back to sleep. Am I dreaming? The adults rolled their eyes. What else could it be but a dream? Luckily, no one knew about this huge misunderstanding. Thank goodness. The group returned to the living room. Old Fang took out the watermelon he had bought that morning, cut up a large bowl, and invited his grandson and the neighbors to eat. He Kuliang ate the chilled watermelon, feeling like he had forgotten something, but couldn't remember what, so he simply continued eating watermelon to calm his nerves. Xiao Shang, what are your parents doing? Why aren't they back yet? Oh, my parents ran into Uncle Du and his group at the intersection. They were so enthusiastic, they wouldn't let them leave and insisted on chatting. I was bored, so I came back first. The five of them ate watermelon and chatted leisurely. Meanwhile, Grandma he walked to the main road, intending to ask the families closest to Lao Fang for help. When she reached the intersection, she saw Fang Jun and his wife still chatting with some young people from the village. Seeing them laughing and talking, Grandma he knew that Fang Jun probably didn't know what had happened to his family, so she went up to him and called out, Zaya-jun, why are you still here? Do you know your house is in complete chaos? Fang Jun was puzzled. And he, what happened to my house? Grandma he felt a pang of sympathy seeing the child's cluelessness, but still sighed. Your son was crying his heart out at your house just now, calling for his grandfather. Tell him to get up, don't ignore him. Anyway, prepare yourself mentally and go home quickly. What? Could it be my dad? Fang Jun's legs went weak with fear, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Wu Xian helped him regain his balance, and he suddenly turned and ran home, crying as he ran. Wu Xian quickly chased after him. Wearing high heels, she ran slowly, and in her haste, she wished she could take her shoes off. Fang Jun, in the prime of his life, ran incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was home. Seeing the familiar courtyard, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Thinking of the hardships his father had endured raising him alone after his mother's death, and all his earnest teachings, he broke down in tears, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Dad! He rushed into the house, running towards Grandpa Fang's bedroom. In his haste, he even missed the people chatting and eating melons in the living room. He collapsed to his knees by the bed, sobbing, Dad, why didn't you wait for me? Wait, where's Dad? He looked up, stunned. The bed was empty, no one was there. Suddenly remembering he'd seen his father in the living room while running, he stood up and ran quickly to the living room. Seeing his father sitting there eating melons, he was overwhelmed with grief and again threw himself at his father, hugging his leg and sobbing. Wah, Dad, why didn't you wait for me? Even though you always say I'm stupid, complain about my lack of talent, and always make me figure things out on my own, you have no patience at all. I know you're the best dad in the world. Dad, I love you, don't leave me. Grandpa Fang was a little stunned. This was the second time he'd been stunned. His son was 40 years old, and here he was, still crying and saying such strange things. He didn't know if he was praising him or criticizing him. He kicked his son. Get up. At your age, still clinging to my leg and crying, aren't you ashamed? I won't let go, Dad. I can't bear it, cough cough. Wait, Fang Jun suddenly realized no, his dad was sitting perfectly fine on the sofa, full of energy. So why was he crying? It must be because the news had spread that his dad was dead. Fang Jun, slower to react, blurted out, Dad, you're not dead. Grandpa Fang's expression froze. Remembering something they'd forgotten, Lao Du and Lao Du froze on the spot. Damn it, they'd forgotten about Lao Du's wife going to get help. Now it's out in the open. 3 seconds later, Grandpa Fang grabbed a feather duster from the table and started hitting Fang Jun. You brat, haven't been home for months, and all you do is curse your dad to death? I bet you're asking for a beating. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're 40. Don't run away. Ouch, hiss, dad, let me explain, ouch. Chapter 125 is also correct, you don't have that talent, 2 chapters combined. After a chaotic commotion, Grandpa Fang finally understood the misunderstanding Old Duan and the others had been talking about, and he was speechless. Old Duan and the others, feeling extremely embarrassed, apologized to Grandpa Fang, said goodbye to Fang Jun's family, and then, along with a group of villagers who had come to help, fled from Old Fang's house as if escaping. After such a huge misunderstanding, no one had the nerve to stay. They'd probably want to hide whenever they saw Old Fang for the next couple of days, it was just too shameful. The most embarrassed of all was Fang Shang. He had simply knocked on the door and called out Grandpa a few times, and almost sent his grandfather away. It was truly a case of filial piety reaching its peak. If he could, he also wanted to leave with the villagers, find a secluded place, and hide for a while. Fortunately, he was just a 10-year-old child, children speak without thinking, and the wind will blow it away. Having not seen his grandfather for a long time, the two sat together, eating fruit and chatting, and the awkwardness disappeared. However, Fang Jun got scolded again. You brat, you dare say the kid's cooking is delicious? You just want to make some money, letting such a young child run the household, cooking and serving customers. You're heartless. How could I, Old Fang, with my lifelong reputation, have given birth to such a scoundrel? So, from the moment Fang Jun returned home, he first received a beating, then a scolding, and even cried. Fang Jun started to question his existence, he must have been adopted by his father. Fang Shang quickly clarified for his father, no, Grandpa, you've misunderstood. I just enjoy cooking, and my cooking is really delicious. The guests all love it. If you don't believe me, I'll show off my skills when you cook later. Alright, my grandson is amazing. Grandpa will definitely try your cooking later. Faced with his son's stern face, Grandpa Fang turned around and his expression instantly changed, his smile becoming incredibly kind and amiable. In the countryside, meals aren't eaten at 6 p.m. They usually have breakfast around 10 a.m., lunch around 3 p.m., and a late-night snack around 7 or 8 p.m. Fang Jun and the others returned around 12 p.m., and with all this commotion, it was time to prepare lunch. Grandpa Fang led Fang Sheng into the kitchen and took out the various dishes he had prepared that morning. He knew his grandson liked sweet and sour dishes, so today he prepared mostly sweet dishes, including sweet and sour pork ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and braised pork belly. Upon seeing the dishes, Fang Sheng's mouth watered, and his hands itched to cook. Grandpa, let me make sweet and sour pork ribs. I want to make this dish. Previously, in the system space, he had intended to start with simple sweet and sour poached eggs, but sweet and sour pork ribs were his favorite, so he ultimately chose this dish and practiced it in the space. Even on the way home today, he slept soundly in the car, taking the opportunity to practice in the space. Now, he couldn't wait to make it and try it. Alright, if Xiao Shang wants to make it, you can make it. Rarely seeing his grandson, Grandpa Fang, like other elders, was extremely generous. Making sweet and sour pork ribs was no big deal, even if it tasted terrible, he would still boast about eating a large bowl. His only worry was that the child was too young and might burn himself while cooking. He kicked his son, who was standing there dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help prepare the vegetables. Do you expect the kid to wash and chop the ribs himself? Get the scallions, ginger, and garlic ready too. Sai, I've taught you for so many years, and you're still clueless in the kitchen, you don't even know what to do. Feeling the pressure from his grandfather, Fang Jun switched to errand doer mode almost instantly, scurrying off to prepare the ingredients. Wu Xian stood at the kitchen doorway, watching the other 3 men busy in the kitchen, without any chance to contribute, and went back to the living room with a smile to continue watching TV. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but the kitchen was only so big, it was already crowded with 3 people. Grandpa Fang took a bowl, poured in water, tomato sauce, white vinegar, sugar, and cornstarch, stirred it, and that was his sweet and sour sauce. The proportions were something he figured out himself, he felt that this ratio produced the best balance of sweet and sour sauce. Here you go, Xiao Shang, this is sweet and sour sauce. You'll need it for the ribs later. Fang Shang leaned closer to smell the sauce, dipped his chopsticks in it, and tasted it. He found it quite different from the sweet and sour sauce he'd learned to make in the system. He picked up a few other seasonings and added them to the sauce, along with a little water. After stirring it, he tasted it again and was satisfied. It was the sweet and sour sauce he'd made in the system space. He'd add 2 preserved plums when he made the ribs later, it would taste even better. Grandpa Fang was frying pork tenderloin when he turned around and saw that Fang Shang had haphazardly added something to his sweet and sour sauce. He exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Shang, I've already prepared the sweet and sour sauce. If you add anything else, it won't taste good." Fang Shang shook his head. "Grandpa, I just felt that your sweet and sour sauce tasted different from mine, so I added something on purpose." Grandpa Fang, determined to spoil his grandson, decided to let him experiment however he wanted. However, he still curiously dipped his chopsticks in and tasted it, surprisingly finding it quite good, although not as intensely sweet and sour as his own. He just wondered what it would taste like when he made it. He was a master chef, capable of preparing elaborate banquets, and cooked incredibly quickly. Before long, all the stir-fried dishes were ready, except for the braised pork belly, which was still simmering in the casserole. He quickly turned around, watching his grandson cook, wanting to see just how talented he was, and if his son was teaching him incorrectly, he could point it out immediately. At this moment, Fang Shang was washing the ribs. He wasn't simply rinsing them with water, instead, he added some flour to the basin while washing them. This way, the impurities and blood inside the ribs would be absorbed by the flour. After washing the ribs, Fang Shang blanched them, adding scallions, ginger slices, onion slices, and carrots. Seeing this, Grandpa Fang asked, "Shang, why did you add onion and carrot slices?" Fang Shang explained, "Grandpa, it's to enhance the flavor, reduce greasiness, and tenderize the rib meat." "Really?" Grandpa Fang turned to look at his son. Fang Jun quickly waved his hand. "Dad, you know what I'm capable of. What you can do, I can barely manage. What you can't do, I definitely can't do. This couldn't have been taught by me." Shang probably figured it out himself. "That's true, you don't have the talent," Grandpa said seriously. After blanching the ribs, Fang Shang started frying them. This step was prone to oil splattering, and many adults were very careful when doing it, let alone children. The timid ones might drop the spatula and run away. Grandpa Fang was about to take the spatula from his grandson and help him, but to his surprise, his grandson calmly put the ribs into the oil, his expression calm and composed, occasionally turning them over. Grandpa Fang was thrilled. Excellent! Just by looking at the way he fried the ribs, he knew his grandson had the potential to be a culinary genius. After frying the ribs, Fang Shang glanced at the caramelized sugar his grandfather was making, hesitated for a second, and then turned around and started making the caramelized sugar himself. Grandpa Fang, thinking his grandson hadn't found the caramel, pointed to the bowl on the left side of the table and said, "Grandson, the caramel is over there." Fang Shang said seriously, "Grandpa, to let you understand my cooking skills more thoroughly, I think it's better if I make the caramel myself." Everyone's understanding of too much or too little is different. He felt that Grandpa's caramel was slightly overcooked. If it had been taken off the heat a few seconds earlier, it would have been perfect. "Good, my grandson is so ambitious." Grandpa Fang, unaware of his grandson's little scheme, praised him again. Only Fang Jun, standing to the side as an observer, suddenly understood this familiar scene. So, it turned out that his son, whether today or before, didn't use their caramel not for these strange reasons, he simply didn't want to use it. That brat, he's quite the smooth talker. If he hadn't been an observer today, he wouldn't have seen through it at all. Once the sugar was caramelized, it was finally time to braise the ribs. As they simmered over low heat, the sweet and sour aroma began to emerge, initially subtle and overpowering by the rich savory flavor of braised pork. However, with each passing moment, the fragrance grew increasingly pronounced. Grandpa Fang's eyes lit up at the aroma. He was beginning to believe his simple-minded son's words. His grandson truly had a talent for cooking. Otherwise, how could it smell so good? As for the possibility that something so fragrant might not taste good? No way. This was his grandson. What's wrong with inheriting some of his culinary talent? Little Shang is amazing. Just for this aroma, if there's even one rib left on this plate, Grandpa will devour the whole plate. Soon, the sweet and sour ribs were finally ready. The lid was lifted, releasing an even richer aroma. The sauce was reduced slightly, and the ribs were placed on a plate. Grandpa Fang leaned over to look and was immediately surprised. He had initially thought his grandson's cooking would be quite good, but he hadn't expected it to be this good. Even he had to admit defeat just by looking at it. The amber sauce evenly coats each piece of pork rib, making the skin translucent, as if coated with beautiful glass. The fried ribs, with their golden brown, slightly charred skin, further enhance the richness and texture of the color. The high-quality ribs are plump and meaty, now soaked in the broth, making them even more juicy. Some ribs at the bottom even have broth overflowing, dripping onto the plate, making one's mouth water and teeth itch. They are simply arranged on an inexpensive white porcelain plate, yet they are so beautiful that you can't look away. Even the white porcelain plate looks better. A rich aroma, a tangy sweet and sour scent, wafted towards him, the meaty fragrance equally irresistible. The two aromas intertwined, instantly whetting his appetite. Seeing his grandfather staring at the plate, Fang Shang handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Grandpa, would you like to try some?" "Okay, I'll try some." As a cook, Grandpa Fang had tasted all sorts of delicious food, but at this moment, he was truly tempted by his grandson's sweet and sour pork ribs. He took the chopsticks and immediately picked up a rib to his mouth. The freshly cooked rib was still very hot. He blew on it haphazardly and immediately took a bite. The crispy skin brought out a smoky meat flavor, not overpowering, but rather adding a unique touch. With another gentle bite, the skin tore open, revealing the soft, tender meat inside. Fang Shang's frying technique was impeccable. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With a gentle bite, the meat easily fell off the bone, and he tore off a large piece. The tender meat juices, mingled with the sweet and sour sauce, flood the mouth, the sweet and sour flavors instantly tantalizing the taste buds. First, the refreshing sweetness hits, then the subtle tartness of the vinegar returns, perfectly balancing the sweetness of the sugar. The aroma of tomato sauce further neutralizes this, creating a delicately balanced sweet and sour flavor. The tartness is perfectly balanced, the sweetness just right anymore and it would be too sour, any less, and it would be too sweet. With each chew, the aroma of the meat and the sauce bursts forth in the mouth, permeating each other and providing an exquisite taste experience that is truly unforgettable. After swallowing, a subtle plum flavor unexpectedly returns to the tongue. After finishing a rib, Grandpa Fang could hardly believe that his grandson had cooked this dish. He was a master chef of large-scale banquets in the countryside. This dish was made by a master chef himself, inspired by his master's cooking during his apprenticeship and by learning from other chefs. He'd eaten countless delicious dishes, even something as common as sweet and sour pork ribs, yet his 10-year-old grandson had completely outdone him. At this moment, Grandpa Fang finally believed his son's words. His grandson was the pillar of the shop, the business entirely depended on him. If his grandson could cook such delicious food, then his son naturally had to take a back seat. If he were a customer, he'd wait for his grandson's cooking. Grandpa Fang glanced back at his son and said, "I've realized now that your childhood dream has come true." "What dream?" Fang Jun asked, puzzled. Grandpa Fang said, "When you were 13, I saw you weren't doing well in school, so I offered to teach you cooking. You complained that it was too hard and didn't want to learn, saying your dream was to sponge off your parents. Now, while I haven't made you a rich kid sponging off your parents, Xiao Shang has the means for you to do so. It's like your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke." Fang Jun's face immediately turned red. "Dad, that's ancient history. Why are you bringing that up now? I'm a hard-working husband and a good father now." "Then tell me, have you managed to sponge off them yet?" "Yes, I have." Fang Shang chuckled and asked, "Grandpa, how's the taste?" "You haven't given your opinion yet." Grandpa Fang gave him a thumbs up, his eyes crinkling with laughter. "Great! It's delicious, my good grandson. You're amazing. Grandpa has never eaten such delicious ribs before." He picked up another rib. "Look at the color, so translucent and tempting. And smell the aroma, it's so invigorating." He took a bite. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, perfectly balanced sweet and sour. Grandpa always thought his own sweet and sour sauce was the best, both sour and sweet. "But after eating yours today, I know it can be this perfect. It's so refreshing despite the strong sweet and sour flavor. Delicious." Although he knew his cooking was good, Fang Shang was still very happy to receive his grandfather's praise. He smiled broadly and placed the dish on the table. "If Grandpa likes it, then have some. My good grandson, you eat some too." Grandpa Fang placed a rib on his grandson's plate, and then one on his daughter-in-law's. "Dad, where's I?" Fang Jun waited for a long time but didn't see his turn, so he reminded his dad. Chapter 126. Don't think that just because you're my dad I have to give in to you. Grandpa Fang glanced disdainfully at his son, who had a rib in his mouth smeared with sauce. "How old are you? I still have to serve you food." Although he said that, he still put one rib in his son's bowl. Then, turning his head, he put two more ribs in Fang Shang's bowl. His grandson liked it, it was so delicious, he should eat more, he was growing too. The family began to enjoy their delicious dinner. Fang Jun even opened the good wine he had brought back from Jiachen and had a drink with his grandfather. Men, once they've had a few drinks, start bragging. Before long, the conversation veered towards Fang Shang. Fang Jun proudly told his grandfather, "Dad, look, this is my son, the little master chef, a real-life culinary genius. I'm a good father, aren't I?" Grandpa Fang scoffed, "So what if you gave birth to him?" "Little Shang inherited my talent. That's called a generational inheritance, haha, your old man is still the best." "But he's my son, my grandson. My son is incredibly awesome. My grandson is number one. Don't think that just because you're my dad I have to defer to you. My son is number one." "You brat, it's clearly my grandson who's number one. Is it possible you're talking about the same person?" Fang Shang, who was playing games after a satisfying meal, felt incredibly embarrassed listening to his two tipsy elders praising him to each other. While praise was always pleasant, such self-aggrandizement made him blush. The next 2 days were incredibly enjoyable for Fang Shang at his hometown. No homework, no teachers, he could do whatever he wanted. He spent his days with his grandfather, digging for wild vegetables in the mountains and catching fish in the river. Back home, his grandfather would prepare delicious meals using ingredients rarely found in the city. Every time they went grocery shopping or were preparing a meal, Grandpa Fang would ask Fang Shang what he wanted to make. Fang Shang, eager to try his hand at sweet and sour dishes, readily made them all: sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour fish, and so on. Of course, he also made some dishes he had learned before, so his grandfather could enjoy a delicious meal as well. Each meal included a sweet and sour dish, a soup, and a cold appetizer platter specifically for his grandfather to enjoy with his drinks. Fang Jun felt that since he rarely went home, he should show his filial piety by cooking something nice for his father. While grocery shopping, he casually mentioned it, only to be met with a cold, dismissive remark from his father. "With your meager skills, what kind of dishes can you possibly make?" Fang Jun thought for a moment. His hot dishes weren't as good as his father's, and his cold dishes and soups weren't as good as his son's. It seemed he really didn't have anything worthwhile to offer. He shook his head vigorously, deciding he'd better stick to doing odd jobs. Grandpa Fang had initially thought that since his grandson was so talented, he might as well teach him a couple of his culinary secrets, dishes his son couldn't seem to learn no matter how hard he tried. But seeing his grandson make an incredibly delicious soup one minute and a perfectly simple cold dish the next, he immediately abandoned that idea. His grandson was so gifted, having figured out cooking entirely on his own. Could he possibly teach him that? Not a single thing. If he is a top student in culinary arts, then his grandson is a super academic genius. How could a top student possibly befriend a superachiever? Those superachievers are all self-taught. According to the high school teachers who came back from the village on vacation, some students are incredibly gifted, their test papers are completely beyond the syllabus. Some difficult problems they can't solve without careful study, and even if they do, they might get them wrong. The superachievers have already mastered them. I guess my grandson is one of those people. Then why should I embarrass myself by teaching him? What if I mislead him by teaching too much? It's better to let my grandson develop freely and create even more delicious dishes. Thinking of this, Grandpa Fang suddenly felt annoyed with Fang Jun again. Back when he taught his son to cook, he poured his heart and soul into it, often getting so frustrated he felt like he was about to explode. Now it's his son's turn to teach his grandson, and all his son has to do is stand by and cheer, waiting for his son to develop. What kind of good thing is this? The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. He slammed his cup on the table and poked his son's forehead with his finger. "Drink, drink, all you do is drink. Go to the kitchen, there's still beef. Stir-fry me your best dish, black pepper beef tenderloin. Let me see how much your skills have deteriorated." "I hope not." Fang Jun's face changed. He wanted to show filial piety, but he wasn't so blind as to let his father get scolded when he was clearly about to cause trouble. "Didn't you say before that my cooking wasn't as good as yours, and you wouldn't let me cook? I'm a mountain of sages." His father instantly transformed into a disciplinary headmaster, and Fang Jun immediately shrank back, looking as weak as a schoolchild. "Okay, Dad, don't be angry, I'll go right away." Needless to say, another chaotic scene ensued. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the third day. Thinking about the business at the shop, Fang Jun and Wu Xian decided to take their son home after dinner. Although Grandpa Fang was reluctant to let them go, he knew it was impossible for his son's family to stay in the village indefinitely. He and his grandson prepared a feast, preparing to see them off after the meal. "Grandpa, why don't you come with us to Jiexing? Our house is big, and we have an empty room, specially reserved for you. Once you're in Jiexing, I'll cook you delicious food every day," Fang Shang said. Grandpa Fang waved his hand. "Going to the city is too inconvenient. I'm used to a leisurely life in the countryside." No, you can come back to visit next time you have time." After the meal, Grandpa Fang loaded some local specialties into the trunk of the car. As the family was saying goodbye, suddenly, old Du's son from the village stumbled over, his eyes red, and cried out, "Uncle Fang, my dad's gone." "What did you say?" Grandpa Fang's eyes widened. Just yesterday, he had taken his son's family to visit old Du. He had a couple of drinks with old Du, and old Du seemed to be in good spirits then. How could he be gone? Thinking of the misunderstanding his family had caused, he asked cautiously, "There wasn't any misunderstanding, was there? Did you come from home, or did you hear about it on the street?" The misunderstanding a couple of days ago was quite big. Du Xiaohe had heard about it all, but he still shook his head. "Uncle Fang, there's no misunderstanding, my dad really is gone." Grandpa Fang swayed, almost losing his balance, but wasn't he perfectly fine yesterday? After he ate breakfast this morning, he went to the field to pick some vegetables and came back saying he was a little sleepy. He went home and went straight to sleep. Just now, when his family went to call him at dinner, they found he was already gone. Upon hearing Du Xiaohu's explanation, Grandpa Fang finally realized that old Du was truly gone. He tried to hold back his tears, but couldn't, and they streamed down his face. Old Du was 8 years older than him. When he was young and went out to make his way in the world, he relied entirely on old Du for guidance. When he was short of money, old Du would always treat him to meals. Old Du had helped him countless times. Chapter 127 Rural Feast. Over the years, the two families had always helped each other. Although they weren't blood brothers, their bond was stronger than that of blood brothers. It was unexpected that old Du would pass away so suddenly. Seeing his father so grief-stricken, Fang Jun quickly brought him a stool for Grandpa Fang to sit down. Du Xiaohu paused for a moment before speaking again. Uncle Fang, Dad has passed away, but his funeral arrangements need to be made. I know you've retired, but Dad always praised your cooking. Could you help with the banquet the day after tomorrow? I'll find you a couple of helpers. Grandpa Fang used to specialize in cooking large banquets in rural areas. He was very skilled, and people in the surrounding villages would hire him for weddings and funerals. Now that he's older, he can't do it anymore, which is why he retired. Mainly because weddings and funerals often involve a dozen or 20 tables, it's too tiring to manage. Even though he's retired, people still frequently try to persuade him to cook, but Grandpa Fang has always refused. But when Du Xiaohu invited him, it was a different story. When they were young, Grandpa Fang would cook grand feasts, and old Du had jokingly said that when he passed away, Grandpa Fang should cook his feast. He'd even made that promise to Grandpa Fang. Besides, even without that promise, given their friendship, Grandpa Fang wouldn't refuse. His eyes were filled with tears as he said in a deep voice, "All right, I'll handle this feast. I'll make sure it's a respectable affair." Fang Jun, who was about to leave, saw his father's state and didn't dare go. He chimed in, "No need for helpers. I'll help Dad. Then we'll trouble Uncle Fang." After Du Xiaohu left, Grandpa Fang returned home, looking very sad. He sat there and began to reminisce about his time learning a trade and working hard in Beijing with old Du. His family sat beside him. That evening, Wu Xian posted another message in various fan groups. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Jun's food stall will remain closed for the next 2 days. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. This message immediately caused an uproar in the fan groups. Wu Xian felt very embarrassed. Running a business is all about reputation. She had said she'd be closed for 3 days, but now she was only open for 2. What would her customers think? Although her son's food was delicious, she couldn't continue operating like this. She went online to apologize to her fans and promised that after 5 days, her son's new sweet and sour dishes would be available. To reward her fans, she would also add an extra cold dish. Anyway, her son had a long summer vacation, and he wasn't in a rush to finish his homework. Her son enjoyed cooking and was happy in the kitchen. Customers enjoyed the food, and more dishes meant more profit, a win-win situation for everyone. The diners were initially very excited, but after Wu Xian apologized and explained the situation, they calmed down. They were all adults, and the proprietress had admitted she had something to attend to. Everyone has things to deal with, and it wasn't like she had to abandon her family for the sake of business. When the proprietress mentioned that in addition to the new dishes, there would be extra cold dishes, the diners cheered again. Just 2 more days, and their delicious food would arrive. What did it matter if they waited? The next day, Grandpa Fang and his family went to old Du's house. A morning hall had already been set up inside, and besides Du's relatives and friends, many villagers were there to help. That's how it is in the countryside. Whenever there's a wedding or funeral, the whole village helps out. Grandpa Fang was saddened, but being an adult, he pulled himself together and discussed the menu with Du Xiaohu. Don't underestimate the simplicity of a rural feast, it's quite elaborate. The feast begins with 10 cold dishes, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, but with more meat than vegetables. After the cold dishes, a pot of chicken or pigeon soup is served. After everyone has their soup, the hot dishes follow. Of the hot dishes, simple stir-fries are served last, meant to be eaten with rice. The preceding dishes are all elaborate braised, fried, and stewed dishes. Now that living conditions are better, the feasts are increasingly grand, with fish, shrimp, and turtle being commonplace. Fang Shang, standing nearby, saw fish on the menu his grandfather had prepared and volunteered, raising his hand. "Grandpa, we can make sweet and sour fish. What about the cold dishes?" His grandson loved cooking, and Grandpa Fang was happy to provide him with the opportunity. "How about garlic-flavored pork belly?" Fang Shang's eyes sparkled with experience. He'd fallen far behind in experience points after playing for a few days, but preparing this meal would surely bring him back up. "This dish requires good knife skills." "Okay." Grandpa Fang stopped mid-sentence. His son had been a chef for so many years, slicing garlic-flavored pork belly was no problem for him. His son could chop it, and his grandson could season it, no work for him. "Dad, leave the other cold dishes to me. You can just cook the hot dishes, it'll be too tiring." Fang Jun volunteered, patting his chest. No, your cold dishes are too ordinary. I'll do them myself. Grandpa Fang flatly refused. Fang Jun quickly said, Dad, although I'll be cooking, the sauce will be made by Xiao Shang. Also, I'm planning to make some braised dishes, and Xiao Shang will make the braising sauce for those too. I'll only be responsible for cooking the meat and slicing it. The taste will be absolutely fine, maybe just a little off in texture. Grandpa Fang paused for a moment before saying, Okay, the cold dishes are yours. After arranging the menu, Grandpa Fang wrote down the quantities of ingredients needed based on the table number Du Xiaohe had booked. After making the arrangements, he went to the morning hall alone, without his son or grandson accompanying him. The preparations for the lunch feast the next day had to begin that afternoon, especially for the braised dishes Fang Jun was preparing. The braising sauce needed to be simmered first, then kept on the stove. After dinner, the makeshift kitchen shed was set up, and all sorts of cooking utensils were moved in, along with the large stove for stir-frying and braising. Fang Jun quickly found the seasonings his son needed from the pile of delivered spices, washed them, and placed them by the stove, watching his son simmer the braising sauce again. He was too busy last time to take notes. Today, with nothing much to do, and the preparations being the host's responsibility, he could finally take a good look. Grandpa Fang, curious about Fang Shang's braising sauce, squeezed in too, not minding the heat at all. Seeing Fang Shang clumsily weighing the various braising ingredients with a small scale, Grandpa Fang, who had been feeling down, couldn't help but laugh. If he hadn't tasted all the dishes his grandson had made, just watching his grandson handle the seasonings would have made him wonder if his son was joking. However, Fang Shang was only slow at weighing ingredients. Once everything was ready, his speed and skill changed dramatically. He deftly tossed the wok, stir-fried the seasonings, caramelized the sugar, and simmered the broth in the pot. His movements were incredibly smooth. The braising liquid didn't simmer for long before the aroma filled the air. Just like before, it grew increasingly fragrant with time. The small shed couldn't contain the fragrance, it permeated the courtyard and spread everywhere. The villagers helping out in the courtyard, seeing Fang Jun selecting the seasonings, assumed he had made the braising liquid and began to praise him. Brother Fang, I never knew your cooking skills had improved so much since you settled in Jiachen. This braising liquid smells so good, the dishes braised in it will definitely be delicious. Chapter 128. This is the treatment of being worse off than the elderly and worse off than the young. Upon hearing the praise, Fang Jun became incredibly embarrassed and immediately clarified, I didn't make this braising sauce, my son did. Everyone around him laughed. Little Fang, you've been away for years, and now you're so humble. Even when we praise your cooking, you have to be so polite. How old is your son? How could he possibly cook, let alone something as complicated as making braising sauce? He'd be lucky if he could even stir-fry some potato shreds. Yeah, don't be so modest. It sounds fake. No, really, I didn't make it. Listen to my explanation. Fang Jun tried to explain, even trying to pull everyone to the kitchen to see. But everyone thought he was just being modest, and no one believed him. So, from then on, whenever Fang Jun left the kitchen to find ingredients, villagers who had just heard about it would compliment him. When Grandpa Fang heard the praise while looking at the seasonings, he immediately gave him a disapproving look. Fang Jun felt more wronged than Do Yi, a legendary figure known for her injustice in Chinese folklore. Dad, I have an explanation. They just don't believe me. I can't exactly drag him into the kitchen and force him next to the braising pot to show them, can I? Grandpa Fang, busy with his work, said, You're my son, I know that, you're secretly pleased, aren't you? Fang Jun wanted to deny it, but after a glance from his father, he smiled again, looking a little silly. My son is amazing, and I, as his father, am proud too. I just had a little laugh, just a little bit. Although the funeral wasn't as grand as a wedding, old Du was a kind and helpful man who always lent a hand to anyone in the village who needed assistance. Du Xiaohe roughly estimated that there would be about 20 tables for the feast. The feast was held right in front of the Du family's house. 6 tables were set up in the courtyard, and another 6 were set up at the entrance. The rest would have to be eaten in the second round. To be among the first to prepare for the feast, Fang Jun had to get up at 5 a.m. the next morning to braise meat. When he got up, it was still dark, with only a faint glimmer of light. He opened the door and was startled to see a dark figure standing in the yard. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his father and breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, don't worry, I'll get there beforehand to get everything ready. You just need to cook. Why get up so early? You're getting on in years, you should rest more. Let's go together. Grandpa Fang didn't say much. Fang Jun knew he was upset and didn't dare say anything more. The two of them went to the Du family's house to prepare for the feast. Fang Shang didn't get up until after 7 a.m. Wu Xian had already made him breakfast. The mother and son ate breakfast before going to the Du family's house. As soon as Fang Jun saw him, he quickly pulled him into the kitchen. Hurry up, I've almost finished preparing the cold dishes, just need your dipping sauce. Fang Shang didn't hesitate. He washed his hands, stood at the counter, and started working. Although it's just a dipping sauce, the flavor varies depending on the dish. This table of cold dishes required several different dipping sauces. The braised meats in the cold dishes could be sliced and served directly, but they still needed a dipping sauce for everyone to dip in. This dipping sauce was mainly for cutting through the greasiness and enhancing the aroma. The salt and spices couldn't be too strong, otherwise it would be too cloying. The preserved egg and tofu, on the other hand, needed to be sour and spicy, creating a completely different flavor profile. There was also garlic-infused pork belly, bursting with garlic flavor and irresistibly spicy, while the cold-dressed tofu skin was a lighter, more delicate dish. Each had its own distinct character. Fang Shang had his father prepare the condiments while simultaneously setting out bowls of seasoning liquid. Seeing the sheer number of small bowls he'd prepared, Fang Jun was quite impressed. He'd always thought that cold dishes, aside from being either mild or strong-flavored, were largely similar and didn't need such fine categorization. But seeing his son's skill in preparing the sauces, he suddenly felt like a mediocre student watching a top student solve a problem a world of difference. Fang Shang cooked with remarkable efficiency, showing none of the clumsiness often associated with children. Having trained countless times in the system space, he knew every ingredient by heart. He practically knew exactly what dish he was going to mix and immediately added the ingredients. Soon, all the various sauces were ready. Just then, firecrackers went off outside, and the clattering of doors faded into the distance. Fang Jun knew the feast was about to begin and sped up his work. He poured each cold dish into a large bowl, then added the sauce and mixed well. With so many cold dishes, he repeatedly mixed and plated them. Because he wasn't personally involved in seasoning, his sense of participation was greatly diminished. He suddenly felt like an emotionless cold dish mixing robot. At 10:30, the first meal began. A group of helpers came to carry away the dishes, large and small, and the kitchen was cleared. The three members of the Fang family immediately got busy. Fang Shang was busy making sweet and sour fish, Grandpa was busy preparing various hot dishes, and Fang Jun was completely reduced to running errands for the two of them. Son, stir the marinated chicken well so it's flavorful. Dad, quickly get a bowl, I need to put the fish in. Son, open the lid of the soup pot and throw in the cordyceps mushrooms. Dad, haven't you prepared my dipping sauce yet? Dad, there's too much fish, I can't carry it. Son. Fang Jun was busy running around, almost breaking his legs. When the grandfather and grandson shouted almost simultaneously, Fang Jun stood there, his head buzzing. His mind was filled with only three questions: who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? So, this is the treatment of being worse off than the old and worse off than the young? The father and son just say a few words, and he, the middleman, runs himself ragged. This life is unbearable. Meanwhile, after the cold dishes were served, the meal began as soon as the time was right. Once the table was full, everyone picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Before Grandpa Fang retired, his banquet dishes were very popular. After he stopped, the villagers felt a little regretful. Unexpectedly, Du Xiaohu managed to get Grandpa Fang back, and the villagers were quite excited. Although it was a funeral, not as joyous as a wedding, old Du passed away peacefully in his sleep, so it could be considered a happy funeral. Therefore, the atmosphere at the banquet was still quite good. When they reached for their chopsticks and tasted the cold dishes, their eyes lit up. Wow, this braised pig's tongue tastes so good. It's so fragrant and rich, the flavor has completely permeated the tongue. One bite, and it's so delicious, sticking to your tongue. The cold preserved egg salad is also delicious. The sour and spicy flavor is so satisfying, combined with the salty and savory taste of the preserved egg itself. I never thought that a simple cold preserved egg salad could be so delicious. Quick, everyone, try this garlic-flavored pork belly. Such a big piece of meat, yet it's not greasy at all. One bite, and your mouth is filled with the delicious meaty flavor. It's so satisfying. Speaking of which, this is a cold dish Fang Ge made, right? I saw him mixing vegetables. How come he's become so skilled after just a few years in the city? Little Fang is amazing. He's been running his shop for a few years, and his skills have surpassed his father's. The group started praising Fang Jun again. Fang Jun was at the kitchen door helping his son tend the fire. Hearing the praise, he couldn't help but grin, insisting, "My son also made the sauce. He's the one who makes the best sauce." Chapter 129. You won't even get to eat the dregs. The villagers naturally took Fang Jun's words as modesty and continued to praise him. Wu Xian, seeing her husband grinning, said speechlessly, "Knowing that our son made the sauce, what's so great about that? But I did all the other work, didn't I? Tell me, did I even cook?" Fang Jun added, "Besides, they praised my son's cooking skills, what's wrong with me just smiling?" Wu Xian was stunned. That made perfect sense, she was speechless. Meanwhile, Fang Shang also started making sweet and sour fish. For the banquet, grass carp was chosen because it has thick flesh and few bones, offering a more satisfying fish-eating experience. At a large banquet, a group of people can sit together, sharing pieces, making it more enjoyable. Carp, on the other hand, has more bones and is more suitable for leisurely meals at home during holidays. The oil in the wok was hot enough. Fang Shang placed a marinated grass carp into the oil, and with a sizzle, the oil began to pop. The cooking had been done in the kitchen, and now the fish was being fried in a large pot by the door. The villagers, who were enjoying their meal, were immediately struck by a strange sight. Old Fang's grandson was diligently frying fish in front of the pot, while his son was acting like a handyman, fetching this for Old Fang and preparing that for his grandson. Why isn't this child eating? He's helping out in the kitchen. A familiar neighbor reminded Fang Jun, telling him to let his son eat, or at least choose something simple to help with, so he wouldn't get burned by the oil. Their tone was full of dissatisfaction, as if Fang Jun were some kind of stepfather using his son as free labor, leaving Fang Jun speechless. Son, you've been standing here all day, your dad's been suffering. Remember to cook a couple of good dishes to reward your dad. Fang Shang smiled and said, Don't worry, Dad. Once the sweet and sour fish is on the table, they'll only praise you for having such a good son. Fang Jun reluctantly accepted this consolation. After frying the 2 large basins of fish, he went to the kitchen to prepare the sweet and sour sauce. To ensure the vinegar had the right balance of acidity and aroma, he specifically chose 2 types of vinegar today, aged vinegar and rice vinegar. The combination of the 2 vinegars would give him the perfect sourness. Grandpa Fang, who was braising chicken, noticed that his grandson hadn't added ketchup to the sweet and sour sauce and reminded him, Did you forget the ketchup? No, Grandpa, his grandson replied, ketchup has a rather unique sweet and sour flavor. It's fine for sweet and sour pork ribs, as it can neutralize the acidity of the vinegar and the sweetness of the sugar, but it makes the fish smell too strong. The traditional sweet and sour sauce tastes much better, so I didn't add ketchup to today's sweet and sour fish. Hearing this, Grandpa Fang's eyes lit up. As an experienced chef, he knew exactly how to make sweet and sour sauce. The traditional method was particularly difficult to master, many chefs couldn't get it right, and even he himself only managed a mediocre result. That's why he added ketchup to balance the flavor. I never expected my grandson to have mastered the traditional sweet and sour sauce recipe. This talent is truly natural, he's born to be a chef. Fang Shang sautéed ginger and garlic in a large pot, then poured in his homemade sweet and sour sauce. He brought it to a boil over high heat, and instantly, the sweet and sour aroma of the sauce filled the air, making my mouth water. Some villagers, drawn by the aroma, turned around and were astonished to see Fang Shang cooking. However, seeing that the 2 adults in the Fang family said nothing, they quieted down, simply curious about the smell of the sweet and sour fish. Soon, the finished sweet and sour fish was finally served. The fish, arranged on the plate, resembled a finely crafted work of art. The hot oil gave it a golden brown exterior, while the sweet and sour sauce draped it in an amber hue. The translucent sweet and sour sauce, reflecting the sunlight at this spot, shimmered and sparkled. At first glance, it seemed less like food and more like a work of art for everyone to admire. Wow, this sweet and sour fish looks so beautiful. The vibrant color immediately became the focus of the villagers' attention, and the rich, sweet and sour aroma further whetted their appetites. Everyone reached out their chopsticks to taste the fish. The first bite produces a satisfying crunch as the crispy outer shell crackles between your teeth, releasing a delightful aroma, the kind of caramelized flavor unique to deep frying. A further bite reveals the tender fish meat inside, melting in your mouth. The fish is incredibly fresh and delicate, almost melting in your mouth with minimal chewing. It's not fishy at all, only the pure, fresh flavor of the fish fills your palate. The sweet and sour sauce seeps into the fish from the crispy shell. The thick, viscous sauce clings to the flesh, penetrating deeply. With each bite, the freshness of the fish and the sweet and sour sauce explode in your mouth. The vinegar's acidity and the sugar's sweetness are perfectly balanced, blending together to create an exquisite flavor. Sweet but not cloying, sour but not harsh, it stimulates the taste buds to the fullest, allowing them to continuously savor its deliciousness. Wow, this sweet and sour fish is so delicious. The sweet and sour flavors are just right, and it's incredibly fresh. I didn't want to eat it at first, but when I heard it was grass carp, and it was fish eating, I only took a small piece with the fewest bones. I didn't expect it to taste so good, so delicious. I love sweet and sour dishes. I've tried sweet and sour fish at so many places, but I never thought Grandpa Fang's would taste even better than the ones I've had at 5-star hotels. I never used to like sweet and sour things. I thought it was just a bad thing, but it turns out I just hadn't found anything good. If all sweet and sour dishes tasted like this, wouldn't I love them? The food was so delicious that everyone ate quickly. A mother, seeing her daughter engrossed in her phone, quickly put a piece of fish in her bowl for her to eat. The daughter was engrossed in her game and didn't want to pay attention, afraid of being killed if she was too slow. Seeing this, the mother simply fed the fish to her daughter. The daughter chewed twice unconsciously, and the next second, her eyes widened in surprise. "Mom, what did you give me to eat? It's so delicious." Sweet and sour fish. If you keep playing games, you won't even get any scraps. The daughter looked down and saw that the fish in front of her had been flipped over, leaving only a tiny bit of fish meat. She exclaimed, "Oh dear," and quickly put down her phone, abandoning her game, picking up her chopsticks and joining the fish-eating frenzy. "Wait a minute, I clearly saw old Fang's grandson make the sweet and sour fish. How come it smells so good?" An elderly woman asked, and those nearby exclaimed in surprise. "Such delicious sweet and sour fish, made by old Fang's grandson? How old is he? That's amazing. Grandma Joe, are you sure you didn't see wrong? This dish was made by Fang Jun's son? Why would I lie to you? I sat right here and saw that little guy fry the fish, prepare the sauce, and plate it. Little Fang was just helping out by carrying the plates." Chapter 130, The One Who Holds Back. The villagers were immediately filled with disbelief. Old Fang's grandson was only about 10 years old, yet he could make such delicious sweet and sour fish. Moreover, this wasn't just a simple dish, it was for a grand banquet, cooking 12 fish at once, and maintaining this level of quality. Every dish was so delicious. His skill was absolutely top-notch. Amazing! This little guy is incredible. You bet. When I cook, sometimes I chop too much food and lose control of the seasonings, and the dish doesn't taste good. I've been cooking for decades, and I'm still not as good as a 10-year-old. Yes, banquet dishes and home-cooked meals are completely different. Just look at the portions. Even a pinch of salt makes a huge difference. Few people can get the timing right. The villagers were astonished. Old Duan and a few others who were close to Grandpa Fang, not having seen Fang Shang cook, even went to the kitchen to ask him if Fang Shang had actually made the sweet and sour fish. "It was my grandson who did it. From marinating to frying the fish to seasoning, my son, Fang Shang, handled everything. My son just helped by serving some things." Grandpa Fang was very proud when he mentioned this. "This child's talent is undeniable. His cooking is even better than mine. Wasn't the garlic pork belly delicious when we were having the cold dishes? That was also made by my grandson." Upon receiving this affirmation, the villagers were even more astonished. Fang Shang was so young, only 10 years old, barely able to lift a heavy pot, yet he could still make such delicious food. "Amazing! Your grandson is truly amazing. He's inherited your mantle." This is a case of the student surpassing the master. To be able to cook such delicious food at such a young age, his future achievements are limitless. "Yes, old Fang, you have a worthy successor." The villagers didn't hide their praise, and Grandpa Fang, for once, showed a smile. After the second table of food was prepared, Grandpa Fang and his family were invited to a table specially reserved for them. As soon as the group arrived at the table, the villagers eating around them greeted them warmly. "Old Fang, you're still got it. The dishes you made today are fantastic. Little Fang, you've improved a lot in the years you've been in the city. Your cold dishes are even better than your dad's. Little Shang, did you really make this sweet and sour fish? You're amazing. You're practically gifted. Your dad must have taught you a lot, otherwise how could you cook so well at such a young age? This whole family is so talented, it's truly enviable." Everyone showered the three of them with praise, especially Fang Shang. The children admired him, and the adults were envious. How could they not be envious? Their own 10-year-old was still raiding bird nests in the mountains, fishing in the river, and doing homework was a chaotic scene, while Fang Shang was already helping his grandfather cook elaborate meals. This comparison was enough to make all the young people green with envy. Indeed, the truly talented are always someone else's kids. The grandfather and grandson both wore synchronized humble smiles as they responded to everyone's questions, except for Fang Jun, whose expression was a little stiff, looking guilty. Having been busy since morning, they were also hungry. After greeting everyone, they began to wolf down their food. "Uncle Fang, thank you for your hard work. It's all thanks to you that today's event was handled so well," Du Ziahe said gratefully as he sat down. In rural areas, there are certain customs and traditions surrounding weddings and funerals. Leaving aside the grandeur of the food, if the dishes are insufficient or poorly prepared, leaving guests unsatisfied, or if there's a multitude of dishes but few truly delicious ones, and everyone only takes a few bites before refusing to eat, leaving a pile of food uneaten, it would definitely embarrass the host. Moreover, people won't complain about the cook's cooking, they'll just gossip behind the scenes, saying the host is incompetent, that things weren't handled well enough, and that they didn't even get a proper meal while helping out. And, thanks to the influence of the extended family, these rumors spread far and wide, lasting for a long time. Today's feast, with its well-prepared and delicious food, satisfied everyone, and Du Ziahe was relieved. His father was very concerned about his reputation, and this final moment couldn't afford to go wrong. Grandpa Fang waved his hand. "Old Du is like an older brother to me. This is what I should do. In the future, if you ever have any unresolved issues, you can come to me for advice. I'll take care of you the way Brother Du took care of me." Hearing Grandpa Fang mention the past, Du Ziahe was overcome with emotion, his eyes welling up with tears again. He held back for a while before urging everyone to eat. Because the food was so delicious, the meal ended a little later than usual. After the meal, some people even came over specifically to ask Fang Jun about it. Brother Fang, you run a restaurant in Jiexing, right? Do you usually serve these kinds of good food? Yes, we run a food stall called A Jun's Food Stall. We usually serve stir-fried dishes, braised meat, spicy braised dishes, and other similar things. My son also cooks some dishes he's interested in on weekends. The fellow villager immediately perked up, took out his phone, and eagerly said, let's add each other as friends. Can you give me the address? When I visit my uncle, I'll stop by your place for a meal. It's so delicious, I can't get enough. Okay, I'll send you the location. But the shop is old, and we're preparing to move recently. If you're coming, send me a message so you don't get lost. Before leaving, Grandpa Fang gave Du Xiaohu a few more instructions. When Du Xiaohu tried to pay, Grandpa Fang refused, even refusing to accept the money offered to Fang Jun. Du Xiaohu insisted for a long time, but Grandpa Fang still wouldn't take it. Finally, Du Xiaohu had no choice but to put a red envelope in Fang Shang's hand, who was eating an ice cream nearby, and run into the house, closing the door behind him. Only then did Grandpa Fang let Fang Shang accept the envelope. After a long day of work, all three were exhausted. Fang Jun wanted to take a nap after returning home, but Wu Xian stopped him. If you want to sleep, go back to Jiachen. Let's leave now, get some rest at home, and we can get up early tomorrow to run the food stall properly. But I'm so tired, I just want to sleep. Can't we leave tomorrow morning? Fang Jun yawned, saying bluntly. He was the most tired one after today's meal. No, we agreed to officially open tomorrow morning. I absolutely can't go back on my word again. Otherwise, how will we do business in the future? I'll drive, and you can sleep in the car, it's the same thing. A large, ruthless hand yanked Fang Jun up and shoved him into the car, leaving no room for negotiation. Grandpa, are you really not coming with us? Fang Shang asked. Grandpa Fang shook his head. My dear grandson, Grandpa will miss you. If you like cooking, cook every day when you get back. Be happy every day, okay? But you're still young, don't overwork yourself. Grandpa Fang nagged his grandson for a while, then turned and scolded Fang Jun, telling him not to always restrict his grandson's chores, that his grandson was more capable than him, and that he shouldn't hold him back. Fang Jun's head was buzzing from the scolding. So, he'd gone from being the head of the family to the one holding them back. Chapter 131 I'm here. On the way back, Wu Xian drove while Fang Shang and his son slept soundly in the back seat. Fang Jun was fast asleep, but Fang Shang's consciousness had already entered the system's learning space, and he was studying again, not wanting to waste a single second of this precious learning time. They left around 3 p.m., and Wu Xian drove slowly, taking nearly 4 hours to get back to Jiachen, arriving after 7 p.m. Before even getting out of the car, Fang Jun saw a crowd gathered in front of a food stall, huddled together, seemingly doing something. This was the time when elderly people would go out to cool off, so the family assumed they were just resting because the food stall was closed and didn't think much of it. After the car stopped, Fang Jun, who had been dozing the whole way, was still a little dizzy when he got out. Seeing Fang Shang jumping around energetically as soon as he got out of the car, he suddenly felt old himself. Just then, the sound of the car door closing attracted the attention of the crowd. An elderly man turned around, saw Fang Jun standing by the roadside, and immediately let out a shriek, as if he had seen some important figure. Ah, they're back. What? They're back. The elderly folks turned around, and upon recognizing them, they were overjoyed, as if seeing long-lost relatives. They all rushed over, waving as they ran. A dense crowd of them. If this were on a main road, it would have startled many passing cars to a stop. Seeing the elderly folks greeting him so warmly, Fang Jun was also a little excited. He hadn't expected to be so popular in the neighborhood. Indeed, having lived there for so many years, he had helped everyone a lot, and the neighbors got along quite well. Uncle Wang, Uncle John, taking a break to cool off. He went up to them, waving and greeting them in return. You're all so kind. I've only been gone for 5 days, and you all. The rest of his words were swallowed back down. The group of people automatically bypassed him, rushing to the side with a clear objective, surrounding Fang Shang, who was standing under the tree. Fang Jun stiffly raised his hand, calling out softly, I'm here, here. Unfortunately, no one heard him. One elderly woman even pushed him aside because he was blocking her way, then excitedly ran to her son's side. Young boss, you're finally back. You must be tired. I just bought some electrolytes at the convenience store. Here, have some to replenish your energy. You've been away for 5 days and you've lost weight from hunger. Heaven have mercy on you. How has old Fang taken care of you? 3 days then 2 days, Xiao Shang, do you know how Grandpa Wang has been these past 5 days? He couldn't eat or sleep well. Oh, young boss, if you hadn't come back, my granddaughter would have run away from home to look for you back in your hometown. These past few days, I haven't dared to blink an eye when I go out, afraid that if I'm not careful, my granddaughter will carry me on a vehicle and run away. It wasn't easy. 5 whole days. Never before have I felt so overwhelmed. The first thing I do when I open my eyes is check the calendar, then calculate the time. Seeing you back puts my mind at ease. Surrounded by people, Fang Shang wasn't intimidated. He greeted everyone generously and answered every question seriously. Fang Jun's lips twitched violently at being ignored. He was a grown man, standing right there, and yet he was completely disregarded. Was he not strong enough, not conspicuous enough? He was Fang Shang's father. Whether Fang Shang could cook or not depended on him. Believe it or not, he'd make sure his son wouldn't cook tomorrow, sending him to tutoring classes and making everyone wait all day. Fang Jun was furious, extremely annoyed. So, he decided that from now on, no matter who greeted him, he would pretend not to hear them, unless they were genuinely sincere. He opened the roller shutter door and began tidying up the stools set up in the hall. Suddenly, a voice called out behind him, "Brother Fang, you're back." Those 3 short words seemed to resonate deep within Fang Jun's heart. At that moment, he felt the sky was bluer, the sea wider, and the world more beautiful. He whirled around to see Wang Jiaojun calling him and strode over. "It's Xiao Gao, what's up?" Wang Jiaojun asked with a smile. "Brother Fang, do you have any braised food for sale today?" "I haven't had any for days, I'm craving it." Fang Jun shook his head. "Just got back, the shop's still a mess, not planning to open yet. We'll start selling tomorrow." A person who had come over chimed in, "It's okay, the shop's a mess, we don't necessarily have to eat here. We can take it home. Since you're back, hurry up and braise some meat while it's still early, we can have a late night snack." "Yeah, you're usually busy at 8 o'clock, it's only 8 o'clock now, the perfect time to work hard." "Go and work hard, you can earn some extra money." "Ah." Fang Jun was bewildered by their explanation. "No, we haven't been back for days. Even if you wanted to eat, the shop doesn't have any vegetables." The old man next to him immediately seized on the key point. "So you mean you can cook as long as you have vegetables?" This. Fang Jun hesitated to answer, feeling that something terrible would happen if he did. The old man said, "My nephew sells vegetables. He has some at home. If you don't mind, I'll call him and have him deliver some right away." "Great. That way we have vegetables too. Brother Fang, start cooking. We'll clean the dining area for you." Fang Jun hissed, cautiously taking a few steps back. If they surrounded him any longer, he might be dragged into the kitchen, where they might pull out the braising broth from the freezer, turn on the stove, shove a spoon into his hand, and force him to braise vegetables. "No, we're really not open today. Come back tomorrow if you want to eat. My son is off work, but we'll have his special dishes tomorrow." The elderly couple were drooling with hunger, and their little rascal was driving them crazy. Seeing that Fang Jun had no intention of cooking, they earnestly tried to persuade him, each trying to persuade the other. But he remained unmoved, and the old man grew impatient. Young Fang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you won't do business. Look at yourself. Have you bought a second house? Have you saved up enough for your retirement? Have you paid off the mortgage on the villa for Xiao Shang? Do you have 50 million in savings? Do you drive a BMW or Mercedes? You haven't created any opportunities for Xiao Shang, so why are you taking a break?" Fang Jun's smile froze. "Grandpa, do you even want to hear what you're saying? I just got home, haven't even had a sip of water, and you're already thinking about 50 million in savings? Is that even human?" No matter what everyone said, Fang Jun refused. He was joking. It was late at night, nothing was prepared, and if they actually started cooking, would he even get any rest? You know, he was the earliest riser in the family, going to the market at 5 a.m. to buy all sorts of fresh vegetables and meat. The quality of the ingredients at home depended entirely on him. Wang Jiaojun and the others could only leave regretfully, sighing as they went. Chapter 132. A trivial matter. Wu Xian was also being looked after by her neighbors. The older women, eager to try Fang Shang's new dishes for lunch tomorrow, were all incredibly enthusiastic. They couldn't wait until tomorrow morning and wanted to get a number right now, fearing the competition would be fierce and all the numbers would be snatched up by those who arrived early. They were all clamoring for Wu Xian to give them numbers now so they could relax and enjoy themselves while waiting for lunch tomorrow. But Wu Xian refused, coldly rejecting them. "No, grandpas and grandmas, you live so close by, why not just come and get your numbers tomorrow morning? It's unfair to those who live further away and don't even know we're back yet." The commotion at the entrance lasted for a long time before the older women finally dispersed. Wu Xian and Fang Jun were extremely annoyed. Only after confirming they were all gone did they hurriedly go inside to pack their things. Fang Shang, on the other hand, was greeted by everyone because he was young. They stuffed his hands full of snacks and then left him alone. He was now sitting in the shop, leisurely eating snacks and playing games. It has to be said, there are advantages to having kids. Meanwhile, Grandpa Wang, the undisputed kingpin of the chat group, was already typing away nimbly. He quickly snapped photos of Jun's food stall, which had already opened, and sent them to every group he could join. Hey everyone, Old Wang, am back with some goodies. Big news! The food stall owners have gone home. I sacrificed some of my personal time to check, and they're officially open tomorrow morning. Don't forget to come and get your numbers. The chat history in the group these past few days has been filled with anticipation for Fang Shang and the others to go home, or reminiscing about the delicious food they ate a few days ago. If anyone tried something new that no one else had, they'd brag about it at least 3 times in the group. Of course, Grandpa Wang was the biggest glutton. Yesterday, he edited together all the photos of the dishes he ate and made a video, which he then posted in the group chat. This resulted in a silent atmosphere in the group today. Everyone was holding their breath, determined not to say another word, giving Grandpa Wang, the show-off, a chance to flaunt his success. Then Grandpa Wang sent out such important information, and suddenly the previously lurking group members were blown away. Great! The boss and his team are finally back. My braised food, my sweet and sour pork ribs, I can eat them tomorrow. My stomach has endured so much suffering, is it finally here? To celebrate, I'm definitely having a big feast tomorrow. Although Grandpa Wang loves to show off, I have to admit, this news reassured everyone. I can finally relax and get a good night's sleep, just waiting to pick up my number tomorrow morning. There were also neighbors from the garden community in the group. Seeing Grandpa Wang spreading this first-hand news everywhere, they immediately sensed a sense of urgency. One neighbor said to Grandpa Wang, "How could you be so quick? Boss Fang and the others just got home, and you've already sent the message to every group. Did you send it to every group you have?" "Yes," Grandpa Wang admitted without hesitation. The neighbors immediately became anxious. "Why are you going around telling everyone? Everyone's been craving it lately. If you give them all the inside scoop, what if there are too many people scrambling for a number tomorrow and we don't get one?" "That's impossible. We live in the neighborhood right next to Jun's food stall. It's just a short walk out the door, and we're there. I can get up, have breakfast in my left hand, chopsticks in my right, and leisurely come to get a number. Who can beat us?" Grandpa Wang wasn't worried at all. He even thought his neighbors were being too impulsive. He thought it was just a number, easy peasy. "Come on, repeat after me. I just casually take a number when I throw out the trash, another when I buy groceries, and yet another when I buy fried dough sticks. Basically, I just casually take a number. Who cares if we live in a garden community? Taking numbers is a piece of cake for us." As soon as he typed this out, the neighbors immediately calmed down. What he said made perfect sense. They could just casually go out and take a number. What was there to worry about? No one was closer than them anyway. Exactly. "Uncle Wang, you're being too arrogant. You'll get beaten up for that." Uncle Wang sent a completely innocent emoji. "I'm just telling the truth. These days, do you get beaten up for telling the truth? Sigh, it's not easy being an honest person." The neighbors, it's best to keep quiet. Uncle Wang truly is the king of awkward silences. Yesterday's video made 4 group chats go silent, and today's stunt made 4 more. Netizens who saw his casual taking numbers comment felt their hearts were bleeding. Is there no justice? Is there no law? They're just a group of foodies who love good food. What did they do wrong? Why are they being flaunted like this? God, send a bolt of lightning and strike this show-off to death. The foodies were all seething with anger. For a moment, they were all thinking about how to get to Jun's food stall early the next morning to get their number. They'd rather die than give up their food than miss out on a meal. They had to get their number. As long as they had a sincere heart for good food and took action, they would surely be rewarded. It wasn't just them. Those who lived far away, in the opposite direction from Jun's food stall, in the suburbs, were also thinking about how to get their number early, so they could at least eat tomorrow. Even He Jishang, far away in Yunnan province, was thinking about how to get a number early so he could eat the little chef's specialty dishes. He was too far away to get a number himself, but he could ask Jia Cheng's errand boy to get it for him. Thinking this, He Jishang set his alarm for 6:30 a.m., planning to wake up at 6:30 and have the errand boy get him a number. That night, countless people went to bed early. Gamers stopped playing games, anglers stopped fishing, and even the night owls who usually couldn't sleep were obediently in bed. The next morning, at 5:30 a.m., Fang Jun was woken by his alarm. He yawned, got up, washed up, and opened the roller shutter door to go out. It was just getting light. He had just turned around to close the door and go to the market when several people suddenly jumped out from under the nearby telephone pole, leaping in front of him and startling him so much that he jumped to the side. Completely oblivious to the fact that they had startled people, the group excitedly greeted Fang Jun. "Boss Fang, you're finally open. Quick, give us a number, we want to eat the young master's sweet and sour dishes." Yes, Boss Fang, we've been waiting for you for ages. Write us a number, hopefully we can make it into the top 5 today, it's not easy. Chapter 133 What's with the getting up? We haven't slept at all. What? You're here to get a number? Yeah, is there a problem? The group immediately tensed up. You said you'd start taking numbers today, but you didn't say when you'd start. Fang Jun stared at them, dumbfounded. Did they even listen to what they were saying? What was the problem? It's barely dawn, and you're already standing in front of a food stall, doing nothing but getting a number so you can have lunch. Is that reasonable? We can take numbers, but... Fang Jun said uncertainly, you didn't get up before dawn and come here as a group to wait, did you? A group of people laughed. Boss Fang, you're joking. Why get up? We didn't sleep well at all last night. Yeah, 4 night owls like us, pulling an all-nighter is perfectly reasonable. Since we have to get up early to get a number, we might as well not sleep at all. As long as I don't sleep at night, I won't worry about not being able to get up early. I can play games all night, then ride my bike over at 5 to get a number perfect. Isn't nighttime our time to shine? It's so sunny during the day, that's the best time to sleep. After lunch, I can catch up on sleep, then get up and work all night again, and come back to get a number tomorrow morning, a perfect cycle. After hearing their stories, Fang Jun was truly impressed. They were willing to forego sleep just to get a number. He turned and went to the counter, writing down several numbers and handing them to the customers one by one. He thought he could go buy groceries after they left, but he hadn't expected so many people to come and get their numbers at this hour. He'd just seen off a few night owls when a few morning joggers appeared, a group of young men, seemingly in sync, drenched in sweat from their run, who came in and got their numbers. And so it went, one person leaving, another arriving. 20 minutes had passed writing down numbers, but people were still steadily coming in to get theirs. Fang Jun glanced at the wall clock and immediately panicked. My goodness. I got up early to go to the market and pick out the freshest vegetables. You've been crowding around me getting numbers, wasting so much time. If you don't leave soon, all the good stuff will be gone. He quickly threw down his pen, ran upstairs, and woke his wife, telling her that a lot of people were coming downstairs to get their numbers and that she should go and help them. Wu Xian thought she had overslept, so she quickly got up, washed, and glanced at her phone. To her astonishment, she thought she was seeing things. People were already getting numbers at only 6. Was she kidding? Having no idea, she went downstairs and entered the lobby, where she was immediately taken aback. At the counter, a large group of people were already waiting to get their numbers. Because there were so many people, they couldn't all crowd around the counter. Everyone had formed a queue. Wu Xian gasped, "Why are you all here so early? It can't be that bad." "Why not?" a young woman replied earnestly. "We live too far away. If we don't come early, all the numbers will be taken by the elderly folks around here. We have to get up early to get our numbers. After all, the early bird catches the worm, right?" Wu Xian had no idea that these diners had been spurred on by the message posted by Grandpa Wang and had specifically gotten up early to come. She only noticed that there were an unusually large number of people arriving early today. She had just finished writing down the queue numbers, turned around to pour herself a glass of water, and hadn't even bought breakfast for her son when more people came to get their numbers. The intermittent flow of people continued until 6:40, then became uncontrollable. It was as if all the office workers had conspired beforehand, converging on the food stall at that exact moment. Those going to work thought they should arrive early to avoid the elderly craving the new dishes and grabbing their numbers. Those not going to work thought about being late for work if they didn't arrive early, so they made sure to allow enough time. In no time, the small food stall was packed with people just to get a number. Wu Xian never imagined that she would be surrounded by people just to write down numbers, turning into an emotionless number-writing machine. Meanwhile, the elderly residents of the neighborhood also got up and went out. Some were carrying trash to the public bins, some were buying breakfast, and others were heading to the park for a stroll. Beforehand, everyone would stop by Ah Jun's food stall to get a number, as they usually did. A few elderly men and women were chatting as they walked towards Ah Jun's stall. Even before entering, they were surprised by the crowd inside. What's going on? Why are there so many people? What are they doing? Full of questions, the elderly couple quickly went inside and peered at the counter. The owner was writing down numbers. Their hearts tightened. They turned to look at the long queue, exclaiming incredulously, "Are you all here to get a number?" "Yes, ma'am and grandma, if you want a number, please go to the back of the line," someone reminded them. The elderly couple gasped, went to the back of the line, still a little dizzy. It took them a while to find their voices and ask the person in front, "Young men, why are you all here so early to get a number? You're all so proactive." The young people standing in front turned around, their eyes filled with kindness as they looked at the elderly couple. "Sir, you're joking. We're just on our way to work, passing by, and just grabbed a number. It's not like we came here specifically to get a number, so there's no question of being proactive or not. That's right, we're cycling together, we all pass by here, so of course we'd grab a number. Ah Jun's food stall just opened, and we just happened to be passing by, so it's just a convenient thing. Even if I lived 8 kilometers away, even if my workplace was in the opposite direction, even if I didn't have time for breakfast after getting a number would still be a convenient thing. That's right, it's just a convenient thing, sir and ma'am, don't misunderstand, we really didn't get up early specifically to get a number. These menacing words made the elderly couple feel uneasy, and their words sounded so familiar, like they'd been said by someone before. One of the women happened to see a young man she knew ahead of her, and thinking she might as well chat while waiting in line, she went up to the young man and started talking to him. Xiao Zheng, I remember your home is quite far from here. Why did you come so early? Did you get up at 6 o'clock just to come here? Xiao Zheng yawned. Yes, I set my alarm for 6 this morning. I didn't even wash my face or brush my teeth before driving here to queue up, just to grab a number. As he spoke, a hint of resentment in his voice added, Auntie, you have no idea how infuriating that old man was in the fan group last night. He kept bragging about how he lives nearby and can easily get a number, which really angered everyone. Today, everyone's just holding their breath, trying to grab a number. Chapter 134. It's you again? What? So you all got up so early to grab a number, not just because Jun's food stall was closed for 5 days, but also because you were angered by that old man in the group chat? The auntie exclaimed. Yeah, otherwise why would I get up so early? Getting an afternoon number wouldn't be a problem, but now, it has to be a morning number. We have to get it early, no matter what. Xiao Zheng clenched his fist tightly. The auntie hadn't expected that getting a number would involve such a feud. She was thankful she was among the early risers in the neighborhood, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have gotten a number if she'd come later. Now, even more people were getting numbers, and the young people were practically holding their breath, all out in force. Writing out a number didn't take much time, and the queue hadn't thinned out at all. Those who left came even faster. When the older folks leisurely walked out of the neighborhood and arrived at Jun's food stall, they were all dumbfounded. They'd just taken a nap, casually gone out, and grabbed their usual number. Why were there so many people? When they asked, they were shocked to learn that afternoon numbers were being issued. It was only 7 a.m., and they could only get afternoon numbers? Were young people these days so idle? Didn't they have to work? Didn't they ever sleep in? Someone tell them what was going on. Meanwhile, Miao Tao was also riding his electric scooter towards Jun's food stall. He'd originally planned to drive, thinking it would be faster, but the road from his house to Jun's stall was particularly congested. Driving in the morning would definitely result in traffic jams, so riding his scooter was the more practical option. He rode incredibly fast, wishing he had wings to fly directly to Jun's stall. With only a kilometer left to reach Jun's food stall, Miao Tao smiled victoriously. If he could snag a number today, he could treat his wife and kids to a big meal. Perhaps his wife would be so happy she wouldn't hold a grudge about the fishing rod he'd bought for over 5,000 yuan. Just then, a whistle sounded ahead. Miao Tao looked up and saw a traffic policeman gesturing for him to stop. Miao Tao was frantic, wishing he could just drive right through, but reason told him he couldn't. Reluctantly, he pulled over. The traffic policeman approached, and their eyes met. It was an old acquaintance. Xiang Ziahua said speechlessly, "It's you again?" Miao Tao jumped up. "That's what I should be saying. It's you again. I haven't eaten anything today, why are you stopping me?" Xiang Ziahua glanced at Miao Tao, remembering how he'd been forced to eat meat last time, and how he'd been craving it so much he couldn't sleep all night. He suddenly felt like heaven was on his side, allowing him to get his revenge. "You didn't eat anything, but you weren't wearing a helmet either. Who else should I stop if not you?" "No helmet?" Miao Tao touched his head, then remembered that he had grabbed the helmet in his hand in his haste to leave, but then casually put it on the rack when he put on his shoes. He almost adopted the demeanor of someone handling a case, quickly pulling out his wallet and urging Xiao Hua, quick, write me a ticket. I need to pay the fine right away, it's urgent." Xiang Ziahua was taken aback by his words and stopped him from taking out his money. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who said we were going to fine you? These days, it's all about not fining people. Besides, even if we fined you, you wouldn't learn your lesson, you just forgot to bring your money anyway." "Fine, it's about posting on WeChat Moments again." "No problem, I'll post it right away." Miao Tao put his wallet back, took out his phone, and said that posting on WeChat Moments was something you got used to after a while. Everyone had laughed at it once, so it wasn't a big deal the second time. Xiang Ziahua pressed his hand down. "No, our captain said that anyone who goes out without a helmet today will stand here with me on duty until we catch someone without a helmet." "What? What if I don't catch anyone?" Miao Tao was getting anxious. Every second he was delayed was a second of danger. His phone number, his big meal. How could that be? Lots of people rushing to work this morning forget their helmets. "You just wait. Please, just find me. I'm really in a hurry. You ate the meat I gave you last time, right? It was from Jun's food stall, you can't buy it anywhere else. Jun's stall was closed for 5 whole days, and it finally reopened today. I need to go get a number, if I don't go now, it'll be sold out." It's okay, if you can't get a number, try again tomorrow. My wife already got one. After eating the meat last time, Xiang Ziawa couldn't find that kind of pig's head meat for several days. Finally, craving it, he searched online and found the best pig's head meat. He actually found Ah Jun's food stall. Half believing, he went and bought some, and immediately became a loyal fan. This morning, knowing he had to be on duty, his wife got up with him. He came to work, and his wife went to get a number. She's already gotten her number and taken the kids to school. What a heartless woman. Miao Tao stared wide-eyed at Xiang Ziawa. Can't you really make an exception? For the sake of us all being fans of the young boss. My duty log is on, what do you say? Fine, I'll arrest him, okay? Miao Tao looked at the passing cars. A minute later, he made a decision, took out his phone, and dialed his father-in-law's number. Hello, Dad, good morning. I've already had breakfast. Here's the thing, I'm about a kilometer from your neighborhood. Something urgent has come up. Could you come over quickly on your electric scooter? 5 minutes later, Miao Tao's father-in-law arrived, riding an electric scooter, also without a helmet. It has to be said, family knows family best. Upon seeing his father-in-law, Miao Tao quickly waved for him to pull over. Dad, no time to explain, I'm leaving now. Then, turning to Xiang Ziawa, he said, Alright, I caught the guy without a helmet, it's my father-in-law, can I go now? Goodbye. With that, he skillfully jumped onto his electric scooter, twisted the handlebars, and disappeared from Xiang Ziawa's sight, leaving behind the bewildered old man and a shocked traffic policeman. A moment later, Xiang Ziawa was the first to react, giving a thumbs up in the direction Miao Tao had vanished. Awesome! His father-in-law was a master of deception. If he wasn't amazing, who was? Fang Sheng didn't get up until 7:30. He originally thought 6:30 would have been fine, but Wu Xian believed that children need more sleep to grow taller and wanted him to sleep a little longer, so Fang Sheng changed his time. After washing up, he went downstairs for breakfast. After finishing, he rushed into his beloved kitchen, finally able to show off his culinary skills. Today, besides making sweet and sour dishes, he also wanted to make some cold dishes. He had already decided on the sweet and sour dishes, sweet and sour pork and sweet and sour poached eggs. The shop had been closed for 5 days, and everyone was craving them. These 2 dishes didn't take much time to make, so he could prepare them quickly and serve them quickly, saving customers from having to wait too long. Chapter 135. Keep rolling as long as you don't die. As for cold dishes, let's make a refreshing agar-agar salad. After soaking, agar-agar has a crisp texture, and when paired with cucumber shreds and other seasonings, it's a very popular cold dish. He first took out a large bag of dried agar-agar and soaked it in water, then quickly went to adjust the seasonings in the 2 braising pots. Only when he stepped out did he realize that the basin on the floor was overflowing with raw meat, various kinds of pork and duck, more than twice the usual amount at a glance. Dad, why did you prepare so much meat? Are we going to be able to manage? Fang Sheng hissed. It's not too much. You've always complained that I restrict your creativity, so today I'll let you have your fill. Just so you know, don't complain about being tired later, even if you are. Fang Jun deliberately spoke harshly, his expression one of fatherly love collapsing like a mountain, which made Fang Sheng laugh. Now, he wasn't in charge of braising the meat anymore, his dad did it all. At most, he'd be at home. After braising a pot of meat, his dad would call him over to add more ingredients to the broth. It was hardly any physical exertion, so how could it be tiring? I'm worried about tiring you out, Dad. Don't worry, your dad's in his prime. It's just braising meat, nothing tiring. The braised meat was served in 2 pots, 1 spiced and 1 sweet and spicy, catering to tastes from 80-year-olds to 3-year-olds. It sold very well every day. How could he give up such a great opportunity to make money? The son provided the skills, he provided the labor. It didn't tire his son out, and he made money at the same time. As an old father with no skills but plenty of strength, of course, he'd keep going as long as he wasn't exhausted. Today he doubled the amount of braised meat, and if it still sold out, he could make some more tomorrow. The father and son were busy at work when Wu Xian joined in. Seeing her, Fang Sheng asked, Mom, weren't you supposed to be writing out numbers? Why are you in the kitchen? What if no one's around to help out? Wu Xian laughed, all the numbers for today have already been given out. Thank goodness you prepared so much braised meat and added so many numbers, there are still so many who didn't get any. Fang Sheng glanced at his watch, it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. The numbers were all gone. He suddenly had a new understanding of his family's business. Once Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen arrived at work, their presence significantly reduced the workload for the family of 3. Fang Sheng began directing his father on how to prepare the pork tenderloin for sweet and sour pork. He instructed his father to cut the large pieces of tenderloin into slices about 1 centimeter thick, and then score both sides of each slice. These scores were crucial, they allowed the tenderloin to absorb the flavors better and resulted in a crispy exterior and tender interior when fried. This step, however, required considerable knife skills and strength, which a 10-year-old boy couldn't handle, so he had to ask for help. After processing the pork tenderloin to his desired shape, Fang Shang stepped forward, and Fang Jun tacitly stepped aside. Fang Shang added seasonings to marinate the pork tenderloin, and then prepared a batter for frying it. Preparing this batter was also very precise: too thin and it wouldn't coat the meat, too thick and it would coat it too thickly. Once he had the batter ready, the starchy paste had transformed into a large bowl of non-Newtonian precipitate, the perfect consistency. Stirring this non-Newtonian precipitate into the pork tenderloin to coat it was another physically demanding task. Fang Shang had just moved aside when Fang Jun stepped forward and began stirring the large bowl vigorously. He was relieved that he wasn't too old and still had some strength, otherwise his son would really be annoyed. The kitchen was bustling with activity, and time flew by. At 10:30, the first person to get a number stepped into a Jun's food stall. A night owl, he had stayed up all night. Usually, he would grab breakfast around 9 a.m., go home, and sleep. But tonight, he had stubbornly stayed up until now for this long-awaited meal. After entering a Jun's food stall, he didn't see anyone in the main hall, so he went to the window to ask when food would be served. "Excuse me, sir, it's too early. We start serving at 11:30. Why don't you go out and look around first, and come back later?" "No need, I'll wait in the restaurant." The night owl found a corner seat and started dozing off. In his hazy state, his nose was filled with various aromas, his mouth watered, and he even dreamt about what delicious food he was eating. As he entered Jun's food stall, soon after, people who had taken numbers for their meals also entered the stall. Before 11 o'clock, Jun's food stall was packed with people again. Except for those who had taken numbers but were still at work and hadn't made it, everyone who could come had arrived early and was waiting for their food. The entire hall was once again filled with a noisy atmosphere, like a bustling market. Even Wu Xian went to help in the kitchen and didn't have time to pour water for the diners. In other places, diners might have complained, but at Jun's food stall, complaints? Non-existent. An enthusiastic person volunteered to be a waitress, finding kettles and cups, pouring water for everyone one by one, and even refilling the water dispenser when it was empty. She was busy and cheerful. If it weren't for the handwritten number 3 pinned to her chest, everyone would have thought she was a new waitress. After much anticipation, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, it finally reached 11:30 p.m., time to order. When number 1 was called from the window, the night owl was shaken awake. As he groggily sat up and heard that it was time to order, his backache and leg pain vanished. Even still groggy, he accurately located the window and ordered what he wanted. Behind him, the other night owls also stood up, their eyes still heavy with sleep, their steps unsteady, heads drooping, hands hanging limply, and walked towards the window. Seeing this scene, the other diners immediately felt it was very familiar. If there were a voiceover, and these people had metal buckets or newspapers balanced on their heads, it would be a perfect real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. Those who managed to grab a number early were there for Fang Shang's dishes, so after ordering, they returned to their original seats to wait for their food. Without keeping them waiting long, a moment later, Aunt John carried the first dish made by Fang Shang into the hall, weaving through the crowd to the table of the night owls. As she walked, the aroma of the food filled the air, not only the spicy and fragrant cold dishes, but also the enticing sweet and sour scent of 2 sweet and sour dishes. Everyone couldn't help but crane their necks to look at the dishes on the table. Upon seeing the 2 dishes on the white porcelain plate, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They were always amazed by the vibrant colors of the dishes the young owner prepared, and this time was no exception. The sweet and sour sauce for the dishes was already thick and glossy, its translucent appearance already captivating. Combined with Fang Shang's culinary skills, these 2 dishes were dazzling, almost like works of art. The cold dishes were equally impressive. The 3 dishes created a truly exquisite feast for the eyes. Chapter 136, Simply My Dream Favorite. Fang Jun's knife skills were excellent. The pork tenderloin he cut was perfectly uniform in size. After being fried by Fang Shang, the skin appeared slightly wrinkled, giving it a plump appearance. Each piece of tenderloin was fried to a golden brown and crispy perfection, evenly coated with a layer of amber-colored sweet and sour sauce. Even in the dimly lit, old-fashioned food stall, it shimmered and glowed under the light, like a brilliant sunset on a winter's day. The congealed sauce subtly permeated every crispy edge, not a drop was wasted. The overflowing sweet and sour sauce piled up around the edge of the porcelain plate, not diminishing its beauty but rather enhancing its color. Next to it, layers of poached eggs were stacked together. The golden brown eggs, with slightly curled, brown edges, were coated in a reddish-orange sweet and sour sauce that shimmered through them, making each poached egg look like a dazzling piece of agate. The vibrant colors of the agar-agar, combined with the street food stall's decor, created the illusion of dining at a state banquet in the great hall of the people. Instantly, diners' eyes widened in amazement, while those still in line grew anxious, fearing the food would run out before their turn. Some even began praying earnestly, adopting a posture of extreme piety. "May Buddha bless me, that there will still be some left when it's my turn. God, Holy Mary, please bless me so that I may enjoy such delicious food. If my prayers are granted today, I promise to dedicate my life to serving you. Being the first to eat, basking in the envious and jealous gazes of others, the night owl felt incredibly proud. His all-nighter hadn't been in vain. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he took numerous photos of the plate, because this dish would be very useful later. Eat quickly, then tell us what it tastes like. The people around him started to get impatient, as if they were the ones eating it. After taking the photos, the night owl eagerly picked up his chopsticks and quickly stuffed a piece of sweet and sour pork into his mouth. A rich aroma involuntarily rushed into his nostrils, dancing lively throughout his sense of smell. The sweet scent was the first thing he smelled. That sweetness was rich and fragrant, very pleasant. Taking a deep sniff, it was like walking through a spring field and smelling the fragrance of blooming flowers. Such an intense sweetness could become cloying if smelled too much, but before that cloying feeling could develop, the sourness followed. That sourness was refreshing, perfectly balanced, and it further whetted his appetite. He couldn't wait any longer and took a big bite. His teeth immediately touched the crispy outer layer, intending to bite it open, but before he could even move, a satisfying crack echoed. In an instant, the crispy shell burst open, releasing the tenderloin meat hidden inside. The rich aroma of the meat exploded in his mouth. The tenderloin meat was incredibly tender and smooth, with a firm texture when chewed. That tenderness and smoothness created a completely different texture from the crispy shell, and the taste alone was wonderful. At the same time, the sweet and sour sauce surged and danced in his mouth. The mellow sauce clung firmly to the pork tenderloin, permeating every fiber. The delicate, lingering sweetness glided smoothly across his tongue, followed by a refreshing sourness that cut through the richness, stimulating the appetite and invigorating the spirit. The night owl, who had been drowsy and feeling unwell, felt as if his energy, depleted throughout the night, had been replenished when he tasted this delicious food. He felt an indescribable sense of comfort. His movements quickened. After finishing a piece of pork tenderloin, he took a large bite of the round, sunny-side-up egg. The thrilling deliciousness made him involuntarily close his eyes, trying to shut down his vision and amplify his sense of taste and smell to fully savor the flavor. Seeing him engrossed in eating without saying a word, the others waiting for his feedback grew impatient. Stop eating. Tell me what it tastes like. The night owl's mouth was stuffed full of food. He didn't have time to speak, only managing a mumbled delicious, before wolfing it down again. Gulp. A chorus of swallowing echoed around him. Those who had ordered eagerly awaited their food, while some who had initially planned to pack up their leftovers to go due to time constraints now resolved to stay. We're already here, why not eat what the owner makes? Even if the sky falls, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, we'll eat our fill. The pork tenderloin was pre-fried, the sweet and sour sauce was prepared in advance, and the eggs were ready to be served immediately after frying, not to mention the pre-mixed cold dishes. Therefore, the food was served exceptionally quickly today. Even the stir-fries didn't keep the customers waiting long. In no time, many were enjoying the food they'd been craving for 5 days, and praises filled the air. Every time I eat the young owner's food, I feel so happy, like all my worries have disappeared. It's so delicious, it's practically my dream food. The young owner is also my dream man. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely marry him. The diners in the hall were enjoying their meal, their faces beaming with smiles, their expressions blissful. However, the elderly men and women standing under the big tree were unhappy. They hadn't managed to get a number today. Watching the lively atmosphere at Jun's food stall from afar, they felt their day was exceptionally bleak. It's unbelievable. I went to get a number when I bought breakfast at 7:30, and the line was already stretching out the gate and all the way to the floorbead. I waited in line for over an hour, and I still didn't get a number. All the numbers for the whole day were gone. It feels like a dream. I took my grandson to get a number at 8 o'clock, and we still didn't get one. What happened so early? Why are all those young people so energetic? They're skipping their naps and ignoring the time constraints, just rushing to grab a number. The elderly couple were sighing and complaining when an older woman who knew the truth passed by and indignantly began to tell them the whole story. Apparently, it's some hothead from our neighborhood in the fan group. He's been bragging about how he got the best spots every day, which angered everyone and provoked these young people. That's why they got up early today, just to get a spot and show off, so we can't eat. The elderly folks were completely shocked by the truth and were furious. Damn it, who is it? If I find out, I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind. Exactly. Getting a spot is fine, but this show-off is ruining our food. My grandson's still throwing a tantrum, and his mother can't calm him down. Chapter 137 Acting like a thief in broad daylight. My granddaughter's throwing a tantrum too. We agreed she'd go to math and English tutoring classes during summer vacation, and we've been feeding her delicious food from Jun's food stall every day, but she hasn't had any since classes started. Today she just flipped the table and refused to do anything. The elderly couple sighed deeply as they talked about it. While everyone was discussing this, an elderly man wearing a mask and a sun hat, arms crossed, suspiciously walked into the neighborhood. At first, no one noticed him, but as he passed under the shade of a tree, an older woman looked at him a few more times and immediately recognized him, calling out, "Uncle Wang, it's so hot in the summer, why are you all covered up like that? You've mistaken me for someone else, I'm not Uncle Wang." The masked old man spoke in a muffled voice, quickening his pace. Some people have naturally good memories. They see someone every day, become so used to them that even if that person is wearing a mask and hat, only their eyes are visible, they can recognize them at a glance. The old woman was one of those people. Hearing Mr. Wang's denial, she immediately became displeased. How could she mistake him? She quickened her pace, grabbed Mr. Wang's arm, and pulled hard. Mr. Wang stopped abruptly, and then a package slipped from his clothes and fell to the ground. Everyone looked down closely and, good heavens, it was a large package of cooked food. Although it was wrapped tightly, just by looking at the color of the food in the transparent bag, they could tell it was braised meat from Ah Jun's food stall. The two small orange-red bags, needless to say, contained sweet and sour pork and sweet and sour poached eggs. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly, fixed on the cabbage, wishing they could pick it up and take it with them. Grandpa Wang quickly bent down, picked up the takeout bag from the ground, and hid it in his clothes, covering it with his shirt so they wouldn't even get a glimpse. Then everyone noticed that Grandpa Wang was not only wearing a mask and hat, but also 2 layers of clothing, a vest underneath a shirt. No wonder they hadn't seen the vegetables in his arms earlier, he must have deliberately worn the shirt to hide them. The expressions of the older folks became somewhat subtle. "You, old Wang, you bought the food, so why hide it? Are you expecting us to steal it?" "Exactly, acting like a thief in broad daylight. You're not the only one in our neighborhood who got a number, why didn't others do this?" "I'm just embarrassed, ha ha ha." Heaven knows how fake Grandpa Wang's laugh was. "Old Wang, how did you get a number?" Someone asked curiously. "Well, I got up at 6:50. When I went to the bathroom, I saw a group of young people on mountain bikes, about 30 or 40 of them, heading towards Ah Jun's food stall. I was a little curious, so I went downstairs to take a look and grabbed a number, haha." Grandpa Wang chuckled a few more times, then grabbed a bag of food and ran faster than a rabbit. He was afraid that if he didn't run, everyone would realize what was happening and he wouldn't be able to escape. The elderly folks were speechless. Even if they were really craving it, would they really just go and steal it? Someone clicked into the fan group, hoping to see if many others hadn't gotten a number and find some solace. Instead, the group was flooded with boastful pictures. And all of these pictures tagged Grandpa Wang. "Grandpa Wang, this is the food I bought today. What did you buy? Let's swap." The elderly folks were still wondering why everyone was tagging Grandpa Wang. After patiently reading through the comments, they immediately started swearing. Damn, it turns out it was Grandpa Wang's fault. No wonder he was acting so strangely earlier. He can't have any, fine, but why can't we? Is there any justice? We're innocent. Ever since joining the chat group, he's been all smiles. Turns out he was showing off in the group. No way, that bastard caused this mess. Why can't we have any? Let's go to his house for a free meal. Yeah, let's freeload. We're going to get a bite today, no matter what. A group of people marched confidently towards Grandpa Wang's house. Throughout the entire day, Ah Jun's food stall was packed during opening hours. At dinner time, the crowd was even larger and more concentrated than at lunchtime. Everyone wanted to get their delicious dinner as soon as possible. There were just too many people, there wasn't enough room. Remembering that some people had eaten sitting outside before, someone immediately requested that a table be set up outside so they could eat there. "But there's no air conditioning outside, just a fan, it'll be too hot," someone hesitated, but his friend immediately retorted. "When we go out for skewers or hot pot, we often sit at the tables outside. The hot pot is steaming hot, but we eat fine, and you never complain about the heat. This Chinese food isn't as hot as hot pot. We can even have some ice-cold beer while we eat, no problem at all." The other person immediately realized, right, if we can sit outside for hot pot, why can't we sit outside for Chinese food? "Come on, boss lady, hurry up and move a table, we'll get you some stools. I want the table under the tree." Everyone hadn't realized it yet. After all, when eating out at night, besides roadside stalls, only barbecue and hot pot are eaten outside. It's rare to sit outside for Chinese food. Now that they thought about adding a table, everyone was even more enthusiastic than Wu Xin. Once she found a table, she didn't even have to lift a finger. Some moved tables, some moved chairs, and the rest helped get the bowls and chopsticks. Not having enough tables, Wu Xin even borrowed a few sets from a nearby breakfast shop. Soon, tables and chairs filled the area in front of Ah Jun's food stall, and a group of diners happily enjoyed Fang Shang's dishes, including today's special braised pork. The sweet and sour vegetables were appetizing and refreshing, followed by a bite of spicy and crunchy agar-agar salad, and the intensely flavorful, lingering braised pork. After finishing, a big gulp of ice-cold beer. The taste was simply amazing. The diners thoroughly enjoyed their meal, some even closing their eyes in blissful ecstasy. By this time, it was already dark, but the food stall was brightly lit, and it was packed with people. Passers-by, seeing that Ajun's food stall was not only full inside but also overflowing with people at the entrance, were immediately curious. Strange, why are there so many people sitting at the door across the street? Has a new barbecue restaurant opened? But the sign says street food stall, it seems to sell stir-fries. A person nearby muttered, yeah, at this hour, stir-fries are doing so well, the food at this street food stall must be incredibly delicious. The owner of the small shop, who was resting on a flower bed, heard the passers-by's murmurs and laughed. Of course it's delicious, so delicious you'll want to keep eating, you can't stop. You haven't tried it yet, have you? Let me tell you, the young owner of this street food stall makes incredibly delicious food. It's always packed, you can hardly get a table. Chapter 138. If the dog won't go, I will. I'm going to steal Ajun's food stall number. Is it really that delicious? A passing girl asked, somewhat surprised. The convenience store owner, seeing their genuine ignorance, inexplicably felt a surge of superiority and proudly began to recount the delicious street food he'd eaten at. You guys have no idea. The street food stalls were closed for 5 days, and we foodies were practically going crazy with hunger. Apparently, this morning at 5:30, someone went to one of the stalls and stopped the owner on his way to the morning market just to get a number. Can you believe it? He finished with a regretful sigh. Unfortunately, I went this morning but didn't get a number, so I missed out on the new sweet and sour pork. It's a huge disappointment. Tomorrow I'll get up at 5:32, and let's see who can beat me then. The passers-by were utterly shocked by the convenience store owner's explanation. Jiachin has such delicious food, and they didn't even know? Good heavens, is their internet down? Is their internet only 2G? No way, I can't get over it if I don't try it at least once. Passers-by decided they'd all have a feast at the food stall tomorrow, and even took out their phones to capture the bustling scene inside. From the main hall to the entrance, a scene as lively as a market. The girl was the first to post on her WeChat moments. Sisters, I just stumbled upon a hidden gem. Everyone in GXing knows about it except us. When it comes to food, we absolutely can't fall behind. Soon, her friends replied. Is there really a hidden gem we haven't tried? It's so popular, the food must be amazing. I definitely have to go. As a foodie, I can't allow myself to miss out on any good food in my city. Let's go. Seeing so many friends replying, the girl immediately replied herself. I heard this place has a queue system with numbers, you have to get a number to eat. Anyone free at 5:30 in the morning, come to Ajun's food stall and get a number. I have to work at the hospital tonight, and I won't be off until 5:30. The competition between 5:30 and 7 o'clock is fierce, I'm counting on you guys. The girls were instantly speechless. What? Do you even want to hear what you're saying? Getting up at 5:30 to grab a number? Even a dog wouldn't go. However, one girl immediately replied. Even a dog wouldn't go, but I will. I'm going to grab a number for Ajun's food stall. Xiaoa, you're amazing. I just discovered this place last week, and before I even had a chance to brag about it, it's been discovered this week. It's time to show you what real food is. Come on, everyone, add me on WeChat, V50, and I'll help you grab a number. Meanwhile, at Ajun's food stall, the noisy scene gradually subsided until 9:30. The stall officially closed at 10 o'clock after the last customer left. Fang Jun and his wife were too exhausted to move. Looking at the mess in the room, they felt a sudden headache coming on. They exchanged a glance before slowly speaking. How about we clean up tomorrow? Tomorrow, I really can't move. Fang Sheng shook his head, watching from the side. Dad, I told you not to make so much braised food, but you insisted on pushing yourself. See? You're exhausted. Make less braised meat tomorrow. Your son has plenty of skills, I'm not worried about business. We can earn the money slowly. Go away, mind your own business. Go to sleep, or you'll stunt your growth. Your mother and I will make arrangements. Fang Jun waved his hand, dismissing his son. After a short rest, the couple checked their account balance for the day and were instantly energized, full of enthusiasm. Actually, when they were looking at properties, the couple had already found a restaurant that was about to be sold. They were very satisfied with the location, the size, and the decor. The property was originally a restaurant with luxurious decor. After acquiring it, they wouldn't need to do much renovation, saving a significant amount of money. However, the landlord planned to sell the property and move to Beijing. He wanted to sell the property as soon as the restaurant owner's lease expired. Renting wasn't an option, he wanted to buy it directly. Honestly, who would choose to rent when they could buy a house? The landlord's price was very fair, and the location was excellent near the city's best junior high school. It would be convenient for their child to come back to the restaurant for lunch when they started junior high. The couple was really tempted. However, even with the good price, it was still a significant sum of money, far short of what they had saved over the years. Therefore, they were thinking of working hard for the remaining month or so before the original lease expired, earning more money, and then borrowing some from their elders to finally have enough to buy the restaurant. Although it's tiring, the money is really good. Today's business alone is equivalent to what I used to earn by working every day for almost half a month. And that's not all. Xiao Shang's food tastes good, the prices are good, and the profit margin is high. It's incomparable to what you earn by scrimping and saving for half a month. Wu Xian smiled with satisfaction, then frowned as she looked at the mess in the room. I think we should raise Aunt Zhang's and Aunt Chen's wages and extend their working hours. Starting at 10 a.m. is too late, and leaving at 8 p.m. is too early, otherwise, we simply can't keep up. Fang Jun agreed. Okay, you call them later to discuss it. Also, this braised food is selling so well, why don't you hire another person? We can move the freezer outside and put braised meat in it, hire someone specifically to sell it outside during mealtimes. Wu Xian's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. That's a great idea. Those who take a number and want to buy takeout can just get it from her, they won't have to crowd inside anymore. The couple discussed it carefully, and after confirming there were no problems, they went to rest. That night, Fang Jun's family slept soundly because they were exhausted, but the elderly people in the neighborhood had trouble sleeping. Spending the whole day watching others enjoy delicious food while you can only look on enviously is incredibly frustrating, especially since they live nearby and can see customers coming and going from Ah Jun's food stall just a short walk away. So, that night, they all secretly resolved to get up early the next morning, no matter what, to get a number and absolutely not miss out on this delicious food again. Meanwhile, those who live farther away, having finally gotten their revenge, are even more determined in their decision. It's just going to bed early. Early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy and you can eat delicious food, so I'll keep getting up early. Getting up early is great, and getting up early all the time is even better. So, at 5:30 the next morning, Fang Jun opened the roller shutter door of Ah Jun's food stall to go buy groceries, only to be surrounded by people again. This time, it wasn't just a few people, but dozens, all looking energetic and with bright eyes, waiting to get a number. Shocked, Fang Jun didn't even bother to get a number. Instead, he went upstairs to wake his wife. Quick, honey, it's terrible. This morning, dozens of people are crowding me again to get a number. I think we can't skimp on the number machine, otherwise you won't be able to sleep in. Let's go check out the number machine at noon. Chapter 139. I beg you, please don't send me away. Wu Xian barely opened her eyes when she heard her husband talking about buying a ticket dispenser. She was immediately impressed by his business acumen. She said speechlessly, "You don't think I haven't considered a ticket dispenser, do you? It's convenient, people just take it themselves. But the problem is, someone has to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, believe me, people arrive at 5:30, and the tickets are all gone by 6 o'clock, all taken by their early arrivals and their friends and family. Oh, what are we going to do then? Get up with me every day and go downstairs to write down their tickets?" Wu Xian sighed. "Honey, from now on, you should just stay in the kitchen and help our son. I'll handle these things, you can't manage them." Fang Jun's mind was filled with question marks. He didn't understand. Then what do we do now? Forget it, it's better not to play games with an honest man like her, he'll never figure it out himself. Wu Xian said, "Honey, we own the shop. How can we let others lead us by the nose? We can't expect customers to come at 5:30 and we have to start taking numbers at 5:30, or they to come at 4 and we have to get up at 4? So I've decided that starting tomorrow, we'll set a time every day at 7 a.m. sharp to take numbers." Upon hearing his wife's words, Fang Jun felt a sudden enlightenment and couldn't help but praise, "Wife, you're so smart. You came up with a solution so quickly. If it were me, I probably would have gotten up at 5:30 and foolishly started taking numbers. Okay, stop flattering me. Let's go buy groceries. I'll be downstairs right away." Wu Xian quickly washed up and went downstairs to take numbers. In just a short while, a considerable number of people had already gathered downstairs. As soon as Wu Xian reached the counter area, everyone crowded around her. They were used to queuing at Ah Jun's food stall, they always had to queue to eat. Seeing so many people, they naturally thought of queuing as well. Without Wu Xian saying a word, the queue quickly formed, stretching from the entrance all the way to the street, creating a long line. Meanwhile, in one of the buildings in the garden residential complex, Grandma Deng, who had gotten up to go to the bathroom, glanced downstairs and immediately saw the long queue outside Ah Jun's food stall. Grandma Deng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. My goodness, what are these young people doing? Coming here so early to get a number? I have to hurry and get one, or I won't get any food today. She didn't even have time to change her shoes, still wearing flip-flops, and despite her age, she ran downstairs with great strides. Once she got downstairs, she saw many other neighbors, all looking anxious and running briskly towards the outside of the complex. It was obvious they were all going to get a number from Ah Jun's food stall. Thinking she had the upper hand, Grandma Deng took a deep breath and quickened her pace. She hadn't had a decent meal in 6 days. If she didn't get to eat soon, she'd become depressed. With other residents joining the queue, the already long line grew even larger. That morning, again, before 9 o'clock, all the available slots for the entire day were snapped up. It seemed that Grandpa Wang's boast had somehow ignited a frenzy among everyone. Although everyone was already quite competitive for a bite to eat, this time they had to be even more competitive. Those who managed to get a number beamed like idiots, skipping and hopping away. Even the elderly men, seeing the young people jumping around, followed suit, imitating their clumsy attempts as they hopped into the residential area, their awkward movements eliciting laughter from everyone. Those who didn't get a number naturally looked dejected, but since they arrived too late, they could only obediently leave. For this delicious treat, some people wore long faces, while others cried. The one crying was Gong Zixuan. At this moment, he was squatting in the train station waiting hall, hugging his father's leg, sobbing loudly. "Dad, you can't send me away. We agreed I'd take care of myself during the holidays, and you could all go to work. Why do you have to send me to Grandpa and Grandma's? I'm not going. I'm not going." Gong Yeazu was at his wit's end with his son's crying. His son had been crying the whole way from the door to the train station, and now he was clinging to his leg, sobbing. Even with his good temper, he was getting angry. "I'm sending you to Grandpa and Grandma's, not to Myanmar. Why are you crying so hard? Do you believe I'll drag you to the toilet and beat you up? Wah! Hit me. Even if you beat me to death, I don't want to go to Grandpa and Grandma's. Other kids aren't sent back to their hometowns for summer vacation. Why do I have to go back? I want to eat the delicious food at Jun's food stall. I want to eat the food Xiao Dangjia makes. Why can you eat it but I can't? I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving." Gong Zixuan's eyes were swollen from crying. You could imagine how long he had been crying. Gong Yeazu was furious. He and his wife were extremely busy with work, and their son was usually sent to a daycare center for school, spending all day eating and studying there until 8 p.m. before being picked up. Now that it was the holidays, his wife was going on a business trip for 2 weeks, and he was working overtime every day at his company, so they had been thinking of sending their 9-year-old son to their parents' home for a while. In previous years, this had been fine, but this year, their son absolutely refused to go. With ticket gates fast approaching, Gong Yeazu ignored his son's crying and screaming, picked him up, and headed towards the gate. Gong Zijun immediately let out a pig-like scream, so piercing that everyone around them turned to look. Gong Yeazu, embarrassed, put his son down. Kids these days are so clever. As soon as Gong Zijun saw everyone looking their way, he immediately knelt on the ground, clinging to his father's leg and begging, "Dad, I beg you, please don't send me away. I eat very little. Just share a little of your food with me so I don't starve. I'll be good, I'll do any chores around the house. I'll wash your underwear and socks. You go to work, and I'll collect bottles in the neighborhood to help with the household expenses. I'm really useful, please don't send me away, okay?" Holy crap! The moment his son said that, Gong Yeazu knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, as soon as his son shouted those words, everyone around him gave him condemning looks. The onlookers who had been standing a little further away all swarmed around, looking like they wanted to seek justice for their son. A woman holding a child spoke first. "Father, since we have a son, we should be responsible for his life. You're dressed so well, how could you do such a thing?" "Yes, what a well-behaved child, so pitiful, his eyes are all swollen from crying." An elderly woman helped Gong Zijun up and took out tissues to wipe his face. "Young man, look at your son, how sensible he is, helping with housework and collecting bottles to earn money. Where can you find such a good child? How could you bear to give him away?" Chapter 140 gives me the feeling of having earned hundreds of millions. Does our country have a crime of abandonment? Isn't what you're doing illegal? No, abandonment is throwing away. Giving someone away would be considered child trafficking, which is a more serious crime, sir. Although I don't know what happened, you'd better not do this, or I'll call the police. The crowd bombarded him with accusations. Gong Yeazu tried to explain several times, but was interrupted each time. At that moment, he finally understood a line from a certain TV drama, "I am speechless." Just then, the sound of ticket inspection came from the ticket gate. Gong Yeazu heard their train number and immediately reached out to his son. "Come on, let's go to the ticket gate." Gong Zixuan quickly retreated, turning and hiding behind an old woman. Seeing that Gong Yeazu hadn't changed his mind despite their efforts to persuade him, the people around him became even angrier and started criticizing him again. Some even went directly to find the police patrolling the station. "Wait, I'm just sending the child to his grandparents' house, it's not what you're thinking." Although he was telling the truth, no one believed him. With the child involved, everyone was extremely wary. Gong Yeazu, an ordinary office worker, understood the saying again, "It's easy to spread rumors, but incredibly difficult to refute them." No matter how he explained, no one believed him. His son, who seemed to have learned some magical tricks from some palace drama, was fanning the flames. "Don't blame my father, he was forced to. If there really wasn't a choice, I could have left too. Gong Yeazu. Of all the cunning in the family, perhaps 480 were concentrated in his son? So young and already so clever, and all used to sabotage his father. Just as he was wondering how to explain, the station patrol police arrived, followed by a fully armed policeman with a riot shield, who stood right next to him. Gong Yeazu shuddered. He really wanted to say that he didn't need the armed police. As a programmer who worked overtime every day, he was in poor health, and any young man could easily take him down. After showing his identification, finally having a chance to explain, Gong Yeazu immediately launched into a tirade, explaining his family's situation. We're really too busy to take care of him, that's why we sent him to my parents' house. He didn't want to go, which is why he's making such a fuss. I'm sorry for causing trouble for the community. In his haste, Gong Yeazu even pulled out his work ID. The onlookers were still somewhat skeptical, because the boy's outburst was so intense, as if he'd suffered a great injustice. Gong Yeazu sighed. He doesn't not want to go to his grandparents' house, he's just worried about not being able to eat the delicious food from Jun's food stall during the summer vacation, that's why he's making such a fuss. Upon hearing this, some of the previously skeptical onlookers suddenly had an icy expression. Oh, it's all about the food at Jun's food stall. Well, it's alright then. It would be strange if the kids weren't upset. After all, such delicious food would make them sad for a long time if they couldn't eat it, let alone a child. Some of the other onlookers who hadn't heard of Jun's food stall were a little confused. What? Jun's food stall? Why do you all look so nonchalant? Is it normal to be so excited about food at a roadside stall? Seeing that some people actually didn't know about Jun's food stall, Fang Shang's fans immediately straightened their backs, brimming with pride. So there are still people who don't know about Jun's food stall? Haha, then you're missing out on so much delicious food. The young owner's cooking is incredibly delicious, even better than what you eat at 5-star hotels. 5-star hotels? Even Michelin-starred restaurants pale in comparison. If I didn't have to go on a 3-day business trip, I'd already be sitting at Jun's food stall, waiting for a feast. Yeah, Jun's food stall is so delicious, missing even one meal feels like a loss. You guys only just heard about it? Wow, it feels like I've made a fortune. So happy. These Fang Shang fans chattered away, one after another explaining to those around them, some even pulling out their phones to show everyone photos they'd previously posted on social media. After hearing their descriptions of the food at Jun's food stall and seeing the pictures, everyone became interested in it. If it's really that delicious, we have to try it. The adults might be shills, but a child would never lie. Look at this kid, how hard he's working for a meal. The policeman, having understood the situation, was speechless. He said to Gong Yeazu, you should talk to your son about this first. He then dismissed everyone, as crowding at the station was dangerous. Gong Yeazu kept apologizing. After the crowd dispersed, he glanced at the train that had long since stopped boarding and had already departed, then at his son standing far away, ready to leave at any moment, and sighed. Let's go home first. Gong Zijun followed behind him, cautiously asking, Dad, you got a dinner number at Jun's food stall, will you take me with you? I really don't eat much, I won't let you go hungry. Gong Yeazu. Very well, it seems his son will do anything for a meal. Well, he won't hold back and make his son do it. Washing underwear and socks, huh? Well, he'll make that a reality. And, starting tomorrow, the bottles in the neighborhood are your responsibility. A man keeps his word. Meanwhile, at Jun's food stall, Fang Shang, after getting up, still plunged into the kitchen. Cooking is fun, and cooking continuously is even more fun. His experience bar is steadily rising. Before, leveling from level 3 to level 4 had been a bottleneck for most of the semester. Now, with more vacation time and more cooking, his already long experience bar is visibly increasing. It shouldn't be long before he levels up again. Today, the kitchen was overflowing with not only pork tenderloin but also a mountain of eggs plates piled high with them. He didn't start by preparing the pork tenderloin. Instead, after mixing a bowl of sweet and sour sauce, he fried a few eggs first. After heating the oil in a frying pan, he cracked the eggs one by one into the pan. Fang Shang didn't use a shaper, he just let the egg mixture spread freely in the pan, thinking that this freeform shape looked better. The heat in the pan was high, and the egg mixture quickly set. He immediately flipped several eggs, ensuring both sides were set while the yolks remained runny, perfect for sweet and sour poached eggs. To be honest, before learning this cuisine, Fang Shang's understanding of sweet and sour dishes was limited to just a few common ones. It wasn't until he learned this cuisine that he realized so many other dishes could be made into sweet and sour dishes. It felt like everything could be sweet and sour. Chapter 141 requires more money. Take this sweet and sour poached egg, for example. Fang Shang himself had never eaten it before. The first time he tried it was at his grandfather's house, to try a new dish. He only realized how delicious it was after one taste. The egg was already fried. He sprinkled some minced garlic into the pan. This wasn't just randomly smashing garlic cloves and throwing them in, the garlic cloves were rinsed in water before use. This removes the bitterness from the garlic, making it more fragrant and flavorful. When the garlic turned golden brown, he poured in the prepared sweet and sour sauce, then immediately added the poached egg. The egg tumbled in the reddish-brown sauce, surrounded by countless tiny bubbles. The aroma, carried by the steam, wafted into the kitchen, instantly whetting the appetites of everyone else. Fang Jun, busy at work, couldn't resist glancing at the pan. Yesterday was incredibly busy. Business was booming, and in his excitement, Fang Jun sold out the entire portion of sweet and sour poached eggs his son had saved for him. As a result, he, as a member of the family, hadn't even had a taste of the best dishes from their shop. Now, smelling the aroma, how could he not be tempted? Knowing that his son had specially prepared this dish for him so early in the morning, Fang Jun felt a surge of warmth in his heart. How could his son be so good? He was a good cook and so filial, he was practically crying tears of joy. As the sweet and sour sauce gradually absorbed the poached eggs, Fang Jun added shredded green and red bell peppers and onions for color. A spoonful of cornstarch slurry thickened the sauce, ensuring it adhered firmly to the eggs and adding a smooth texture. Once the sauce had completely thickened and coated the eggs, he sprinkled on some bright green scallions and a handful of fried sesame seeds. The sweet and sour poached eggs were finally ready to serve. Fang Jun had already moved a chair and was sitting at the counter near the door, waiting to eat. But then his son turned around, grabbed a takeout container, and started packing the poached eggs one by one into it. Seeing that it was almost empty, Fang Jun asked anxiously, "Son, why are you putting all the eggs in the lunchbox?" Fang Shang smiled and said, "Oh, Daitianya called me last night crying for a whole hour. He said it was too hard to get a number, and even though he got one, he still didn't get to eat the sweet and sour poached eggs. I thought Uncle Dai would come to get a number this morning, and he'd definitely come to buy groceries again today. These are for Dai Tianyu, just for a classmate?" Fang Jun felt a little disappointed. Well, for his capable and independent son, his good friends were probably more important than his father. After all, he saw his father every day, but his good friends weren't. Just as he was about to stand up, a plate was placed in front of him with 2 beautifully poached eggs. Fang Shang smiled and said, "Dad, eat up. I know you didn't get any yesterday, so I saved these especially for you." Those words instantly cured Fang Jun's disappointment. Haha, in his son's heart, he, the old father, was indeed the most important. This was specially made for him. Daitianya was just an afterthought. Ha ha ha. "Son, Dad knew you were the best. Don't worry, Dad will definitely work hard to earn money. With your skills and Dad's hard work, we can definitely earn the big villa and second house that Uncle Ding and the others talked about. Just wait to enjoy the good life." Fang Shang, why is Dad suddenly so touched? Around 10 a.m., the shop started to fill up again. Aside from office workers who hadn't yet finished get off work, those who had managed to snag a number and had some free time still preferred to arrive early, sitting there enjoying the air conditioning while waiting for their food. At 11:30 a.m., the shop officially opened, and one after another, the dishes the diners had been eagerly anticipating were served. Whether it was Fang Shang's sweet and sour dishes or Fang Jun's braised dishes, they were all their favorites. Even if they had already tried them, eating them a second time still made them tremble with excitement. Fang Jun saw that almost every table ordered a braised dish to go with their rice, and he felt a surge of pride. Even though his braised dishes were delicious, the main reason was because his son's braising sauce was so fragrant, but that didn't stop him from feeling proud. In the midst of his busy work, he felt as if his own cooking skills had improved dramatically. Zhang Sanbei arrived at a Jun's food stall at this moment. Before even entering, he was taken aback by the bustling, crowded, and noisy atmosphere. Wow, so many people. No wonder everyone keeps recommending this place. If I saw this, I'd be curious too. So today, let me try it for you all and see if the food here is any good. He was already live streaming. He promised to check out Jun's food stall, but it had been closed for 2 days straight. He only found out the owner had gone home after asking a neighbor who owned a shop nearby. So, he only dared to come today after confirming Jun's food stall was open. Seeing the restaurant packed, Zhang Sanbei was a little flustered. There wasn't a single seat available. He waited at the counter for ages, but no one came to serve him. Finally, he found a waiter pouring water for everyone. "Excuse me, could you please find me a seat?" The man pouring water glanced at Zhang Sanbei and said speechlessly, "You coward, is this your first time eating here? Why didn't you ask beforehand? There's no food left for you right now. You should know we all came to queue up at 5 a.m. to get a number. If you want to eat, come back tomorrow morning." Zhang Sanbei was bewildered by the thick dialect. He didn't understand much of what was said, but he did understand 5 a.m. to get a number. But, really that early? "Hey buddy, I live quite far from here, it wasn't easy for me to come all this way. Could you ask your boss to make an exception and give us a table?" The man finally realized these people thought he was a waiter. Pointing to the handwritten number 18 clipped to his lapel, he said speechlessly, "See this paper slip on my chest? I came here at 6 a.m. this morning to queue up and get this number. Number 18, it's almost my turn to eat. You guys have no chance today, forget about it." So, this number 18 was a dining number. To get a table, Jang Sanbei and his assistant asked around among the diners and found out that all the numbers for the day were gone. If they wanted to eat, they'd have to wait until tomorrow. But he was already streaming, how could he disappoint his fans? So he stood outside a Jun's food stall, and whenever he saw someone holding a number and waiting for a table, he'd approach them and ask if he could sell their number. When Liao Peng heard someone wanted to buy his number, he hesitated. "This is Jun's food stall number. I came to pick it up at 6:30 this morning. Brother, I'll offer you 1,000 yuan, will you sell it to me? But, I'm buying this for my parents, they're my dearest family and friends, so I have to pay more." Jang Sanbei immediately offered 15,000. Deal. Liao Peng immediately handed Jang Sanbei number 30, his mind racing with calculations. He lived next to a Jun's food stall, so he could get up early every day to get a number. Skipping a meal was tolerable, after all, 1,500 yuan could buy him many meals at a Jun's food stall. Chapter 142. Do they still remember what they were doing? Number 30 was considered one of the earlier numbers. Jang Sanbei interacted with fans at the entrance for a while before it was his turn. During this time, he didn't sit idle. By the time he sat down, he had already thoroughly investigated everything about a Jun's food stall. Pointing to the small blackboard in the corner, he said, "See that blackboard? Apparently, the daily specials are written on that blackboard, made by the owner's 10-year-old son. What's on the menu each day depends on what the little chef wants to make, not what everyone wants to eat. This time it's sweet and sour dishes, so let's wait and see." He skillfully ordered 3 dishes made by Fang Shang, plus a sweet and spicy braised dish and a stir-fried braised dish. The viewers in the live stream immediately started discussing after hearing Jang Sanbei's introduction. It's not surprising that such an old shop is doing well. Many old shops look run down, but the food is delicious. But it's strange that such delicious food is made by a 10-year-old. Yeah, it always feels exaggerated. Cooking is different from other things. It's not just about doing it a lot, it requires a high level of talent and a keen sense of taste. I've been cooking for over 20 years, and I don't think my cooking is that great. I'd heard about a 10-year-old little chef prodigy before. Turns out it's this place. But maybe his parents created this persona for him to make money, and his cooking is just so-so. Possibly. But Jang Sanbei already went to check out the shop, right? He's the most outspoken streamer. Last time he went to check out a popular restaurant, he almost got beaten up for telling the truth. Someone as outspoken as him definitely wouldn't lie for money. Let's wait and see. Amidst the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream, the dishes were soon served. Wow, these dishes look fantastic. All those vibrant reds and greens are so appetizing, and they smell amazing, especially these 2 sweet and sour dishes, they smell so wonderful. The enticing aroma made Jang Sanbei swallow hard. All the dishes looked so delicious, and he quickly picked up a sweet and sour poached egg. Look at this egg. This is the first time I've ever had a sweet and sour poached egg. Here, let's have a bite. Before he could finish speaking, he couldn't resist and quickly brought it to his mouth. The poached egg, coated in sweet and sour sauce, had turned a golden red color, with the sauce clinging to it, almost dripping. The strong visual impact almost made him forget his manners, and he opened his mouth wide and devoured the egg. The sweet and sour flavor exploded in his mouth, refreshing and delightful. The refreshing taste was like a cool breeze blowing from the mountains, instantly dispelling the summer heat and even making his restless mood more cheerful. The flavor was already intoxicating before even chewing. The moment the tongue touched the surface, the taste intensified, a perfect balance of sweet and sour, almost unbelievably so. It was as if adding a single drop of vinegar would make it overly acidic, or a touch of sugar would disrupt the harmony. With a forceful chew, the caramelized aroma of the fried egg filled the mouth. The egg, quickly fried over high heat, was intensely caramelized, with a unique crispness. And when Jang Sanbei reached the very back, where the yolk was hidden, he was astonished by its flavor. My goodness, this yolk is so tender. The outside was fried so crispy, I thought the inside would be hard-boiled, but it's just cooked through, with a slightly runny yolk. It's delicious. He originally wanted to interact more with his fans, but with the delicious food already in his mouth, he had no time for that. He immediately opened his mouth wide and wolfed it down. He ate 3 oval-shaped eggs in 3 bites each before stopping and turning to eat the sweet and sour pork next to him. His fans had been waiting for a while for his proper evaluation, but he just gave a perfunctory answer, which made them impatient. Seriously, show some professionalism. Is the sweet and sour sauce delicious? What's the eggshell like? What's the overall feel of this rather niche dish? How can you just dismiss us with, the yolk is tender? At this moment, Jang Sanbei was completely captivated by the sweet and sour pork. The crispy outside and tender inside of the pork, paired with the delicious sweet and sour sauce, left him completely stunned the moment he tasted it. In my memory, a woman dressed simply, yet always so caring towards him, comes to mind. Back then, he was always mischievous and naughty, consistently ranking at the bottom of his class. Parents being called in was a regular occurrence. The problem was, he was not only mischievous but also provoked others, making him a universally disliked figure at school. Only his mother would comfort and encourage him. Every time his parents were called in and he got a beating from his father, his mother would buy a piece of pork tenderloin and cook him her best dish, sweet and sour pork, comforting him that it didn't matter if he wasn't good at studying, as long as he tried. With his academic abilities, he wouldn't get into a good university, so he just went to a vocational college. His father planned for him to learn a trade, but he didn't want to. He wanted to become an online influencer and do live streaming. Because of this decision, he had a huge fight with his father and, in a fit of anger, ran away from home with the money he had saved from summer jobs. He'd been away for over a year. Now his account was doing well, with a decent following and a substantial income, but because he'd been angry with his father and hadn't gone home, this sudden surge of emotion brought tears to Jong Sanbei's eyes. "This sweet and sour pork is so delicious, just like my mom's." He quickly wiped his eyes and began devouring the pork. His assistant reminded him to stop eating and pay attention to his fans, but Jong Sanbei was completely absorbed in his thoughts and didn't hear him at all. The assistant, at a loss, decided to step in himself, as if to save the day. He put his hand in the shot, picked up the last fried egg, and put it in his mouth. After just one bite, the assistant was immediately captivated by the refreshing and delicious flavor. He wanted to say something, but not being a professional streamer, he was completely absorbed by the delicious food, his mind went blank, and he forgot everything he wanted to say, burying his head in the food and eating voraciously. After eating the sweet and sour poached eggs, he went to snatch the sweet and sour pork tenderloin that Jong Sanbei was protecting. "Brother Jong, why are you being so possessive of this big plate of food? Let me have a taste." He forcefully grabbed several pieces of sweet and sour pork tenderloin from the plate and slowly savored them. Because it was so delicious, he ate faster and faster, completely in a state of blissful enjoyment of the food. These dishes were absolutely delicious, even the cold seaweed salad was incredibly tasty. The two were so engrossed in eating that they started fighting over the food. "This spicy duck liver is mine, give it back. I got it first, so it's mine. Ah, my spicy duck heart. Why are you taking everything from me? Give me back my sweet and sour pork. I'm going to lick the plate clean." As a popular internet celebrity with millions of followers, there were quite a few people in the live stream. Everyone was peacefully watching Jong Sanbei introduce the food, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a food-grabbing battle between Jong Sanbei and his assistant. Jong Sanbei, a handsome guy, was now so engrossed in eating that he didn't even bother to wipe the sweet and sour sauce from his mouth. The viewers in the live stream were shocked. Did they even remember what they were doing? Was this really necessary? Chapter 143: What to do if the character's persona falls apart. Unfortunately, Jong Sanbei and his assistant didn't hear the shouts from the viewers in the live stream. They not only scrambled for the food but also ordered rice, devouring it with sweet and sour sauce, perfectly embodying the image of gluttons. The portions at Ajun's food stall were generous. 5 dishes and 2 bowls of rice were enough for the two of them to eat and drink to their heart's content without stopping. During their struggle, the last spicy braised duck heart fell to the ground. Normally, this would have been a trivial matter, and neither of them would have given it a second glance. But today, as soon as the duck heart fell, they both looked down, and Jong Sanbei picked it up first. He casually remarked, "According to the 3-second rule, this duck heart hasn't even had time to get contaminated with bacteria." Then, without hesitation, he popped the duck heart into his mouth and began to chew with satisfaction. My God, he just ate it like that. This was live, we were all watching. The viewers in the live stream were so shocked they didn't know what to say. It's not that you can't eat something you picked up, but shouldn't you be mindful of your image during a live stream? His mouth was still covered in sweet and sour sauce, he didn't wipe it, and he stared at the plate of sweet and sour pork for a full 3 seconds. I suspect he actually tried to lick the plate clean. It must have been really delicious. He even ate the red pepper bits from the cold seaweed salad. I've never seen anyone eat cold dishes so cleanly, not even leaving a drop of broth. It made me hungry just watching. I'd already finished my meal, but now I'm snacking on snacks. Me too. I prepared some diet food, wanting to eat elegantly with Brother Sanbei, imagining myself sitting in a Michelin-starred restaurant, enjoying an invitation from a domineering CEO. But the elegant Brother Sanbei turned into a freeloader in a second. I ate 4 servings of my diet food. What's the point of dieting now? While netizens were buzzing with discussion, the two who had been feasting finally finished. As they rubbed their stomachs and prepared to leave, they suddenly realized they weren't there to eat, but to work on a live stream. Instantly, Jong Sanbei's expression froze. The thought of his own ravenous, starving expression made Jong Sanbei want to rewind time. Damn it, his carefully cultivated image of elegance, built up over a year ago, is gone just like that. You see, he'd always been known for his elegant dining style, occasionally showing off his literary talent, spouting limericks or food-related anecdotes, offering elegant critiques, and then giving a frank report, no exaggeration, if it wasn't delicious. He'd worked so hard to build this persona, finally gaining over 1 million followers, and then, because this meal was so delicious, he let his guard down and forgot, completely ruining his image. Help! Will he lose all his fans? Will he lose his job because of this meal? What do I do when my persona collapses? Urgent help needed. If I said the person eating on the live stream just now was my twin brother, not me, would you believe me? He stood there dumbfounded, but the netizens weren't. Instead, they were amused by his expression. Haha, he's stunned. He must be realizing he's messed up now. I'm so curious how delicious the food at this street food stall is that it made Brother Sanbei forget his persona. Seriously, Brother Sanbei's demeanor just now was much more pleasing to the eye than his usual stiff, pretentious self. Even someone like me with no appetite got hungry just watching him. Ah, Jun's food stall, right? I just checked the navigation, it's not too far. I'm going to try their food tomorrow. Go, you definitely have to go. I've been following this place for a while, but never had time to go. Brother Sanbei's meal here has solidified my determination to go. Jung Sanbei nervously looked at the comments in the live stream, and only breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that the netizens weren't too extreme. Actually, it's really not my fault. It's just that the food here is so delicious, I just couldn't stop eating. You see, it's not just me, all the other diners are eating like crazy too. He pointed the camera at the hall, scanning the bustling, noisy crowd, then deliberately avoided looking at their faces, focusing on the young people at the largest table who were grabbing food. Finally, he emphasized, it's really not my fault, it's the food's fault. Yes, that's it. The scene in the dining hall came into view. People were grabbing food, some were eating silently with their heads down, some were chatting while their mouths were bulging as if afraid they hadn't eaten enough, and there was even a 2-year-old girl holding a sweet and sour poached egg, trying to put it in her mouth with her mouth wide open. Every time she tasted the poached egg, her eyes lit up, as if she had eaten something particularly blissful. Children don't lie, you can tell whether something is delicious or not just by looking at their expressions. Netizens became even more curious about just how delicious the food at this restaurant was. In a corner, Miao Tao's family was also eating, but the atmosphere at their table wasn't so pleasant, because Uncle Chin had also been invited to eat. Having been tricked by his son-in-law into going to the traffic police station early yesterday morning before even having breakfast, caught for not wearing a helmet, and forced to stand there for ages before leaving, he was unlikely to have a pleasant look on his face when he saw his son-in-law. If it weren't for his daughter's sake, he would have already slammed his fist on the table and started yelling at his son-in-law. Sensing her father's oppressive aura, Ms. Chin subtly stepped on her husband's foot, urging him to apologize. Miao Tao knew he hadn't acted properly, but it wasn't an emergency, and besides, his wife had enjoyed her meal yesterday and hadn't even mentioned the fishing rod incident. He proactively poured his father-in-law a beer and admitted, "Dad, yesterday was truly an emergency. I had urgent business to attend to, and the traffic police wouldn't let me leave, so I resorted to this tactic. Besides, if you had worn a helmet, none of this would have happened." "You dare mention a helmet?" Uncle Chin held back for a moment, but couldn't help but retort, "Your urgent business was just getting some random numbers so the whole family could have a big meal?" Miao Tao didn't seem to think he had done anything wrong at all and yawned. "Yes, this is a big deal. If I really couldn't get a number, my world would collapse. If you hadn't been away last night, Dad, and you had eaten dinner with me, I would have gotten up at 5 this morning to make amends and managed to get a number. For the sake of the child, please don't be angry." Uncle Chin snorted coldly and turned his face away. "Dad!" Mrs. Chin called out from the side. Miao Junjun quickly put an egg into his grandfather's bowl. Uncle Chin forced a smile, but still refused the wine his son-in-law poured. Instead, he ate the egg his grandson had placed on his plate. He took a bite of the sweet and sour poached egg, chewed a few times, and then his expression suddenly changed. "This egg, it doesn't seem like an ordinary egg. How can it taste so good?" He finished the egg in his bowl in a few bites, then abruptly turned and shouted at Miao Tao, "Don't move." Miao Tao hadn't even tasted his food yet, looking at his father-in-law with a bewildered expression. Uncle Chin swiftly snatched the poached egg from his bowl and ate it in one bite. While eating, he gave Miao Tao a snort. Chapter 144. Just because of a stutter? Seriously, can you stop being so childish? Miao Tao secretly rolled his eyes, picked up his chopsticks, and went to eat other dishes. Unfortunately, he underestimated his father-in-law's tendency to find fault. Every time he tried to grab a dish, his father-in-law would try to take it from him, and if he couldn't, he'd glare at him. Feeling guilty, Miao Tao had no choice but to put his chopsticks down. After all that, he hadn't gotten a single bite. His father-in-law had put everything in his bowl. "Dad, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. considering I got up at 5 to get a number and treated you to such delicious food." He then quickly brought his father-in-law his favorite beer. After fussing for a while, Uncle Chin's anger finally subsided. He took the beer, downed a large glass, and quickly grabbed a bite of the cold dish. He found it incredibly satisfying and couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious." A bite of cold dish, a sip of beer, then a bite of spicy braised food, another sip of beer so refreshing. Seeing that he'd drunk so much, Miao Tao quickly refilled his glass. His wife and children didn't like to talk while eating, they just focused on their food. He and his father-in-law ate and drank together. It was his day off, so he wasn't worried about drinking too much and affecting his work. A case of beer was brought over, and he and his father-in-law started drinking heartily. The friendship between men is often forged over drinks. As they drank, Uncle Chin got a little tipsy, completely forgetting his earlier grievances. He patted Miao Tao on the shoulder and started praising him. "Xiao Tao, you have a good eye for food. You actually found such a delicious restaurant. The food is really good, even better than the food I ate at the Great Hall of the People when I was on a business trip to Beijing years ago, and the price isn't expensive at all." Miao Tao immediately puffed out his chest, looking like he was the best. Of course, those of us in this line of work get all the inside information, but getting a spot at this shop is so difficult. We have to fight with a bunch of people every day. Uncle Chin patted his chest, looking like he had everything under control. "No problem. If you ever get pulled over by the traffic cop, just come to me. Dad'll take the blame, and we'll have a good meal together." Both were quite drunk. Miao Tao mumbled incoherently, "Brothers so loyal. From now on, you'll live the high life with me. I promise, if I have food, you'll have food too. It's just that I haven't settled my 5,000 yuan fishing rod debt yet, and my wife took all my savings. I'm so miserable." Uncle Chin immediately pulled out cash from his wallet and slammed it on the table. "No problem, I have money here. Take it. I'm not saying anything bad, but your wife is really something. It's just a fishing rod, and she's making such a fuss. I'll definitely give her a piece of my mind if I run into her again." Ms. Chin, listening to the two drunkards, turned as black as the bottom of a pot. These two are like brothers now? They're even elevating him to a higher generation. Very well, we'll talk about it when they're sober. Miao Junjun looked at his mother's sinister smile and silently shrank into the corner. Although he had just been caught writing love letters to a girl that morning and his mother had brought him home from school, intending to give him a lecture, she couldn't hit him just because she had hit them, could she? That evening, Gong Zijun's act of tricking his father at the train station suddenly went viral online, mainly because the incident had caused quite a stir, and many netizens had filmed it. This is how people are these days. When faced with a situation, don't panic, just take out your phone and film it. Some people are in a rush to catch a train, so they film a half-baked video and post it online. Some netizens even edited together a slow-motion version of the scene where Gong Zijun was crying while clinging to Gong Yeazu's leg, adding sad music to create a dramatic effect, portraying Gong Zijun as a pitiful, unloved child. The headlines are also very eye-catching. Biological father wants to give away his well-behaved son, son clings to his father's leg and cries at the train station. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Not every parent loves their son. If you're going to give birth but not raise him, don't give birth. When you're not ready to be a father, not having children is an act of kindness. Having children and then giving them away is utterly heinous. This sensational headline went viral instantly. Many people watched the image of Gong Zijun crying while holding Gong Yeazu over and over again. Sensitive netizens even cried, and those with low-tier thresholds sobbed uncontrollably, as if they were experiencing the same emotion themselves. Why are there such heartless fathers? I've tried so many methods to conceive, but I still can't have a child, and this father has such a wonderful child but doesn't cherish him. I only have one child, and I want to give him the best of everything in the world. Why are there parents who don't love their own children? Does anyone know this child? I really want to help him, as if helping my younger self. A group of people were criticizing Gong Yeazu, and some were even trying to find him. At this moment, a netizen who had seen the whole thing and also found the full version of the news online couldn't help but laugh. Friends, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think at all. There's a full video of what happened online. The child's parents were busy, they were just sending him to his grandparents' house for summer vacation. The child wanted to eat food from Jun's food stall, which is why he clung to his father's leg and cried, refusing to leave. The netizens who saw the comments were a little confused. What do you mean? What Jun's food stall? Don't tell me it's about getting food? Aren't you guys exaggerating? Making such a scene at the train station over getting food, his dad almost got arrested by the police. This kid deserves a beating. Fang Sheng's fans immediately jumped in when someone asked about Jun's food stall. Yeah, it's all for a good meal. Jun's food stall's delicious food. Is there really no one who doesn't know about it? Seriously? There are actually people who don't know about Jun's food stall? We're all from GXing, are you guys on 2G? If it's a Jun's food stall, then this makes sense. It's not that the kid deserves a beating, it's that the dad's being unreasonable. Friends, you're all so out of touch. Normal. If my dad got a number for a Jun's food stall and then kicked me out of school, I'd cry my eyes out too. Not only would I cry, I'd flip the table. I could go even crazier for a Jun's food stall. Seeing these comments from fans, netizens were incredibly indignant. Holding their breath, they didn't reply and immediately started searching for a Jun's food stall online. This search led them to Jang Sanbei's videos and countless photos of the dishes they'd eaten at a Jun's food stall. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single negative review. All the comments were raving about how delicious the food was. Some people even found a video of Fang Sheng being arrested as a human trafficker. It was because of food that he was mistaken for a trafficker. Now, everyone in Jiachen who hadn't tried a Jun's food stall before was suddenly curious. Some even saw casually taken photos of the food online and started drooling over the pictures. The dishes looked incredibly appetizing. Chapter 145: A Broad Road. The video went viral, and people from other places naturally saw it too. Seeing the trending topic, they clicked on it out of curiosity. Seeing the various food pictures shared by netizens, they were immediately tempted. Although the distance was far, it didn't stop them from noting down a restaurant in Jiexing called A Jun's Food Stall. These days, spontaneous trips are all the rage. If they had time, they could go to Jiexing and enjoy some delicious food. Because so many people searched for A Jun's Food Stall, the hashtag went viral, and with it, the video of Gong Zijun crying while clinging to a leg also went viral. In no time, almost everyone in Jiexing knew about this restaurant called A Jun's Food Stall in their city. A Jun's Food Stall's popularity reached a new level. However, Fang Sheng and his team were still unaware of just how popular their restaurant was. They were too busy to watch the videos. However, because they changed Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen's work hours that day, the family's workload became much lighter. Especially Fang Jun, with the two aunties handling all the washing, cleaning, and preparing the braised food, his pressure was greatly reduced. That evening, when preparing the braised dishes, he even prepared extra, clearly determined to push himself to the limit. When Fang Sheng was showing his father the menu, he was shocked by the sheer number of braised dishes listed. "Dad, aren't you working too hard? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Your dad is still going strong, I won't get tired. It's just that your mom hasn't found a replacement for the auntie who sells braised meat yet, otherwise our work would be easier, and it would be much more convenient for customers to take their food to go." Wu Xin sighed, "It's quite a coincidence. All those idle aunties I used to know have recently found jobs, and they're doing pretty well. They couldn't bear to leave without a job, having to forego half a month's salary. I haven't found any suitable replacements yet." Seeing his mother's troubled expression, Fang Sheng said, "Mom, it's so simple. You have 7 or 8 fan groups. With such a large population base, you're sure you can find an auntie. Just post a message in the fan groups later, asking if there are any idle aunties willing to work at the store. I guarantee you'll find someone suitable." Wu Xin immediately knew it was a good idea. She patted her son's head, "Your modern brain works so well. Unlike your mother, what era are we living in? Still hiring through connections, it's a bit outdated." After finishing her work, Wu Xin took out her phone and typed a message. "Starting today, the time for taking numbers at a Jun's food stall will be 7 a.m. Also, a Jun's food stall is urgently hiring 1 helper. 3 meals a day provided, salary negotiable. Interested parties please come to the stall for an interview tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. After sending the message to 8 group chats, Wu Xin looked back and found that the groups were all quiet. Surprisingly, no one had asked her about the details. Where has people's curiosity gone these days? Wu Xin shook her head, put her phone aside, and, exhausted from the whole day, didn't want to move. She had originally planned to watch some TV dramas, but after washing up, her head barely touched the bed before she fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to her, after she fell asleep, all 8 group chats nearly exploded. The group chat was quiet tonight, not because people weren't interested in Wu Xin's job posting, but because everyone was busy watching videos and sharing information. A Jun's food stall went viral, and as fans of a Jun's food stall, everyone was incredibly busy. As soon as someone inquired, they swarmed in, some posting pictures, some providing explanations, and others chiming in. The whole process was so seamless it made out-of-town netizens drool. When they encountered local netizens, they added an extra step of mocking the other person's home internet connection. They were having so much fun that they forgot to chat in the group. Then, as usual, they checked the group before bed and saw the message from the group admin, the boss's wife, tagging everyone. Hiring helpers was fine, but the problem was, meals were included. Those huge words, 3 meals included, were practically gilded, gleaming, and making everyone in the group stare. Working as a general laborer at a roadside food stall isn't really appealing. It's usually done by older people who don't have grandchildren to care for relatively relaxed seniors. The work is tiring, and the pay is meager, but the thing is, this is a Jun's food stall, and it provides 3 meals a day. Oh my god. So working as a helper at Jun's food stall includes 3 meals a day. If I applied and got the job, I could eat Jun's delicious food every day without having to wait in line. Right now, it feels like a golden road is laid out before me. Which restaurant hires people without providing meals? We just overlooked this shortcut before. I'm so stupid, I never thought of something so simple. Suddenly, I'm so envious of those 2 aunties at the stall. While we're still getting up early to wait in line, they can already leisurely get up and go to work, enjoying the food we've been dreaming of. If you can't compete, join in. Ah, why didn't I think of that? I'm so damn stupid, I owe myself millions for delicious food. Fans who saw these messages were all excited, immediately setting their sights on their elders, wondering if they had any chance of getting a job at Jun's food stall. If their elders went, would they have to worry about not having an insider's access to food? In a certain neighborhood, after seeing this message, the daughter-in-law immediately approached her mother-in-law to discuss joining Jun's food stall. The mother-in-law, seeing such a good opportunity, had no reason to refuse, but it wasn't something she could just do on a whim. I still have to help pick up and drop off my granddaughter at school. How will I manage with all this busyness? That's easy. The daughter-in-law laughed. From now on, we parents can take care of her when she goes to school. We can take turns taking her. What about after school? She gets out around 4 p.m. The daughter-in-law hesitated for a moment, then said, how about we enroll her in their school's extracurricular dance class? Whether she learns dance or not is secondary, the important thing is that it will fill more than an hour of her time. But doesn't my granddaughter dislike dance? The daughter-in-law said righteously, every girl can jump around a bit. It's decided then. We can't let others suffer. Meanwhile, a full-time housewife saw this message and began to feel tempted. The child doesn't have a grandmother, and she's been a full-time stay-at-home mom for years, taking care of the family's needs. After so long, she feels disconnected from society. She wants to find a job, but she lacks the motivation. Besides, her husband has a good job, she owns a shop, and they're not short of money. So she's been hesitating ever since. Now, she's mustered up the courage to ask her husband. Jun's food stall is hiring a general helper, the kind that includes 3 meals a day. What do you think about me going for an interview? Chapter 146. What? You're from Udaoka Technical College? It's good, but you're a college graduate. Going to work as a handyman in a small restaurant? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? Besides, can you even handle the hardship? Don't come back crying after just 3 days, saying you can't go back. The housewife's face darkened. Who says I can't stick it out? I'll go for the interview tomorrow. Just wait and see, you'll be eating at Jun's food stall every day thanks to me. Everyone completely ignored the first part of the group message. It wasn't until the next morning, around 5 a.m., when the night owls went to queue, that they remembered yesterday's message, and their faces immediately fell. Damn it, they had to wait from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. sharp. However, although the time was changed to 7 a.m., those foodies who lived far away and wanted to eat didn't get up later than usual. Even if they started taking numbers at 7 a.m., if they were late, they'd still be pushed to the back. The queue might be too long, making them late for work, and by the time they got their numbers, they'd all be left waiting. So, although the numbering system started at 7 a.m., the large crowd meant Wuxian still managed to distribute all the numbers before 9 a.m. Seeing a large group of people still crammed into the room, Wuxian assumed they were still waiting for their numbers and reminded them again. All the numbers for today have been distributed. If you want to eat anything, please come back tomorrow to get a number. An older woman standing there smiled and said, hello, ma'am, we're not here to get numbers. We're here for job interviews as general laborers. Oh, then come over here, wait a minute. Wuxian pointed in astonishment at the dense crowd in front of her, estimating at least 40 people. You're all here for general laborer interviews? Yes, everyone nodded. Wuxian could hardly believe her eyes. The hall was small, and with 40 people standing there, jostling and crowding, it turned out they were all here for general laborer interviews. Who would believe this scene? The fan group's effect was just too good. But I only need one general worker. With so many of you, who should I hire? Wuxian asked, looking troubled. It's alright, boss lady, just test us. Keep whoever is suitable. We'll rely on our abilities, the women suggested. Even so, it was a difficult decision. It wasn't a skilled job, and she couldn't eliminate some based on their skills first. Wuxian had no choice but to bite the bullet and begin the interview. And what she learned next surprised her even more. What? You graduated from Udaoka Technical College? I can't afford you. No, you're a big company boss looking to do part-time work here? I can't afford you. Ma'am, I really only need a quick-wit, physically capable middle-aged woman who doesn't require much skill. What are you doing here? Someone with a master's degree in their bag. What? You say it's a fake certificate? Do you think I'd believe that? Girl, you're an IT elite, please don't make things difficult for me. I only have 2 computers in my shop, including my son's tablet. There's no opportunity for you to shine. After an even more outrageous interview, Wu Xin rejected all the unsuitable candidates who had acted impulsively, drawn by the free meals, and didn't care about the consequences. They were all elites. Here's a joke: other companies recruit the best of the best, but here, all the rejections are top performers. It's absurd. They also rejected some older women whose schedules couldn't be adjusted. In the end, Wu Xin kept one woman named Wang Ziyufang. The remaining suitable candidates weren't sent home immediately. Wu Xin specifically left them her phone number, saying she'd contact them again next month when they expanded the store. This intense interview process finally ended. At this moment, a delivery man called He Zhizhang, his tone extremely helpless. "I'm sorry, Mr. He, you asked me to help you get a number, but I still couldn't get one today. How come you haven't gotten one for 3 days in a row? That's too outrageous." He Zhizhang was incredulous. The delivery man was also helpless. On the first day after Ajun's food stall reopened after its holiday, he received Mr. He's call at 8:30. He arrived at 9 o'clock, but after standing at the back of the line for only a few minutes, all the numbers were gone, leaving a large group of people without a number. Yesterday, at Mr. He's request, he got up at 7:30 and arrived at the shop at 8 o'clock, but still couldn't get a number. He felt embarrassed, so he came at 7 o'clock this morning. He heard the shop had changed to issuing numbers at 7 o'clock sharp, so theoretically he shouldn't have had trouble getting one. At most he'd be late. But Ajun's food stall is so popular, it's caused a citywide sensation, and today even more people are scrambling for numbers. He was already late at 7 o'clock, and still didn't get one. "Mr. He, I reckon if you want to get a number and definitely get to eat the owner's signature dishes, you'll have to get up around 5 o'clock and start queuing, otherwise you won't get one." He Zhizhang really hadn't expected it to be so difficult to get a meal at Ajun's food stall. Without hesitation, he told the delivery man, "Then please come at 5:30 tomorrow to get a number. Price isn't a problem, it's just a hassle to get up early." "Okay, I guarantee I'll get a number tomorrow." The delivery man clenched his fist tightly, upholding his professional dignity as a delivery man. This day was naturally another bustling business day, but with Wang Ziyufen joining the shop, it wasn't as crowded. A counter was placed at the entrance. Those who were short on time and only bought braised food, or those who ordered braised pork rice in platters from delivery platforms, could simply pick them up from the counter, saving considerable space. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to collect report cards at 2 p.m. Because he needed to prepare the blind boxes arranged by Teacher Wang for the students, Fang Shang had significantly less time to cook for customers. Wu Xian had sent a message to the group chat the day before, saying that Fang Shang would be going to school to collect the report cards today, and he would only make 1 cold dish of preserved egg and tofu and 1 cold cucumber salad in the morning. There were no sweet and sour dishes, but various spicy and spiced braised meats were available, and the number of customers remained unchanged. Early in the morning, Fang Shang was busy in the kitchen, and soon he had made 10 blind boxes. He packed all the snacks and delicacies he had made into takeout containers, each containing different items. After 1 p.m., Fang Jun personally drove his son to school. Ms. Wang was already waiting at the school gate. Upon seeing Fang Shang, she immediately went to him, stuffed the boxes into a large black bag, and then, back in her office, carefully wrapped them in gift boxes she had bought beforehand. From the outside, the gift boxes looked identical. After finishing, Ms. Wang took the report cards and notices and headed towards the classroom. In the classroom of class 5-5, a group of students had completely surrounded Fang Shang, all eager to extract information about the blind boxes from him. Some students were even prepared to bribe Fang Shang with toys and snacks to get first-hand information. Chapter 147: The Value of the Number 1 Underling. However, since it was a blind box, a bit of mystery had to be maintained. Fang Shang wouldn't deliberately embarrass Teacher Wang, so he simply changed the subject and wouldn't tell them. Seeing they couldn't get anything out of Fang Shang, the group of students could only crane their necks, expectantly watching the classroom door, waiting for Teacher Wang to arrive. At this moment, Dai Tianyu took 3 summer homework assignments from his desk and quietly said to Fang Shang, "Brother Shang, look, these are 3 unsigned, completed winter homework assignments. You just need to write your name on them. Do you want them?" Fang Shang, who could understand the attraction these 3 homework assignments held for him at this moment, the attraction for a student. "You've finished them all, and then the assignments will be blank again. Aren't you afraid your parents will find out?" Fang Shang was very curious. "No, I've always stayed up late at night to do them behind my parents' backs. At most, they'll think I've been playing these past few days and haven't done my homework. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Staying up late to do them, was it really necessary to go to such lengths?" At this moment, Fang Shang's gaze towards Dai Tianyu changed. This brother was reliable. He would not only stand up for someone in trouble, but he would also risk his life. The value of his number 1 underling title was still rising. If he were truly a 5th grader, he probably would have agreed by now. But being an adult at heart, 3 homework assignments were nothing to him. Just then, amidst everyone's anticipation, Teacher Wang finally entered the classroom carrying a large bag. The students, who had been whispering, immediately fell silent, all looking at her excitedly. Teacher Wang walked to the podium, put the bag down, and her gaze swept across the students' faces. Their expectant expressions and excited little faces all told her that the students were waiting for her. It must be said, for a teacher, to have students so eagerly anticipating something was something to be proud of, especially if they were expecting more than just the food in her hands. Class, long time no see. Knowing everyone was eager for a blind box, Teacher Wang didn't waste any time. Besides giving a brief talk about summer vacation safety, she began announcing everyone's grades and who would receive the blind boxes. The top 3 were the same as last semester's top 3. As promised, Teacher Wang rewarded the students who showed the most improvement. For example, one student who used to rank in the teens jumped to 9th place this time. They definitely deserved a reward. The student who improved the most was Lei Ziohei. From second to last, he actually ranked 8th from the bottom, or 38th in the class, successfully breaking his curse of always being second. Lei Ziohei, you did very well this time. You got a blind box too. Keep up the good work next time. Upon receiving the blind box from Teacher Wang, the boy burst into tears. The teacher's affirmation and his own hard-earned success moved him deeply. He realized he could finally be recognized for his academic achievements. By the way, Fang Shang, you came in 8th this time, which is a huge improvement. How about I give you a blind box too? But that doesn't seem to really serve as a reward. Teacher Wang held the last blind box, a little troubled. For others, a blind box was a reward, but for Fang Shang, it was just like a dish he casually made. Fang Shang waved his hand generously. I don't need it, give it to another student. Okay, then we'll stick to the usual rewards. You get the notebook, and the blind box goes to Chen Xiong, our class's academically challenged student. He always gets first place in Chinese but last in math, but this time his math has improved significantly, so he needs encouragement. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong, who had previously thought he had no chance, was thrilled to receive a reward. He immediately ran to Fang Shang, knelt on one knee, and grasped Fang Shang's hand. Thank you so much, Brother Shang. I've wandered aimlessly all my life, never finding a wise ruler. If you don't abandon me, I'd like to become your godfather. The whole room burst into laughter. Fang Shang. Sometimes, when people are speechless, they really are speechless. At this moment, the students who didn't get a box were all heartbroken, regretting that they hadn't studied harder before, otherwise they wouldn't be watching others holding blind boxes with envy. Alright, those who didn't get a blind box, keep trying next year, and I'll buy you blind boxes again. This time, thanks to the blind boxes, Class 5 to 5 got first place in the whole grade, even surpassing Class 5 to 1. Teacher Wang was very happy. Teacher Wang had already planned that everyone would be 6th graders in the second half of the year, which would determine their future middle school admissions. She would need to continue encouraging and motivating them to study, so the blind boxes would have to continue. Meng Duanya, what's in your blind box? Mine is lemon chicken feet. The students below had already started asking each other about what was inside their blind boxes. As the top student in the class, everyone was curious about Meng Duanya's blind box. Meng Duanya opened her blind box, looked closely, and exclaimed, mine looks like sweet and sour ribbon fish. Even the Fang family's food stalls never sell that. Wow, a dish they've never sold before. The students immediately became envious. Before everyone could gather around, other students who had opened their blind boxes exclaimed in amazement. Mine's something Shang Ji's family never sells before, it's sweet and sour pork ribs. I'm so happy, I'm definitely the first person besides Shang Ji's family to get to eat sweet and sour pork ribs. Holy crap, mine's cold duck gizzard salad, they've never sold that before either. Sweet and sour pineapple pork, hee hee hee. As each name was called out, the other students were incredibly envious. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang was dumbfounded upon hearing the names of these blind boxes. Wait, so many delicious things, and they just passed through her hands? The good news was, she bought a lot of limited edition food from a Jun's food stall, things others couldn't even get. The bad news was, these things weren't for her. She had just held sweet and sour ribbon fish in her hand, something she used to love. Heavens above, why did she forget to get one for herself before ordering the blind boxes? It would have been so convenient, and she could have enjoyed a delicious meal. Now, she could only watch these students with envy, just like the other students. For a moment, Teacher Wang was deeply affected. She felt an urge to rush into the students' group and loot all the good food, but adult reason forced her to stop. Wah, I just want to bite the corner of my blanket and cry. She said dejectedly, alright, free time. Everyone go home and find your mothers. The words had barely left her lips when those who hadn't received a blind box went to their closest friends, each hoping to sneak a bite of food. Teacher Wang had ordered a normal amount of food, and each dish was quite generous, so everyone was happy to share. In no time, the entire classroom was filled with enticing aromas, and the students were all eating with gusto, their mouths drooling. It didn't feel like they were there to collect report cards, it looked more like an evaluation meeting. Teacher Wang, this is for you. Chapter 148. How did you know our teacher gave out blind boxes? The class monitor, using a disposable cup he'd found somewhere, placed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and a piece of sweet and sour ribbon fish in front of Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang was a little embarrassed, but couldn't bring herself to refuse. After a couple of feigned declines, she quickly took the cups, not even bothering to find chopsticks, and directly picked up the sweet and sour ribbon fish with her mouth and popped it into her mouth. The sweet and sour ribbon fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The sweet and sour sauce completely brought out the fish's natural flavor. Besides the delicious sweet and sour sauce, the meat was incredibly fresh when chewing. It was so delicious it made one's tongue tremble. Even better, the ribbon fish was prepared exceptionally well, with absolutely no fishy smell. So delicious, so blissful. Eating in the classroom wasn't really appropriate. After everyone had a small taste, Teacher Wang stopped them from eating any more and asked the students to leave the classroom. A group of students chased after their best friends and buddies as they walked out of the classroom. Dai Tianyu was still in third place, as steady as a rock. He gave Fang Shang a peace sign. Brother Shang, I'm third again. Besides the blind box the teacher gave me, do you want to reward me? Of course. Come to my house after school, let's play games together. I made blind boxes this morning, and I have a lot of leftover food. We can eat while we play games, and we can invite Zhang Chao too. Brother Shang, I love you to death. Dai Tianyu was so happy he almost jumped for joy. He shouted to Zhang Chao, who was pushing Fang Shang's bicycle, Zhang Chao, hurry up. Brother Shang is taking us out for a big meal. Let's pool our money and buy him some fruit and snacks. Roger. Zhang Chao happily pushed the bicycle out, pulled out a 50 yuan note from his pocket, and handed it to Dai Tianyu without hesitation. The three of them left the school, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang and his friends didn't rush to leave the school. Instead, they lingered near the school gate. They carried a box and wandered around the gate, going wherever the crowds were. Collecting the report cards didn't take much time, and with the school gate packed with people, their actions quickly attracted attention. Classmates who recognized them waved and greeted them. Chen Xiang, why aren't you home yet? We're going swimming, want to come? Seeing someone call him, Chen Xiang's eyes lit up. He held up the box, seemingly unrelated to the question, and said, how did you know our teacher gave out blind boxes? Look, this is cold duck gizzard salad made by Brother Shang himself. It's a dish they've never sold before, I'm the first to try it. What? Your box contains food from Ajun's food stall? The classmate was stunned. Seeing the question, which seemed to offer a lot of emotional and value-driven information, a student from class 5-5, who had been holding back a lot of questions, immediately chimed in. These blind boxes were given out by our homeroom teacher. Don't know what blind boxes are? Our teacher, Ms. Wang, ordered them from Ajun's food stall. They're homemade by the little chef Fang Shang, a special reward for students who do well in their studies and show great improvement. I, in my humble opinion, managed to get one too. Oh my, it's pure luck. Mine contains sweet and sour pineapple pork, which I think is a dish Ajun's food stall doesn't sell before. Wow, I'm so lucky. Mine are lemon chicken feet, but the first one our class got was sweet and sour ribbon fish. Nobody else in our class has ever had that. The group of students being boasted about, after listening to their rambling for a while, finally understood. These guys were running around showing off their food. They were all speechless. Who asked about their food? We were talking about swimming. It's just a dish from Jun's food stall, they've had it before. Who doesn't want it? So envious. So annoying. I want it so badly. Unfortunately, Chen Xiang and his friends didn't hear their inner cries. The group swaggered off to another spot and continued their boasting. At first, they only answered when asked, but later, whenever they saw a group of people standing there, regardless of whether they knew them or not, they'd rush over and blurt out a question. Wow, your eyesight is amazing. You knew I was holding a delicious dish from Jun's food stall. It's their new sweet and sour pork ribs. Hey classmate, see that delicious food in my hand? Don't be too envious. It's because Brother Shang is in our class. We're all with Brother Shang, so naturally we eat and drink well. Come on, let me show you first, you'll recognize it next time you eat it. What do you mean? What's that dish in my hand? It's from Jun's food stall, of course. By the way, did your family get a number today? Mine didn't, but I have Brother Shang, he. They were all grinning so hard their mouths were practically stretched to their ears. Their laughter could be recorded and used as a scene from a TV drama villain. Thanks to Chen Xiang and his friends for being so conspicuous, soon everyone in the school knew that the teacher of Fang Shang's class 5-5 had given them blind boxes made by Fang Shang himself. In an instant, every student's mouth was watering with envy. Why isn't Fang Shang in my class? I'm so envious. Sometimes I really want to transfer classes, but it's impossible. But we only have one more year before graduation. I hope I can go to the same middle school as Fang Shang. I'm only in 3rd grade, 2 grades below Fang Shang. Maybe I should work hard and skip a grade? Do you think that's possible? Go to sleep. Anything is possible in daydreams. Instead of this, you should look forward to our teacher using this method to motivate us next time. Everyone was talking animatedly, except for the students in class 5-1, who remained silent. Before the exam, their homeroom teacher had said that those who did well would be treated to a meal at a Jun's food stall. It turned out the teacher was just trying to motivate them. I think the best pie we've ever eaten in our lives was the pie our homeroom teacher promised. Meanwhile, Fang Shang brought 2 classmates home to play. Wu Xin was very pleased to see this. It wasn't good for her son to be stuck in the kitchen all the time. It was normal for him to have playmates his own age. That night, Fang Shang was naturally busy again. Zhang Sanbei, because his live stream yesterday was a failure, specifically asked his assistant to get up early this morning to secure a spot for tonight's stream. However, when it was time for dinner, Zhang Sanbei became conflicted. Because his carefully constructed persona collapsed yesterday, he indulged in excessive eating and drinking, acted rudely, and didn't interact with fans. He not only didn't lose followers, but actually gained more. Furthermore, by riding the wave of popularity surrounding a Jun's food stall, he gained over 100,000 followers overnight. This rate of follower growth was beyond Zhang Sanbei's expectations, and he suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Should he continue building his persona, or should he embrace his genuine personality? Chapter 149. This is my home turf. Soon it was Zhang Sanbei's turn. Seeing sweet and sour fish and sweet and sour pork ribs written on the blackboard, his heart skipped a beat. He loved sweet and sour dishes. The sweet and sour taste was always the most comforting. Every time he ate it, the satisfaction made all his worries seem to disappear, his mood improved, and he worked with more energy. Especially since the young owner of this restaurant made such delicious food, it added even more to the sweet and sour dishes. The meal he had yesterday had left him in a happy mood all day. He even had the courage to think about going home, something he would never have considered before. Not to mention the image collapse incident. In the past, he would probably have been troubled all day, but last night he ate spicy food and slept until he naturally woke up. Without a second thought, Zhang Sanbei ordered all the sweet and sour dishes on the blackboard. As for the remaining winter melon and pork rib soup, that went without saying. He also specifically ordered 2 of the restaurant's specialties. While eating, Zhang Sanbei silently pointed the camera at the scene in the lobby and then asked his assistant a question. How should I eat today? The assistant was completely bewildered by the question. How else could one eat? Use chopsticks, of course. You can use a spoon if you want. Okay, the assistant's main job was camera work and editing. He shouldn't be making demands on other aspects. Zhang Sanbei sighed, thought for a moment, and decided to maintain his persona, continuing to uphold his elegant demeanor. After all, seeing someone wolf down their food once is novel, but constantly watching someone wolf down their food like a starving ghost is unpleasant. He felt he certainly wouldn't. Thinking about the script he'd written the night before, Zhang Sanbei, as usual, launched into a spiel, recounting the history of sweet and sour pork ribs, some folk tales, and a few amusing jokes, making the viewers in the live stream laugh heartily. He'd put in the effort for the live stream. His viewers only became fans because they found it entertaining. When it was time to eat, Zhang Sanbei cleared his throat, picked up his chopsticks, and elegantly picked up a pork rib. These pork ribs are a beautiful reddish brown, and the aroma is irresistible. They look so tempting. Here, fans, have some first. He deliberately waved the rib at the camera several times before opening his mouth and taking a small bite, perfectly maintaining his elegant, scholarly demeanor. Unfortunately, what seemed like a pleasant thought was actually quite different from reality. That sentence was destined to be the last thing Zhang Sanbei said during his meal. As the sweet, tangy, and appetizing flavors lingered in his mouth, Zhang Sanbei was once again immersed in the deliciousness, completely losing himself in the moment and indulging in a hearty meal. He didn't even bother interacting with his fans. He even found eating with one hand too slow. He was using a spoon in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, chopsticks for food and a spoon for soup. After this gluttonous feast, when he was about 80% full, Zhang Sanbei finally had a chance to speak. Looking up, he suddenly remembered, damn it, he'd forgotten it was work time again. And so, he continued wolfing down his food, leaving a mess. He stared at the camera, his expression completely frozen, unsure how to explain himself. The fans, however, were already rolling with laughter. Haha, is he going to say that he was actually possessed just now, and this is the real him? Maybe he's telling us that he actually has a dual personality, one elegant and stylish, the other a happy foodie. I could believe it. As a fan of Jun's food stall, I totally understand him. I just couldn't help it, hee hee. Looking at the fans' comments, Zhang Sanbei remained silent for a moment, then made a decision that would have a significant impact on his future career. It's not that I don't want to cultivate a persona, I've received professional training. I don't usually wolf down my food like a ravenous dog, unless I can't resist. This food made by the little chef is so good, even a god couldn't resist. Since that's the case, I'll stop pretending. I'll be honest, faced with the little chef's food, I'm just a silly foodie. I'll keep eating, everyone else can do as they please. Not only were Jang Sanbei's fans amused by his words, but even the diners sitting around him found it hilarious and specifically asked for his livestream account to watch. After the livestream, Jang Sanbei found he had gained a lot more followers. He suddenly realized he might have grasped the secret to popularity, and that secret was a Jun's food stall. Looks like we should film more at a Jun's food stall to increase the account's popularity. Jang Sanbei changed his schedule, canceling all his other filming trips, and prepared to continue filming the food around Jiachen, and then do 2 more live streams from a Jun's food stall in a couple of days. Enjoying delicious food while simultaneously working is a double benefit. After receiving his report card, Fang Sheng began working on his summer homework. Besides the 3 workbooks, the teacher had assigned extra written assignments, which Fang Sheng dedicated time to each day. That day, Wu Xin, taking a break from her busy schedule, browsed her WeChat moments and suddenly noticed that several parents she had added at school had signed their sons up for summer camp. Wu Xin was immediately tempted. If other kids had it, her Fang Sheng had to have it too. Wu Xin immediately went to the kitchen and asked Fang Sheng, "What? Summer camp? No need, I'm not interested." Fang Sheng immediately refused. He was joking. Wasn't leveling up his system more appealing? Why waste time on that? It was a complete waste of time. But several of your classmates have gone, and the rest are either traveling or hiking. You're the only child left, stuck in the kitchen all day. It doesn't really make sense. Wu Xin looked worried. Every time I see you frantically working in the kitchen, I feel guilty, like I'm exploiting you, a minor, as a laborer. Fang Sheng suddenly realized his mother was being a bit sentimental. "Mom, you don't know what I'm doing, I just love being in the kitchen. This is my home turf, besides." Fang Sheng glanced at his father, who was busy at work under his direction, and chuckled. "This is my chance to boss Dad around and order him around like I please. I wouldn't dare do this normally. I have to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson and show him who's the boss." Fang Jun, busy at work, heard his son openly mocking him and his face darkened. Fine, my son's got guts, huh? Daring to say that to my face." He immediately pulled out his trump card. "Dad's been working extra hard lately, and I think you, as a student, should study hard too. How about I buy you a set of mock middle school entrance exams, a set of introductory video lessons for the 4 primary subjects plus practice questions, and a top student whiteboard? Dad's motto is, if you're not going to die from studying, study like crazy. You should do the same." The smile vanished from Fang Sheng's face in an instant. "Dad, I was wrong." Chapter 150. Even monks aren't as self-disciplined as him. On the 22nd floor of the Guangming building, Fang Hong'ai, as usual, got up at 5:30 this morning, went to a Jun's food stall to get a number, and then came to the company. Now, more and more people are getting up at 5:30 to get a number, so even though he got up that early, it was already past 7 o'clock when he finally got his number. He bought breakfast, ate it on the go, and arrived at the company just in time for work. Heading up on his computer, Fang Hong'ai began his new day's work. The company was currently negotiating a cooperation with a major client. The competitor was sending someone to inspect the site tomorrow, so everyone had been working extremely cautiously these past 2 days, each on high alert, afraid of losing such a good contract due to a small mistake. A little while later, Manager Zhou came to inform them that there would be a meeting later. Fang Hong'ai put down his work and followed his colleagues to the meeting room. General Manager Chu was already waiting. Seeing that everyone was there, he didn't waste any time and immediately began explaining the things everyone should pay attention to during the competitor's inspection. Everyone in the group was meticulously writing down the important points Mr. Chu had mentioned in their notebooks, afraid of missing a single one. If anything went wrong, they'd have to work overtime. Then, with everyone swamped with work, where would they find the time and energy to try and snag a number? What if they missed out on a Jun's delicious food? Although they couldn't eat there every day, if they were willing to get up early, grit their teeth and sleep in, and wake up early enough, they could still get a number. They could accept not getting a number due to their own reasons, but they absolutely couldn't accept being too busy working overtime to try and get one. Mr. Chu had no idea that his employees were working so diligently for a meal. He looked around and found everyone's notes were very thorough, some even adding their own thoughts next to the points, which pleased him greatly. The employees were all highly motivated and energetic. It seemed that under his leadership, the company had a strong sense of cohesion. With everyone working together with one heart and one mind, how could they not make the company bigger and stronger? All of this was due to his powerful personal charisma. The more Mr. Chu thought about it, the happier he became, completely imagining himself as a smug, grinning fool, his back straight, wearing what he thought was a handsome expression. By the way, the other company is coming tomorrow. We must treat them well. Manager Joe, you're in charge of arranging the restaurant. Make sure they're satisfied. Don't worry, boss, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Mr. Chu was satisfied and left the meeting room with his phone. Manager Joe didn't immediately adjourn the meeting. Instead, he asked everyone where they should take the visiting delegation for a meal. They had hosted delegations before, but this time was different, a big contract from a large company. Manager Joe was a little unsure. What if the chosen food wasn't suitable, and the delegation was unhappy, affecting the contract? Then he would become the company's scapegoat. A group of colleagues offered suggestions, all 5-star hotels in Jiexing, very famous, suitable for entertaining guests, and the food was decent. However, Manager Joe was not very satisfied. The class had improved, but the taste was not amazing and the effect was not significant. Isn't there food that, once you start eating it, you can't stop, and after you finish, you feel completely refreshed and happy, making it easy to talk about anything? What's the use of just having classy food? Everyone fell silent. Then, Fang Hong'ai suddenly raised his hand and said, Manager Joe, I know a restaurant where the food is absolutely delicious, absolutely irresistible, and leaves you feeling great. Where? Manager Joe asked eagerly. Fang Hong'ai proudly pulled out his handwritten number 29, which he had just snagged from A Jun's food stall that morning, and slammed it on the table. A Jun's food stall. Everyone's been talking about how to get a number lately. Isn't the food there amazing enough? Not delicious enough? Manager Joe's eyes lit up when he heard it was A Jun's food stall, and he clapped his hands loudly. Oh right, how could I forget about A Jun's food stall? Their food is absolutely authentic, almost everyone in Jiexing knows it. The dishes are a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, perfect for entertaining guests. Just thinking about A Jun's signature dishes made Manager Joe's mouth water, and he immediately made the decision. Okay, let's have A Jun's food stall then. Xiao Fang, tomorrow you help the company secure a morning reservation. We'll use A Jun's food stall's dishes to entertain the visiting delegation. With this delicious food as a bonus, this contract is practically a sure thing. Manager Joe was increasingly satisfied with Fang Hong'ai's suggestion, feeling it was a stroke of genius. The contract was already almost finalized. If the other party wasn't satisfied with their company, why would they send someone to inspect? They probably had other companies they thought were good, which was why they were hesitant. If they could treat the visiting delegation to such delicious food, wouldn't that be a huge plus? They would definitely think they were incredibly sincere, and the contract would be secured. I'll try to get a number, but mine's reserved for sharing the food with my sugar daddy, Manager Joe. Please, let me off the hook. How about we find someone else to try? This immediately sparked envy among his colleagues. They were all ordinary working-class people, unable to afford lavish meals even every day, but Fang Hong'ai was different. He was lucky enough to know a rich second-generation heir. Every day, as long as he helped Fang Hong'ai get a number, he could enjoy a delicious meal at half price. It was said that recently, because getting a number had become so difficult, the wealthy heir had even increased the benefits. If Fang Hong'ai could get a number, the heir would pay the lion's share, and Fang Hong'ai would only need to contribute a small amount. Why hadn't they encountered such a good thing? Manager Joe was quite speechless, but since the idea was Fang Hong'ai's, he still graciously chose 2 other employees to try and get a number. The dishes listed on the blackboard at A Jun's food stall were limited, each table could only order 1 serving. There were only 3 really delicious dishes, so of course we had to order an extra serving so the inspectors could enjoy their meal more. That's how it was settled. After get off work, 2 colleagues came to ask Fang Hong'ai about the precautions for grabbing a number in the morning. After all, Fang Hong'ai usually managed to get a number every day and had experience. They were on official business and couldn't afford to be late, so they wanted to learn from their colleagues. Fang Hong'ai laughed. I don't have much experience. I just go to bed early at night, take a walk after dinner, and then go home. I don't play games or stay up late. I go to bed at 8 o'clock and wake up at 5 in the morning. I'm fully rested and refreshed, so getting a number is a piece of cake. His colleagues knew he needed to get up early, but they were still amazed by Fang Hong'ai's consistently regular sleep schedule. Even a monk wouldn't be as disciplined as Fang Hong'ai. Chapter 151 An Unqualified Foodie. At 5:30 a.m., Fang Jun was already dressed and ready to go out to buy groceries. As usual, when he opened the door, he saw a line of people waiting to get their numbers. Having seen this scene every day, Fang Jun was used to it and no longer as surprised as before, although he still couldn't understand the mentality of those customers who got up at 5:30 to queue. It really was too early. If it weren't for business, he would never get up this early. Seeing him come out, the people in line waved and greeted him enthusiastically. Boss Fang, you're up. Good morning. Going to buy groceries? Should we prepare more braised dishes today? I was late yesterday and didn't even get a number. Boss Fang, what dishes does the young master want to make today? Can you give us a hint? Boss Fang, Although people didn't crowd around Fang Jun like before, almost everyone greeted him. This enthusiasm made Fang Jun feel quite flattered. At this moment, he was the center of attention, the protagonist. Thinking about it, he's quite remarkable, otherwise, how could he have such an outstanding son? He's already basking in the limelight at such a young age. Happy, ha. He greeted everyone one by one, making sure no one was missed, showcasing his presence before driving off to buy groceries. Meanwhile, Fang Hong'ai also left the residential complex on time, having arranged to go with his colleagues to grab a number. He had gotten up 10 minutes earlier than usual. He had bombarded his two colleagues with phone calls, taking a full 10 minutes to wake them up, no easy feat. The three of them lived in different places, agreeing to meet at the square. Upon arrival, both colleagues looked listless, clearly having not slept well. Fang Hong'ai couldn't understand. Didn't we say you have to go to bed early to wake up early? Why are you guys still staying up so late? Are you kidding me? Who goes to bed at 8? I just can't manage it, a colleague said, yawning. Tang Dali, however, looked resentful. I wanted to go to bed at 8, but I've never gone to bed at 8 before. How can I fall asleep? I go to bed early, but I toss and turn until after 1 o'clock before I finally fall asleep. I'm so wronged. Fang Hong'ai immediately understood. He himself had taken a long time to adjust when he first went to bed at 8. The three of them rode their electric scooters to Jun's food stall. These past few days, the sun was already a bright red at 6, not glaring at all. It gets light quickly, and everyone gets up early. When Fang Hong'ai and his group arrived, there was already a long queue outside, not just young people, but also many elderly men and women. And indeed, when it comes to getting up early, no one can beat the sleepless elderly. The three quickly parked their scooters and stood at the back of the queue. Since the 7:30 a.m. ticket system was implemented, so many people have been queuing up every morning. At first, they just stood there blankly, or squatted there in a daze, and some who weren't fully awake would even doze off. Now, after queuing for several days in a row, people have started to learn how to kill time. Some young people have even started teaming up to play games. One person plays 5-player squads, another 3-player squads. Those who don't like mobile games can play all sorts of other mobile games, like PUBG Mobile and Elite Mobile. Young people play so many different things, it was like stepping into a gaming arena, dazzling the onlookers. One young man even brought his laptop and a small stool. He sat down and started typing away on the computer. Everyone thought he was playing some kind of demanding game. Someone curiously went over to take a look, and lo and behold, he was programming. He'd practically started working there. Such a dedicated guy. The other young people wanted to give him an award. As for the older folks, they were even more impressive. They had prepared their stools early and were chatting away. One of the older folks brought over a bag of sunflower seeds, and everyone craned their heads together, chatting animatedly about who they were talking about. The young people watching felt a chill run down their spines, secretly relieved they hadn't lived with these elderly folks, otherwise, their reputations would have been ruined. Just then, another young man arrived, head drooping, dark circles under his eyes, walking with a listless gait. If you gave him a bed and a pipe, he wouldn't even need makeup. A single photo would make him a negative example of a certain era. He took a folding recliner from his electric scooter, laid it down, and immediately fell fast asleep, catching up on his sleep on the spot, soon snoring loudly. Tang Dali and his companion weren't there every day to grab a number. They'd been away for a few days and were stunned to see the frenzy at Jun's food stall. Everyone was going to such lengths to get a number. Compared to them, they were hardly worthy foodies and needed to reflect on their actions. Just then, the hardware store next to Jun's food stall suddenly opened. The owner and his wife skillfully carried out a large table, set it with a frying pan and side dishes, and then greeted the crowd. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and pancakes. Made to order. Anyone want some? No need to come over, we'll deliver it to you. Having lined up so early in the morning, everyone was hungry, and seeing food, they immediately reached out to order. A cup of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. A pancake and soy milk, please. And this too. Tang Dali pointed with surprise at the large Rifang pipe sign above the storefront. Isn't this a hardware store? Why are they selling breakfast? What's so surprising? It just means the hardware store owner knows how to do business. Every morning, so many people line up in front of Jun's food stall. Once they arrive, they don't dare leave, insisting on waiting until they get a number. That takes 2 or 3 hours, and everyone must be hungry and thirsty. Having food and drink is the best thing ever. Fang Hong'ai explained to his 2 colleagues, then added, just wait, the steamed bun shop and wonton shop next door will also send people to sell food in a little while. They even offer services like queuing up and delivering numbers to your door, as long as you're willing to pay the price. Tang Dali did some calculations. He realized he'd spent his money too quickly this month, and was already practically broke before the end of the month. He'd been cutting back on expenses every day, which was why he hadn't come to Jun's food stall. It's only been 4 days since I last came, but it feels like 4 months. Everything at the food stall has changed. Suddenly, I feel like I'm out of touch. The entire morning, the area in front of the food stall was bustling with activity. There were shouts, curses, and arguments from young people playing games and complaining about being ripped off. The older folks chatted, laughed, and watched videos, all mixed with the haggling of people buying food and waiting in line. This little Ajun food stall was suddenly as lively as the entrance to a bustling market, creating a unique scene. Chapter 152. Dad helps you clear the landmines. At 6:50, Wu Xin came downstairs. She fully opened the roller shutter and pushed open the glass door. As soon as she sat down at the counter, the people in line surged forward, automatically walking towards the counter. Wu Xin immediately took out the pre-written numbers and handed one to each person. Previously, she would write the numbers on the spot. Although she wrote them quickly, having so many numbers stacked up always took time. So now, she no longer writes the numbers after opening the door. Instead, she writes the numbers all at once during her lunch break, and then simply hands them out the next morning. One number per person, they can grab and go, without wasting any time. Those office workers who arrive later don't have to worry about the slow number taking time affecting their clocking in. How quick is it to get a number? Fang Hongii and his two colleagues each took a number and left at 7:10. They weren't in a hurry at all, and the three of them leisurely rode their electric scooters back to the company. Around 8 a.m., all the available slots for the day were snapped up. Fang Sheng got up and went downstairs. Today he was making sweet and sour ribbon fish. Aside from the blind box sales, this was the first time this dish was officially sold in the restaurant. Ribbon fish dies as soon as it's out of the water, and Jiachen isn't near the sea, so they only have frozen ribbon fish pieces and fresh iced ribbon fish. To ensure the best taste, Fang Sheng used only fresh iced ribbon fish, which naturally made it more expensive. Normally, Fang Jun wouldn't buy it, but his son's cooking was good enough to justify the price, hence this large bowl of fresh iced ribbon fish. As seafood, it's naturally quite fishy, and freezing makes it even fishier. From processing to marinating, Fang Sheng didn't dare to slack off. The aunties had never handled it before, so Fang Sheng did everything himself, from cleaning to marinating. He first carefully tore off the dorsal fins of the ribbon fish one by one. This required skill. Someone without experience couldn't possibly remove all the fins intact in one go. Fang Sheng had diligently studied in the system space for a long time to achieve such proficiency. Then, he used scissors to cut open the fish's belly. The sharp scissors made a large incision from the mouth to the tail in one swift motion. He then removed the internal organs, cleaned the gills and the strong-smelling silvery gray scales, and rinsed it clean. The whole process was smooth and practiced. Fang Jun handed over his work to several women and came to help. He had initially planned to give his son some pointers, as his son had never handled seafood before. However, upon picking up the cut ribbon fish, he saw that the internal organs were all intact, without a single tear. And when he was gutting the fish, his son was very careful, not breaking any of the innards. Fang Sheng couldn't help but praise him. "You're really good, kid. You're really good." At the previous funeral banquet, he had helped his son prepare the fish, thinking his son was clumsy and might not be doing a good job. But in such a short time, his son had become incredibly skilled at handling fish. Fang Sheng smiled. "It's all thanks to Dad's excellent teaching." Fang Jun immediately perked up. "Of course. I'm not as good as you at cooking, but I'm definitely better at preparing side dishes." He paused, then added, "At least better than you now." Fang Sheng laughed. After the father and son finished cleaning all the fish, he prepared a marinade for the large bowl of fish to remove the fishy smell, adding lemon juice, cooking wine, and other ingredients. After adding these and stirring well, Fang Sheng brought over a large bowl of dark brown broth and poured it directly into the ribbon fish. "Wait, son, what did you put in the ribbon fish?" Fang Jun immediately leaned over, extremely curious. The restaurant used to have sweet and sour ribbon fish on the menu. His grandfather loved to make it, and he used to learn it often, thinking he was quite good at it, just a little bit worse than stir-fried black pepper beef. He believed he understood the process quite well. The difference between him and his son was the amount of ingredients, the preparation of the sweet and sour sauce, and the control of the heat. But his son had added such a large bowl of dark, murky broth, leaving Fang Jun completely bewildered. "Plum juice? You bought this for me this morning, didn't you forget? Plum juice? So, you didn't want it to freeze and drink, but to use it for sweet and sour ribbon fish? But won't it taste weird if you add it? You kept saying you wanted to make traditional sweet and sour dishes." Fang Jun said. Fang Sheng patiently explained. Ribbon fish is different from other ingredients. Its main characteristic is its strong fishy smell, since it's dead fish. This plum juice is specifically for removing the fishy smell and enhancing the aroma. "Wait a minute, I'll make the sweet and sour ribbon fish, you can try it first." After saying that, Fang Sheng covered the ribbon fish in the large bowl before going to prepare the other things. Jun's food stall always ate lunch before 11 a.m., because eating after 2 p.m. was too late, and the food was so delicious that everyone would be hungry and their work performance would suffer. To ensure that the aunties could work in the best possible condition, Wu Xian changed their lunchtime to earlier. Of course, this wasn't something the aunties brought up on their own initiative. Mainly, as Fang Shang's mother, even when she was busy, the smell of her son's cooking made her drool, and she'd need to sneak a bite from the kitchen. If she was like that, imagine how others would feel. Around 10 o'clock, the kitchen started preparing lunch. Fang Jun casually stir-fried 2 braised dishes and also braised some eggs. Fang Shang quickly fried some eggs to make sweet and sour poached eggs. Then, he started frying fish, preparing to make sweet and sour ribbon fish for the people at his own restaurant to eat first. He poured oil into the pan, heated it, then poured it out and replaced it with fresh, cold oil. This step, called hot pan, cold oil, is to coat the pan with oil first. This way, whether stir-frying or deep frying, the food won't stick to the pan, preventing the surface from cracking and affecting its appearance. Once each piece of ribbon fish was golden brown on both sides, and the cut edges were slightly charred, he removed it from the pan, added the sweet and sour sauce, seasoned it, and then put the ribbon fish back in. As the sauce thickened and coated the ribbon fish completely, it was ready to be plated. Sprinkled with white sesame seeds and chopped green onions, the ribbon fish looked even more appealing. Fang Shang picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of ribbon fish, and was about to put it in his mouth when a bowl was handed to him. Fang Jun said, "Son, let Dad try it first. If it's not good, Dad will be there to test it out for you." Upon hearing this, the aunties working nearby couldn't help but chuckle. How could the young owner's food be bad? The owner was just craving it, so what? He really knows how to make excuses for himself. Fang Jun pretended not to hear the quiet chuckles and calmly put the piece of ribbon fish into his mouth. The freshly cooked fish was too hot. The moment it touched his lips, he pulled it away. Chapter 153. What? You're going to treat the client to street food? Although he removed the fish as soon as it touched his mouth, the aroma had already spread across his tongue. First came a refreshing, appetizing sourness, instantly dispelling the summer's oppressive heat and stimulating his taste buds. Then, a rich sweetness quietly arrived, subtly invading his palate. So delicious. No matter how many times Fang Jun ate his son's sweet and sour dishes, the sauce always amazed him. It was always just right. The sourness was perfect, the sweetness was perfect, as if it were perfectly tailored to his taste buds. He hadn't been idle, sometimes he'd even secretly tried making it himself, but the sweet and sour dishes he made always tasted the same: mediocre, neither bad nor outstanding. This made him once again certain of the difference between genius and ordinary people. He blew on the piece of ribbon fish a few times haphazardly before quickly putting it back in his mouth, eating it in small bites. Fang Shang even asked his father, "How's the taste?" "Not bad, right?" It was incredibly delicious, but he couldn't answer like that. Fang Jun said seriously, "I tried it, no problem. Son, you can eat now." Fang Shang was amused by his father and gestured for Aunt Chen and the others to start eating. As soon as he finished speaking, several aunties rushed over, bringing the stir-fried dishes to the table. The 3 of them worked together, scooping rice and getting chopsticks, all in one smooth motion. They had been craving the food ever since the young boss started cooking, and now that they could finally eat, they had to be quick. Wang Ziyufen, in particular, was the fastest. She had applied for a job at a Jun's food stall hoping for free meals, to get the delicious food that others couldn't get without a number, but she hadn't expected the food to be this good. They ate whatever the boss ate, a privilege they never received working elsewhere. Look at these dishes. Forget the sweet and sour pork ribs and poached eggs made by the young boss, even the stir-fried braised dishes he made weren't something you could just buy anywhere. This wasn't a job, it was a life of luxury. Eating the sweet and sour pork ribs, Wang Xiexia secretly resolved to work even harder to justify this meal. After lunch, it was 11 a.m. Before Fang Shang's holiday, they officially opened at 11:30 a.m., but now business was so good that they opened half an hour earlier. The hall was already packed. Seeing Fang Shang and his son standing at the window, customers knew it was time to order. They didn't even need Wu Xian to ask, they simply took their pre-written order slips and waited for Wu Xian to call their numbers. Regular customers knew the table numbers in a Jun's food stall like the back of their hand, so Wu Xian didn't need to worry about anything. The table numbers were clearly marked. Grandpa Ding's annotations were the most interesting. He used to be a teacher, teaching art as a minor subject. If he shared a table with someone while eating, besides the table number, he would draw a square picture of the table, sketch the features of everyone at the table in simple lines, and finally mark his own seat. Wu Xian always glanced at the menu he handed her. As she was putting it away, she suddenly noticed a menu that said, "Stir-fried eggs with chili peppers." Looking down, she saw it was indeed the young man who always ordered his son stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. Wu Xian smiled and said, "It seems like the customer hasn't been here for a while. I thought you were tired of the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers." Henan, naturally socially awkward and not good at talking, took Wu Xian's casual chat with a regular customer very seriously. He immediately explained earnestly, "No, it's not that. The boss's chili fried eggs are my favorite dish, but lately there are so many people that it's hard to get a number, so I applied to my supervisor for a long-term night shift. I'll come over at 6 p.m. to grab a number, which is perfect timing. Applying for a night shift? Most factory workers don't like night shifts. The reverse day-night cycle is something no one enjoys. Unexpectedly, Nan switched to a long-term night shift just to make it easier to get a number. Suddenly, the way people looked at him changed. They admired this guy for being willing to work long-term night shifts, a true foodie, but they were also envious. Being able to grab a number every day, so convenient for eating out. So envious. After the menu was sent to the kitchen, various stir-fried, braised, and sweet and sour dishes were soon served. At first, everyone chatted as they ate, but as they ate, their mouths wouldn't stop, and they had no time to talk. Each person was either engrossed in eating or mumbling with their mouth full. Unless you knew them well, you wouldn't understand what they were saying. Nan's expression turned excited when he saw the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers on the table. He hadn't had it for several days, and today he could finally taste his mother's cooking again. He reverently picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, and the familiar taste still moved him deeply. To be honest, he was quite excited to be able to eat the young owner's stir-fried eggs with chili peppers again. More and more people liked the young owner's cooking these days. Everyone just followed the recipe on the blackboard and ate whatever the young owner made. Only he still had the privilege of ordering other dishes. How rare that was. At this moment, Manager Joe was also leading several distinguished guests from the inspection team towards a Jun's food stall. That morning, they had warmly received Manager Lu and his two companions from the inspection team. The two sides had a pleasant conversation, and the atmosphere was very good. Their conversation continued until it was time for lunch. Manager Joe immediately arranged a car to take Manager Lu and his group to lunch. On the way, General Manager Chu specifically inquired about Manager Joe's hotel reservations, asking if they were secure. Manager Joe patted his chest and assured him, "General Manager Chu, don't worry. This restaurant has been voted on by all our company's employees, and everyone thinks it's absolutely fine. I guarantee that Manager Lu and his group will be very satisfied with the food here." "That's good. I trust you with your work." General Manager Chu smiled. After all, Manager Joe had never made a mistake in this regard. Soon, the group arrived at their destination, and then General Manager Chu was immediately proven wrong. He had just praised Manager Joe for his reliability. Now, he just wanted to give him a good beating. As mentioned before, Jun's food stall is located next to an old residential area in a self-built house. Due to its age, the surrounding shops also look dilapidated and run down. Naturally, such a place doesn't look up to any standards. Forget 5-star hotels, its decor isn't even comparable to a typical restaurant. Is such a low-key food stall suitable for entertaining clients about to sign big contracts? He'd been busy negotiating contracts with the client company, focused solely on securing the deal. He spent all his time in the client's city, and even when he came back, he was constantly on the go, completely unaware of Jun's food stall. Even if he'd heard about it, he hadn't paid attention, so he knew absolutely nothing about Jun's food stall. Clutching at his last hope, General Manager Chu said, "Manager Joe, why are you joking with us? This is your usual food stall for work meals, right? Alright, what hotel did you book? Quick, let's get in the car and continue." Chapter 154. In the face of absolute gourmet food, everything else is insignificant. Manager Joe, usually quite serious and tactful, was surprisingly absent-minded around Jun's food stall. The fan effect, coupled with the irresistible aroma of the food, made his brain malfunction, and his speech became noticeably goofy. Not only did he fail to grasp President Chu's meaning, but he immediately corrected him. "President Chu, you're not in the wrong place. This is Jun's food stall. This is where we're eating today." President Chu, inviting the client to dinner in this old, run-down food stall? Doesn't he need to listen to what he's saying? Does he really think this is appropriate? At this moment, President Chu seriously suspected that Manager Joe had forgotten his brain at home today. The expressions of Manager Lu and the other two also changed. They were there to conduct due diligence, to be the client, the big spender, not salespeople trying to secure contracts. When did they stoop to eating at a food stall? Do they look down on them that much? Look at this food stall. The decor is clearly from 10 years ago, complete with a storefront. The place is bustling and noisy. Judging by the decor, it probably doesn't even have private rooms. And look at all those cars parked outside. Wait a minute, why are there so many luxury cars parked there? Manager Lu thought he was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, wow, there really were quite a few luxury cars parked outside. Mercedes and BMWs were considered ordinary. There was even a Porsche and a Ferrari. On this drab street, they stood out like cranes among chickens. He was curious, why are there so many luxury cars outside? There doesn't seem to be any other suitable place to eat around here. Manager Joe laughed. "That's normal. They're all here to eat at Jun's food stall. Manager Lu, please come in. Don't let its unassuming appearance fool you. getting a number here is incredibly difficult. My staff arrived at 5:30 this morning to queue for a number, and we only managed to reserve a large round table. Haha, that's really kind of you to go to so much trouble, Manager Lu chuckled dryly, clearly not believing it. This place was more than just unassuming, it was practically a night market street stall. Besides, a few cars parked outside doesn't mean the food is good. Even if it's tasty, how good can it be? Who knows if it's some trendy restaurant, where some owner brings their kids to check it out. He really couldn't understand what Manager Joe was up to. Had he just been given a hard time by the boss, so he deliberately pulled this stunt to sabotage the contract and get a piece of his mind before leaving? Thinking of this, Manager Lu glanced at General Manager Chu beside him, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Good heavens, he'd been betrayed by his own employee. Amidst these laughter and chatter, Manager Joe had already pushed open the door, warmly welcoming the three into the food stall. At the entrance, General Manager Chu, his expression grave and his tone menacing, asked Tang Dali, "Why did old Joe bring clients here to eat? What's he up to?" His tone was dripping with menace, but Tang Dali, his mind preoccupied with sweet and sour fish and spicy duck neck, failed to notice his boss's terrifying expression. Staring at the refrigerated display case by the door, he said, "It was Fang Hongai's suggestion, and Manager Joe approved it. I must say, Fang Hongai is usually introverted and quiet, but he's got a knack for coming up with ideas." Just then, Fang Hongai and Shen Licken met up at the entrance, preparing to go eat together. The company was hosting a banquet for their client, and not just anyone could sit at the table. Fang Hongai, a tech-savvy employee who wasn't good with words, naturally couldn't get a table. The two sides bumped into each other at the door. General Manager Chu stepped forward, patted Fang Hongai forcefully on the shoulder, and said through gritted teeth, "Little Fang, you're truly a master of understatement. When we get back to the company, I'll give you a proper reward." Fang Hongai didn't understand the sarcasm and chuckled, "Thank you for the compliment, General Manager Chu. I'll continue to work hard." He wasn't complimenting you at all. General Manager Chu was furious. He went to a quiet corner, took out his phone, and dialed a five-star hotel he often took friends to. He arranged a table and a luxurious meal, and even smugly instructed the waiter to buy some gifts. Then he turned and strode into the food stall. He had already planned to go in, sit down, chat casually for a bit, and then, under the pretext of preparing a surprise, invite everyone to the five-star hotel. It just so happens that Assistant AI, who came this time, is celebrating her birthday today. They can celebrate her birthday then, which will at least make up for it. The food stall was already packed at this hour. It was only because Tang Dali and his group had reserved a large round table early on that it was already occupied. When Manager Joe poured tea for Manager Lu and his group, he noticed the simple tableware in his hands and suddenly realized he had made a mistake. He became a little worried. But then he thought of the food the young chef had prepared, and that worry vanished without a trace. In the face of absolute delicious food, everything else is insignificant. He ordered all the dishes on the blackboard, and also ordered a lot of the restaurant's spiced and spicy braised dishes. Of course, he also ordered plenty of stir-fried braised dishes, all the favorites of Jiachen's foodies. After ordering, they enthusiastically chatted with Manager Lu and his two companions, but the three seemed rather uninterested, even subtly reminding Manager Joe that his boss's glare was practically killing him. The atmosphere at the table was incredibly awkward. Of course, the awkwardness was felt by General Manager Chu and Manager Lu. The other company employees were all in a state of high excitement, perfectly embodying the idea that if I'm not awkward, it's someone else who's awkward. Gradually, Manager Joe and his group realized the awkwardness and tried to lighten the mood by talking about lighter topics, but with little effect. Fortunately, the food arrived at that moment. Plates of colorful and fragrant dishes were laid out on the table. There was no elaborate plating, they were simply served on plain white porcelain plates. However, because the dishes looked so good after cooking, even just casually arranged, they were eye-catching. The braised pork was a bright red, glistening with oil. The duck parts were reddish-black with a glistening sheen, and the most striking dish was undoubtedly the sweet and sour ribbon fish. The thick, orange-red sauce completely coats each piece of ribbon fish. The amber-colored cream, when illuminated, shimmers with starlight, crystal clear, as if dressing the ribbon fish pieces in a magnificent jade garment. At first glance, it resembles large, exquisitely carved pieces of glass. The ribbon fish, scored and coated in batter before being deep-fried until fluffy, retained its golden color even under a thick sauce. Each piece was plump and meaty, clearly a carefully selected premium cut. The sweet and sour pineapple pork next to it was equally impressive. The bright yellow pineapple, interspersed with translucent pork and garnished with vibrant green scallions, created a striking red and green combination that was visually appealing and whetted the appetite. The dishes were simple, lacking the elaborate presentation of a five-star hotel, yet their natural colors alone created a sense of visual delight. Chapter 155 Unhappy and Brainless. The previously distracted Manager Lu and his team were immediately drawn to the dishes. They found them completely different from what they expected from street food stalls. They looked far too appealing. This street food stall chef is something else. Even without plating, these dishes look so beautiful. What surprised them even more was the aroma wafting to their noses. The aroma of braised meat was already rich and assertive, but as soon as the dish was served, its mellow and lingering fragrance filled their nostrils. The spicy duck dishes next to it were equally enticing, with a sweet and spicy flavor that was incredibly tempting, making their mouths water. Manager Joe, seeing his savior arrive, was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed the serving chopsticks and gave each of them a piece of today's specialty, sweet and sour ribbon fish. "Gentlemen, please try this. This sweet and sour ribbon fish is being sold at a street stall for the first time today. Thanks to you all, we can finally have a taste." Manager Lou and his two companions exchanged pleasantries. Regardless of their true thoughts, they outwardly gave Manager Joe face, picking up the ribbon fish with their chopsticks and bringing it to their mouths. Before even tasting it, a deep sniff revealed the enticing aroma of the sweet and sour dish. The fragrance was rich and delightful. At first, it was a refreshing sourness, then a captivating sweetness, a scent so invigorating it was like the fragrance of flowers in a field during springtime, enough to make passers-by stop and admire it. Manager Lou and his two companions, initially annoyed and wanting to leave, were now utterly bewildered. Damn it, they weren't eating at a roadside stall, so why did this food seem so incredibly delicious? Just the smell alone made their mouths water. Were they really that uncultured? Manager Lou, unconvinced, put a piece of ribbon fish in his mouth, ready to test it with his seasoned palate and find fault with it. But after one bite, his expression changed completely. He glanced at the ribbon fish on his chopsticks, seemingly in disbelief, then quickly put it back in his mouth and continued savoring it. Manager Joe and his companions didn't touch their chopsticks. After they finished eating, Manager Joe smiled and asked, "Manager Lou, this ribbon fish tasted good, didn't it? We were practically drooling just from the smell." Manager Lou immediately gave him a thumbs up, making no attempt to hide his praise. "This ribbon fish is absolutely delicious. The skin is crispy and fragrant, while the flesh is delicate and smooth, with a light texture. The interplay of crispness and tenderness in your mouth is simply divine. The chef's control of the heat is superb." Assistant AI and the others echoed, praising the sweet and sour ribbon fish. Their excited expressions were a stark contrast to their previous disdain. They were like completely different people. "It really is delicious. There's absolutely no fishy taste. Besides the appetizing sweet and sour flavor, you can also taste the natural freshness of the ribbon fish. It's truly exceptional. The sweet and sour sauce is also very special. It's perfectly balanced, not too sour or cloying. After eating the fish, there's a lingering sweet and sour plum aftertaste. It's simply delightful. If it suits your taste, that's good. Come on, everyone, try this sweet and sour pork. It's a famous dish, most chefs can't replicate its authentic flavor." Hearing the three men's words, Manager Joe and his colleagues smiled again, their tone becoming more relaxed. They picked up their chopsticks, urging Manager Lou and his group to eat, while also taking the opportunity to use company funds to enjoy this delicious meal. "See? They told me, no one can resist the boss's food for more than a second." Even if they initially disliked the surroundings, once the food was in their mouths, nothing else mattered. They not only served the client but also warmly greeted General Manager Chiu, who had never eaten at Jun's food stall before. General Manager Chiu, who had been keeping a dark expression the whole time, preparing to find the perfect opportunity to invite the client's representatives to a five-star hotel, was completely dumbfounded watching the three men eating and praising the food. Is it really true? This humble roadside stall, with its meager conditions, can actually serve food that delicious? Look at how happily Manager Lou and the others are eating. If I didn't know they were complete strangers to Manager Joe, with no connection whatsoever, Mr. Chu would have suspected they were all putting on an act. Curiosity drove him to pick up his chopsticks and take a bite of the sweet and sour pork Manager Joe had placed in his bowl. His teeth bit down, tearing the pork apart, and his taste buds savored the wonderfully sweet and sour sauce. Mr. Chu was stunned. Wait, is this sweet and sour pork really that good? He unconsciously picked up his chopsticks again, taking a bite of the beautifully presented ribbon fish. Just as Manager Lou and the others had described, it was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with a sweet and sour flavor that was refreshing and delightful. Mr. Chu breathed a huge sigh of relief, his whole body relaxing. Great! The huge contract he had worked so hard to secure for 2 whole months was finally safe. Instead of offending the client and ruining his career over some trivial reason like a meal, thank goodness. Manager Joe had no idea that his boss was already thanking him silently. If he did, he would think the person his boss should thank most was himself. Manager Joe was an expert at eating at Jun's food stall. After all, he was a well-off manager with a high salary and was a regular customer. Today, in addition to the finest baijiu, he had also specially prepared a bottle of fine white wine. Come, Manager Lou, try this white wine. A bite of this braised dish, followed by a sip of white wine, it's a perfect match. Manager Lou's mouth was full of food, and he didn't have time to speak. He just grunted, and after swallowing the food, he immediately picked up his glass and took a sip of white wine. The lingering savory flavor of the braised food mixed with the mellow aroma of the white wine created another unique fragrance. Manager Lu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed good 3 times. After speaking, he buried his head back in his food, his movements elegant yet surprisingly fast, mainly because the dishes were truly delicious. From braised dishes to cold dishes to hot dishes, each one had its own unique character. As a manager of a large company, Manager Lu had countless people trying to curry favor with him, and he had eaten at countless lavish meals, but none of them had tasted as good as this unassuming street food stall meal. He couldn't stop eating, he just wanted to have a good, satisfying meal. His 2 assistants were equally quiet, only eating. Manager Joe, a very shrewd person, although he had a sweet tooth, knew this wasn't the right time to discuss business. He simply kept urging the 3 of them to eat, while also making sure to satisfy his own appetite. While eating, he smugly thought, this contract is practically secured today. Manager Lu and the others will definitely get a boost from how much they enjoy their meal. He truly was a successful manager, handling things so beautifully. Chapter 156 The Idol of All Foodies. Manager Joe and his team were lucky. Today's cold dish was garlic-flavored pork belly. Because Fang Jun craved the feeling of eating large chunks of meat, Fang Sheng specially made it. Making 1 serving was the same as making 10, so it conveniently became part of the menu. He could enjoy it himself, and the diners could also have a good time. After eating various delicious braised and hot dishes, a bite of this garlicky, spicy, and satisfying pork belly, followed by a sip of wine, it was so delicious. The meal was a hit with everyone. The first 3 dishes weren't enough, so Manager Joe got a second number and ordered another serving. This efficient service made Manager Lu and his team even more cheerful, and Manager Lu even started confiding in Manager Joe. Brother, you wouldn't believe it. When I first walked up to this place, I thought you were up to something. I was already annoyed and almost left. But the food here is amazing. You really know how to find a gem of a restaurant. Manager Joe chuckled. It's not that I know how to find a place, it's just that this place is so famous. In Jiexing, everyone knows Ajun's food stall. People are scrambling to get a table every day just to get a good meal. So, those luxury car owners outside really did come specifically for the food. Manager Lu asked in astonishment, so what you said about having to get up at 5:30 to grab a number, is that true? Of course. If you're even a little late, you won't get any food. The dishes on the blackboard are limited in quantity, 1 number can only order 1 serving. To ensure you all enjoy your meal, we specially arranged for 2 people to grab numbers, which is why we had a second serving. Manager Joe mentioned the blackboard several times, and Manager Lu curiously turned to look, even asking why there was a special reason for the dishes on the blackboard and why there was a purchase limit. Manager Joe immediately launched into a detailed account of how Ajun's food stall rose to prominence. The 2 salespeople beside him chimed in, each adding their own comments, seemingly wanting to continue. When they heard that the restaurant's signature dish was made by a child around 10 years old, Manager Lu and his colleagues were even more surprised. Really, only 10 years old? Of course. He's the little master chef of Jiachen, the idol of all foodies. Manager Lu couldn't help but think of his own kid, 15 years old, who still came home every day looking for his mother, either watching TV or playing video games, with terrible grades and no talent whatsoever. He sighed. The amazing kids are always someone else's. President Chu, engrossed in his food, felt a tightness in his chest when he heard Manager Joe's words. He was the company boss, the employee's sugar daddy. What, didn't he deserve to know? He was just a little busy, spent a long time out of town, and was a bit irritable when he returned to the company. But he was the boss. Why didn't anyone report this good news to him? The whole of Jiachen knew, so why didn't he? President Chu was furious and silently made a note of Manager Joe's mistake in his notebook. After the meal, the group returned to the company. Having eaten and drunk their fill, it was time to discuss the contract. The fact that the company sent Manager Lu and his team to inspect the company indicates that this company is on their radar. However, other companies are also being considered, causing some hesitation. That's why they were sent to assess Mr. Chu's company's qualifications. The inspection was completed this morning, and everything else is fine. Therefore, the contract is naturally no problem. So, Manager Lu readily produced the contract, and both parties discussed the cooperation details again. Finally, the contract was signed. Holding the contract in his hand, Mr. Chu finally felt relieved. He quickly took it back and locked it in the safe. Meanwhile, Manager Joe seized the opportunity and said, "Since you've come from afar, why not stay in Jiexing for a couple more days? I'll show you around and let you experience the local customs and culture. This is a major client, how can we only cooperate once? We should seize this opportunity to build a good relationship so we can continue to cooperate in the future. It's easier to start a conversation with someone you know well." Manager Lu, who hadn't wanted to leave in the first place, agreed after a few polite words upon hearing Manager Joe's suggestion. He even leaned closer to Manager Joe, smiling, and said, "How about we go to Jun's food stall again this afternoon?" Manager Joe agreed without hesitation. "Yes, we must. This is a perfectly legitimate opportunity to use company money for a big meal. Not only today, but tomorrow too. If you ask me, you should stay a few more days and eat your fill. That would be too much trouble. He. The two exchanged a knowing smile, pointing at each other with sly expressions. After arranging for someone to take Manager Lou and his group to their hotel to rest, Manager Joe was finally able to sit down and have a drink of water. Tang Dali, however, looked quite troubled. "Manager Joe, where did we get a number this afternoon? How are we going to treat them to dinner?" Manager Joe calmly replied, "Just by a number. John Sanbei bought a number to get into the live stream before. You joined the group at Jun's food stall, right? Go ask in the group if anyone has a number for this afternoon. Don't worry about the cost, the company will cover it. President Chu won't say anything." Upon hearing this, Tang Dali immediately sent a message in the group. "Hello everyone, I need to entertain a very important guest this afternoon and I need a number. Is anyone willing to share a number with me? The price is negotiable." Because two new dishes were introduced today, sweet and sour ribbon fish and sweet and sour pineapple pork, the fan group was buzzing with activity. Those who managed to get a number and eat were all posting pictures in the group, happily sharing them. Those who didn't get a meal were also chatting in the group, and some would even ask acquaintances a few questions. Since his last boasting caused trouble, Grandpa Wang has become much more low-key lately, only posting pictures without saying anything. The group chat has become much more harmonious than before. Seeing Tang Dali's message, someone curiously asked him how much he was willing to pay for the account. Tang Dali quoted the same price as the account Zhang Sanbei bought, but perhaps due to bad luck, no one was willing to sell. Tang Dali got anxious and immediately raised the price, jumping straight to 5,000 yuan. After all, it was company money, not his own, so there was no need to skimp. Getting things done was the most important thing. If he messed things up for a little saving, he might as well just eat celery stir-fried with squid. Now, everyone was getting restless. 5,000 yuan for a number, just getting up early to queue and get a number, and they'd make 5,000. "Brother, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but I'm getting this number to treat my future father-in-law. It's not just about 5,000 yuan. Damn it, why did you have to buy the number today, making me miss out on a money-making opportunity? My parents have worked hard their whole lives. It's a rare treat to bring them to the city for a nice meal. If I don't treat them to a meal for 5,000 yuan, I feel like I'm being a terrible person. Forget it. Money can always be earned, but your parents' happiness is priceless." Chapter 157 Constitution increased by 1. I want to sell too, but I'm inviting my aunt and uncle. Something happened in my family, and now I'm all alone. They've helped me so much. If I earn 5,000 yuan and then abandon them, I'll just give up the 5,000. Tang Dali was dumbfounded. Wait, since you're all inviting important people to dinner, isn't there anyone who just happens to be craving something, just happened to get a reservation, and just happens to be going this afternoon? Couldn't you give it to someone else? There are some, but getting a reservation is really difficult these days. Not everyone has the time and energy to get up early every day at 5:30 to get a reservation. Getting up whenever you feel like it, getting a reservation whenever you want, that's a perk for single people. With a large family, there are always various things going on. It's rare to have the time and money for the whole family to be together, and getting a reservation for dinner isn't easy. You think you can bribe them with a mere 5,000 yuan? Absolutely not. You can let anything down in this world, but you can't let good food down. How about I sell you an account? A message suddenly appeared from a rarely used account. Seeing the message, Tang Dali felt like he was seeing a family member. Okay, let's chat privately. Meanwhile, Wu Xian added the person on social media. After chatting privately, she saw the money transferred and quickly went upstairs to find her husband and son. It was break time, and the father and son were upstairs enjoying the air conditioning and eating watermelon. Wu Xian handed them her phone, showing them the 5,000 yuan transfer notification. "What's this? Who transferred 5,000 yuan to you?" Fang Jun asked. Wu Xian didn't answer her husband. Sitting next to her son, she said a little embarrassedly, "Son, someone in the group was in a hurry to buy an account, but he was unlucky, no one was selling. When I saw he was offering money and seemed really anxious, I impulsively sold him the account." Fang Sheng immediately laughed. "Mom, you didn't just write down a number for him on the spot, did you?" Wu Xian nodded. "Yes, I wrote down a number on the spot." She hadn't originally intended to sell the number, but she remembered the young man who spoke. He was an employee of a company, a frequent customer, and always addressed her as sister, his words dripping with sweetness. Moreover, the young man was incredibly sociable. Whenever he came, even when the restaurant was busy, he would help pour tea and get chopsticks for everyone, acting like a familiar face, almost like a half-employee. Such a good, loyal customer helping out wasn't a big deal. She definitely wasn't after the 5,000 yuan, although she was desperately short of money, she genuinely just wanted to help. Then here's the problem, was it the last number, or was it an extra number? Who knows how much food will be left when it's his turn? And he's in a real hurry, he must be a very important customer. What if there aren't any dishes listed on the blackboard left? That would be a rip-off. That's why I came to ask you, son. You'll have a solution, right? Wu Xin smiled. Then we'll have to leave our food here. I was planning to make a big pot of sweet and sour ribbon fish and sweet and sour pork to treat you at 4 o'clock for dinner, but now you won't get anything. It's alright, guests are the priority. You're practically my son now. If we want to eat something good, it's just a matter of a word. At dinner time, as arranged by Manager Joe, Manager Lu and his team came over again and enjoyed a delicious meal. Manager Lu was quite satisfied with Manager Joe's arrangements, the man was incredibly shrewd. They hadn't even had a chance to find an excuse to stay, and he had already proactively invited them to stay. Both meals left them feeling refreshed and comfortable. The thought of another trip tomorrow made the three of them feel that this inspection tour was practically a godsend. The next day, Manager Joe specially arranged for a few more people to grab a number, offering overtime pay for those who got up early, and the employees were happy to queue up. After indulging in 2 large meals throughout the day, Manager Lu and his team finally boarded the plane arranged by Manager Joe after dinner. On the way back, all 3 were a little reluctant to leave. Boss, the food at that restaurant was so delicious. The thought of not being able to eat it again after we get back makes me really sad. Boss, we could have stayed a couple more days, we could have enjoyed it one more time. Yes, it's a pity our home isn't in Jiexing. Otherwise, we could come back several times a year. I wonder how expensive the housing is in Jiexing. If it's cheaper, I'll talk to my wealthy wife and we can buy a house there. Then we can come back to eat here more often. Manager Lu rolled his eyes at his 2 subordinates' words, shoved the colleague who was bragging about his wife's wealth aside, and walked up to Manager AI. We've been here for 3 days, let's stay 2 more days. If we stay any longer, we'll have to go back to work next week. What am I supposed to say when the higher UPS ask? I'll say we enjoyed the food and didn't want to come back. But the food was indeed delicious, and they finished eating just like that. Manager Lu was also a little disappointed. He pondered for a moment and said, I remember there's a material handover task after this collaboration, about a month from now. How about we apply for that task then? The 2 men beside him immediately looked at Manager Lu with burning eyes. Boss, please take me with you next time too. I'll do anything for you. Me too, me too. I'd go through fire and water for you, boss. That evening, after finishing his work in the kitchen, Fang Shang went upstairs to do his homework when he suddenly heard a ding from the system. Fang Shang was excited and quickly opened the system. Sure enough, it had upgraded again. Summer vacation is great. He's in the kitchen every day, cooking all sorts of dishes. To ensure that everyone who got a reservation could eat his food, Fang Shang put in a lot of effort, making a lot every day. Although it's tiring, the results are obvious. The system upgraded again so quickly. He clicked on the upgrade reward, initially thinking it was a new recipe, but upon closer inspection, Fang Shang was surprised. The level 5 reward was +1 to Constitution. What did that mean? Confused, Fang Shang clicked the claim button, and then he felt a warm current flowing through his body. Afterwards, the fatigue from cooking all day surprisingly disappeared by more than half. He was only about 10 years old, tossing the wok all day was no different from carrying bricks on a construction site. His hands were extremely tired every night, especially when he was doing his homework. Therefore, he would rest and study in the system space at night, and only do his homework in the morning after recovering his energy. But after receiving the +1 to his physique today, he felt incredibly relaxed, without any of his usual sluggishness. Curious, he even went downstairs to the kitchen to find his usual wok and tossed it around. Sure enough, with his increased physique, his strength had grown, and even the wok felt lighter. It seems this +1 to physique is a good thing, it enhances his constitution, so cooking won't be as tiring as it is now. This reward is truly a timely blessing, even more useful than a recipe reward. Chapter 158. As expected, I'm getting old, my memory isn't what it used to be. Excited by his newfound reward, Fang Shang woke up at 6:30 the next morning. He finished his homework in half an hour and immediately went to the kitchen. The aunties weren't at work yet, and his parents were in the living room. Fang Shang, itching to cook, skipped breakfast and rushed to the large pile of ingredients. He spotted a big bag of fresh yams and, wanting to show off his wok tossing skills, grabbed one. He selected some suitable yams, washed them, blanched them, coated them in cornstarch, and deep-fried them until crispy. He prepared to make a sweet and sour yam, a dessert-like dish. When the sweet and sour sauce was almost ready and starting to thicken, he added the fried yams to the oil and began skillfully tossing the wok. With a slight flick of his wrist and a deft touch, he tossed the wok, the yams tumbling and easily coated in the sweet and sour sauce. Fang Jun walked into the kitchen and saw his son skillfully tossing the wok. He immediately cried out in distress, wanting to snatch the wok from his hands. "My silly son, what are you cooking so early in the morning? Just tell Dad what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Why waste your energy tossing the wok? With your current strength, it's a strain on your wrist. You have so many dishes to cook later. Showing off now will only make you regret it later when your wrist hurts." The wok in the kitchen was heavy, even elderly mothers in normal households struggled to toss it, let alone Fang Shang, who was only 10 years old. Although he had tossed the wok while learning to cook in the system space, when seriously cooking for customers, Fang Shang avoided tossing the wok as much as possible, except for the most important steps. The first time he seriously cooked, he tossed the wok too many times, and the resulting soreness that night broke Fang Jun and his wife's hearts. Seeing Fang Shang tossing the wok again, the worried old father immediately tensed up. "It's nothing, Dad, I just wanted to try it out. It's not that complicated, it's a very simple dish, it'll be ready soon." Fang Shang quickly protected his wok, tossed it a few more times, and when he felt it was almost done, poured the sweet and sour yam into a plate. Normally, at this step, he would place the plate down and tilt the wok against the stove to let it share some of the weight. Today, however, he was much more straightforward. He simply lifted the wok with one hand, suspending it in the air, and used the spatula in the other hand to scoop the food into the plate, quickly filling it with the dish. Putting the wok back on the stove, his hand didn't feel tired at all. Indeed, having more strength was convenient. His strength was probably about the same as an adult's now, and Fang Shang was increasingly satisfied with this reward. This way, he could freely toss the wok, and he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough strength to toss it properly or stir it unevenly, resulting in a poor texture for dishes that require more precise control of heat. "Alright, you're not a kid anymore. Take it easy. Just don't overdo it. Listen to your dad, don't turn your hobby into a chore too early. Otherwise, when you really get tired of it, you won't be able to stop even if you want to." Fang Jun earnestly advised his son, then casually picked up a sweet and sour yam and took a bite. "It's delicious. It can be dessert after dinner. Why are you making sweet and sour dishes so early in the morning? Are you craving something sweet? How about I buy you some tiramisu or something during your lunch break? Kids love that." Fang Shang shook his head. He did like sweet and sour dishes, but he didn't like overly sweet cakes. The lobby was quite crowded right now, with people queuing to get their numbers. Fang Shang was having his sweet and sour yam as a snack, eating breakfast while scrolling through videos. He happened to come across a cooking video. The blogger in the video was making, literally, straw raincoat cucumber. The taste aside, the main appeal was the chef's knife skills. The blogger was clearly very skilled with his knife. With a few quick slices, the cucumber was separated into thin slices, yet cleverly connected. Arranged on a plate, the thin connecting parts trembled at the slightest touch, making the whole cucumber tremble as if carrying a reclining green dragon. Fang Jun, a sip of soy milk dangling from his mouth, watched his son slicing cucumbers, grinning and leaning closer. "What are you looking at online cucumber recipes for? Call me Dad, and I'll slice one for you right here." Fang Shang, has Dad forgotten he's made this dish before? Looking at it a few more times isn't because he thinks it looks good, but because he feels like he could do it himself. Getting old, his memory isn't what it used to be. At 2 p.m., after the diners left, it was time for the whole restaurant to close. To ensure he grows tall and strong enough, Fang Shang regularly took a nap, finishing a few pages of his summer homework beforehand. Fang Jun and his wife, however, didn't take a break. Instead, they drove to the bank to apply for a loan. The price of the restaurant they had their eye on had already been negotiated with the landlord. They just needed to raise the money to finalize the deal. They withdrew all their savings from the bank and discussed it with both sets of parents, who each contributed some money. However, the two-story upscale hotel, with its prime location, still wasn't enough to buy. To acquire the entire property, including facilities, the couple discussed it and ultimately decided to take out a bank loan. In the past, the honest and unassuming Fang Jun would never have dared to take out a loan, but now things were different. With his incredibly capable son, Fang Jun felt confident even with a loan. The couple mortgaged the self-built house where a Jun's food stall was located to the bank, obtaining a loan that finally raised the large sum needed to buy the hotel. They then arranged with the landlord and purchased the hotel. It was already a high-end hotel, with all the facilities being top-notch. It had only been renovated less than 2 years ago, requiring only minor finishing touches and a thorough cleaning before it was ready to move in. The couple was very satisfied. The landlord was a software engineer working in Beijing. Most of his connections and properties were there, and his child lived in Beijing too. He had no choice but to move, and selling the house was incredibly difficult for him. He sighed as he looked at Fang Jun and his wife. "Mr. Fang, your son is such a good cook, why doesn't he go to Beijing to develop his career? Staying in this small city like Jiexing means that if I leave, I'll have to fly back to eat your food again. Haha, home is here, roots are here. If our son wants to go to a big city later, we'll talk about that then." Fang Jun might not react much to praise, but he was very proud when his son was praised. After chatting for a few minutes, the group began processing the property transfer paperwork. The landlord handed the signed documents to Fang Jun. Fang Jun reached for them, tried to lift them, but couldn't. He tried again, but still couldn't move them. He was speechless. Chapter 159: The potential to become a culinary god. The next second, the landlord took everything back, a bright yet melancholic expression on her face. Back in the day, when I couldn't stay in Beijing anymore, Jiachen didn't offer me a reason to stay. Later, when I felt the pressure in Beijing was too much and wanted to go home, Jiachen still didn't offer me a reason to stay. Now, I've finally established myself in Beijing, and my son has too, and then this little culinary genius appears. The landlord clutched her heart, looking hurt. But now, I have no chance to stay. After working hard for most of my life, don't I deserve to eat the food of a culinary genius? Fang Jun really didn't know how to respond to this, and could only maintain a polite yet elegant smile. When the landlord handed over the various documents again, Fang Jun used a lot of force this time. He thought he could snatch them in one swift motion, but when he pulled, he couldn't get them. He pulled again, still couldn't get them. Frustrated, he forcefully pried the landlord's hand open and finally took the documents. After the transfer of ownership was completed and all the formalities were finished, Fang Jun and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. The landlord, however, was still somewhat distraught. In this situation, I want to sing a song. Actually, I don't want to leave. Actually, I want to stay. I want to stay and accompany you through spring, summer, autumn, and winter for the rest of my life. Fang Jun. With the restaurant in hand, it was time for renovations. For several days in a row, the couple went to the large restaurant during their afternoon breaks to check on the workers' progress on the renovations. At first, Fang Shang saw his parents driving out late in the afternoon and assumed they were just enjoying some time alone, as they were usually too busy. But since it happened every day, Fang Shang became curious. Mom and Dad, why do you two go out every afternoon without resting? What are you doing behind our son's back? You're not secretly enjoying yourself, leaving him all alone at home, are you? Poor son, all alone at home. He's practically turning into a cabbage in the field. Go away, who has a child sleeping soundly all alone at home? Fang Jun glared at his son. We weren't going to see the workers renovating the house, you know the answer already. Fang Shang was initially just curious, but now he was genuinely confused. Renovating a house? We don't have a house. You bought a second house behind my back? You didn't know? Wu Xin paused. Honey, didn't you tell our son about buying a house? Fang Jun shook his head. I thought you did, so I didn't repeat it. The two compared their stories and were immediately at a loss for words. After all that, they'd forgotten to tell their son about such a big thing as buying a house. No wonder their son didn't know what they were doing at noon. Faced with Fang Shang's accusing gaze, the couple awkwardly offered an explanation. Our shop is doing so well, while Ah Jun's food stall is old and run down, completely dilapidated. The equipment can't keep up with the business, and sometimes the customers are so crowded we feel embarrassed. So your dad and I discussed it and bought a 2-story restaurant on the Middle Ring Road. It's currently under renovation. Bought a 2-story restaurant? Bought it? Fang Shang's eyes widened immediately. Yes, bought it, not rented. Your mom doesn't like renting. Fang Jun repeated. Fang Shang gasped. No way. The area around Zhonghuan Road isn't some rundown old neighborhood, it's a bustling commercial street, land that's incredibly valuable. Where did you get so much money to buy a fancy restaurant? Are we some kind of hidden millionaire? He was a little incredulous. Am I some real-life Ma Ji? You're handsome enough, but you're dreaming. Ma Ji, indeed. Fang Jun wanted to be Ma Changgang, but with his skills, even an essay would only be something like my chef's son and my master chef father. It was best not to let their son know about the loan, to avoid putting pressure on him. Wu Xin didn't explain further. Why are you such a kid, meddling in adults' business? Do what a child should do. Seeing that his parents weren't going to say anything more, Fang Shang didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't really a child, he could easily guess that his parents had borrowed money, though he didn't know exactly how much. But it didn't matter. As long as he had his skills, it didn't matter how much they borrowed, he'd earn it back quickly. Fang Shang had that much confidence. He believed that the family couldn't rely solely on his parents' efforts, he also needed to work hard to learn cooking, level up, learn more dishes, and earn more money. That noon, Zhao Yin, who had managed to snag a table, brought his wife and son to a Jun's food stall for lunch again. Of course, Uncle Zhong shamelessly came along too. Although he was certain he couldn't match the young chef's cooking skills, tasting more of the young chef's dishes would still be helpful for him as a chef, at least letting him know how big the gap was between himself and a true culinary master. Today's lunch specialty was pickled radish and old duck soup. The soup was fragrant and slightly sour, perfect for summer. The four of them devoured a large bowl of soup, eating and drinking, and even using it to soak rice. The The soup with rice, along with some stir-fried spicy and sour braised dishes, made it even more delicious. What sweltering summer heat, no appetite, sunburn, and no appetite. That's probably because you haven't eaten anything good, haven't found anything to your liking. As he ate, Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the kitchen again. His seat today was very close to the window, and he could easily see the small figure busy in the kitchen. Looking at his chubby son, head down, devouring his food, Zhao Yin began to envy Fang Jun again. He's good for nothing, but eating is his best skill. That perfectly describes his son. Speaking of which, why don't you enroll in some training program? If you're not good at academics, you should at least have something to offer. Everyone has their strengths, and as my son, I'm sure you have some strengths that I haven't discovered yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao, realizing his father was about to dig out some potential in him again, immediately made a face. Suddenly, he also saw Fang Sheng busy in the kitchen, and Xiao Zhao slapped his forehead. By the way, Dad, I haven't tried cooking yet. Thinking about it, I might have the potential to become a culinary master. Your family owns restaurants, what if I'm the next little culinary genius? Zhao Yin, damn it, even his son is more imaginative than him. I wonder who he takes after. Alright, starting today, you'll be Uncle Zhong's apprentice at the shop this summer. Uncle Zhong's expression instantly twisted. If it weren't for the young chef's skill, he wouldn't be exaggerating, he would have put down his chopsticks and turned to leave immediately. Boss, are you giving me extra work? Zhao Yin, without even looking up, silently uttered 2 words. More money. Chapter 160. Even the teachers have to fawn over me. The boss had already offered extra money, so Uncle Zhong had no reason to refuse. After all, nobody turns down money. Okay, then I'll take Xiao Guang to the kitchen to try it out later. The family continued eating. It was summer vacation, and many tables were occupied by children. Normally, these children were exceptionally lively, chatting and laughing while eating, some even jumping and running around the dining room. But today, they were unusually quiet, as if they had encountered something that could suppress them. The absence of the children's noise made the dining room much quieter, which puzzled Zhao Yin. Why are the children so quiet today? Suddenly, Zhao Yin noticed a classmate he used to play basketball with at the far left table and enthusiastically rushed over to greet him. Wow, I didn't expect you to be eating here too. Come on, come to my table, let's team up and play games. The alumnus looked up and waved to Xiao Zhao very reservedly. No, I'll sit here. I wouldn't dare go over there. Why? The alumnus pointed to a woman sitting at the table next to Xiao Zhao. See that? That's our homeroom teacher. I get goosebumps just looking at him. And to sit over there? Good heavens, am I even going to eat? What? That's your homeroom teacher? She's so beautiful. Xiao Zhao exclaimed in shock. The alumnus was in the 2nd year of junior high. He remembered their homeroom teacher as someone who usually wore his hair in a bun, had a sallow complexion, wore flat sneakers, always had a stern face, and dark, sharp eyes. Anyone who met his gaze felt like they were about to be reprimanded. But the woman sitting there, she wore a beautiful pale yellow dress, had loose, curly hair, wore hoop earrings, and a silver chain on her wrist. She looked incredibly beautiful. He couldn't believe it. You haven't mistaken me for someone else, have you? Just kidding, how could I mistake my homeroom teacher? I just ran into some students from our school, and some of them packed up and ran away. You'd better go back quickly, and whatever you do, don't let her see me, or I'll have to run away. Xiao Zhao obediently returned to his seat and told his father that the table behind him was full of teachers. Zhao Yin immediately had a look of sudden realization. No wonder the people at that table all had such sharp eyes and looked so formidable, they were all teachers. He pointed to several other tables of guests. Those guests at those tables just now also had a very imposing presence. If they changed their clothes and stood on the podium, they'd have the aura of a homeroom teacher. These days, teachers are completely different at school and at home. At school, they're plain-looking, dressed simply, and even a bit dowdy, dressing in ways that make them look older, projecting an image of educators who put parents at ease. But once they leave school and dress up in a fashionable way, sometimes you can't even recognize them. Zhao Yin had only said it casually, but as he looked around, he suddenly spotted someone who looked very familiar. He asked his son, that guy over there, doesn't he look like your homeroom teacher? Do you think so? Xiao Zhao glanced in the direction his father indicated, a little uncertain. My goodness, when did our homeroom teacher become so beautiful? Even more beautiful than my mom. Dad, are you mistaken? Are you just looking at a pretty girl and want to take a second look? Zhao's mother immediately looked at Zhao Yin a few more times. Zhao Yin almost clenched his fists, asking his wife, isn't that their homeroom teacher? Zhao's mother was also a little uncertain. A dress, high heels, a headband, bright and elegant makeup, was this really her son's teacher? The two faces were practically touching. Their homeroom teacher has been wearing the same outfit lately at every parent-teacher conference, her hair tied back with a black hair tie, loose-fitting black or dark-colored t-shirts, black capri pants with 2 white stripes along the seams, black canvas shoes, and cropped stockings. Just one glare from her reminds me of my school teachers. This is such a stark contrast. That can't be it, it's really scary. I don't want to run into my teacher while eating. Xiao Zhao picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, trying to calm herself down. At another table, Teacher Zhou had also come to eat with her family. Suddenly noticing her students eating as well, she knew perfectly well that her students felt pressured by her presence. So, she didn't greet them and quietly continued eating with her family. At Xiao Zhao's table, the topic of teachers inevitably led to their children's grades. Zhao Yin and his wife recalled how their son had happily told them about his 59-point math homework during the holidays, 5 points higher than his midterm exam. "Son, you only got 59 on your final exam this time. How about we work harder and try for 60 next time?" "No problem, a piece of cake. My teacher said that if I keep working hard to improve my grades, I might even be among the top students by the time I'm in junior high." "Ha, your teacher really said that?" Zhao Yin didn't believe a word of it. Little Zhao seized the opportunity to boast, "What's so special about that? I'm already a culinary genius. Becoming a top student is no big deal, Dad. Don't doubt me, my teacher has always thought I have potential. He often praises me, even though I'm not good at anything else, except eating. At least I can eat. He also said that if I just work a little harder, I can become even stronger. It's just that I don't want to work hard. After all, I'm destined to be a rich kid who just lives off others. When I become a culinary genius, not only you guys, but even the teacher will be fawning over me. He's only just starting to study, and he's already a culinary genius? How can my son be so good at bragging?" Just as Zhao Yin was about to make a joke, he suddenly noticed that someone who appeared to be his son's homeroom teacher was walking past his son and stopped. A bad feeling immediately washed over him. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhou, returning from the restroom, overheard Zhao's fawning remark and almost laughed. He casually asked, "Zhao Xiaoguan, you want to become a culinary master too? Good luck then, I'll definitely fawn over you." "Oh my god? Teacher Zhou." Zhao practically jumped up from his chair, his mind blank with fear, and his body behaving in ways that defied logic. He rushed to his father, jumped twice to get into his arms, then slammed his head on his father's shoulder before shrinking back and pretending nothing had happened. Good heavens! He was bragging to his teacher behind her back, and now she's standing right behind him. Is this some kind of ghost story? Why is God doing this to him? Xiao Zhao was momentarily confused whether she should be wondering why her teacher had become so beautiful without teaching, and not recognizing her, or agonizing over how to get through this. Zhao Yin, holding the child, was stunned. Letting go didn't seem right, and holding on didn't seem right either. Chapter 161. Nothing in this world is difficult if you are willing to give up. The question was posed. My son was bragging behind his teacher's back and got caught red-handed. Was he more scared or embarrassed? After forcefully pulling her son off her, Zhao Yin finally greeted him. "Teacher Zhou, what a coincidence." Teacher Zhou, looking down at Zhao Xiaoguan, who was staring at the sky and the ground but refusing to look at her, wasn't annoyed. She asked the question that all students dreaded. "Zhao Xiaoguan, how's your homework going?" I did a little, but there's still some I haven't done." Zhao Xiaoguan kept his head down, silently moving behind his mother. Teacher Zhou knew her student well and smiled. "It's not a little, you haven't done any. You can catch up before school starts." "How did you know?" Zhao Xiaoguan suddenly looked up, met his teacher's gaze, then quickly lowered his head again, covering his mouth. Asterisk, you're so quick-tongued, aren't you? I'll slap you if you want. Asterisk. Teacher Zhou exchanged a few polite words with Zhao Yin and the others, not wanting to delay the children's meal, and patted Xiao Zhao on the shoulder. "Keep it up. If you really become a culinary master, I'll beg you to save my number every day, so you can experience what it's like to be a king." After Teacher Zhou left, Zhao Xiaoguan returned to his seat. He was remarkably composed. One second he was still shaken and terrified, the next he was completely recovered. He said confidently and proudly, "See? I told you my teacher thought highly of me, she even believes I can become a culinary master." Zhao Yin stared at his son in disbelief. He had to admit one thing, while his son couldn't compare to him in other areas, his shamelessness was unmatched. So shameless. After the meal, Zhao Yin went off to enjoy some alone time with his wife, while Uncle Zhong took Xiao Zhao back to the restaurant to begin the new culinary master training program. Zhao Yin had gotten his number today through the lobby manager, who, wanting to curry favor with the boss, had queued up early in the morning to get a number. Being near the front of the line, they finished eating before 1 p.m. It was peak lunchtime, and the restaurant was still quite busy. The kitchen staff were working, and Uncle Zhong told them to go about their business, then led Zhao Yin to a counter. Honestly, he was genuinely curious why the boss's young master thought he had a talent for cooking. "It's simple," Zhao Yin said, his voice dripping with nonsense. I've tried everything else, and I have no talent for it. This must be it. As Sherlock Holmes said, when you eliminate all possibilities, the remaining improbable, however improbable, must be the truth. The boy's ideas were truly outlandish. Uncle Zhong shook his head, but for the sake of the money, he began the first step of his lesson. To learn cooking, you first need to distinguish the aromas and differences between these seasonings. That way, when stir-frying and seasoning, you won't make such a ridiculous mistake as misidentifying the spices. He pointed to the various ingredients on the counter and introduced them to Xiao Zhao one by one. After finishing, he asked, "So, do you have a basic understanding of these spices now?" Uncle Zhong was the head chef, and with so many different seasonings, Xiao Zhao was overwhelmed and couldn't remember anything. But that wasn't a problem. He waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Zhong, let's skip this step. From now on, when I cook, I'll have the prep cook label all the seasonings. I can just look at the name of what I need, there's no need for this trouble." Uncle Zhong choked, then gave him a thumbs up. "That makes sense, skip it." He took 2 potatoes from the basket. "Let's prepare the ingredients. As a chef, you should at least know how to handle ingredients. We'll start with the simplest stir-fried potato shreds. You peel 2 potatoes, remove the seeds from the garlic cloves and green peppers, and I'll show you how." His family owned a restaurant, so they were well off. They rarely cooked at home, only having breakfast. Therefore, Xiao Zhao was genuinely clueless about these things, but even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs run. Little Zhao perked up immediately. "Such a simple thing, why would I need to learn it? It's just taking a peeler and peeling the potato whole, anyone with hands can do it." The chubby little hand placed the vegetables Uncle Zhong handed him in front of him, clumsily peeling off the garlic skin. Too lazy to use a tool, he simply pulled the seeds off the green peppers with his bare hands. But when it came to peeling, little Zhao realized that peeling wasn't easy either. A moment of carelessness, and the potato in his left hand flew out due to the force of his right. It took him ages to peel 1 potato. When he tried to peel the second one, his hand wasn't steady, and the peeler scraped his own hand, cutting a little skin. The next second, little Zhao sprang up from the ground, yelling, "Oh no, Uncle Zhong, I'm hurt. Quick, take me to the hospital." Uncle Zhong said speechlessly, "No need to go to the hospital. I'm afraid your wound will heal by the time we get there. But my hand is burning hot, like it's on fire. How can I not go to the hospital? Your hand is burning because you were digging up chili peppers with your bare hands. Just wash it more often." Little Zhao hesitated for a moment, put down the peeler, and said while washing his hands, "Uncle Zhong, I don't think I necessarily have to learn this step. Aren't there aunties who wash vegetables? Why should I do odd jobs? As a future little culinary prodigy, shouldn't I be doing something more technically demanding?" Uncle Zhong began to regret agreeing to the boss for the extra pay. Some money is just destined to be unearned. "Alright, then you chop some vegetables. Let's make something simpler, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'll demonstrate how to chop a tomato, watch carefully, hold it like this." After demonstrating, Uncle Zhong then showed Xiao Zhao how to hold the knife and cut. Xiao Zhao tried a few times, and after almost cutting his hand, he realized that cooking was truly a difficult thing. Just those complicated steps alone were enough to make him annoyed. No wonder Uncle Zhong had his father hire so many helpers. Seeing Xiao Zhao put down the knife, looking like he didn't want to do it anymore, Uncle Zhong joked, "What, you think cooking is too hard? Don't want to continue?" He knew it. The path of a genius cannot be replicated, the path of this little culinary prodigy cannot be learned by others. Xiao Zhao smiled and said, "Nothing in this world is difficult if you're willing to give up. When I find something difficult, as long as I give up quickly enough, it won't be a problem for me." Puffed. "So, if you can't solve the problem, you solve yourself, huh?" Not only Uncle Zhong, but all the busy kitchen staff around couldn't help but laugh. "So you're planning to give up?" Xiao Zhao wasn't embarrassed at all, and said frankly, "I wasn't prepared today, that's why I messed up. I'll definitely do better tomorrow, so let's continue tomorrow. Here we go again." Having already seen through his boss's son's lazy nature, Uncle Zhong suddenly felt a headache coming on. Hopefully, this won't happen. Chapter 162 Didi Daixuan. That evening, Zhang Xiaoxian was also waiting for her takeout. Ujin's food stall releases a limited number of 40 takeout orders daily, featuring Fang Jun's braised dishes, braised platters, and stir-fried braised dishes. There aren't any of Fang Shang's signature dishes. This is normal. Fang Shang's signature dishes are written on a small blackboard and provided to customers who take a number and dine in. People go to great lengths every day, pulling strings and using connections to get a number, just for a bite to eat. Those who order takeout can easily eat it while lying in bed. It's unfair to those who take a number. Therefore, Fang Shang's dishes aren't available on the takeout platform. But the braised meat is made with the owner's own homemade braising sauce, and the taste is incredibly tempting, incomparable to anything sold elsewhere. So, even though the owner's signature dishes aren't available on the takeout platform, those 40 takeout orders are extremely popular, almost always selling out as soon as they're listed. To ensure fairness, the takeout orders are all scheduled to be placed at 7 p.m., but customers can reserve their orders for a specific time. Zhang Xiaoxian reserved hers for 7 p.m. She recently started a new job. Although the salary is high, she's incredibly busy and unfamiliar with the work, leaving her no time to go to a Jun's food stall to get a number and buy food. She has to rely on online ordering platforms. Last Saturday, she had amazing luck and managed to snag some food on the platform. However, she got the number in the morning, and her business trip was scheduled for 11 a.m. by the company. In the end, she gave the meal to her mentor. Unexpectedly, she struck gold again today and successfully ordered food from the platform. Zhang Xiaoxian was excited all day, specifically setting her order for 7 p.m. so she could sit at home and leisurely enjoy her meal. Of course, the main reason she wanted to eat at home was that she didn't want to waste a single drop of soup. If there were any leftover soup or scraps, she could use the remaining broth to cook noodles for another delicious meal the next morning. The wait was a bit too long. After a while, the phone rang. Zhang Xiaoxian saw it was a delivery call and jumped up excitedly, answering the phone while walking towards the door. "Hello, this is Bayoma Delivery, I." Before the delivery guy could finish speaking, a loud, boisterous voice came from the other end of the line, completely drowning him out. "Xiaoxian, you're so kind. I haven't been of much help, but you still specially ordered something delicious for me. I just opened it and it's from a Jin's food stall. I'm so happy, cousin. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm on vacation." Cousin. A sense of foreboding rushed to her brain. Zhang Xiaoxian quickly opened the delivery platform, and what she saw made her completely panic. In her excitement when ordering that morning, she had entered the wrong address, her old workplace. And to make matters worse, the delivery was delivered to her cousin. How was she supposed to eat this? Putting aside the extra cost of hiring a delivery driver, my cousin helped me so much when I was looking for a job after graduation, even getting me a job at his company. Now that I have experience and a better job, I can't forget the kindness my cousin showed me, can I? Zhang Xiaoxian, almost in tears, mustered all her strength to say, "If you like it, that's good. You eat first, I have to go now, I'll hang up." After hanging up, she buried herself in the covers and wailed for a long time. She'd been craving it for a month, and hadn't even gotten 2 servings. Who could be more miserable than her? Feeling incredibly upset, Zhang Xiaoxian didn't even have the appetite for dinner. She just ate a piece of bread she'd had for breakfast, considering that her dinner. She didn't feel like going for a walk or anything, so she simply stayed in bed scrolling through videos, drooling over the pictures of food from a Jun's food stall posted by netizens. The A Jun food stall fan group was always the liveliest at night. Those who managed to snag some food would always show off their photos in the group, rows upon rows of unedited, raw photos, all designed to make you drool. Why natural? Because the food Fang Shang makes naturally has beautiful colors, it's enticing enough without any editing. Anyone who edits their photos before uploading will be looked down upon. Who are they looking down on? The dishes made by the little chef are already beautiful, adding special effects makes them look fake. People who don't know better might think we didn't actually eat them and are just borrowing pictures to show off. After everyone has finished showing off their pictures, it's time for those who didn't get a table to complain. One complains about not having time, another about being too far away. It's like they're just lamenting. Today, however, the group chat is full of onlookers watching 2 people bicker. It started when a young man showed off the sweet and sour pork ribs he finally managed to snag that day, excited as if he'd won the world. Another group member, who seemed to know him, immediately showed off his own pickled radish and old duck soup, since that was the main dish today. Sweet and sour pork ribs are delicious, but I also managed to snag some old duck soup. Ji Chow, why aren't you drinking the soup? Don't you like it? Your taste is so strange. Look at this old duck soup, clear broth, rich flavor, and the aroma of the meat is irresistible. One sip, oh my god, even a god wouldn't trade it for this. Ji Chow, why aren't you saying anything? Since you didn't get any anyway, let me show you the color of the soup and describe the taste so you're mentally prepared before you drink it tomorrow. Actually, this soup has a downside, they make too little of it. There aren't enough to go around. Otherwise, how come you didn't get any? As your colleague, I feel sorry for you. Ji Chow was getting depressed. Last time he bought braised food, he didn't get any, but his colleague did, showing off. The time before that, when buying meatball soup, his colleague got some, but he didn't, and he got a little slapped in the face again. Today he got slapped again. Enough is enough. How can he let this bastard win every time? Could it be that the other guy lives near Ah Jun's food stall? Or maybe he has a retired dad with nothing to do? What's so special about that? In a fit of anger, Ji Chow decided to hire a Didi, ride-hailing service, agent to show off. He asked who in the group was the best at it, and the answer was, of course, Grandpa Wang. He immediately added Grandpa Wang as a friend, with the note, "Didi show off service, 100 yuan? Grandpa Wang, who had been watching the chat, accepted the friend request and typed a question mark. Ji Chao immediately messaged Grandpa Wang, paid show-off service available. There's a guy in the group whose username is Brother is a legend. You absolutely have to outdo him. If you win and make him question his existence, 100 yuan. Grandpa Wang, who had been keeping a low profile lately, suddenly felt his desire to show off flaming up like a fire. Without a second's hesitation, he agreed. The next moment, Grandpa Wang appeared in the group chat. Hey, this young man also managed to snag some duck soup today. Not bad. You must have driven a long time this morning. Judging from your location, you're about 5 kilometers from Jun's food stall. You must have gotten up very early. You must be in great shape. After all, early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. Chapter 163 Punishment. I'll eat Jun's delicious food every day. Unlike me, the distance is too short. Even though everyone else gets up at 4 a.m. to make it to 5:30, I can still get up at 5:30 without feeling like I'm putting in any effort. I live in Jiachen, in the neighborhood behind Jun's food stall. I'm not proud at all, I'm a spokesperson for my neighborhood. The user Brother is not a legend sensed something was wrong and suddenly stopped talking. Uncle Wang didn't stop sending messages, he kept sending them one after another. Yesterday's specials were sweet and sour pork with pineapple and lemon chicken feet. Did you manage to get any? I did. The meatball and egg soup from the day before yesterday was pretty good too. Hey bro, post a picture too, let's show off together. I've even thought of a name. Brother and Uncle are not a legend, the food show duo. The day before yesterday. Seeing that Uncle Wang was still talking to him and getting increasingly outrageous, the user Brother is not a legend couldn't hold back any longer. People who live far away have a hard time getting these meals. How could they possibly be like Uncle Wang, always managing to snag them on time every day? Grandpa, I was wrong. What did I do to offend you? I'll change, okay. Grandpa Wang sent a pure smiling emoji. I just wanted to show off my pictures with you, why do you have to change? He wasn't a legend, he just walked away, ignoring Grandpa's calls. Ji Chao was very satisfied, feeling completely relaxed, and promptly sent Grandpa Wang a 100 yuan red envelope. Grandpa Wang was still a little incredulous after receiving the red envelope, feeling as if he had found a path that was completely his own. He remained silent for a long time, then wrote a sentence on his message board. Didi proxy service, accepting all kinds of food proxy services, quality guaranteed, fair price. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoxian, although she went to bed early, couldn't fall asleep. She tossed and turned in the middle of the night, craving food, and unable to sleep, feeling like a wandering soul, even thinking of getting up at 5:30 to try and grab a number. But she had to get to the company early in the morning to finish up some tasks she wasn't familiar with and that were holding her back. There was no time to wait until 7. Sigh, I'll just have to see how lucky I am. I'll order takeout at 7. Zhang Xiaoxian, tears welling in her eyes, hugged her blanket and drifted off to sleep. In her dream, she was eating a giant chicken leg, taking a big bite with her mouth wide open. The next second, she woke up with a start, spitting out the corner of the blanket in disgust. Zhang Xiaoxian sat up straight and prayed to the heavens. All the gods of the 4 directions, above and below, left and right, please bless me so I can get a number on the takeout platform this morning. If I can get a number, I promise I'll go back to the restaurant no matter how far away it is. If I can't, punish me by making me eat Jun's delicious food every day. After praying, Zhang Xiaoxian felt much better and went back to sleep. At 6:30 in the morning, Wu Xian got up on time. Since the 7-minute takeout event was scheduled, she had gotten into the habit of waking up at this time. Just as she got up and washed, Wu Xian saw that her silly son was also up. She glanced at her watch and frowned. Why are you up so early? It's only 6:30. Sleep for another hour. Fang Sheng shook his head. I went to bed early last night, and I'm not sleepy at all right now. I'd rather get up and go work in the kitchen. If I finish early, I can take a nap earlier at noon. Alright, it's hard to fall back asleep once you're awake, but it's better if you get up around 7 a.m. anyway. Kids need plenty of sleep to grow tall. The mother and son washed up together and went downstairs. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Wu Xian looked at her waist, her expression a little strange. After going downstairs, past the large decorative mirror on the wall, Wu Xian stood there for a moment, studying herself, turning around a couple of times. Then, her face changed drastically, and she rushed into the kitchen to find Fang Jun. Honey, look at me. Has my waist gotten bigger? And my face? Has it gotten so much fatter? Fang Jun, who was eating breakfast, glanced at his wife, looked her up and down carefully for a moment, and shook his head, saying, No, it suits you perfectly. You've always been the curvy type, it looks great on you. He phrased it very subtly, even mentioning curvy, clearly implying that Wu Xian had indeed gained weight. Wu Xian understood immediately, and her expression turned as if the sky had fallen. Women, whether 8 or 80, love beauty. Suddenly realizing their waist has doubled and a double chin has appeared as more terrifying than the end of the world. I really have gained weight. What should I do? Why did I gain so much weight all of a sudden? Her gaze suddenly fell on Fang Shang, her expression incredibly aggrieved. Son, it's all your fault. Your cooking is so delicious, I eat it every day, and you never tell me to stop. Now look what's happened, your mother is almost a giant fatso. Fang Shang looked utterly innocent, feeling more wrong than Do-yi, a legendary figure known for her tragic fate, and said with a wry smile, Mom, how can you blame your son for eating too much? Whose fault is it if not yours? Your cooking is just too delicious. I don't need to fight with you, I can just tell you what I want to eat and you make a huge spread. That's why I'm so fat. Wu Xian was momentarily confused, then gritted her teeth and instructed her husband and son, remember, starting today, you have to remind me to lose weight during meals. Don't eat too much, no matter how delicious the food is, you have to control my appetite. Fang Jun immediately waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't allow it. I can't do that. What if I say something and you get angry and take away my allowance? Wu Xian said angrily, if you don't listen, I'll take all the allowance you hide behind the air conditioner fan. Fang Jun, oh no, I hid it so well, and you still found out? Fang Shang, who was standing nearby, covered his mouth and chuckled. The family happily ate breakfast while things were still relatively quiet. After taking a few bites, Wu Xian suddenly said, how about we temporarily shut down the food delivery platforms and stop listing our dishes on them? As soon as she said that, Fang Jun immediately raised his hand in agreement. That's a good idea. I've wanted to shut it down for a long time. Every time we're incredibly busy, customers waiting for their numbers are practically screaming, practically wanting to squeeze into the kitchen to help me. Then suddenly someone comes in to get a delivery number, and to avoid being late, I still have to prepare the deliveries. I simply can't keep up. They used to open a food delivery platform because business was slow, and they wanted to earn a little extra from deliveries. Every little bit helps. But now it's different. Business is so good, there's no need to list our dishes on delivery platforms anymore. There's a display case for braised food near the entrance. Anyone wanting braised food can just go there and buy it, and it always sells out completely. Besides, the commission rates from food delivery platforms are too high, selling there isn't profitable and only adds to the kitchen's burden. It's become a hindrance. The couple discussed it and both felt they should shut down the food delivery platform. After agreeing, they specifically asked Fang Shang for his opinion. Son, what do you think? Fang Shang smiled and said, you two can discuss this together. My dishes aren't on food delivery platforms anyway, so whatever's convenient for Dad. All 3 votes passed unanimously. Then it's decided. Chapter 164 coaxed into a pouty face. Since it was agreed upon, the 7 p.m. takeout wasn't put on the shelves anymore. Wu Xian turned to the counter to get a number. Naturally, a long queue had already formed outside. Fang Shang went to the counter to get his water bottle. As soon as he appeared in the hall, the diners still in line saw him and their eyes lit up, waving and greeting him like they'd seen Tang Santang, the monk in Journey to the West. Good morning, little chef. Still so handsome today, truly a man of talent. Are you still making old duck soup today? You made too little yesterday, I didn't get any. What started as casual conversation and getting a number turned into a lively scene as Fang Shang arrived, everyone greeting him. Normally, greetings were fine, but everyone calling him little chef made Fang Shang feel incredibly awkward. Calling him little boss was fine, but this was really embarrassing and made him feel extremely self-conscious. Don't call me little chef anymore. I just cook a little bit better. Just call me Fang Shang. He grabbed his water glass and was about to run to the kitchen when he was stopped. A customer saw Fang Shang holding a fried dough stick and reacted incredibly quickly, rushing over to shove their own food into his hand. Hot, steaming meat buns. Little boss, eat up. You'll have plenty of energy to make lots of duck soup today. When there are many people, there's a herd mentality. If one person does something, the others follow suit. These are pastries I bought in Linen during my business trip. Little boss, try a piece, they're delicious. Sweet but not cloying. They'll brighten your mood, and you'll probably get tons of gold coins. Oops, lots of sweet and sour yam. I love this kind of dessert the most. They say nothing compares to Yao Ji's walnut buns, little boss. My uncle owns Yao Ji's walnut buns, I can buy them anytime without having to queue. This one's free for you today, your happiness is our happiness. And mine. Wait, don't give me these things. Fang Shang tried hard to return the food to the customers, but the customers wouldn't accept them. They just loved Fang Shang so much and wanted to share their favorite things with him. They wished Fang Shang was happy and carefree every day, without any worries, so he could make even more delicious food for them. One by one, people shoved items into Fang Shang's hands, grabbed a number, and ran off. Those whose numbers hadn't been called refused anything from Fang Shang, claiming, I didn't give you anything, it must be someone else, the boss must be mistaken. In the blink of an eye, Fang Shang's hands were overflowing with food, not only unreturned but also multiplied due to the sheer number of people offering things. Just then, a boy, about 13 or 14 years old, who had been craving food during summer vacation and whose parents were too busy to queue, appeared in the queue. Seeing Fang Shang, he rushed forward, pulled a book and a pen from his backpack, and offered them to Fang Shang. "Boss, can I get your autograph?" Fang Shang was surprised that someone would actually ask for his autograph. "Brother, I'm just an ordinary kid who can cook. Asking for an autograph is a bit much, isn't it?" The boy laughed heartily. "Little boss, don't underestimate yourself. You're only a primary school student and you're already famous throughout the entire city. With your achievements, you're destined to be famous nationwide. You'll be a superstar, the kind of person everyone wants to meet. Then, I'll post your autographed photo online, and everyone on the internet will be envious of me, hee hee. Famous nationwide? That'll take a long time." Fang Shang shook his head. "Who knows what will happen years from now?" The boy is really thinking ahead. After signing his name for the boy, Fang Shang didn't dare stay in the lobby any longer. He felt that if he stood there any longer, he'd carry even more things, so he quickly went back to the kitchen and put down the stack of things he was carrying. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to drink some water when he realized his cup was still at the bar. Fang Shang's lips twitched, and he simply went upstairs to get another cup to drink from. Watching his son return laden with fruit, Fang Jun couldn't help but lament his own old age and inadequacy, feeling inferior to his son in every way. Neighbors, seeing their son deliver fruit, and customers, seeing him bring breakfast, realized they'd never achieve such treatment. He joked, "I think I'll stop buying you breakfast from now on. Every morning you just need to walk around the shop and bring back the groceries, and that'll be enough for everyone in the shop to have a feast." "Dad, why are you making fun of me too?" Fang Shang glared at his father, but a smile still crept onto his face. He looked through the ingredients Fang Jun had prepared that morning, and finally, pointing to the large pile of potatoes, said, "Dad, let's add sweet and sour potatoes to today's meal." Fang Jun reminded him, "We've already ordered 3 dishes. Can you handle one more?" Fang Shang patted his chest. "I feel incredibly energetic, like my blood is boiling. Absolutely no problem." Well, he went to the main hall and was completely charmed by the diners. Fang Jun chuckled to himself. It seemed even his son, no matter how capable, still needed praise. Look at that smug little face. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxian got up at 6 in the morning and went to the company early. After a flurry of activity, she finished all the work she hadn't completed yesterday, waiting for her supervisor to arrive so she could submit the market research data. At 6:55, her phone alarm went off, reminding her it was time to order food. Zhang Xiaoxian immediately looked on high alert. First, she cleared her phone's cache, then found a spot closest to the company's network, making thorough preparations before finally clicking on the food delivery page for Jun's food stall. At this point, you'll have to keep refreshing the page. Once the various stir-fried and braised dishes and platters are listed at 7 p.m., it's all about who has the fastest reaction time, the fastest internet connection, and the smoothest phone who can place their order before others do. She kept refreshing the page, but no dishes appeared. Zhang Xiaoxian found it strange and kept refreshing. She checked the time, it was already 7:10 p.m., and still no dishes were listed. The shop was still showing as closed, not open for business. Could the listing time have changed? Zhang Xiaoxian muttered to herself, still standing in front of the router, continuing to refresh. She refreshed the page until 7:30, and her colleagues gradually arrived at work, but Jun's food stall still hadn't restocked. Zhang Xiaoxian was getting anxious. What if the restocking time was changed to after 8 o'clock? She'd be too busy to grab it then. She scrolled to the food delivery app, found the restaurant's information, and dialed Jun's food stall's phone number. Chapter 165. I don't usually cry. The phone number on the delivery order was Fang Jun's. He used to do delivery, and this was to easily communicate with customers about their preferences, like no chili peppers, no garlic, etc. Right now, Fang Jun was showing off the old ducks he bought today to his son. Each one was incredibly plump and delicious, the perfect ducks for making pickled radish and duck soup. The phone rang, and he quickly answered, only to hear a trembling voice on the other end. "Boss, did you forget to upload the delivery orders today? The shop has been closed." Fang Jun slapped his forehead, realizing he'd forgotten to message his fan group. He quickly explained, "Sorry, the shop has been too busy to manage the delivery platform, so it's temporarily closed starting today." What? Zhang Xiaoxian felt like the sky had fallen. Then, when will things return to normal? It's uncertain for now. If you've joined Jun's food stall's fan group, you can follow the group's messages. It won't be open for the foreseeable future. Zhang Xiaoxian hung up the phone, completely stunned, feeling as if the whole world had gone dark. If she had never managed to snag any food on the delivery platform, she might not have been so heartbroken, because never having tried wouldn't have been such a big deal. But the problem was, she had actually managed to snag some, twice, but hadn't been able to eat it even once. Now that the delivery platform was closed, it was like a bolt from the blue for her. She returned to her workstation, dazed. Her colleagues greeted her, but she just waved mechanically, completely dejected. A colleague sitting next to her noticed her strange state and asked what was wrong. Asking only made things worse. All of Zhang Xiaoxuan's pent-up frustration burst forth, and she burst into tears. She cried without any regard for her image, sobbing uncontrollably, her makeup ruined. Her heartbroken expression startled all her colleagues in the office. They rushed to offer her handkerchiefs, tissues, and hot water. They wanted to say a few words of comfort, but not knowing what had happened, they didn't know how to offer any. The entire office was filled with Zhang Xiaoxuan's heart-wrenching sobs. When the supervisor pushed open the office door, he was also shocked by the scene and asked the people around him what was wrong, but no one knew. One colleague guessed, did a family member die? Otherwise, why would she cry so bitterly? Yes, Zhang Xiaoxian is beautiful and cares a lot about her image. She usually touches up her makeup several times a day before work. Today, her makeup is ruined from crying, and her eyes are swollen. I can't think of anything else that could make her cry like this. The supervisor nodded, indicating that he understood. Have Zhang Xiaoxian come to my office once she's calmed down. Zhang Xiaoxian cried for a long time, only stopping when her phone alarm reminded her she had 5 minutes left before work. Looking up, she saw her colleagues were already there. The thought of how she had looked so pathetic, crying like a child, practically rolling on the floor, made Zhang Xiaoxian want to disappear into the ground. Xiaoxian, it's okay, everything will be alright, hang in there. Her colleagues encouraged her, their faces full of support. Thank you. Zhang Xiaoxian was very confused. Why were her colleagues looking at her with such pity? A colleague told her that her supervisor wanted to see her. Zhang Xiaoxian used a tissue to wipe her completely ruined eye makeup, barely managing to calm herself down. She turned and went into her supervisor's office, handing over the files she had organized. The supervisor put the files away, didn't discuss work, and said kindly, although you haven't been with the company long, your work ability is evident, and you work very hard. Since you have family matters to attend to, I'll grant you 2 days off. Go back and take care of things, then come back to work. Ah! Zhang Xiaoxuan's mind went blank. She was upset because she hadn't managed to get the food at Ajun's food stall, but did she really need to take 2 days off specifically for that? That would be too decadent. Besides, this job was hard won, and she cherished it. She had only been there a few days. How could she just take leave so easily? Supervisor, no need. I'll find a way to handle my personal matters during my break. It won't affect my work. The supervisor handed her the leave slip. How can that be? Since a family member passed away, you should at least go back. Don't worry, this leave is approved by me. It won't affect your work. Just keep working hard. Our company isn't that heartless. What? A family member passed away? How come she didn't know? Zhang Xiaoxian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that she had cried too miserably and everyone had misunderstood. She became even more embarrassed. Blushing, she stammered, I cried because Ajun's food stall's takeout was removed from the platform. I don't usually cry, unless I can't help it. Supervisor. The office suddenly fell silent. A minute later, the supervisor abruptly raised his hand, snatched the leave slip from Zhang Xiaoxuan's hand, and threw it into the shredder. He shouted, get back to your seat and get back to work. Is the research report approved? Is the data processed? Is the on-site follow-up done? Nothing's done. What are you standing here for? I haven't even gotten a number for Ajun's food stall yet. Zhang Xiaoxian. Meanwhile, at Ajun's food stall, Fang Shang had already started making pickled radish and old duck soup. The ducks for this soup are quite demanding. They must be over 6 months old and weigh around 3 to 4 pounds. Ducks over 6 months old have plump meat and thick duck fat, resulting in a richer duck flavor in the soup. If the duck is too young, it won't be able to mask the sourness of the pickled radish, and the soup will taste like nothing but pickled radish water. The 3 to 4 pound duck is crucial for the texture. If the duck is too big, the meat will be tough and difficult to flavor, resulting in a dry and bland taste. If the duck is too small, there will be little meat and no nutrition, and the soup will be tasteless. Most commercially available duck soup is made with duck carcasses or halves from supermarkets. While cheap, the taste is often unpalatable. Only those who use high-quality ingredients can make their soup so popular. The duck had been prepared. Aunt Zhang was meticulous, not a single feather remained. She removed the tough skin from the duck's tail and feet, then chopped it into appropriately sized pieces. She rinsed and drained the duck in clean water. Then she brought out some pickled radishes, pre-made pickled radishes from the market. Fang Shang smelled them, even tasting a small amount to determine how well the broth would flavor with them. Besides these two, she added some fresh white radishes to the duck soup for extra flavor, simply slicing them into chunks. After draining, she blanched the duck in boiling water to remove any blood and impurities. Then, she heated oil in a wok and stir-fried the duck pieces. Chapter 166. You'd better curry favor with your son. When making this dish at home, people usually do whatever is convenient, skipping the stir-frying step. But don't underestimate the effect of stir-frying. The succulent duck meat, fried in oil, releases its aroma, renders excess fat, and removes any gamey smell. A win-win situation. After stir-frying each duck to perfection, he poured them all into a large soup pot and began his summoning spell. Dad, add water to the pot. Coming. With perfect responsiveness under the summoning spell, Fang Jun immediately dropped what he was doing, rushed to the stove, added the pre-prepared boiling water to the soup pot, and turned on the heat. Note that it must be boiling water. Adding cold water while the duck meat is still hot will harden it, resulting in a tough, dry soup with a very poor texture. Filling such a large stainless steel soup pot to the brim with water was hard work, especially since it was boiling water. After filling the pot, the steam made Fang Jun sweat profusely. He suddenly felt like a laborer, not a chef, doing manual labor. It was incredibly tiring, but thankfully he had the strength. The water was boiling, and the broth quickly came to a boil over high heat. The duck meat bobbed and tumbled in the broth. Sensing it was about time, Fang Jun switched to a simmer. As time passed, the aroma gradually filled the air. Smelling the aroma, Fang Jun knew it was ready. He immediately added the pickled and fresh radishes to the pot, covered it, and simmered it over low heat. Only then did he begin preparing today's new dish, sweet and sour baby potatoes. It's a sweet and sour side dish. Potatoes are steamed, mashed, mixed with starch and a little flour, shaped into round balls, and then deep-fried before being coated in a sweet and sour sauce. When you eat it, there's a golden brown, crispy outer shell, and inside is a smooth, delicate texture. Combined with the delicious sweet and sour sauce, it's a tasty appetizer. After a flurry of activity, the soup was ready. Fang Shang scooped a spoonful, blew on it lightly, and tasted it carefully. It tasted better than yesterday, but the pickled radish still didn't quite meet his expectations. Fang Shang looked at his father. Dad, when you buy pickled radishes tomorrow, try a different kind. This one is better than yesterday's, but it's still not the perfect pickled radish and duck soup I want. Fang Jun picked up a spoon, scooped some out himself, and found it exceptionally delicious. He immediately thought his son's expectations were a bit too high. I think it's pretty good. How about this one? No, details matter. I said this one's not quite right, and it is. Let's change it. Although he said that, Fang Jun felt that it would be difficult to find the pickled radishes his son liked in the market. I think you might as well make your own pickled radishes, as long as you can make them. Fang Jun had only intended to tease his son a bit, but Fang Shang's expression turned serious as he said, "How did you know I was planning to make pickled radishes? Didn't I tell you to buy a lot of radishes? Those aren't for making appetizer radish slices. Besides, pickling them yourself takes several days to produce a finished product. You should probably go to another place." Fang Jun sighed. Okay, he finally understood where he fell short compared to his son. Just look at his son's serious attitude towards cooking, he couldn't even come close. Meanwhile, the fan group was buzzing with activity. Fang Jun had WuXin post about the food delivery service not being available in the fan group, and WuXin, of course, immediately tagged all members and sent the message 3 times. Some fans were immediately unhappy after seeing the news that the food was unavailable on the delivery platform. Seriously? Getting a reservation is already so hard, why isn't it available on food delivery platforms anymore? I'm so unhappy. Boss, why are you canceling delivery? I think this feature is great. No, you can't cancel it. We all love the owner's food. Canceling anything will affect our dining experience. Wait, I don't think I've ever ordered delivery before. Never mind then. A fan was indignantly discussing this when suddenly realizing something, they abruptly stopped. Other fans seemed to realize what was happening too. Yeah, the food delivery platforms don't even have the dishes the owner makes. I diligently queue up every day just for his food. Let it be cancelled, I don't need it anyway. Right, it's not my problem, hee. I was so upset a moment ago, like someone stole my produce. Now I realize I don't order delivery, I just get a number on site. No problem, cancel it. Good thing they cancelled it. Ordering delivery is practically the enemy of those of us who get numbers on site, it's opportunistic, it should be cancelled. So, the group chat, which should have been filled with lamentations, suddenly shifted to a cheerful atmosphere. After all, they didn't order delivery, it was no big deal. The remaining small group of people who did order delivery saw this and burst into tears. People's sorrows are truly incomprehensible. Before long, it was mealtime again, and the group of foodies gathered at Ajun's food stall. At this moment, Gong Zixuan was also sitting at a small table, eagerly watching his father order. Dad, the restaurant owner has 4 dishes on the blackboard today, let's take all 4, please, Dad. Gong Yaeza calculated the amount he had overspent this month and refused. No way, the mortgage, car loan, and insurance are almost emptying your dad's pockets. We can only order 3 dishes at most, no more. Gong Zixuan immediately became anxious. Getting a number was so difficult, and he hadn't eaten much during the holiday. Now that he finally got a number, how could he not eat all of them? Dad, my dear dad, why don't you order first, take all 4 dishes, and I'll reimburse you for 1 dish when we get home. You'll reimburse me? Gong Yeazu's expression was strange. Gong Zixuan reminded his father, you forgot, I have New Year's money. I keep all my New Year's money myself every year. I don't squander it. I'm much richer than you. You'd better try to curry favor with your son. That way, if you want to eat at Ajun's food stall, you won't have to worry about not having enough money before the end of the month. Gong Yeazu felt as if an invisible arrow had pierced his heart through his son. Damn it, he, an adult, wasn't even as rich as his son. What kind of nonsense was this? At home, his status was probably lower than a dog's. Gong Yeazu was jealous. He decided to exploit his son. Fine, we'll order 4 dishes, and you'll pay for them all. Why? Didn't we agree to pay for 1? Because your number was something Dad got up early this morning and painstakingly queued up for. This is a tip for your hard work. Gong Zixuan immediately scoffed, Dad, are you even my real dad? You want your son to pay for your hard work just to get a number? Do you believe I'll tell Mom you're bullying me? Chapter 167 Dad's going to eat you out of households. Gong Yeazu remained calm. If you want to eat here again, you'll have to rely on your dad to queue up and get a number. You'd better pray your dad has plenty of money left, otherwise he'll have fewer and fewer chances to grab a number. He paused, then added, Gong Zixuan, you don't want to be unable to eat at Ajun's food stall even if you have money, right? Gong Zixuan was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, deal. What could he do? He was just a 3rd grader, and his home was too far away. He couldn't come at 5 in the morning, so he had to be exploited by his dad. Gong Yeazu was delighted and generously ordered 4 dishes, plus an extra platter of braised dishes to take home. With the leftovers, dinner was sorted. Today's 4 dishes were all different: 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, 2 hot dishes, 1 cold dish, and a soup, a standard meal for 2. As soon as the dishes were served, the father and son almost simultaneously grabbed chopsticks in their left hands and spoons in their right, using the chopsticks to pick up food and the spoons to scoop soup. After picking up a dish, they first tasted the sweet and sour, appetizing local specialty. After eating the food, the steaming soup and the spoon had cooled slightly. They blew on it a couple of times, and when they brought it to their lips again, the temperature was just right. Before even drinking it, the tangy aroma of the pickled radish filled the air. The sourness was incredibly appetizing, completely different from sweet and sour sauce, carrying the meaty aroma of the old duck and a subtle spiciness of the young ginger, all intertwined and wafting into their nostrils. The already empty stomach, stimulated by this aroma, rumbled loudly, urging the host to start eating. Opening their mouths, they gently sucked in the soup, the rich and mellow flavor bursting on their tongues. Just as his taste buds were immersed in the rich aroma, the next second, the sourness of the pickled radish assaulted them. Like a clear spring slowly spreading in his mouth, the refreshing sensation instantly neutralized the greasiness that hadn't yet surfaced. The broth was so refreshing and rich that he couldn't help but sip it again and again. After a few sips, Gong Zixuan picked up a piece of duck meat and took a small bite. The duck meat was tender and juicy, not tough at all. It easily fell off the bone with a gentle bite, and it wasn't gritty at all when chewing. The broth had soaked into the meat, and as he ate the meat, the broth slid into his mouth along with it. In an instant, the savory aroma of the duck and the sour flavor of the pickled radish mingled on his lips and teeth. So delicious yet not overpowering, it was suitable for people of all ages. Even an 80-year-old with poor teeth could easily enjoy the meat. He then tasted the pickled radish, crisp, tender, and refreshing, with a unique sour and fragrant flavor that was incredibly delicious. Gong Zixuan's earlier gloom vanished instantly. All that commotion, almost sending his father to the police station, was for this one meal. Delicious, so delicious. For this meal, what was giving away his New Year's money? What was his father taking care of himself at work? If he could eat this every day, he could even do his own laundry and cook, becoming a perfect example of self-reliance for a 9-year-old. Don't just eat duck, this sweet and sour potato is a new dish today, try it. Gong Yeazu placed a plump potato on his son's plate. Thanks, Dad. Gong Zixuan smiled as he put the small potato in his mouth. Seeing his son's eyes narrowed into slits with delight as he ate, Gong Yeazu pressed his advantage. Want some more tomorrow? The day after? Yes, really. Gong Zixuan nodded emphatically, as if afraid his father wouldn't notice his determination to enjoy the delicious food. Then this week I'll get up early every morning to try and get a number. If I get one, we'll have a feast. Ah, that's too tiring. Dad, you work hard too. Let's not do it every day, every other day is fine. It's okay, it's your treat anyway, Dad's going to eat his fill. Gong Yeazu let out a strange, hearty laugh. Finally, I don't have to worry about not having enough money for good food anymore. Dad's going to eat you out of house and home, ha ha ha. Gong Zixuan, the ship of father-son affection capsized in an instant. Meanwhile, Ding Yalan returned home with the packed lunch. She opened the lids of the 4 dishes and placed them on the dining table, then turned to look at her son inside. Even in broad daylight, the light was still on in her son's room. Clearly, he had stayed up late playing games again last night, falling asleep without even turning off the light. She initially thought he was still sleeping, but when she opened the door, she found him already up, sitting in front of the computer playing games. She called out to him, "Son, it's time for lunch. Mom bought you something delicious today, it tastes especially good, why don't you come out and try some?" "It's lunchtime again?" And Xiaohao looked listless and dejected, his eyes vacant, dark circles from staying up all night. His hair was dirty, greasy, and matted together, having grown to shoulder length from not being groomed for a long time. He seemed to have lost his soul, his speech was completely flat, like a programmed robot. In short, anyone who glanced at him would have the same thought, this young man was hopeless. "Mom, I'm not hungry. Leave it there for now, I'll talk about it when I get hungry." Seeing her son like this, Ding Yalan didn't react much. She was used to it, she didn't cry or feel sad, her eyes were somewhat numb. But thinking of her brother's instructions and the reason she had called him, she unusually insisted. "Why don't you try it? This place's food is hard to get. I queued up at 5 a.m. to get it. Apparently, it's made by a chef universally recognized online, you have to queue and get a number every day to eat there." "I don't want to eat, Mom, you eat first." Just then, and Xiaohao lost his game, put down the mouse, turned around, went back to bed, lay down, picked up his phone which was already charging, and started scrolling through his phone again. Ding Yalan didn't say anything more, just went over, opened the bedroom window to let the strange smell out, and collected the trash her son had thrown everywhere yesterday, putting it in the trash can. While cleaning the ashtray, she found it filled with cigarette butts again, just as she had cleaned it the night before. Clearly, her son had stayed up all night again. After cleaning up the cigarette butts, Ding Yalan turned to leave the bedroom. Standing at the doorway, she glanced back at her son, who was slumped on the bed, mechanically watching a video call on his phone. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer. People really can't have everything go too smoothly, otherwise they can't handle even the slightest setback. My son has always been the other people's child everyone talks about, good at studies, good at health, good at everything, he's never caused her any worry. But last year, when he graduated and was looking for a job, he fell victim to a pyramid scheme. Chapter 168. Why couldn't I hold back? In the end, not only did her son not earn any money, but all the family's savings were swindled away. Ding Yalan didn't know how much hardship he had endured outside, but when he returned, he was emaciated, looking like he had just come from a refugee camp. The once excellent son couldn't believe he had suffered such a thing. His self-esteem and confidence were severely damaged, and he became extremely socially anxious, refusing to go out. He's remained in this state ever since. Now, he doesn't go to work, doesn't leave the house, and spends all his time holed up in his small bedroom, lying in bed scrolling through his phone. Even when he gets up, he plays on the computer, ignoring everything else, only coming out to eat or use the bathroom. He can't sleep at night, frequently staying up all night. Ding Yalan has tried everything: coaching, persuasion, scolding, and encouragement. She's even had a psychologist come to their home. She's tried everything, but her son remains in this half-dead state, and Ding Yalan is at her wit's end. She sighed silently, thought for a moment, then brought the food into the room and placed it on the table, hoping her son would at least eat a bite because the food smelled so good. And Xiaohao lay quietly on the bed, scrolling through his phone expressionlessly. In the cramped space, a gentle breeze circulated the air, dispersing the strange smells of smoke. Gradually, a sweet and sour aroma began to subtly spread. At first, it was just a faint scent, but as time passed, the aroma grew stronger and more persistent, filling the entire room. And Xiaohao, who was watching videos, suddenly smelled a fragrance of very unique aroma, a blend of sweet and sour, with a hint of numbing spiciness. Every flavor was appetizing and delicious. It tasted completely different from the food his mother usually brought him, just the smell made it seem incredibly appetizing. His taste buds, dormant for so long, suddenly became active again, his mouth watering and urging him to savor the delicious food. His nose, too, involuntarily inhaled deeply, the aroma sending a rush of flavor straight to his stomach. And Xiaohao subconsciously looked up at the dishes on the table, then lowered his head again to play on his phone. He wasn't eating, but the aroma wouldn't let him go. Instead of fading, the fragrance intensified in the small bedroom, and his mouth watered incessantly. Frustrated, and Xiaohao threw down his phone, threw back the covers, and wrapped himself up tightly, trying to go back to sleep. But sleep was impossible. His long dormant taste buds were throbbing wildly on his tongue, and his stomach was rumbling. Already prone to irregular meals, he hadn't even eaten breakfast that morning. Now, sensing the presence of food, his stomach started rumbling. Damn it! Why couldn't he resist? He tossed and turned in bed a few times, finally giving up on torturing himself. He got up, went to the table, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to eat the food on the table. And Xiaohao paused, momentarily stunned, upon seeing the dishes in the transparent takeout box. Not only did they smell delicious, but they also looked incredibly appealing. Despite the lack of elaborate decoration, the sheer color combination after cooking was pleasing to the eye. The sweet and sour aroma emanated from two sweet and sour dishes. Their vibrant red color, rich and flavorful sauce, and evenly coated with an orange-red glaze made each piece appear translucent. Especially the round, meatball-like dish, perfectly round and coated in sauce and sesame seeds, even when haphazardly piled in the bowl, resembled large, beautiful rubies. He touched the soup beside him with his chopsticks. It was a pickled radish and old duck soup. The broth was a clear, bright orange-yellow, without a trace of impurity. The radish and duck meat were clearly visible, with finely chopped scallions and a few goji berries floating on the surface like shards of jade. And Xiaohao's brain, rusty from years of preparation, stared at the dish, probably surprised that his mother could buy such high-end looking ingredients. Having skipped breakfast and water, his mouth was parched. He picked up the bowl of duck soup and took a large gulp. Having bought the ingredients so long ago and left it uncovered, the soup was now lukewarm, and he took a big mouthful. As the broth filled his mouth, an incredibly delicious duck flavor exploded on his taste buds, so fresh it made his tongue tremble. He drank quickly, swallowing the large mouthful in one go. Even after finishing, the rich, mellow flavor lingered in his mouth. It was hard to believe that such clear broth could taste so intensely meaty. In the aftertaste, besides the duck flavor, there was also a lingering sour, pickled aroma, a refreshing sensation that made his mouth water. And Xiaohao blinked, probably surprised by how delicious the soup was. He couldn't resist drinking a few more sips, then picked up a piece of pickled radish with his chopsticks. The tangy aroma and crisp texture instantly whetted his appetite. Normally, he ate nothing but cardboard, having no desire to eat. No matter how many delicious dishes his mother prepared, he would only manage a couple of bites. But today, this soup warmed his stomach, as if all his meridians had been opened up, making him even more hungry. He just wanted to eat more to satisfy his craving. He finished the entire bowl of soup. When it came time to eat the other dishes, remembering there were others nearby, he tried them one by one. The incredibly fragrant braised chicken feet were delicious from the chicken to the bone. The sweet and sour meatballs, surprisingly made from potatoes, were also very tasty. When the perfectly balanced sweet and sour, tender pork ribs touched his tongue, and Xiaohao suddenly froze, tears welling in his eyes. Without even picking up chopsticks, he mechanically shoved the ribs into his mouth. The rich, fragrant sauce, the savory sweet flavor, the mellow sweet and sour taste, and the dry, aromatic texture evoked a memory of that dish. He grew up in a single-parent family, raised by his mother. He was always an excellent student, consistently ranking first in his exams, even excelling in physical education. After each exam, his mother would make his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Back then, every time he ate pork ribs, he felt incredibly happy. Watching his busy mother, a surge of ambition would well up within him to grow up strong, study hard, find a good job, and improve his mother's life. When did he forget that taste? He couldn't remember. He just ate it too often, got tired of it, and stopped liking it. His mother stopped making sweet and sour pork ribs. Until today, tasting these sweet and sour pork ribs brought back all those memories, those scenes he had deliberately forgotten. His mother had worked so hard to raise him, and not only had he failed to find a good job to take care of her, but he had also been scammed, losing all the family's meager savings. He was a complete waste of space. As in Xiaohao ate, he suddenly burst into tears, crying like a helpless child. Ding Yalan was doing laundry when she suddenly heard heart-wrenching cries coming from her son's room. Panicked, she wanted to push the door open, but fearing her son would become even more emotional if he saw her, she could only stand at the door with him. Her son hadn't cried like that in a long time. A good cry was better than bottling it up. After a long while, when the room quieted down, she finally opened the door and went in. Her son was already leaning against the bed, scrolling through his phone again. She hesitated and said, "Why don't you eat something? Your body can't handle not eating properly." Turning her head, Ding Yalan froze. For dishes, even though half had been shared, were still quite a lot. All 4 takeout containers were now completely empty. Chapter 169. I live next door to him, the advantage is mine. Ding Yalan glanced at her son in disbelief, still a little dazed as she packed up the box and threw it in the trash. Has her son finally started eating properly? She excitedly pulled out her phone and dialed her brother's number. The idea you gave me worked. My son ate every last bit of the food I brought in for lunch. Her brother on the other end of the line also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as he can still eat, it's not a big problem. Right, so what should I do next? Don't do anything. You don't need to worry about anything. Let him buy his own food. If he wants to eat, he'll go out himself. Also, don't buy him food yourself. If he wants to eat, come to my house. I'll share what I find with you. Ding Yalan was busy with her son all day and hadn't paid much attention to what was happening outside. She couldn't understand, is this really going to work? Nothing could be better. I don't believe that the young master's food can't trick him into leaving the house. In this world, love might not be able to save a person, but good food certainly can. Because love is too ethereal, while good food is what touches the heart most directly. This little rascal won't be satisfied. After lunch, the bustling Ajun's food stall, which had been lively for most of the day, finally quieted down. Aunt Zhang and her two companions usually cleaned the shop thoroughly before leaving at this time. However, since the shop gave them a raise and extended their working hours, they no longer go home for lunch. Going home for 2 hours just for lunch is quite tiring. Plus, the higher wages are indeed tiring, and this kind of work doesn't allow for proper rest. So now, after cleaning, they rest directly in the shop. At first, they would just sleep on the table. Fang Junjun, being generous, knew they were too lazy to go home, so he cleaned up the area next to the kitchen where they usually rested and ate, and let them rest there. Aunt Chen and her companions brought their own mats, sleeping in the small room during breaks. When their break time was over, they could simply roll up the mats and tidy up, very convenient. Wang Ziyufen even brought her folding recliner from home. She naps on the recliner, and when she wakes up, the recliner folds up against the wall, taking up almost no space. Fang Sheng usually has a very regular schedule. He gets up in the morning to do homework for half an hour, then goes downstairs for breakfast, and then goes into the kitchen to start cooking. Around 11 a.m., after lunch, he busily cooks for the customers. After finishing all the dishes, he goes upstairs to rest. At this time, he usually watches TV, plays on his tablet, and then goes to sleep before entering the system space to learn how to cook. However, today he unusually doesn't want to sleep. He's currently playing online games with Dai Tianyu and his friends. Perhaps because he frequently accesses the system space to learn cooking, his hands are exceptionally nimble, much more so than most children, and his reaction time in games is incredibly fast. And sure enough, he's led Dai Tianyu and his friends to victory in several consecutive matches. As a result, Dai Tianyu started calling him Brother Shang instead of Master Shang. He was really into the game, and he was saying all sorts of things. Fang Sheng had no doubt that if he carried the team to a few more wins, Dai Tianyu and Zhang Chao would start calling him Godfather. After playing 2 more rounds, feeling bored, Fang Sheng gave up and, exiting the game, picked up a summer homework book and started writing. Being an adult at heart, he wrote his homework quite quickly once he organized it. Math and English were all done, only the copying and composition for Chinese remained. This kind of tedious homework made progress a bit slower, but it wasn't a big problem. He could finish the copying with patience, and as for the composition, with his experience, he could easily ramble on a couple of sentences. Downstairs was very quiet. Throughout the lunch break, the roller shutter was half closed, indicating to passers-by that they were resting. People nearby knew that Fang Sheng and his family were resting whenever they saw the shutter closed. Sometimes, people from neighboring shops, standing at their doors or chatting idly, would warn anyone trying to enter Ajun's food stall at this time not to go in, as they were resting. Just then, another netizen arrived, carrying a suitcase, clearly having only heard what others were saying and knowing nothing else. He'd obviously impulsively chosen the navigation. The owner of the hardware store next door, who was eating sunflower seeds, saw this and quickly stopped the young man. Jun's food stall is closed right now. Come back tomorrow. You didn't get a number, so you won't be able to eat this afternoon. Closed? Isn't this just a food stall? Usually, these kinds of food stalls aren't high-end restaurants or 5-star hotels. Aren't they usually open all day? Yes, they're closed. Please don't just barge in and disturb the owner's rest. It's understandable that he was so concerned. The shop is busy, and they finally get a break. It would be a shame to disturb them. If they didn't rest well in the afternoon, they wouldn't be able to cook properly, and they'd have to make fewer meals that would be a loss for them, the foodies. What if it happened to be his turn? He wouldn't have waited in line all day and still not get his meal. Besides, if the young owner doesn't get enough rest and doesn't want to cook, his business will suffer. This is his cash cow. He has to take good care of him. The young man was reluctant to leave, pointing to his suitcase. I just thought there's a mountain in Jiexing I could climb, so I came here specifically for fun. Before I came, my classmates told me this place was good, so I made a special trip. It's not easy to come all this way. How can I just leave like this? The hardware store owner immediately understood that this guy only half understood the situation and explained the ins and outs of Jun's food stall. The key point is that they release numbers at 7 a.m., and it's very difficult to get one. If you don't get one, you have to wait until the next day. Seeing the young man's incredulous expression, the hardware store owner immediately volunteered. Need help me snag a number? I live next door, so I have the advantage. There are 3 of us in my family, and 2 numbers have already been reserved, leaving only 1 spot. For a small fee, I'll grab a number for you tomorrow morning. You can sleep in and then have a great time exploring Jiexing. Just come over and enjoy the good food. The young man was surprised that such a small food stall was so popular that they were offering to queue for people. How fake. It felt like he'd accidentally stumbled upon online marketing. He leaned closer to the glass door and peeked inside. The small, shabby old hall was unremarkable except for its cleanliness. The tables and chairs were the simplest kind, rectangular tables and long benches, all a dull gray, clearly quite old. The large round table at the far end was even furnished with chairs in a mixed color scheme, truly giving it a vintage feel. The young man felt increasingly uneasy. Could he have fallen victim to some online scam? Chapter 170: The Fool from Out of Town. The young man felt he just casually decided to go hiking, and casually looked up food recommendations for GXing online. All he found were recommendations for this particular food stall, with countless photos praising its deliciousness. He casually used navigation and ended up there, only to find he got nothing and was even asked to pay someone to queue for him. He felt completely scammed by online marketing. These days, online marketing is so prevalent, encountering trendy restaurants is normal. You check them out, and if you don't like it, you just leave. But trying to scam him into queuing for a number is going too far. Does the seller think he's some gullible tourist who's easy to fool? The young man firmly refused. No thanks, I'm not really craving it. My classmate is waiting for me at the agreed upon place. Goodbye. The hardware store owner, who thought he'd secured a sale, was incredulous at the failed attempt. Could anyone actually refuse food cooked by this young man? You really don't want me to queue for you? No, goodbye. The delivery guy ran incredibly fast, carrying his suitcase with a brisk pace. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave without paying a delivery fee. Under the blazing sun, the delivery guy hailed a taxi and arrived at his classmate's internship company. He called his classmate, and the two sat down at an ice cream shop. Zhongyu, didn't you say you were going to look around first and come find me this afternoon? Why are you here so early? His classmate asked curiously. I had no choice. I just got off the bus and ran into a scammer. I almost got scammed. I thought Jiachen was a place of honest and simple people, but this is a bit scary. I thought I'd come find you first and ask what happened, so I wouldn't get scammed by some of your local unspoken rules, Zhongyu said. The classmate was puzzled. Where do all these scams come from in GXing? I don't know anything about them. What happened to you? I looked up a restaurant online that had good food, but when I got there, they stopped me, wouldn't even let me in, and then they were all over me, eager to get me a number in line. It was intimidating. Zhongyu muttered while drinking water. I wonder how many idiots from out of town have been scammed. I didn't agree to get a number, and the hardware store owner looked shocked, like he was surprised I didn't agree. The more the classmate listened to Zhongyu's story, the more familiar it seemed. In GXing, where were there so many places that needed someone to queue for you? The scenic spots here weren't nationally renowned 5A level attractions, they were just places people from the surrounding area frequented. Tickets were available online at reasonable prices. The biggest amusement park only cost 80 yuan for 2 days of fun, so there was no need for someone to queue for you. If there was one place where you'd have a rare opportunity and need someone to queue for you, it would definitely be a Jun's food stall. Seeing Zhongyu's indignant expression, he tentatively asked, the place you mentioned with good food, it's not a Jun's food stall, is it? Upon hearing this, Zhongyu slammed his hand on the table. Right? I knew it was a scam, otherwise how would you have known as soon as I mentioned it? His classmates' lips twitched. Those enthusiastic people asking if you wanted them to queue for you, those were the shop owners around here? That's them. How outrageous. They saw I had a suitcase and assumed I was some gullible out-of-towner, easy to fool. Luckily, I'm quick-witted and ran fast. Zhongyu said smugly. His classmates were amused by his expression and said, hello, you out-of-town idiot, congratulations, you've successfully missed the correct answer. Ha! Zhongyu's eyes widened. His classmate's expression turned serious, his tone grave. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain, no matter how you try to move it, you can't. My stall owner, Jun, and the kind neighbors around here are truly wronged. Speak like a human. Okay, hello, you out-of-town idiot, I'm a local poor guy, so let's get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to queue up and get a number. Good luck for your delicious food. Zhongyu. That evening, Ding Yalan thought that her son had just eaten so much at noon, and his stomach, which usually doesn't eat well, would definitely be uncomfortable. So she made a light porridge with some side dishes and brought it to her son's room. And Xiao Hao had just woken up. She told her son to eat well and then left. And Xiao Hao sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes, still a little dazed. It seemed like ages since he'd slept so soundly. He lay down and immediately fell into a deep, oblivious sleep, completely unaware of anything. The long-lost feeling was almost unbelievable. The afternoon's tears felt like they'd released everything bottled up inside, leaving him feeling much more relaxed. Seeing the food on the table, and Xiao Hao felt a rare bit of anticipation. He went over and sat down, but upon seeing the vegetable porridge and pickled cucumbers in his bowl, he lost his appetite again. He picked up a spoon and took a sip of the porridge, then ate some vegetables. He could immediately tell it was his mother's cooking. Thinking of the dishes he'd eaten at noon, and Xiao Hao licked his lips. He wanted that soup and the sweet and sour pork ribs. The taste was so good, always bringing back memories of his better days. After managing a few more sips, and Xiaohao took the bowl and chopsticks out and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Seeing her son was out for once, Ding Yalan quickly cut some fruit and placed it in front of him. The last time her son came out to visit was a week ago. She was a little excited, yet dared not be too excited, afraid that once he returned to his room, he would shut himself off in his own world again. And Xiaohao sat there, lost in thought for a while, then suddenly looked at his mother and asked hesitantly, "Mom, those dishes you brought back for lunch, weren't they delicious? You want to eat more, right?" Ding Yalan asked excitedly. And Xiaohao nodded and hummed in agreement. It had been over a year, and it was rare for her son to ask for food on his own initiative. Ding Yalan almost burst into tears. She was about to say she would buy it for him tomorrow when she suddenly remembered what her younger brother had said, and changed her words. "That dish was delivered by your uncle. He said he bought it from a street food stall called Ajun's Food Stall. That stall is incredibly popular, and it's very difficult to get food there. You have to get up around 5 a.m. every day to queue and get a number. Once you get a number, you have to go to the stall depending on whether it's for lunch or afternoon to get any food." And Xiaohao's usually expressionless eyes showed a rare flicker of emotion as he looked at Ding Yalan, his eyes seeming to say, "Are you kidding me?" Ding Yalan hadn't bought any herself, her brother had told her all this. To be honest, she was quite surprised when she heard it, thinking her brother was lying to her. But to rekindle her son's motivation, her brother wouldn't lie about something so important. So, despite her son's vacant stare, Ding Yalan continued, "If we can't buy it this afternoon, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Mom's getting old, getting up at 5 a.m. isn't enough for me. You're still young. Why don't you go queue up and get a number this morning? Mom can go to the store and bring the food back for you at noon." Hearing that they were going out, and Xiaohao's hair stood on end, he immediately turned and went back into the house, his face clearly showing his refusal. Ding Yalan comforted herself, "It's okay, we'll take it slow." Chapter 171 Why Should I Eat? At Zhao Yin's restaurant, little Zhao was cooking. After several days of bustling around the kitchen, he felt he had learned quite a bit and decided to test his skills. After much pleading, Uncle Zhong finally agreed to lend him his beloved spatula. For his first cooking attempt, Uncle Zhong thought long and hard before choosing scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This dish was easy, unlike shredded potatoes, which required precise knife skills and precise heat control. If the tomatoes were overcooked, the sauce would be rich, if not, the flavor would be bland. The same went for the eggs, their doneness didn't matter too much no matter how badly they turned out, it wouldn't be too bad. Little Zhao clumsily cracked 3 eggs into a bowl, spilling eggshells into the yolk and shelling them, which took him a while to retrieve. When it came time to chop the vegetables, he held the knife, but no matter how he tried to cut the round tomatoes, it felt awkward. Finally, he shoved the knife into the hands of the prep cook, who was watching the scene unfold. "Uncle Lin, please help me chop. Since I'm going to be a chef, I only need to stir fry. Chopping and such can be left to someone else." Uncle Zhong was speechless. Zhao Yin and his wife, however, chuckled, clearly not giving him any face. They realized their son was just messing around with things for no reason. Soon it was time to stir fry. Little Zhao turned on the stove to heat the pan, and while stir frying, he specifically instructed Uncle Zhong, "Don't give me hints. I've seen you stir fry this so many times, I know it by heart. Just a simple tomato and egg stir fry, get it right." Uncle Zhong couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he think cooking was an exam, an open book test where you get the answers right away? What a joke! Even if he explained and demonstrated step by step, Little Zhao wouldn't necessarily make it much better. Little Zhao poured oil into the pan. Once he felt the oil was hot enough, he poured in the eggs. A sizzling sound filled the air, and oil splattered everywhere. He cried out and took 2 steps back, blowing on the back of his hand. After blowing a few times, he remembered he needed to fry the eggs and rushed forward to stir them. How did he do it? He stood on tiptoe, one hand shielding his face, the other frantically stirring the eggs, as if he were facing a monstrous beast, not a simple task. The heat was too high, and without timely stirring, the eggs quickly began to smell burnt. Seeing the eggs were burning, Little Zhao stirred them even more vigorously. The burnt and unburnt parts quickly merged together, and the once golden eggs turned a dark yellowish black. Uncle Zhong's expression changed. Oh no! He had thought that without controlling the heat, the dish would still turn out well, but he forgot that vegetables can burn. Was this even edible? Xiao Zhao was still diligently cooking, his expression serious and meticulous. He scooped out the burnt eggs, leaving a sticky mess all over the pan, making Uncle Zhong gasp in distress. Xiao Zhao didn't even wash the pan, he poured in oil and started stir-frying tomatoes. Seeing this, Zhao Yin and his wife were dumbfounded. Well, a child who never cooks at home and eats at restaurants, expecting to be waited on hand and foot, is unlikely to be very capable. Soon, a plate of burnt, charred tomato and egg stir-fry was ready. Little Zhao proudly placed the plate on the table, urging everyone to eat. Uncle Joan, come on, try it. This is your apprentice's first dish, and it's been waiting for you to taste it. Uncle Joan's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand forcefully. No need, I'm only responsible for teaching. It's better for your parents to try it. Aren't they the expert judges you specially invited? Your master can just look. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yin and his wife, who had been secretly laughing, immediately stopped. How can that be? You're the master, you should be the one tasting this dish. Look how filial my son is. When there's something good to eat, he thinks of his master first. Yes, master, please try it. Don't refuse. This is the result of your teaching for several days. Although it doesn't look good, delicious food doesn't have to look good. Uncle Joan looked at the tomato and egg stir-fry in front of him, his entire demeanor one of refusal. Large chunks of egg, all burnt to a deep black, and the tomatoes were also charred on one side and black on the other. What should have been a bright red tomato juice had been ruined when Xiao Zhao, realizing the tomatoes were burnt, hastily poured in half a bowl of water. The vegetables didn't burn any further, but the broth became very strange, a pale pinkish red tomato water soaking the burnt eggs and tomatoes. Some of the egg edges were carbonized, and the water was teeming with various strange black substances, like dishwater. Could this really be eaten? He reluctantly took the chopsticks, carefully picked up a small piece of egg, and put it in his mouth. The next second, a peculiar taste spread through his mouth, sweet with a hint of bitterness, and a strange, intense bitterness. That pungent, odd taste was clearly caused by too much message. Combined with the sweetness, it made him feel nauseous. Uncle Joan's face contorted, but out of respect for the boss's son, he forced himself not to spit it out in front of him. How is it? Not bad, right? Uncle Joan, his hands trembling, took his cup and gulped down a large glass of water to suppress the strange taste. It's all right. This evaluation pleased Xiao Zhao, who then pushed the plate towards his parents. Quick, you two try some too. What? It's best not to. Xiao Zhao protested. Mom and Dad, didn't you say you'd support me no matter what I did, as long as I didn't slack off? Now that I've done it, you're not cooperating. What kind of parents are you? With their sons saying this, what could they do? Zhao Yin and his mother, almost in tears, picked up their chopsticks and resignedly took a bite. Ugh! The next second, both of them vomited from the taste. Good heavens, how could it taste so awful? Even pigs would refuse it if thrown into a pigsty. Zhao Yin said angrily, You brat, did you mix up the message and salt? And why did you put so much sugar in? Xiao Zhao's expression was strange. Did I put in sugar? No, I clearly put in salt and message. The three of them had strange expressions and didn't want to talk anymore. Uncle Lin, why don't you try some too? Xiao Zhao then tried to call out to the others in the kitchen. Everyone who had been enjoying the show suddenly scattered like rabbits at Xiao Zhao's call, rushing towards the kitchen door. Some even pretended to be incredibly busy, heads down, working as if they hadn't heard a thing. There were still customers in the shop, and Uncle Zhong didn't want Xiao Zhao's antics to disrupt the service, so he reminded him, Try it yourself. Xiao Zhao refused outright, not intending to eat. Zhao Yin was puzzled and asked him why he wouldn't eat the food he'd made. Without a second thought, Xiao Zhao confidently replied, Who can make something taste good the first time they cook? Even Fang Shang's first attempt was supposedly terrible. If it's not good, why should I eat it? Chapter 172. This world has finally turned into a shape he doesn't recognize. The three were shocked by his self-righteous attitude. Good heavens, you know it won't taste good, but you still insist on forcing it on us. Xiao Zhao glanced down at the food on his plate and sighed. Sure enough, my eyes have learned, but my hands haven't. But it's okay, I'll just try more. I've only been learning for a few days, it's definitely not good enough yet, I need to keep practicing. What? You want to keep going? Everyone was shocked. Of course. It's only been a few days, it must be that I haven't prepared enough. I'll definitely succeed next time. Zhao Yin and his wife exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with fear. What excuse would they use to avoid eating next time their son cooked? Meanwhile, at a Jun's food stall, diners were still enthusiastically queuing up to eat. The dining hall was only so big, and those who arrived a little late would automatically wait outside. To provide a comfortable waiting environment, Wu Xian had prepared a waiting area at the entrance of the shop, with sunshades and small stools. They also placed some frozen drinks next to Wang Ziyufen's braised food display case. This provided a place for those who were craving something delicious, had arrived early, and didn't want to wander around since they couldn't get a meal. To keep everyone entertained, Wu Xian even provided sunflower seeds for them to eat while sitting there. Knowing that delicious food awaited them, the diners weren't bored at all, even if they were just sitting there waiting. Whether they knew each other or not, they could gather together and chat about anything and everything. As they chatted, their mouths would get dry, and those who didn't want tea would grab drinks. One bottle for you, another for me, another source of income. Around 10 o'clock, most of the customers had finished eating and left, leaving only 2 tables where they were still drinking beer and chatting. The older women had already started cleaning up. Just then, a head popped out of the window. "Boss, do you still have any of the dishes the young master makes? I'll take everything, and I'll have a serving of your braised dishes too." The customer handed over a handwritten number marked 83. Fang Jun was taken aback. "Why are you so late?" The customer was dressed formally in a suit and tie. He smiled wryly. "I had no choice. I was already off work, but the boss called me back halfway there. I had to work overtime until now, and I'm starving. Only good food can soothe my heart." Fang Jun glanced at the few remaining braised dishes on the plate and shook his head. "My son's cooking is all sold out. It was sold out by 9 o'clock. Only a little braised food is left, enough for a stir-fried braised dish, but there's not enough meat. There's also a small braised food platter, but it's not quite enough, it doesn't fill the plate. I'll give you half price on everything." "Okay, I'll take it all. What about soup? Do you have any old duck soup?" Fang Jun picked up the soup pot and looked at it. "There's only a little bit of broth left. All the vegetables have been scooped out." "Then sell me the soup." "I can't sell this. The pot is too big. The little bit I couldn't scoop out is so small I wouldn't even dare offer it to you." The customer strained to see into the pot, but naturally couldn't see anything. Undeterred, he said, "Then how about you fill a bowl with rice, rinse it in the soup, and then scoop it out? That way the rice will absorb the soup, and I'll consider it as if I drank the soup." Fang Jun's expression froze. "Wait, you can do that?" Reluctantly, he did as Niyama suggested, ladling a spoonful of the old braising sauce over the rice. The customer, profusely thanking him, took his bowl and sat down to eat with relish. The stir-fried braised dishes were still delicious, though with less meat, but only half price. There was also a braised platter, just not as full as usual. Such a large platter for half price, he was getting a great deal. The rice, mixed with the braising sauce and soaked in the rich duck broth, was absolutely delicious, possessing both the savory aroma of the braising sauce and the mellow, tangy flavor of the duck broth. He even had the illusion that he had discovered a new way to enjoy food at Ah Jun's food stall. Indeed, Ah Jun's food stall dishes were delicious no matter how you ate them. The shop was completely empty. Although it was usually quite empty, today it was especially so. Not a single piece of meat or drop of broth remained. After the shop closed, Wu Xin calculated the sales figures and was quite satisfied. Buying the restaurant had drained the family's savings, but after a few days of business, she had some money left over. She no longer had to worry about not having enough cash to buy anything. She immediately ordered 2 large durians and some of her favorite snacks online. Fang Jun saw her ordering and reminded her, "Hey, honey, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? Just eat fruit, don't buy too many snacks, they're so easy to gain weight." Hearing this, Wu Xin immediately became unhappy. "Fine. I'm busy as a mule every day, and I spend a little money on snacks, and you're complaining about me spending money? How can a man be so heartless? Your secret stash under the mattress is gone." Fang Jun was dumbfounded. His wife hadn't asked him to supervise her, saying she'd take away his allowance if he didn't. How did he become heartless? Women, truly incomprehensible creatures. In Jiexing, many people go to bed early at night, all of them preparing to get up early the next morning to get a number at A Jun's food stall. Zhong Yu, however, couldn't understand. "Do we really have to get up at 5 a.m. to queue at the food stall? Just to get a number, we won't be able to eat until lunchtime. It's unnecessary." "Not us, it's you. I still have to write a proposal right now, I definitely won't be able to get up tomorrow morning, so you'll have to rely on yourself," his classmate explained. "Maybe we should forget it. Actually, I'm not that keen on eating there." Zhongyu had never eaten at A Jun's food stall and couldn't understand everyone's obsession with it. He was someone who didn't sleep until after 1 a.m., and while he could go singing karaoke in the middle of the night, getting him to get up at 5 a.m. was practically impossible. These days, living conditions are so good. Zhongyu's family is well off, and he's eaten at many famous local snacks. Sometimes when he travels, he'll even go a long way just for a good meal. Those things were delicious, but not to this extent. "Good bro, trust me, you won't regret queuing up." The classmate showed Zhongyu the messages from his fan group. Zhongyu glanced down and saw that they were all ruthless people saying things like, "Go to sleep now, what time do you want to get up?" Some people were even in other cities, planning to take the high-speed train, sleep for 8 hours, then take a taxi to A Jun's food stall, arriving around 5 a.m. to grab a number. He suddenly felt that the world had finally turned into a completely unfamiliar place. The next morning, around 5 a.m., a long queue had formed again outside A Jun's food stall. Zhongyu, who rarely got up early, hesitated for a long time before finally riding a shared bicycle over. He thought he was early, but when he arrived, he found a very long queue already outside. Zhongyu almost thought he was seeing things. He checked his watch. Damn, 5:20 a.m. Chapter 173, Learn Something New. Zhongyu reluctantly walked to the back of the line and began to wait patiently. After only a few minutes, the store lights suddenly came on, followed by the roller shutter opening. Zhongyu immediately perked up. So this store opens this early. No wonder he had to come at 5:30 to queue, and he hadn't even been waiting for long. It's just a number, even with such a long line, it'll be his turn soon. However, to Zhongyu's surprise, the store owner opened the roller shutter, simply came out to greet everyone, closed the door again, and drove away. What happened? He just left like that? Zhongyu, completely bewildered, hurriedly asked the man in front of him, weren't we supposed to be getting numbers? Why did the boss leave? The man in front of him, hearing his question, knew it was his first time there and patiently explained, numbers only start being issued at 7. The boss went to buy groceries. Ah, then what are we doing here so early? To get a number. I know it's for getting a number, but why did we come so early? I came so early to get a number, but I don't know why you came so early. Zhongyu was a little exasperated, but what could he do since he was already there? He could only wait. The man in front of him even turned around and asked, so you didn't bring anything, did you? Zhongyu shook his head, do I need to bring anything? It's not that you absolutely have to bring anything, it's just not as comfortable as when we bring things. After answering, the man took off his large shoulder bag, first taking out a folding chair and unfolding it, then taking out a parasol and placing it on the chair before sitting down. Zhongyu was all too familiar with this equipment, wasn't it the fishing gear? Seeing him staring at him, the man chuckled, line up in the morning, fish at night. This gear's pretty practical, huh? Remember to bring a stool next time, it's nice to sit on. Look, everyone else has one. Zhongyu looked up and, sure enough, almost everyone queuing at this hour had a chair, big, small, all sorts of styles. Great, he'd learned something new. Zhongyu squatted down, and soon he noticed something strange. All the shops around Jun's food stall were opening very early. The hardware store next door was one thing, and there was a steamed bun stall outside, but all the other shops nearby were open too: barbershops, beauty salons, even massage parlors. At 5 o'clock, apart from breakfast shops, many shops weren't even open. After all, at this hour, apart from breakfast shops that needed to prepare early, there was no need for other shops to be open. Who normally goes for a foot massage at 5 in the morning? Zhongyu, genuinely curious, asked the man in front of him, why do the shops on this street open so early in the morning? Is there some kind of tradition here? The man nodded, no tradition, it's just that they don't get up now. Once Jun's food stall starts cooking, they'll be woken up by the aroma, and they'll feel uncomfortable all day. Zhongyu looked completely bewildered. Perhaps it was because his eyes were so clear, untouched by the aroma of Jun's food stall, that the man guessed what he was thinking and spoke up. If they wake up and get a number themselves, that's fine, but if they wake up without a number and are woken by the aroma, they'll be craving it all day long, they'll be starving to death. It's better to get up early, open the shop, have people get numbers, and maybe even help others queue and get numbers, they can earn some extra cash. Zhongyu was genuinely curious about the food at Jun's food stall. It was being praised to this extent, it didn't seem like something that could be achieved through online marketing. Just how delicious must the food be? He couldn't help but look forward to lunch today. It wasn't until 7 p.m. that Wu Xian officially got a number, and Zhongyu finally received a handwritten one. Seeing the number, he immediately felt a sense of relief. He had originally planned to get up around 7 a.m. to go hiking, but now he was too sleepy and tired to climb, so he decided to go home and sleep. At the food stall, Fang Shang was already eating breakfast. He didn't have much of an appetite when he woke up in the morning. Every time Fang Jun came back from grocery shopping, he would buy several kinds of breakfast and let him choose whichever he wanted. Because he felt sorry for his son, Fang Jun drove out today to buy some shumai from a local Cantonese shop. Fang Shang liked the soft, glutinous, and savory flavor and even ate 2 extra. Right now, Fang Jun had already started simmering 2 large pots of braising liquid, one with 5 spice and the other with sweet and spicy. This kind of old braising liquid gets more fragrant the longer it simmers. He's been selling braised food for quite some time now, and even though the braising liquid hasn't been re-added, the aroma is already rich and overpowering. When the pot boils and the lid is lifted, the aroma is simply overwhelming and irresistible. It doesn't just fill the kitchen and the dining room, once the aroma wafts out of the kitchen window, it spreads everywhere, carried by the breeze, practically permeating half the street. The shop owners along the street couldn't help but show expressions of delight at the aroma. Living next to Fang Jun's food stall is truly a joyful experience, a bittersweet feeling. Of course, getting a number is joyful, but not getting one is torture. Just then, the roller shutter door of the stationery store suddenly burst open, and a young man inside screamed and rushed out, shouting as he ran, "Oh my God! I went to bed a little late last night, and I wasn't woken up by my alarm this morning. What am I going to do? Will I still be able to get a number?" He had clearly just crawled out of bed, wearing beach shorts, shirtless, and flip-flops, his hair all sticking up like a bird's nest. Because he was running so fast, his flip-flops flew off, and the shop owners nearby burst into laughter at his disheveled appearance. "It's past 8 o'clock and you're only now remembering to get a number? I think you should just wash up and go back to sleep. Young people are so healthy, they fall asleep as soon as their eyes open, even alarm clocks don't work. You keep sleeping, you'll sleep until 5 tomorrow morning, you'll still have a chance. Ha ha ha, your slippers have already flown out, calmly come back and pick them up. Anyway, there are no numbers left. The stationery store owner, persistent as ever, ran to the entrance of Jun's food stall, only to find that everyone who wanted to get a number had left. He immediately squatted down, clutching his head and wailing. Good heavens, how am I supposed to stay open today? Am I supposed to smell the aroma of braised food all day long? The surrounding shopkeepers laughed again. At this moment, getting a number was a happy thing, especially when others hadn't gotten one and they had. Not everyone got a number. Some shop owners were delayed by various things and are now empty-handed, having gone without food all day. But everyone's attitude is pretty good. It's okay, we live next to Jun's food stall. We'll get used to the smell. Calm down. Yeah, you'll get used to it. Speaking of which, Zhao Mei got a free chicken foot for me the day before yesterday. It seems she got a number today, so I'll go get a free meal too. A little extra interest isn't too much to ask, right? Why is there a small in chapter 174? The aroma of the braising broth wafted continuously from the kitchen. Watching the bubbling liquid, Fang Shang stepped forward to begin seasoning. He picked up a spoon, scooped up a little broth, and tasted it. His tongue detected the flavors, and after careful examination, he knew which spice was missing. He then retrieved spices from the nearby spice rack, selecting the necessary ones and handing them to Fang Jun. Fang Jun rinsed the spices in water, soaked them in hot water for a few minutes, drained them, and then added them to the braising broth. The beef at the market was exceptionally fresh today. One vendor had beef shank that was incredibly fresh and had excellent marbling all top quality cuts. Fang Jun, being particular about ingredients, couldn't resist and bought it all. After adding all the spices, Fang Shang took some lemongrass and instructed Fang Jun on how to use it. Dad, when you're braising the meat later, braise the others first. When you're braising the beef, put the lemongrass packet into the broth and simmer for 10 minutes before adding the beef. Okay. Fang Jun immediately wrote this down in the small notebook hanging on the wall. It wasn't that he had a bad memory, it's just that there were so many things to do in the kitchen that forgetting things was common. Writing it down in the notebook ensured he wouldn't forget it. After preparing the 5-spice braising pot, Fang Shang added ingredients to the sweet and spicy pot. Seeing how easily he seasoned the braising broth, Fang Jun was truly curious. Braising every day, adding ingredients every day, with varying amounts of different spices, this was much more difficult than brewing a whole new pot. For example, his son had given him a complete braising recipe, but he could only brew a new pot at a time. Adding ingredients halfway through was something he couldn't handle. How exactly do you prepare this braising broth? How can you add ingredients so precisely? Hearing his father's question, Fang Shang pondered for a moment and said, I just taste it, feel which spice is missing, and then add that one. There are so many spices in braising broth, dozens of kinds. How can you taste something so slightly off? It's very simple. I remember the taste of the original broth, and the taste of each spice. I understand the subtle differences. When I taste something different from the original broth, I can tell the difference. Fang Jun's lips twitched. This was a bit too difficult. He could taste some missing ingredients, but such precision was impossible. Fang Shang ladled some braising broth from the pot and set it aside, waiting for the new spices to be added. After simmering for a while, he placed the 2 soups in front of his father. Try them. The freshly made broth hasn't fully released its spices yet, but the aroma is already more delicate and mellow. This broth, on the other hand, clearly lacks pepper and has cinnamon. The spiciness of cinnamon is very pronounced. Isn't this a bit bland? Fang Jun took a sip, then another, and remained silent. He suspected his son had an exceptionally sensitive palate, far more sensitive than the average person, to be able to discern such subtle differences. A genius, of course, has a natural talent in certain areas. Unlike him, who, after several sips, couldn't taste much difference, only feeling it was a bit bland and needed adding ingredients, yet wasn't sure what to add. Fang Shang had originally intended to launch into a long explanation, but noticing his father's silence, he tactfully refrained from further discussion and turned back to seasoning. This skill was all learned in the system space. Heaven knows how long it took him just to distinguish the subtle differences between spices and then add seasonings to the braising broth. Otherwise, how could he dare entrust the entire braising process to his father, only responsible for making the broth himself? Fang Jun, unconvinced, took both broths to Wu Xian in the living room, asking her to taste them. Wife, look at these 2 broths, can you tell the difference? Wu Xian, unaware of her husband's intentions, still obligingly took a sip. It seems the one on the left is saltier, while the one on the right has a more balanced saltiness. The one on the right was the original broth without any added seasonings. Hearing Wu Xian's words, Fang Jun's ordinary heart returned to normal, and he laughed heartily as he returned to the kitchen. It's alright, it's not that he's too ordinary, it's that his son is too extraordinary. Around 10 p.m., the shop started to get busy. The older folks, with more free time, were always the first to arrive. The rest were mostly young people with flexible working hours, though they were noticeably fewer in number than the older folks. Among them was a group who, as soon as they sat down, started yawning incessantly, their eyes glazed over, their dark circles almost rivaling those of endangered animals. They looked like they were about to fall asleep at any moment. No need to guess, they were the night shift workers and night owls, just waiting to finish their meal and go home to sleep. Zhongyu went home and took a nap, arriving at the shop at 11 p.m. His friend finished work at 11:40, and he wanted to grab a table so they could eat together later. Having slept well that morning, he was still groggy after his nap. Even after getting out of the taxi, he was still in a daze. But as soon as he stood opposite A Jun's food stall, he was drawn in by the irresistible aroma of braised food wafting through the air. The aroma was powerful and rich, assaulting his nostrils as soon as he got close. The lingering, mellow fragrance seemed to travel through his body from his nose. The aroma grew stronger the further he walked. When Zhongyu finally stood in front of A Jun's food stall, he opened the door, and an even richer fragrance assaulted his nostrils, enveloping him completely in its aroma. My God, it smells so good. Zhongyu took a deep breath. The aroma instantly cleared his head, and his mouth watered profusely. He suddenly understood why these diners were so enthusiastic. With such a delicious smell, the food must taste amazing. Who wouldn't want to eat there again and again? He swallowed hard, eagerly anticipating lunch. He took out his phone and urged his classmate to come. A Jun's food stall had limited tables, so it wasn't possible for two people to occupy a table without seating others. Everyone sat wherever there was an empty seat. Zhongyu was lucky, 2 seats were available when he arrived, and Wu Xian arranged for him to sit at a corner table. At 11:30, the classmate arrived at A Jun's food stall. He proudly declared, I snatched a job delivering documents to the boss, dropped it off, and ran off. Haha, I'm so clever. Seeing Zhongyu still studying the menu, unsure what to order, the classmate grabbed it from him. Why look at the menu? People who eat at A Jun's food stall don't look at menus. Look at the blackboard over there. No matter how many dishes there are, just order them. This is made by the little chef, it's definitely the best. There were only 3 dishes today, so Zhongyu ordered stir-fried pork belly. Although this stir-fried braised dish is made by the little chef's dad, he personally prepared the sauce, so it tastes better than what you buy outside. After you eat this, getting up early and not sleeping well today won't be a problem anymore. Zhongyu stroked his chin. Why the little part? His classmate explained, because the cook is a 5th grade elementary school student. Zhongyu. Chapter 175. I'm a glutton and I'm proud of it. The kitchen began serving dishes, filling the air with aromas beyond just the braised food. The sizzling of stir-fried vegetables, the sweet and sour scent of sweet and sour dishes, and the refreshing, savory flavor of the old duck soup. Every dish was mouth-watering. When Zhongyu's table was served, his classmate practically grabbed his chopsticks the moment the food touched the table. He'd immediately shove a mouthful into his mouth, muttering, so delicious. It's so good. You have to eat. Although everyone was like beasts in college, grabbing food like mad, after graduation and starting work, everyone's become more conscious of their image. Seeing his classmate wolfing down his food, Zhongyu felt a little embarrassed. Making sure no one was watching, he picked up his chopsticks and elegantly began to eat the beautifully presented dishes. After taking a bite of the cold pig's ear salad, Zhongyu's expression changed. He chewed, but his eyes remained fixed on the food on his plate. It's almost unbelievable that such a simple dish as cold pig's ear salad, which you can buy at any random braised food stall, tastes so good. The pig's ear has an excellent texture, crispy yet chewy, with crunchy cartilage and a supple skin connecting to the bone. It's smooth, bouncy, and you can clearly feel the distinct layers of texture when you chew it. The key is the aroma of the pig's ear. Its sauce is tangy and spicy, appetizing, and refreshing, with a very pungent flavor. The aroma of vinegar and the spiciness of chili oil combine perfectly, along with the fusion of other spices, making this sauce so delicious that even a cold shoe sole would taste good. But that's not its most wonderful aspect. Cold pig's ear salad is braised, so the pig's ear itself is already delicious. When you eat the sauce coating it and then tear open the ear, it's a delightful surprise. It has absolutely no fishy smell, its fresh, rich, and savory flavor is another kind of fragrance altogether. This pig's head meat was delicious inside and out, every bite seemed perfect, making it irresistible. Wow, this chef is amazing. He can make something so delicious out of just a pig's ear. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think everyone gets up at 5 a.m. to line up? Are they just bored, or doesn't sleeping in taste good? My classmate was already using both hands, chopsticks in his right hand picking up food, and a spoon in his left, scooping up soup. He'd eat a bite of food, then sip the soup, humming with delight. Zhongyu, seeing his classmate devouring the sweet and sour fish, grew impatient and quickly grabbed some chopsticks to try it too. Tasting the sweet and sour, tender fish, his eyes lit up, and he sped up his eating as well. At first, he was a little reserved, eating slowly and deliberately. But as he ate, the food became so delicious that he forgot all about his image. It was like being back in college. Stuffing his mouth full of food, he wolfed it down. The cold dishes were delicious, the hot dishes were refreshing, and the soup was superb. Even the stir-fried braised dishes that his classmates said were slightly less tasty were incredibly delicious to Zhongyu. He finished 3 bowls of rice in one go. At 25 or 26, he had quite an appetite. If it weren't for the large portions and the sheer amount of food, Zhongyu suspected he could have easily eaten 5 bowls of rice in one go. After finishing their meal, the 2 classmates remembered they could mix the rice with the braising sauce. One was tempted, the other curious, so they decided to order another serving of rice and asked the kitchen to add a generous spoonful of braising sauce. When the rice arrived, they poured all the remaining dishes into their bowls, stirred it all together, and finished the rice as well. Afterwards, the 2 young men devoured all the rice and dishes, even drinking the soup clean. When they left, their stomachs were so full they were practically groaning, one hand supporting themselves against the wall, the other clutching their stomachs. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they'd been to a buffet. The other diners, seeing them eat like that, weren't worried at all. Instead, they all looked on with envy. It's so good to be young. You can eat until you're stuffed, unlike us old folks who have to stop eating even a little bit, otherwise our stomachs will feel uncomfortable. We always feel like we haven't had enough. Seriously, if I were 10 years younger, I'd eat 5 bowls of rice in one go. Zhongyu stood in front of a Jun's food stall, took a picture of himself leaning against the wall, and posted it on the app. Eating so much food you can barely stand it, who understands? It was so delicious, I couldn't resist. I ate 4 bowls of rice in one go. I'm a glutton, and I'm proud of it. Meanwhile, at Xiaohao's house, Ding Yalan finished cooking and placed the food on the table, calling her son to eat. Usually, Xiaohao would remain silent until he was very hungry, or Ding Yalan would bring it to his room. But today, as soon as Ding Yalan called, he came out. Seeing that the dishes on the table weren't what he had expected, he immediately put down his chopsticks. Mom, why isn't it the same dish as yesterday? Didn't I tell you? Yesterday's dish required getting up at 5 a.m. to queue for a number, and then going to buy it at noon. I couldn't get up that early. Ding Yalan arranged the dishes, turned, and walked towards the door. Seeing her son wasn't curious, she spoke up herself. Eat by yourself. Mom went to your uncle's house. They got a number again today, and your uncle asked me to go have some old duck soup to nourish myself. What? Her uncle's had the dish. Xiaohao jumped up, wanting to catch up with his mother. He reached the door, lifted his foot, then put it back down, finally silently returning to the house. His mother had made braised pork and stir-fried vegetables, a good combination of meat and vegetables, and tasted quite good, but Xiaohao only ate 2 bites before he couldn't eat anymore. He had no appetite at all. He thought to himself, Mom loves me so much. Seeing that I've been wanting to eat this, she'll probably go buy it tomorrow. The next day, however, the family still hadn't bought that vegetable. Xiaohao was restless and didn't even want to check his phone. On the 3rd day, his mother brought home 2 pieces of sweet and sour ribbon fish, saying they hadn't finished them at his uncle's house and she was bringing them back for him to try. 2 pieces of sweet and sour ribbon fish were barely enough to satisfy his craving. Instead, they made him even more hungry. On the 4th day, still nothing. Xiaohao couldn't sit still any longer. He paced back and forth in the house, even asking his mother when she would buy that food. I already told you, Mom can't get up at 5:30. If you want it, just go buy it yourself. Xiaohao was at his wits' end. On the morning of the 5th day, he woke up around 4 a.m. He unusually washed his face, changed into clean clothes, and combed his matted hair. Standing at the door, he hesitated for a long time before finally stepping out. Inside the house, Ding Yalan, hearing the sound, instantly burst into tears. She rushed out of the room with a bag and shoved it into her son's hand. Here, there's money in this bag, and a queue guide. Your uncle prepared it for you. Take your time looking at it. The location is on your phone. Chapter 176 Pressure? What kind of pressure could we possibly have? Xiaohao said picked up his bag, and walked outside. After more than a year, he was finally stepping out of his house again. Standing on the street, that urge to avoid people resurfaced. He hesitated for a long time before finally scanning a shared bike and using the navigation to go to the shop his mother had mentioned, a street food stall. It was hard to imagine that such delicious food could be bought at a street food stall. The owner was amazing. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, with instructions on how to buy the food. Seeing so many people standing at the stall entrance, his social anxiety, which he had just overcome, flared up again. He stood at the back of the crowd, barely daring to breathe. Fortunately, it was early morning, and everyone was generally in low spirits. Some were dozing off, some were playing games, and the older women were chatting, so they wouldn't find a young man. Only when no one paid him any attention did he quiet down. After getting his number and going home, and Xiaohao suddenly felt that going out wasn't so difficult after all. Some things are hardest because of taking the first step. This lunchtime, and Xiaohao's family ate food he had gone out to buy himself from a Jun's food stall. To go out and buy food, he even went downstairs to get a haircut and take a shower. Ding Yalan looked at her son, so changed, and wiped away tears of joy. Thank goodness, her son was willing to go out. From now on, as long as he wanted to eat at that stall, he would keep going out. Now that he could go out, life was slowly returning to normal. She prayed in her heart that a Jun's food stall would stay open forever. Fang Shangjia's newly purchased shop had also been under renovation for several days. It was originally a large restaurant, and it had only been open for 2 years, so all the facilities were new. Many things didn't need replacing, so there wasn't a complete overhaul, only some minor improvements were made. Some heavily damaged items at the entrance and in the kitchen were replaced, so the renovation, after several days, was almost complete. That noon, after lunch, Fang Shang and his family didn't go upstairs to rest. Instead, they took advantage of their free time to visit the restaurant being renovated. The restaurant was huge, 2 stories high. The main hall was particularly spacious, and the waiting area was right next to the cashier at the entrance. A display shelf held some exquisite little ornaments left over from before. Several large black sofas sat next to the shelf. The overall decor looked simple yet elegant. Upstairs, besides the private rooms, there were also elegant seating areas by the windows. The kitchen had a courtyard, making the workspace even larger. And the location was at a crossroads. Although it cost a lot of money, looking at it now, it seemed more and more worthwhile. Fang Shang, who was usually engrossed in cooking, was visiting for the first time. After walking around the restaurant, he immediately thought his mother had a sharp eye, choosing a restaurant with such a good location and layout. Well, your parents did a great job, right? Bought such a nice restaurant. Fang Shang gave them a thumbs up. Awesome. Come on, let's see the kitchen. Dad has prepared a surprise for you. Fang Jun pulled his son into the kitchen, pointing to a small table and stove that were slightly lower than usual, and exclaimed in surprise. Ta-da! Dad specially customized this table and stove for you, made entirely according to your height. Come and try it out. The stove at the previous food stall was built for an average adult. Fang Shang, being a small child, wasn't tall enough, so he always had to raise his arms high when cooking, which made it more difficult for him. Fang Jun, as his father, noticed all this. So, after the shop was secured, the first thing he did was to have this stove custom-made specifically for his son's height. Fang Shang stood in front of the stove and simulated a cooking posture. It was indeed very convenient, he could easily reach the food with just a slight lift of his arm. Thanks, Dad. It's just that I'm still growing taller now. If I grow taller next year, this table will be too short. Fang Jun said generously, no problem, I'll replace it for you when you grow taller. You're the pillar of the family now, even a simple stove has to fit properly. Besides the kitchen, there was a dedicated rest area. Fang Jun had thought things through. Besides the bed, he installed a computer desk in the rest area, thinking his son could use the computer while resting. By the way, son, once the last bit of work is done and the equipment is ready, we can move the shop. If you need anything, just write it down for Dad, and I'll buy it for you. Then I won't be polite. Fang Shang immediately found paper and pen, quickly scribbled down a long string of words, filling half a page densely, before handing it to his father. Fang Jun took a closer look and exclaimed, do we really need so many? We can make do with the old ones. Fang Shang smiled, Dad, I was just kidding. I only need that last brand of wok and knife. The others were kitchenware he wanted, but they had just bought a house and didn't have the money. They'd consider them later when they earned more. After looking at the restaurant, standing at the entrance, Fang Jun thought for a moment and asked, wait a minute, where will we live from now on? Will we still live near the food stall? Their current location was like this. The school was between the restaurant and the food stall, so for Fang Shang going to school, the distance by bike was about the same whether he lived there or at the restaurant. However, the return journey from the restaurant to the food stall was much longer, nearly 6 kilometers. The restaurant was busy, working late into the night, and he'd have to drive home to rest, so living at the food stall wasn't as convenient. Before, they were so focused on buying a suitable restaurant, now that they had one, their living location was inconvenient. Standing at the shop entrance, Wu Xian looked across at the residential complex. She thought about how her son had been busy in the kitchen all evening, wanting to rest, but their home was so far from the shop, and they'd have to wait for them to finish cleaning up before driving home together. Wu Xian refused to accept this. She couldn't let her child suffer. It didn't matter to the adults, it was just a matter of waiting a little longer to get home. But if her son couldn't rest early, that would be their fault. Wu Xian gritted her teeth and said, how about I buy a second-hand apartment in the complex across the street? I happen to have some money left over, originally for emergencies, and with the money I've earned recently, a down payment shouldn't be a problem. The real estate market is sluggish right now, and house prices have been falling. Some second-hand homes are being sold quickly at reasonable prices, and with a bank loan, reducing the down payment is no problem. Upon hearing this, Fang Shang hesitated. Having just bought a large restaurant, and now wanting to buy a house nearby, he said, "Mom, is there any need to rush? It will put a lot of pressure on you. Why not wait a few months?" "Pressure? What pressure could we possibly have? With such a capable son like you, it's only because we're too calm and don't make any rash decisions that we haven't gone straight to reserving a villa." Chapter 177. What? The shop is moving? After some discussion, Wu Xin, as the head of the family, made the final decision they would buy a house in the residential complex opposite the shop. Because it was located a little over a kilometer from the end of the street, just across an alley, was a prestigious middle school. Fang Shang would be in 6th grade when school started, and after graduating, he could directly attend the nearby middle school close and convenient. They had spent a bit more time at the restaurant, and by the time they got back to the shop, it was already past 4 p.m. The kitchen staff had already started working, preparing the ingredients needed for dinner. Fang Shang and his father quickly joined the busy kitchen staff, lighting the fire to braise the spices, adding the meat, and processing various ingredients. Time always flies when you're busy, and before they knew it, it was 5:30 p.m. The customers had already sat down and ordered, but because of the delay, the 2 large pots of braised dishes weren't quite ready yet, and Fang Shang's old duck soup also needed to simmer a little longer. Only the cold shredded chicken salad was ready and served to the table that had ordered it, while the sweet and sour pork tenderloin was still being fried. But one cold dish wasn't enough. Everyone stared longingly at the kitchen, their eyes darting around like those of someone waiting for their husband on a cliff. "Boss, what's going on today? Why isn't the braised pork ready yet? It's usually done by now." "I went out to run some errands and was delayed a bit," Wu Xian explained apologetically. No one was rushing them, they were just drooling. The 2 pots of braising liquid in the kitchen were simmering right now, and the aroma was indescribably rich. Everyone was drooling, their mouths watering as they stared at the kitchen. Only a few people who were hosting the meal were talking to their guests. The rest of the group had no interest in conversation, their minds solely focused on waiting for the food. The usually bustling, noisy dining hall at this time was unusually quiet today. Even the usually energetic children sat quietly, chins in their hands, their dark, grape-like eyes fixed intently on the kitchen. It seemed as if waiting quietly for their meal would make the food cook faster in the kitchen. A regular customer sat at the counter, recalling the Fang family he'd encountered that afternoon on the street, and asked Wu Xian, "Ma'am, this afternoon when I was delivering goods, I saw you all loitering around that closed restaurant at the intersection of the commercial street. What were you doing? I live over there, do you need any help? I know that area very well." Wu Xian had originally planned to announce the shop's relocation at a more opportune time, but seeing that a customer had asked, she figured there was no time like the present, and decided to tell the diners today. She cleared her throat and said, "We went to check out the renovations at that restaurant. This shop is too small, so we've taken over the restaurant. In a few days, once the renovations are complete, we'll move to that restaurant at the intersection." "What?" The surrounding diners, not expecting to hear such explosive news, all gasped in surprise. Fortunately, the store wasn't noisy, so Wu Xian raised her voice again. "Good evening, everyone. Due to its remote location, small size, and outdated decor, our restaurant cannot accommodate multiple customers at the same time, greatly wasting your dining time. To provide you with a more comfortable dining environment, we will be relocating to the intersection of the commercial street, formerly the Shudi Grand Hotel. Please check the group announcement for the specific relocation time." She repeated herself 3 times to ensure all diners heard. After she finished speaking, the already quiet restaurant became even quieter. Everyone turned to look at Wu Xian, seemingly still processing what she had just heard. "What did the boss say? The restaurant is moving?" Someone asked quickly. "It seems we're moving. We're not opening here anymore." "That's right." Wu Xian smiled. "When this little shop is crowded, even the air conditioning isn't cool enough. Moving to a new location will give you a cooler place." Everyone was struggling to process the news. A moment later, Grandpa Wang's chopsticks clattered to the ground. He had been standing up, reaching for the cold dishes that Grandpa Ding had ordered at the next table, when he heard the news. His mind went completely blank, he didn't even notice the chopsticks he dropped. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind: Jun's food stall was gone. What would he do now? What about his Didi, ride-hailing service, shop? Most importantly, what if it wasn't so convenient for him to eat good food anymore? A few seconds later, everything went black, and he fell straight backward. "Grandpa Wang, what's wrong? Dad, you've fainted. Quick, is there a doctor? Do CPR on Dad. Oh dear, Grandma son, you're swaying too. Sit up, I can't carry you." Around 5 p.m., the food stall was always busier with customers from the garden community. They lived nearby and didn't come down early. They always got up and went downstairs around the same time Fang Jun went out to buy groceries, and most of the breakfast slots were taken by those who lived further away. They had all managed to snag a number for the 5:30 p.m. meal, arriving happily for dinner, only to be met with such devastating news. It was like a bolt from the blue. The elderly residents of the neighborhood were all devastated, their emotions running high. Xiao Wu, ever since you moved in, we've been such good neighbors. We got along so well, how could you just leave like that? I'm heartbroken. Aunt John was closest to Wu Xian in the neighborhood. She would always share leftover vegetables from her garden back home with Wu Xian, and she'd always go shopping with her. Sometimes, when she bought fruit, she'd save some for Wu Xian. Wu Xian would also bring Aunt John some sweet and sour pork ribs or braised meat made by her son during meals. The two were like close friends despite their age difference. At this moment, Aunt John was weeping uncontrollably. Wu Xian's nose suddenly stung with tears. It wasn't easy to find such a good neighbor. She was about to say a few words of comfort to the old woman when Aunt John said, "It's fine if you move away, but the important thing is that Xiao Fangsheng is moving too. His cooking is so delicious, it won't be so easy to eat it anymore. I really can't bear to see him go." Wu Xian's tears welled up again. "Isn't it more upsetting for you if I move out?" Aunt John immediately corrected, "No, I'll be a little sad if you move out, but only a little. But if your son moves out, it'll be like tearing my flesh out." Wu Xian was both amused and exasperated. Okay, she certainly wasn't as popular as her son. The other elderly people nearby weren't much better off. They were all agitated, their hands trembling as if they had Parkinson's. "Boss lady, can you not move? We come here to eat, the focus is on the food, not the environment. If the air conditioning isn't cool, so be it, we're used to it. Yes, eating while sweating is what makes it enjoyable. If it really doesn't work, then everyone in our neighborhood can just stop eating in and take everything home, leaving the seats for other people." Exactly. If you complain about the air conditioning not being cool enough, we'll donate one to your shop. Chapter 178. He's no longer the coolest kid in the fan group. Is this a problem with the air conditioning? Wu Xian was both amused and exasperated. It was just moving shops, not closing down. Everyone was still going to get a number and eat as usual. Why was everyone so agitated, as if their shop was going out of business and they were leaving? They had clearly found a larger shop, with a spacious and bright main hall, nice tables, and plenty of seating. There were even private rooms and booths upstairs. Wasn't this more convenient for everyone? Over there, Grandpa Wang was being helped up by his son, who was about to put him down for CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Just as they tilted him slightly, Grandpa Wang opened his eyes again. "Dad, are you all right? You scared me to death. Get up. Then tell me first, I was dreaming, right? I wasn't fully awake, I'm old, my mind isn't clear, I misheard. The young owner's family isn't moving." Before Wang Jiaojun could speak, Grandma's son ruthlessly exposed his self-deception. "You heard me right, Xiao Fang and his group are moving. And it's all the way from the commercial street, over 6 kilometers away. That young guy over there measured it with some kind of GPS." Grandpa Wang shuddered, not falling backward to scare anyone, but slumping onto the table. "Don't call me, let me stay dizzy for a while longer. I need to find Jing Jing." He closed his eyes again. He was biting his handkerchief, almost crying. From then on, he was no longer the coolest old man in the fan group, but just like everyone else, the kind of person people in the commercial street would flaunt. His title of King of Show-Offs was gone. His little granddaughter, unaware of what had happened, saw her grandfather slumped on the table and curiously asked the adults, "Daddy, why is Grandpa lying on the table? Is he sleeping?" Wang Jiaojun said helplessly, "No, your grandpa is sad." "Why is he sad?" "Because your brother Fang Shang is moving, and we won't be able to buy good food as often. We won't be able to eat it often." As soon as Wang Jiaojun finished speaking, his daughter blinked her big eyes twice, then suddenly opened her mouth wide and burst into tears. "Wah, I want brother Fang Shang. I want to eat the good food that brother Fang Shang makes." Fang Yaoyao didn't expect her husband to be so direct with a child about not being able to eat good food. She glared at her husband and picked up her daughter to comfort her. But this was not an easy time to comfort her. So, at the table, the old man wanted some peace and quiet, the little one was crying loudly, and the two young people looked left and right, on the verge of collapse. Everyone in the entire garden community was extremely agitated. They even lost their appetite. Everyone started racking their brains, desperately trying to figure out how to keep Fang Shang and his family there. The dishes in the kitchen were only a dozen minutes late, not a long time. The soup was ready, the braised meat was done, and it was time to serve the food, but surprisingly, no customers were gathered at the small window, waiting to grab their portions immediately. Fang Shang and his son were quite puzzled. Although Aunt Zhang would serve the food, the customers were usually impatient and complained that she was too slow, turning their meals into a buffet. Something was definitely amiss. The father and son glanced into the dining room and were startled to see a large group of diners surrounding Wu Xin. Thinking something had happened, they dropped their utensils and rushed out of the kitchen. What's wrong? What happened? The two pushed through the crowd to Wu Xin, flanking her on either side. Seeing them out of the kitchen, hope returned to everyone. Boss John, the proprietress just said your shop is moving, and to such a far place on the commercial street. Was she joking? It turned out his wife had announced the relocation beforehand, and the diners were asking about it. The father and son breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Jun said, I'm not joking, we're really moving. The new shop is almost finished, just a few finishing touches. If you want my food in the future, go to the two-story restaurant at the intersection of the commercial street. It wasn't that people particularly wanted his food. The diners inwardly scoffed. Even though he said he wasn't joking, they still didn't quite believe him. They turned to Fang Sheng again, their tone gentle and kind, as if afraid of startling him. Young boss, your parents said your shop is moving, but they were joking. It's April Fool's Day, right? Wait, do you have to ask the same question 3 times? Luckily, there are only 3 of us in my family. If there were 10, you wouldn't ask 10 times, would you? Fang Sheng's lips twitched slightly, but he still explained with a smile, I really wasn't joking. Dear grandpa's and grandma's neighbors, think about it, if we move to a bigger place, you won't have to crowd together when you eat. There will be more people able to eat, isn't that better? Okay, they gave up. If the culinary prodigy Fang Sheng said he was moving, there was no way he was lying. The smiles on the faces of the diners living nearby completely vanished. For a long time afterward, they wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. An elderly man, nearly 80 years old, walked over to the 3 and said, Don't worry, we can discuss this together. It's not like you have to move. There are so many people in our neighborhood, if we work together, we can definitely find a perfect solution. That's right, that's right. As long as you don't give up, there's always a solution. You can move first, and Fang Sheng can stay. It's close to his school, and the kitchen is ready. I can take care of breakfast and pick him up. Everyone looked at the woman who said this, speechless. Good grief, do you even want to hear what you're saying? Make Fang Sheng's parents move, and he can stay? Why don't you move yourself? These words were like opening a strange box. The other diners started offering bad ideas. The shop is small, but we can expand. How about we find the landlords next door and rent those shops for you to expand? We can make private rooms or a main hall, whatever you want. Don't worry about it, ma'am, we'll handle the negotiations. You just need to wait. Our community has such a big garden, it's been empty for ages. Anyway, nobody really needs a garden, so how about we renovate it and build a large hall, the kind with private rooms? Xiao Wu, how about we let you use it as your private rooms for free? That sounds good. We can open a door in the yard behind the kitchen and knock down some doors. It seems to be someone's house. The owner hasn't lived there for years, it's been empty. We can talk to them and rent it out. The layout would be perfect for private rooms, and the food delivery would just pass through the living room, so convenient. We old folks are just sitting around doing nothing all day, we can help you deliver food or something. Boss lady, we students can work summer jobs. We'll help you deliver food and sell braised meat. Don't worry, we promise we won't steal any. Chapter 179. A windfall happened. As it turns out, 3 mediocre minds can't wait for a brilliant strategist, because all their suggestions were terrible, regardless of practicality. They just came up with whatever came to mind in the heat of the moment. Some even suggested providing them with retractable tents at the entrance, which could be stretched as long as they wanted, since the neighbors wouldn't object, saving costs and avoiding worries about the city management officers because the city management officers were their uncles. They couldn't listen any longer. If they did, these people would make them dig a basement for private rooms, add another floor to the building for expansion, and so on, all while keeping the business open. Fang Sheng said helplessly, Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunties, we've already paid to buy that restaurant, we can't just not use it, can we? I'm happy you all like my food, thank you for your support. Even the small business owners said that, what else could they say? The rambling they just uttered was nothing but a last-ditch effort. Indeed, ever since the young owner started cooking, everyone has complained about Ajun's food stall. It's small, the shop is small, the tables are small, there are no private rooms, and it's packed with people during mealtimes. Sometimes, when they want to invite guests over, they're afraid of not getting a number because the shop is so small, they don't even dare tell customers they're inviting them before they get a number. Besides, the small shop also affects the young owner's business. People naturally want to improve their lives, so if business gets better, they'll move to a shop that matches their business. And the kitchen is so small and hot, it must be uncomfortable for the young owner to cook in there. A bigger kitchen would be much more comfortable. Sigh, the problem is, while they understand, it's still really uncomfortable. The group of diners returned to their seats and started eating dinner, but they were in a bad mood and didn't even bother to serve the food. Aunt Zhang, who usually can't get a chance to serve food, was a little flattered today, at least she finally did what she was supposed to do. In low spirits, everyone ate less lively than usual, heads down, barely engaging in conversation, though their chopsticks moved just as quickly as usual. Grandpa Ding and his wife were alone at home today, so they shared a small table with others. Their mood was somber, yet they noticed the two people opposite them were still as cheerful and talkative as ever, eating with great enjoyment. For some reason, they each ordered a bottle of beer and drank it down, clinking bottles in celebration. Grandpa Ding, his mind blank, asked them, "Why are you two still eating so happily? Aren't you upset? The shopping street is over 6 kilometers away, it'll be so inconvenient to get meals from here." The two men paused, glancing at Grandpa Ding's bald head and Grandma Ding's gray hair, and remembering how an old man had almost fainted earlier, deciding it was best not to tell the truth. "It's nothing, we're just happy because we ate something delicious, haha." It was just a polite, fake smile, but when they thought about how the little chef's family had moved to the shopping street, they couldn't help but laugh again. At first, they just chuckled quietly with their heads down, but as they laughed, they couldn't hold back anymore and burst into loud laughter. Grandpa Ding, stunned by the sudden revelation, suddenly snapped out of his daze and slammed his hand on the table. "You two don't live on the commercial street, do you?" he exclaimed. The two men quickly waved their hands. "No, we don't live there." "You say you don't? Then why are you laughing so happily?" Grandpa Ding felt as sour as if he'd eaten a lemon. It's my mom's birthday today, of course we're happy." Right, of course we're happy on our mom's birthday." "Still laughing? Do you have the same mom?" The two men exchanged a glance. "Yes, we're brothers, of course we have the same mom." "Actually, we weren't laughing unless we couldn't help it. Now we're stopping laughing." "Grandpa, take a deep breath, calm down, don't faint." After saying that, the two brothers wanted to laugh again. They couldn't help it, they really couldn't. Who would get up so early to queue for a meal? They said they queued at 5 a.m., but because of the distance, they'd actually gotten up at 4 a.m. Back in their school days, getting up at 5:30 for early morning study was something they'd hate to do. Now, for a delicious meal, they'd get up even earlier than they did in school. Who could understand their pain? But after only 2 or 3 months of suffering, things took a turn for the better. They won the grand prize. How could they not be happy and triumphant? The fact that they didn't burst into laughter, run around the table, or give everyone a piece of their mind was already a result of their consideration for the elderly people present. The two brothers said they wouldn't laugh, but they couldn't help it. Finally, they turned their backs to Grandpa Ding and his wife. Now, no one could see or hear their laughter, but their constantly trembling shoulders betrayed their true feelings. Grandpa Ding's cheek twitched twice. "Thank you," he said, but he wasn't comforted. The diners living nearby were all in low spirits. Even the fragrant duck soup tasted bland to them. They sipped their soup with sighs and groans, making it seem like the food was bad, hence their furrowed brows and pained expressions. If a picture were taken and posted online at this moment, out-of-town netizens would undoubtedly assume the rumors about Ajun's food stall going bad were true. Some even ordered a case of beer, intending to drown their sorrows. Meanwhile, those living near the commercial street were overjoyed. They were used to queuing early every day, taking time off work, or even skipping meals because Ajun's food stall was far away. Then suddenly, a windfall happened. A delicious windfall landed right on their heads. They were all stunned with joy. "My God, I've hit the jackpot. Did the wish I made with my grandfather at the grave during Qingming festival come true?" One man, holding a bowl of soup, felt like he was dreaming. After all, he'd never had any luck growing up. The best he'd ever won in the lottery was 5 yuan. Scratch-off tickets were a constant disaster, and even fishing often resulted in him coming home empty-handed. His wife, though pleased, still rolled her eyes at him. "The boss hasn't even started cooking yet on Qingming festival. You're making a wish, but don't drag wishing into everything, okay?" The man confidently declared, "That's right. My wish was for the thing I wanted to do most this year to come true, and then I realized that what I wanted to do most was move next to Ajun's food stall. Now I haven't moved, but Ajun's food stall has moved next to my house. Isn't that a wish come true?" Seeing his joy, his wife laughed. "Then why don't we celebrate a bit and have a couple of drinks?" "Okay, beer, let's get it. I'm going to drink 3 bottles. The man loved to drink, but he sometimes got a bit rowdy when he was drunk. Today, he was happy, and his wife had let him drink, so he didn't hold back and called out to Aunt John, "Waiter, 3 bottles of beer, please." Chapter 180. We've waited so long, today has finally come. That evening, the atmosphere at Ajun's food stall was almost eerie. Some were ecstatic, while others were dejected and listless. Those who were ecstatic started jumping around, drinking, playing drinking games, and eating a lavish meal. They ordered cases of beer, and regardless of whether they knew each other or not, anyone living near the commercial street was clinking glasses with bottles of beer, celebrating. A young man, clearly not short of money, even had Wu Xin bring 10 cases of beer to the aisle, then shouted to the crowd, "Everyone come and have some beer. Today, all this beer is on me, young Master Qin." Drink as much as you want. His friend was puzzled and asked, "Didn't you buy a house nearby? Ah, Jun's food stall moving doesn't affect you, so why are you so happy?" Young Master Chin chuckled, "But my home is near the commercial street. This gives me an excuse to go home. Living at home every day, as long as I get more tickets to treat my parents to good food, I'll have no trouble getting more pocket money. Enjoying good food and getting pocket money at the same time, I'm a genius." His friend couldn't help but envy his incredible luck. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere became even more lively. Some people, caught up in the moment, even started singing, "I've waited so long, and today has finally come. I've waited so long, and my dream has finally come true." Henan got off work a little late today, having booked an evening appointment. He slept until after 5 a.m. before coming over, and now he sees everyone bragging. He silently calculated the distance from his place to a Jun's food stall, then the distance to the commercial street. This calculation left him conflicted. His place was in the middle, and the navigation showed it was only 500 meters away. It's only 500 meters. Should he celebrate? The introverted man hesitated for a moment, then decided to indulge himself. So what if it's 500 meters? Isn't 500 meters a distance? How could he look down on the road? Henan mustered her courage and called out to Uxin, "Boss, give me a bottle of beer." Those dejected people, seeing the cheerful expressions of those around them, felt even more miserable. Although they didn't shout, "A Jun's food stall has moved near my house," those who understood knew better. They weren't stupid. Beer was being chugged down, glass after glass. Even Grandpa Wang, who didn't like beer, went straight for a bottle of Urquatu, a type of Chinese liquor. Wu Xian, busy with her work, realized that the beer she had just had delivered by the supplier at noon was sold out. This was probably the fastest beer sales day. She immediately called the supplier, asking them to send more beer as soon as possible. The supplier answered the phone, thinking he had misheard, and asked again to confirm before daring to arrange delivery. A Jun's food stall's fan group was usually bustling with activity at this time. Everyone who got to eat became a poster, taking pictures of their food, creating close-ups, and posting them on their WeChat moments, making those who hadn't managed to get a table envious. This has become a habit for all the diners, no one is an exception. However, today, half of them were too excited to take pictures, and the other half were too preoccupied to take photos, resulting in a complete silence in the 10 large fan groups. The foodies who had been lurking in the fan groups waited for ages, but still didn't get any pictures of today's eye-catching buns, leaving them utterly puzzled. Although they were envious and jealous of the boasting, they felt a little uneasy when everyone stopped showing off. That's strange. Are the diners so patient tonight? It's past 7 p.m., the first wave of customers who ate quickly should have finished by now. Why hasn't anyone posted a picture? Yeah, I was already prepared to take screenshots and post them on my app to make my friends and family drool, but I've waited so long and haven't seen a single one. Could it be that the diners today don't like to show off, don't like making eye-catching buns? That can't be right, everyone's supposed to be in sync, whoever gets a number first shows off. I don't believe everyone would be this patient. I saw Grandpa Wang get a number this morning, he was jumping around, while I didn't get one and got a full-on display of his knowledge. But tonight, he's not posting any pictures. Something's not right, something's completely wrong. What happened? As the foodies chatted, they started speculating, wondering if something had caused everyone to collectively forget about showing off. As the discussion raged on, a young man with a rather eccentric profile picture suddenly sent a message. "Look at you all, so pathetic. You couldn't even get a number and you're still staring at the pictures in the group chat, drooling over them. As a native of Jiachen, born and raised on Jingning Road, I really don't care for Jun's food stall. It's just an ordinary food stall, yet you're all scrambling to get in." This was incredibly harsh, targeting everyone from Jun's food stall's fans to the stall itself, essentially offending them outright. Everyone was furious, ready to unleash a mass attack on the account. Then the young man sent another message. "I suggest Jun's food stall move away, the farther the better. Ideally, to the West City Commercial Street area, which is 6 kilometers away. Out of sight, out of mind. It would be best to start today." The fans, who had already typed out their insults, realized what the young man meant when they saw this message and quickly deleted what they were typing. Those who had already sent the message quickly retracted it. "Good grief, how come you're so good at calculating? Your abacus beads are practically jumping in my face. I almost couldn't stop my 40-meter-long sword. I also think Jun's food stall isn't that great. Let's move, let's move. It's better not to be on Jingning Road, it's 12 kilometers from my house, damn far." Everyone started chuckling again. In the midst of this merriment, a customer who had dined there that day finally joined the fan group. This customer didn't even look at the previous messages in the group, instead, they shared some major news they had received. "Friends, this is incredible. Big news. Jun's food stall is moving. It's moving to a big restaurant at the intersection of the commercial street. Apparently, the renovations are almost finished, and the relocation will be completed this month. Seeing this message and the new location of Jun's food stall, the group members laughed. Good grief, he's in cahoots with the guy from before. He couldn't figure out the abacus beads earlier, and now he's trying to fool them again. Everyone ignored him and just wanted to see what other messages he could send. Even the young man who sent the message was a little embarrassed. It was just a casual joke, and someone was already playing along. This diner was waiting for everyone to get excited and ask him questions, but after sending the message and waiting a full 2 minutes, no one replied. The diner's eyes widened, utterly bewildered. Seriously, aren't you all curious? Something this big, you should at least give us some feedback. There was complete chaos in the restaurant just now. Everyone was so anxious they almost overturned Jun's food stall. Someone jokingly sent a single word, squeak. Dinner. Chapter 181. The abacus beads really bounced off my face. The diner was nearly brought to his breaking point by that squeak. He was already feeling down, and although he didn't live in the same neighborhood as Jun's food stall, it was only a kilometer away, just a short walk to get a drink of water. He was feeling particularly down and wanted some comfort in the group chat. After all, if many people were feeling the same way, his sadness would lessen. But instead, everyone was not only not sad, they were also teasing him. The diner couldn't understand why these people weren't upset. After thinking for a while, he understood. Okay, I guess I'm just unlucky. I wanted to vent in the group chat, but it turns out you all live near the commercial street. You're so lucky, Jun's food stall moved, and now it's near your homes. Only me, I keep moving around. I'm going to go cry to my colleagues in Group 8. After sending this message, the diner left. The group members, however, were in an uproar because of this message. What does this mean? Is he telling the truth? No way, what a coincidence. The netizen who had just expressed hope that Jun's food stall would move to the commercial street was also shocked by the news, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Excited that Jun's food stall had moved next to his home, afraid that the news was false. Dude, explain yourself clearly. When did Jun's food stall ever say it was moving? Hurry up, I'm dying of anxiety. Fans frantically tagged the diner who had just spoken, hoping he would come out and explain. The diner was still crying in the group chat. Although if Jun's food stall moved, it would only be 1 kilometer further from his home, but every kilometer counts, and 3 or 4 kilometers makes a difference. He noticed his phone was constantly vibrating. Returning to the group chat, he saw a string of messages tagging him. It turned out these people genuinely didn't know and thought he was lying. Why would I lie to you about something this big? Can't you see nobody's been messaging? It's not that they're not in the mood, they're just having too much fun to notice. So, it really moved to the commercial street? I'll say it one last time, it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask the members of Group 1. Most of them are diners around Jun's food stall. Some people actually knew diners in Group 1, and after some private inquiries, they found out it was true. Their hearts sank. Help! He's telling the truth. My aunt's brother-in-law's great-aunt's daughter's husband's father is a longtime fan of Group 1, and he has a shop on this street. It's confirmed. The group fell silent again. Everyone was stunned by this sudden news. A moment later, the user posted 3 excited pictures. The abacus beads I used became real. The abacus beads really bounced off my face. Wahahaha. He was happy, but the others weren't. They're really moving to the commercial street? No way. That'll be even further from my house. Why so suddenly? It feels like the sky is falling. No wonder the group chat is so quiet. Something's definitely fishy going on, or something really fishy. Are you kidding me? I just learned some grappling techniques. Ugh. I just rented a place in the garden community, haven't even cleaned it yet, haven't even moved in, and Jun's food stall is gone? Are you kidding me? I never understood what a bolt from the blue meant, but today I do. My home is already quite far from Jun's food stall. Never mind, as long as the distance is over 10 kilometers, a kilometer more or less makes no difference. During dinner time, no one in the group chat posted pictures of their food. The relocation of Jun's food stall had such a huge impact that even those who lived far away and weren't directly involved dared not post pictures, mainly because there were too many elderly people living in the garden community, and they were afraid that posting pictures would upset them. Meanwhile, the elderly people who had eaten dinner and returned to the community from Jun's food stall were in low spirits the whole way. Even after enjoying a delicious meal, their mood couldn't be lifted. Why did Jun's food stall have to move? The elderly people kept repeating themselves like broken records, stopping any neighbors they saw to complain. Although it was an old community, there were quite a few residents, and once they started talking, those people found out. The speed at which the elderly spread the word is astounding. Normally, they just gather to chat about crickets, and before long, half the neighborhood knows about them. Now, even those who don't usually like cricket chasing have joined in, telling everyone they meet. The news spreads at lightning speed, quickly reaching every corner of the neighborhood, from the elderly to the children. No one is unaware of it. The residents are incredulous. Some even went to Jun's food stall specifically to ask Wu Xin, only accepting the news after confirming it. It's over, the news is true. The children are crying and sobbing, refusing to do their summer homework, clinging to their parents' legs, begging them to keep the young owner. The elderly surround the young people, asking if they have any solutions. The young people, surrounded by the elderly and children, are on the verge of tears. If they had a solution, they would have done it already without being reminded. Grandma Deng dialed her daughter's number, her voice dejected. "Daughter," she said, "you don't need to discuss moving back anymore. It's pointless." Grandma Deng's daughter had given up her apartment near her workplace and even bought a car, planning to drive to work every day after moving back. She was bewildered by her mother's call. "Why, Mom? I've packed my bags, given up the apartment. You're not rejecting me, are you? You're already rejecting me before I'm even married? Then I won't need to come back to my parents' house after I'm married. You're overthinking it." Grandma Deng gave the devastating answer, "If your bags are packed, then take them back and put them back together. Rent the apartment again. The car can't be returned, so just leave it in the garage and drive it slowly. Moving back won't make a difference, Jun's food stall is moving out soon." Grandma Deng's daughter hadn't anticipated this news at all, and she was completely stunned. Moved away? Where did they move to? To the West City Commercial Street, even further away. Grandma Deng's daughter was devastated. She lived near Jun's food stall, and she hadn't even enjoyed the benefits for a few days before he stopped operating there. What was going on? Was she really so unlucky? That night, the residents near Jun's food stall were destined to have a sleepless night. Everyone usually goes to bed early to try and snag a spot, but tonight, no one can fall asleep. Grandpa Wang was still awake past 11 p.m., constantly nagging about Jun's food stall relocating. His son, Wang Jiaojun, had to go to work the next day, and was getting ready for bed, but Grandpa Wang pulled him up again, asking, "You think Jun's food stall is really moving? They're not joking, are they?" Wang Jiaojun. Chapter 182 The Final Revelry. After much persuasion, including explaining his rations for tomorrow, Wang Jiaojun finally convinced Grandpa Wang to leave his son's bedroom and return to his own room to sleep. But sleep was impossible. At his age, he usually had trouble falling asleep and woke up early, and with worries weighing on his mind, sleep was even more impossible. Lying in bed, he stared at the ceiling for a long time, but sleepiness vanished. Feeling uneasy, Grandpa Wang left his bedroom and went to his son's room. His son's snoring was so loud that it seriously disturbed his granddaughter's sleep, so his daughter-in-law had separated him and he now slept alone in the guest room, so there was no qualms about him entering. Pushing open the door and standing in front of the bed, his son was indeed snoring, the snoring deafening. Grandpa Wang couldn't help but sigh. How could his son be so carefree, sleeping so soundly, unlike him, who suffered from complete insomnia? Grandpa Wang was upset but didn't want to bother his son, so he stood by the bed in a daze, waiting for his son to wake up so he could confide his troubles. Wang Jiaojun, middle-aged and overweight, used to snore loudly, sometimes even waking himself. As he slept, he groggily turned over and felt something was off, as if something was watching him. He groggily opened his eyes and strained to see what was in front of him. What he saw nearly scared him out of his wits. There stood a figure by the bed, holding a dark object, its eyes fixed intently on him. In the darkness, the streetlight streaming in from the window made it clear that he could even see the reflection in the figure's eyes. "Oh my God!" Wang Jiaojun scrambled off the bed, frantically pounding on the light switch on the bedside table. Normally he'd hit it hard with one strike, but today, terrified, he hit it several times before it finally clicked. Because he hit it so hard, the switch spring broke, and the light flickered twice but didn't turn on. Holy crap! Wang Jiaojun's hair stood on end. Scenes from all sorts of horror movies and novels flashed through his mind. Then, the shadow standing in front of the bed actually moved. Suddenly, a blue light emanated from its hand, illuminating his pale face like a close-up shot from a horror movie. Wang Jiaojun grabbed the bedside lamp, ready to smash it at the blue glowing face, but his scream was so loud it drowned out any familiar shouts. Then, the shadow actually moved, drifting towards the doorway, still glowing with blue light. With a sharp snap, all the lights in the house came on. Wang Jiaojun, still poised to throw the lamp, glanced towards the door and realized the dark figure was his father. His father was standing in the doorway, holding a phone, staring at him like a ghost. Wang Jiaojun was completely dumbfounded. "Dad, scaring people can kill you. Are you trying to scare me to death so you can inherit my credit cards and car loan? You're almost 40, how can you still be so timid? You're such a child." His father gave his son a disdainful look. For a second, Wang Jiaojun felt like severing their father-son relationship. It's ridiculous for a dad to stand silently by his son's bedside in the middle of the night, not saying a word, only to realize his son is scared and then shine his phone in his face instead of making a sound. He didn't get a beating because he was slow to react and didn't punch or kick the shadow first. Wang Jiao-jun was bitter inside, but he didn't want to talk about it. Old man Wang sat on the chair by the bed, waiting for his son to put down the lamp and sit back on the bed before asking the question that had been keeping him awake. Tell me, is there any way to stop Xiao Wu's family from moving away? Wang Jiao-jun, who had heard this question 800 times before bed, was on the verge of tears. Dad, it's like the sky is about to rain and they're moving. What can I do? I feel so hopeless. Old man Wang just wanted to hear something comforting from his son, but his son couldn't even offer comfort. All he could say was, I don't know, I can't do anything, I don't even know how to get a phone number anymore, I guess I need to learn to give up my habit of eating at Ajun's food stall every day. Grandpa Wang was furious, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. All you do is I don't know, you say? New brain, you say? Better than our rusty brains? I don't think yours any better, not even as good as your old man's. Wang Jiao-jun lay down on the bed, weakly repeating what Grandpa Wang had said that afternoon at Ajun's food stall. Dad, I want some peace and quiet. Let me go find Jing Jing, I miss her so much. Grandpa Wang rolled his eyes, turned and left the room. No sooner had he left than Wang Jiao-jun pounced on the door like a hungry wolf, locking it from the inside. After locking it, he checked several times to make sure it was locked before letting out a sigh of relief. This is terrifying. Who says old people aren't persistent? When old people are truly persistent, the young people have no chance. The next morning, Grandpa Wang didn't even use his usual alarm clock. He woke up exceptionally early, not caring how early it was, and quickly washed up and went downstairs. Since Ajun's food stall was moving, they figured they should enjoy these last few days of madness before the move. At least for these last few days, they couldn't miss out on any delicious food. It was like making up for what they wouldn't be able to eat again. That's what he thought, and that's what the other elderly folks in the neighborhood thought too. So, that morning, before 5 o'clock, a group of people started emerging from the various buildings. By the time they gathered at the entrance of the neighborhood, it was a dense, dark mass all going to Ajun's food stall to get a number. Normally, everyone would be chatting and laughing, but today there wasn't much laughter, and even the conversations weren't as lively as usual. The large group headed towards Ajun's food stall. Because there were so many people, they had to slow down and carefully squeeze through the narrow, card swipe required door when passing the entrance. The security guard at the gate was a little surprised to see so many people. The last time a large group of people came out so early in the morning was when Ajun's food stall had been closed for several days and finally reopened, but it wasn't this early, and there weren't this many people. It seemed like all the elderly folks had conspired together, getting up and heading out together. The security guard asked curiously, "Why are you all up so early? Did you plan this beforehand? What are you going to do?" An older woman, friendly with the security guard, said, "What else can we do but get a number from Ajun's food stall? Since Ajun's food stall is moving, we have to make the most of these last few days. This is the final celebration, we absolutely can't miss it." The security guard, of course, knew about Ajun's food stall relocation. He had initially thought everyone was up too early, but upon hearing it was to get a number, he suddenly realized it wasn't so early. Instead of trying to dissuade them from getting up so early, he closed the security post and joined the crowd. It wasn't that he wanted to leave his post, but he felt there were too many people in the neighborhood this morning. The line might stretch from Ajun's food stall all the way to the neighborhood gate. If he ended up standing at the gate, what difference would it make if he were just a gatekeeper? Chapter 183 Fortune Turns Around. At this time of day, Ajun's food stall is always bustling with activity. People are queuing to get a number, there are breakfast vendors, people helping others queue and find customers, and even those who have gotten a number but don't intend to use it themselves, shouting to the crowd. With such a large group of people, all talking at once, how could the scene not be lively? The once old, run-down, and quiet street has been transformed into a vibrant morning market. It's usually quite lively, but today it's going to be even more so. Because it's barely dawn, a large group of people have already arrived from the neighborhood, plus those from the opposite neighborhood, and diners from within 100 meters. The queue is incredibly long, stretching as far as the eye can see, like a long dragon. At 5:30, a group of young people arrives on bicycles. These young people, who live far away, have organized a cycling group specifically to eat at Ajun's food stall. They set off at around 4 a.m. every day, traveling several kilometers to queue until 7 a.m., get a number, and then cycle back. It's like exercise for them. Arriving at 5:30 is usually just right a bit crowded, but not too busy, enough to pick up lunch. But today, when they parked their bikes in front of Ajun's food stall, they were stunned by the incredibly long queue. Holy crap, what's going on? The queue's already this long at this hour, it even reaches the entrance to the residential complex. Usually, it does reach the complex entrance eventually, but that's when Ajun's stall is about to open and you can take a number. It's barely dawn now, if they remember correctly, it's still early. The young people were already feeling disheartened at the thought of dragging themselves out of their warm beds to queue for a number, only to find themselves standing in front of a huge, dark crowd, possibly not even getting a number. They could endure going to bed early and waking up early, they could endure riding such a long way, they could even tolerate dozing off while queuing, but they couldn't bear to endure all the difficulties, only to be left without a number because of the sheer number of people. But they weren't sure if they'd even get a turn, and they were reluctant to leave. What if there were still numbers left? Some continued queuing, while others went to the front to inquire. After asking around, they immediately told their companions. When their companions learned that the entire queue consisted of people from the surrounding neighborhoods of Jun's food stall, their faces turned green. They're already lucky enough because of their location, why are they all coming to steal our food? Is that even humanly? Yeah, such a long line, they must have planned this all along. Is it not enough that they can queue easily normally? They have to send everyone to completely monopolize Jun's food stall? That's just too despicable. The person asking the question wasn't angry and explained, it's not intentional. I heard yesterday that Jun's food stall is moving. People in this area won't have such a convenient location anymore. They said they want to enjoy the benefits of proximity one last time. Really moving? Where to? The commercial street. Don't you guys check the group messages? This news is practically exploding in the group. I went to bed too early last night, I didn't have time. Upon hearing the news, the young cyclist suddenly understood why the residents of the neighborhood near Jun's food stall were so enthusiastic. If it were them, they would be just as enthusiastic, and do it every day. Otherwise, once Jun's food stall moved, they wouldn't have such a convenient environment anymore. Thinking about it this way, they felt a little sympathy for these elderly people. 6 kilometers, seemingly a short bike ride of 10 minutes, was quite difficult for them. Older people are less agile, their eyesight is failing, and their hearing is impaired. Their families, concerned about their health, usually advise them to ride electric bikes as little as possible to avoid accidents. A few kilometers more means getting up earlier and traveling faster, the difference is like night and day. Even if there are young people in the family, they are busy with work and other commitments. They don't have the time or energy of the elderly to consistently go and get a number every day. Of course, besides sympathy, the cyclists were also a little smug. Serves them right for always bragging in the group chat and making everyone envious. What goes around comes around, and now it's someone else's turn to be lucky. At lunchtime, Wu Xian was surprised to find the hall almost packed with people from the surrounding neighborhoods. One person came, it was an acquaintance, a neighbor, another, it was also a neighbor from the neighborhood. Only a few people lived further away. Curious, Wu Xian asked what was going on, and they said they were trying to eat there more often than they would later, which made her both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, the customers at Jun's food stall didn't seem like they were just casually having lunch, it looked more like a large gathering of neighbors from the surrounding area. Everyone was discussing how they should get up early to queue when Jun's food stall moved further away, so they could get the most numbers and eat the most food, just like they did now. The older folks had no good ideas, but a whole bunch of bad ones. One person said they saw a video of a business war where someone was watering their rival's money tree, so they suggested watering the trees in that neighborhood to ruin the residents' luck and make them unable to get up in the morning. If their rival couldn't get up, it would benefit them. Another person said shared bikes didn't stop at their old neighborhood's entrance, so they'd move all the shared bikes there. If they didn't set up a designated spot, they'd follow the staff around, carrying them back as soon as they arrived, so they could queue up and ride the bikes there. Another person said they'd replace the God of Wealth statues in the shops with Ultraman, so the residents wouldn't be able to sleep at night or get up in the morning. The ideas were getting increasingly outrageous. The only 2 night shift workers sat at a table in the corner, trembling with fear from the menacing aura emanating from the elderly people around them. They were terrified that if they were discovered, they'd be closer to Jun's food stall and would be killed by the death rays of the elderly people. The elderly folks were racking their brains, practically bursting with ideas. They wished they had wings so they could fly straight to Jun's food stall first thing in the morning. Suddenly, they noticed a few young people silently engrossed in their food. Annoyed, they slammed their fist on the table. We're at a life or death situation. While eating is important, can't you try to think of a solution while you eat? Aren't young people supposed to have better brains? Several young people trembled with fear. Can you imagine being surrounded by a group of elderly men and women with white hair and no teeth while having a meal? The sheer terror is suffocating. Ladies and gentlemen, we were just thinking about it, just thinking. Perhaps their behavior was too strange, the old man asked curiously, you look a bit unfamiliar, not like our neighbors. You wouldn't happen to be one of those people who live near the shopping street, would you? The young people shook their heads violently, almost shaking them off. At this point, they would rather die than admit it. Chapter 184 Cheers, it's all in the soup. There are many old residential areas around Jun's food stall, and it's impossible for everyone to know them all. They even specifically asked if the vendors had any constructive ideas. No matter what they were asked, the vendors seemed clueless. The older folks, after asking a few questions, visibly showed their disdain, ignoring the younger ones, and went back to chatting about their own important matters while eating. They actually made it quite a ritual. Those with ideas stood up, raised a glass, and shared their thoughts. Those without ideas stood up to offer encouragement. To the untrained eye, it would look like they were discussing some major international event. The younger ones, excluded from the discussion, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, silence and quiet enjoyment were the best policy. They needed to develop their skills cautiously and avoid unnecessary risks. Yet Jinkei ate his sweet and sour poached egg, savoring its crispy exterior and tender interior, its fragrant aroma and perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor, and exclaimed in delight, "It's delicious, absolutely delicious. No matter how many times I eat it, it's addictive, and I never get tired of it." Strictly speaking, he doesn't live on the commercial street, but his shop is there, a convenience store run by him and his wife. Ever since he saw Jun's food stall online, they've been hooked on the food. They want to eat there almost every day, but they live far away and can't get a number. To get a number sooner, they started taking turns getting up early to try and get a number. You know, getting up early is incredibly difficult for young people, even for delicious food. Every morning, getting up feels like banging your head against a wall, but when you eat it, it's worth it. Yet, the next morning, getting up again is still a struggle. The couple is caught in this dilemma, experiencing both pain and pleasure. But the most frustrating thing is that as more and more people get their numbers, they have to get up even earlier. At first, they got up around 7 a.m., but then it became difficult to get a number at 7 a.m., so they changed it to 6 a.m. At 6 a.m., they realized the distance was too far, wasting 20 minutes on the way, and still couldn't get a number. Finally, their earliest wake-up time became 6 a.m. sharp. Getting up so early meant getting home after 7 a.m., and any slight delay meant being late for school. Meanwhile, they still had to get up early to make breakfast and take the child. Finally, they settled on 5:30 a.m. Because going at 5:30 a.m. meant they were near the front of the queue, and on the way home, they could buy breakfast and take the child to school. Haha, back in their school days, they didn't even have to get up this early. Sometimes they didn't sleep well the night before and couldn't get up in the morning, plus they couldn't get a number. Finally, the couple discussed it and decided to turn their convenience store into a 24-hour store. The commercial street is already bustling, and at night there are KTVs and hotels. At the other end of the street is a large plaza with beautifully designed lighting. People are still strolling around there even after 11 p.m., plus there's a night market on a side street in the alley. Opening a 24-hour convenience store would be perfect. All these areas would be a major customer base at night. Yet Jinkei decided his wife would work during the day, while he would work at night. Working alone at night was a bit scary, so it was more suitable for him, as a grown man, to mind the shop. Every night at 10 p.m., he would come to the shop to mind the business, while his wife went home to take care of the children. When no one was around midnight, he would sleep and rest in the shop. Around 5 a.m., he would ride his bike back to queue, and he always managed to get a number. This morning, he had a sudden idea to see if he could get a number in the first 10 by coming earlier. And wouldn't you know it, despite the elderly folks getting up so early, he still managed to snag a number. Although he didn't get a number in the first 10, he still managed to fight his way through the large gathering of elderly people from the surrounding neighborhoods. Thinking about it, it wasn't easy for his family to get a meal at a Jun's food stall. They had put in so much effort, getting up early and going straight to the night shift. And now, even though he was already working the night shift, a Jun's food stall had opened right next to his small shop. It was like heaven had opened a back door for him. Had he lived a life of mediocrity, only to have his luck turn around as he approached 40? Now he could conveniently queue up and get a number at the shop, but the move of a Jun's food stall next door offered more than just that benefit. Having his convenience store next to a Jun's stall would undoubtedly bring countless business opportunities. Everyone knew how bustling a Jun's food stall was at 5 a.m. His small shop already sold grilled sausages, soy milk, and tea eggs. Once a Jun's stall was fully relocated, he could sell even more. He could upgrade his business license, replace any missing permits, hire a breakfast cook, and sell the food himself. With the early morning foot traffic, who else but him would profit? The cigarettes, lighters, and bottled water in his convenience store would sell out instantly. He'd set up a few small tables and chairs by the entrance so people could rest when they got tired of standing. At lunchtime, he could hang some toys for children, bringing in even more customers. As long as there was foot traffic, making money was guaranteed. These days, the most scarce resource is foot traffic. The thought of countless money-making opportunities soon laid out before him made Ye Jinkei tremble. Soon he'd be promoted, receive a raise, become a big boss, and marry. No, he'd build a vast empire for his wife and son. The thought was exciting. He picked up his bowl of duck soup and made a toasting gesture to a familiar face who lived on the commercial street and often bought things from his convenience store. "Come on, cheers, it's all in the soup." The two downed their soup in one gulp, revealing a knowing smile only they understood. After laughing, Ye Jinkei picked up the groceries he'd packed for his wife and children and excitedly left Jun's food stall. He wanted to tell his wife the good news that Jun's stall was indeed moving next to their shop, and also share his money-making plans. Jin Cai is finally going to enjoy life. It wasn't just Ye Jin Cai who saw the business opportunity. The owner of Zhang Jinjiao's massage and foot bath shop next to a Jun's food stall also sensed it. Since a Jun's food stall has become increasingly popular, it has revitalized the surrounding commercial area of this once stagnant old neighborhood, with nearby shops now enjoying booming business every day. Even selling fishing gear was bustling with people. A constant stream of people would stop to look at the fishing rods. Fu Peng, whose foot bath shop had benefited from a Jun's food stall success, had also made a small fortune. The thought of his shop becoming half dead and on the verge of closing down after a Jun's food stall moved was unbearable for Fu Peng. Ever since hearing the news yesterday, he had been worried about his shop. But then, an idea came to him. Honey, why don't we just go to the commercial street and rent a shop next to a Jun's food stall? Chapter 185. What a coincidence, I'm also here to look at the shop. Hearing this, Fu Peng's wife's heart pounded. Shops in the commercial street are very expensive. Although they're not as expensive as they used to be, the prices are still outrageous. Can we really make money opening a foot massage shop there? I'm really afraid we won't even cover the rent. Absolutely impossible. How could a shop next to a Jun's food stall not make money? Unless we're incredibly stupid. Fu Peng explained the ins and outs to his wife, summarizing it in one sentence: a Jun's food stall brings in foot traffic, anyone passing by means business. Besides, we can raise our prices. Haven't you noticed that the diners at a Jun's food stall are getting wealthier? Some big bosses come here after get off work, exhausted, and they just order the 398 yuan set meal, including a foot massage. They're not short of money, they just want a place to kill time and relax, so they won't be bored while waiting for a table. After hearing Fu Peng's explanation, his wife was tempted. Business has been booming lately, but that's all thanks to their location next to Jun's food stall. If Jun moves, why would anyone bother with this old, run-down shop? No sooner said than done, and most importantly, she could earn some extra cash while waiting in line for customers. Okay, let's go quickly. What you're thinking, others are too. What if we're too late and all the good spots are taken? The two acted immediately. As soon as lunchtime was over and the shop was empty, they closed the door and excitedly drove to the commercial street. Seeing the shop Jun had bought at the intersection, they were immediately envious. They quickly went to inquire nearby, looking for shops for sale or vacant properties available for rent. This commercial street used to be incredibly popular. Back then, before the large commercial district near the river in the west of the city was planned and built, this area was incredibly valuable. Any shop there was guaranteed to be successful and profitable. Sometimes during holidays, the streets are packed with people. Even selling water on the street is profitable, and renting a few square meters at the stairwell to sell popcorn and candied hawthorns is incredibly expensive. But since the large riverside commercial district was built 5 years ago, the sprawling Jun Plaza, with its all-inclusive food, drink, and entertainment, has directly impacted the market on this side of the commercial street. Adding to this is the impact of online shopping and the market downturn. It's not as bustling as it used to be, but even a weakened giant is still bigger than a horse. Even though the foot traffic isn't as high as before, shops have closed one after another, and rents have been reduced time and again, the rents are still incomparable to those elsewhere. Fang Jun's large restaurant is located at the intersection at the end of the commercial street. Shops at intersections are generally more desirable, with better access in all directions, so their prices are higher. The shops on either side of the restaurant were open. Across one shop, a clothing store had a for sale sign. Fu Peng and his wife went in to ask about the prices, but immediately hesitated to look any further. So expensive. The couple left the clothing store, grinning, and looked back. They didn't dare consider the shops near the intersection. They could only consider those in the middle. And sure enough, they found many suitable shops. The shops near the middle of the commercial street, neither too close to the Kanda Plaza nor near the intersection, couldn't sustain themselves, and several were actually vacant. Even an Ice King store closed down due to its poor location. Its storefront was covered in a thick layer of dust. This was understandable. 3 Ice King stores already existed on this street, so it was bound to fail. The couple was incredibly excited as they looked at the 4 rent signs on the shutters of several shops. Renting a shop is tricky. If it's a transfer of ownership, it's from the previous tenant, requiring a transfer fee. But for rent is different. The landlord is renting directly, so they only need to pay rent. The couple immediately picked up the phone and dialed the shop owner's number. Hello, is your shop for rent? We're thinking of opening a shop here. Do you have time to come over and open the door so I can take a look? Sure, but someone already called to see my shop. We arranged to meet at 2:30. Why don't you come together? Fu Peng was still wondering what a coincidence. He rarely came to see a shop, and someone else was already interested. Someone called? Yes, 2 families wanted to see it. Why don't you come together? It's the same whether 1 or 2 people see it. What do you say? Okay, let's take a look together. Fu Peng readily agreed. The location was perfect. He ran a massage and pedicure shop, and being too close to the food stalls wasn't ideal. A location a bit further away was just right. The shop owner was puzzled. His shop had been half abandoned due to its location, and he hadn't been able to rent it out since the year before last. The rent was too high, and he couldn't bear to pay too low. Having spent a lot of money to buy the shop, renting it too cheaply would be like taking a loss. He had initially thought he could wait and see if the economy would recover, but after the pandemic, the brick-and-mortar business not only failed to recover but became increasingly depressed, leaving his shop without suitable tenants. Those who wanted to rent thought it was too expensive, and those who weren't bothered by the high prices didn't want it. It was practically a dead end. Suddenly, 3 companies came to see his shop, which the owner found a bit strange. It felt like he was back in the heyday of his business, when even the slightest hint of renting would bring a flood of calls. The owner was quite excited, mentally rehearsing how to rent the property at the best possible price. Surely he could land one of the 3, and if the price was right, he'd rent it. Meanwhile, Fu Peng and his wife looked at other shops. Considering that the one they were looking at was closest to a Jun's food stall, didn't require a transfer fee, and was only 10 storefronts away, they ultimately decided to take a look at it first. After waiting for a while by the door, the shop owner didn't appear. Instead, Mr. Zhao, the barber from their neighboring shop, walked over. They exchanged a surprised glance and almost simultaneously asked, "What are you doing here?" The two had been neighbors for decades and had a good relationship. Mr. Zhao didn't hide anything and smiled, "I'm here to look at the shop." "What a coincidence, I'm here to look at the shop too." Both glanced at the storefront behind them, then realized, "We're not looking at the same store, are we?" "It seems so." They both laughed as soon as they finished speaking. "You little rascal, Fu Peng, you're so cunning. Boss Fang just mentioned moving yesterday, and you're already here looking at storefronts today. How do you think your mind works so fast?" Chapter 186. Don't underestimate the poor middle-aged. "Same here, Lao Jiao. You called even earlier than me. They say younger people have faster minds, but your 50-something brain works way faster than ours." After chatting for a while, they saw Lao Pang from the hardware store arrive. Seeing their familiar old neighbor, they knew without a doubt why he was there. Well, he certainly knew how to do business. They didn't even need to discuss moving locations, they all came together to look at the shop without any prior agreement. Soon, the shop owner arrived. Business was slow in the area, and the blazing sun couldn't stop him from looking at the shop. After confirming that all 3 had their eyes on his shop, the owner opened the roller shutter to let them see the inside. While chatting, he began to inquire, "What a coincidence that the 3 of you decided to open a shop here, and all of you even chose this shop." Of course, Fu Peng and the other 2 couldn't tell the owner that Jun's food stall was moving here. This news is currently only circulating among their own circle. Boss Fang and his team haven't widely publicized it, and a significant number of people are still unaware, some only having heard rumors and not yet certain. Telling the boss now would be tantamount to announcing to him that their shop's value has increased and the rent should rise. The old shop was too outdated, and customers were always picky, so we wanted to look around. The shops here used to be quite nicely decorated. We can easily tidy them up and open a shop, saving money. That's right, that's right. The last time I had this shop was a high-end barber shop. It was beautifully decorated. The young man was so eager to make money that he bought the best of everything, but in the end, he lost money, cough cough, and eventually moved elsewhere. He left a lot of things in the shop without taking them. Master Zhao looked at the dusty chairs and mirror shelves on the wall, feeling a pang of envy. This shop was practically made for him. He turned to his 2 neighbors, "How about I rent this shop? It's a barber shop, no need for much renovation, it's practically made just for me. But this location is close to the intersection, and we'd like to open a shop here too." The remaining 2, who could make phone calls, had naturally compared other shops and felt this location was the most suitable. "How about this? This shop has 2 storefronts, let's split them in half, one for each of us." "Old Zhao, you used to have 2 storefronts, but the rent here isn't cheap, 2 storefronts are too much of a burden. If we each take one, the cost will be lower." Fu Peng's eyes lit up, an idea forming, and he suggested, "That makes sense, then we'll each take one." Master Zhao agreed. "Wait, what about me? I want one too, I'm looking too." Old Pang from the hardware store was getting anxious. Why was he the only one being superfluous in this 3-person arrangement? The 2 looked at Old Pang. 3 people, only 2 storefronts, that was the problem. The 2 men quickly comforted him, "How about we look around the next door? We can ask if there's a room available, and we can rent another one. A couple more spaces won't make a difference. Besides, opening a hardware store on a commercial street just doesn't feel right. This should be a street full of restaurants and entertainment, otherwise the rent won't be sustainable." The landlord, overhearing their conversation, was immediately shocked. Good heavens, these 3 knew each other. Apparently, they even had shops in the same area. Why were they all suddenly moving? Was it a mass relocation? Your previous shops haven't been exposed for anything terrible, making them unsuitable for business anymore, have they? What terrible thing? The landlord said, like, someone died in one of your shops, or something bizarre, and nobody dares to go there anymore. The three men were speechless. Did they have such vivid imaginations? Had they watched too many detective dramas? But they didn't say anything more. It was better that the landlord misunderstood, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rent a shop. Boss, you're overthinking it. Let's talk about renting the shop. The landlord, seeing the three's uncomfortable expressions, let out a sigh. Did I guess right? Ah, right, you're right. Soon, Fu Peng and his friends negotiated a price with the landlord and signed a 2-year lease. The three then helped Lao Peng find a shop. Frankly, opening a hardware store on a commercial street was really unsuitable. Anyone else would never have thought of opening a hardware store here, but Lao Peng set a precedent. Not only did he dare to open one, but he also managed to sell the 2-story clothing store that Fu Peng and his friends had previously looked at, which was about to be transferred. The other two admired his courage. After both the prospective tenant and the prospective tenant signed the contract, they were very satisfied and left with the agreement. On the way, Fu Peng was still telling Lao Peng that renting 2 storefronts for a hardware store was not suitable and that he should think carefully. Old Peng smiled without saying a word. Who said renting 2 shops meant you had to open a hardware store? He'd run a hardware store before, but that didn't mean he had to run one forever. The clothing store was just 1 shop away from Ah Jun's food stall. He'd turned that space into an arcade, setting up a children's playground with arcade games like claw machines, perfect for killing time. When Ah Jun's stall was busy, customers would go to his shop to play games while waiting, especially those with children. Adults and kids alike would have a place to play. It was a golden opportunity to make money. He could also offer occasional special deals, and everyone would come to play the claw machines. It was just a few plush toys, the cost was minimal. Old Peng grew increasingly excited. He could almost see himself in his middle age, successful in his business. Haha, he really was a late bloomer. At that moment, he wanted to shout to everyone, don't underestimate the potential of middle-aged people. Unbeknownst to them, no sooner had they left than even more familiar faces from nearby shops came to look at the new storefronts. Pharmacy owners, baby shop owners, they all came. After a day and a night of speculation about Ah Jun's food stall relocation, it seemed everyone had finally come up with a solution after lunchtime. The little chef's family moving their shop was a done deal. They couldn't control other people's moves, but they could control their own. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll come to the mountain. Why not just move with Ah Jun's food stall? After 2 p.m., Ah Jun's food stall closed. The summer sun was blazing, and other shops were empty at the time, perfect for looking at potential shops. Without even discussing it, a group of people, belatedly realizing what was happening, all rushed out to look at shops during that time. They understood perfectly, follow Fang Shang, and you'll get what you pay for. No need to overthink it, just go with the flow. No problem. Chapter 187. What's going on? Is it popular to rent shops in groups to do business this year? Renting a place in an old, run-down neighborhood to start a business is naturally appealing because of the lower rent, lower operating costs, and lower risk. Therefore, after checking prices, the shop owners who came to view the properties primarily favored those in central locations that didn't require transfer fees and directly faced the landlords. Of course, the baby store owner and the pharmacy owner, being more affluent, opted for more expensive, more prominent locations, even if it meant paying a transfer fee. That afternoon, the usually quiet commercial street saw an unusual increase in foot traffic. The landlords who had been called assumed that someone was interested in starting a business and had their eye on their storefronts. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the landlords of several other vacant shops in the surrounding area were also there. They had owned these shops for many years and knew each other well. They were all surprised to learn that the others were there to discuss renting with potential tenants. Wow, you're all here to show properties to potential tenants? Someone asked. Yeah, someone called me saying they wanted to see my place. My husband took my car, so I rode my electric scooter over in the blazing Sunday. 2 people have called me already, wanting to see my place. My shop is the 5th one next to the restaurant at the intersection. The young man who used to run it doesn't want to continue, he's hesitant. The tenant wants to transfer the business and asked me to call. I've already received 4 calls from people interested in renting the shop. I'm wondering why. My shop's location is pretty good, but it hasn't been this busy in a long time. As they talked, everyone realized something was off. What's going on? Is it trendy to rent shops in groups this year? Didn't they say business was bad this year, and nobody was making money? Could the news we heard be false? Exactly. Suddenly so many people are renting shops. Is there some big business opportunity, or is the brick-and-mortar economy recovering? The shop landlords were baffled. These days, who opens a shop without going to the vicinity of June Plaza? They're middle of the way, less desirable shops are rented out faster than those across the intersection. They used to sell high-end suits and designer women's clothing. Now, those shops that are still open have loudspeakers blaring special offers. Special offers. Everything on sale. Or they're advertising shop for transfer, saying last 3 days. 3 days, then another 3 days, it's been over a year, and they're still shouting last 3 days. They've turned high-end women's clothing shops into clearance sales. They've completely transformed a high-end commercial pedestrian street into a discount goods area. Suddenly, a group of people showed up wanting to rent their unsold shops. How could they not be surprised? They couldn't possibly be a bunch of clueless, rich fools who suddenly appeared wanting to start a business. With this question in mind, the landlords arrived at the location and found a group of mature, middle-aged people, ruling out that absurd answer. They asked the same question the landlords who had rented the shops to Fu Peng and his group before. Why are you all coming to rent shops as a group? Is there something here that attracts you? These were all shrewd business people. They weren't about to give the real answer. Each of them made up excuses to evade the question. One said he used to be too poor to afford a shop on the commercial street, but now that he has money, he wants to give it a try. Another said a fortune teller told him this year would be auspicious for him in this direction, bringing great fortune, so he came specifically to buy a shop and make a fortune. None of them told the truth. Just kidding, if I told everyone that Jun's food stall had bought the largest two-story restaurant at the intersection, the space could be auctioned off on the spot, with the highest bidder getting it. They wouldn't even be able to buy a street stall, let alone a shop. These few empty shops, not too far apart, are in prime locations. The old hands, annoyed by the questions, got upset. We're here to look at the shops, not to be interrogated. Are you still going to rent them? If not, we'll leave. After everyone looks at the shops and agrees on a price, we're supposed to sign a contract. It's not like we can just take the shops away without a word. Can you just walk away like that? What, are you going to suspect us of scamming you? Don't you know how to download an anti-fraud app? Under the pressure, the landlords immediately relented. That's right, the shops are here, they can't take them away. What's there to be afraid of once a contract is signed? Rent, 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 take your time looking. No rush. We'll discuss the price after you're satisfied. The landlords began to consider what price would be appropriate. What if there really was a business opportunity? The price wouldn't be what it was. A young man, whose parents weren't home, opened the shop by himself. Young people like to check information on their phones, so while everyone else was looking at the shops, he opened an app and started searching for information. From the direction of the domestic real economy to the policies regulating commercial streets, and even the economic development of Jiexing, we investigated in every direction, but found no good news about rent increases, so we had to give up. It has to be said, everyone is really good at keeping things under wraps. They've really covered up the news well, even though only a day has passed. A landlord who had a good relationship with the landlord who previously rented Fu Peng's shop called to inquire about the situation, noticing that his shop's rental phone number was missing. You mean that one? My shop has already been rented out. Apparently, there was a murder in the area where those people used to run their shops, a really gruesome one. Nobody goes there anymore, so they're all looking for a place to rent. What? Such a big thing. How come we haven't heard about it on the news? Have you been reading too many detective novels? It's normal not to hear about it. Things that are too serious are usually covered up first, and then exposed after the facts are cleared up. I guarantee it's true, because it's not that I've been reading too many detective novels, it's what the people who rented the shop said themselves. Oh, I see. The landlord, believing he had found accurate information, shared it with the other landlords. Upon hearing this, everyone learned that a life-threatening incident had occurred in a certain commercial area, forcing the landlords to relocate urgently and thus choosing shops with more vacant spaces in their area. Reassured, the landlords began showing their shops to everyone with greater confidence. Having received information from an acquaintance, they completely disregarded how unreliable the information actually was. That afternoon, the commercial street experienced a long-awaited resurgence. Shops that were previously too small, making everything seem inadequate, were now rented out. Even that tiny, outdated corner of the stairwell near the intersection has been rented out. Apparently, they plan to sell breakfast in the morning, sugar paintings, and candied hawthorns at noon, and handmade spicy strips in the evening. The schedule is packed tight, incredibly busy. The owners of several shops already located in the area, seeing the constant stream of people renting out their spaces, were puzzled. It was the first time they'd seen people renting out spaces in groups, and with such enthusiasm. They'd been struggling to make ends meet, and were looking for a cheaper place to rent. Why did they suddenly find properties so valuable? Chapter 188. Taking a gamble, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Almost all the owners of the old, run-down shops have relocated. Even the burger shop owner, who had only moved here less than 2 months ago, didn't hesitate to rent a new place. As for losing 10 months' rent here, is that a problem? Rent is nothing, the important thing is business. Opening the burger shop next to Jun's food stall, and adding coffee, ice cream, and other cold drinks, business will be booming. After all, how many kids can resist a family bucket? When adults can't get a number, buying a family bucket for the kids isn't unreasonable, is it? Everyone is happy, almost feeling like they're quietly making a fortune. Only old Zhang and his wife, who run the stationery store, aren't happy because they haven't found a suitable storefront. We shouldn't have gone to get glasses first. We wasted so much time, and now we've missed out on a storefront. They never expected that while they were still considering the idea, their neighbors had already taken action. The speed was so fast, there was no time to react. They had been smug, thinking they'd found a way out, but they hadn't realized that their clever idea was easily found by others. Right now, all the reasonably priced, well-located shops on both floors of the commercial street were already snapped up. They wanted to open a stationery store. The location was wrong, the rent too high, it would be a sure way to lose money. I heard that Master Zhao and Fu Peng found the perfect location with cheap rent, each taking one of the two shops. Why aren't we so lucky? The more she spoke, the more regretful she became. Old Jiang's wife's heart began to ache. Old Jiang hesitated for a moment, then said, "How about we take over the supermarket across from Jun's food stall?" But that supermarket is too expensive. Nobody dares to take it over. Even the pharmacy owner didn't choose it after asking, "What if we lose money if we take it over?" We won't lose money. The shops there will only prosper in the future. I'll talk to Boss Fang and see if I can supply them with vegetables. Boss Fang's net worth will increase, and he won't need to buy vegetables himself anymore. Old John gritted his teeth and said, "Let's take a gamble. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle." Because their new shops were secured, the shop owners no longer looked worried like the surrounding residents. They all had smiles on their faces, and when they went to Jun's food stall for dinner that evening, they couldn't stop smiling. "Master Zhao, why are you so happy today? Did you find some money?" Someone greeted old Zhao, seeing his smug look. Master Zhao chuckled. The Buddha said it cannot be spoken. He even adopted a mysterious air. Because they were renting a shop with Fu Peng, the two of them sat at the same table for dinner every night. What do you think will happen if Boss Fang and his team open their shop and find out that the shop next door is occupied by familiar neighbors? They'll probably be very surprised, haha. In the kitchen, Fang Shang, taking a break from his busy work, peeked out the window and into the dining hall. He was surprised to find that most of the diners were regulars from the neighborhood. These regulars are going crazy today. I saw familiar faces this morning, and there's still familiar faces this afternoon. Did they book all the seats for today? Fang Jun chuckled. It's not quite a complete sellout, but it's pretty close. Your mother did a quick count out of curiosity, and those who live far away didn't even get 20 queue numbers today. They were all taken by people from the surrounding area. That exaggerated? Absolutely. The scene this morning was terrifying. Almost everyone from our neighborhood, except those who weren't home, came. Your brother Liao Peng went on a business trip out of town, and when he got off the plane, he passed by our door without even going in. He was called to the queue at the entrance first. Fang Sheng clicked his tongue, just for a meal, and this is insane. Fang Jun glanced sharply at his son a few times, seeing his wide eyes and slightly open mouth, not like he was deliberately being sarcastic, and smiled. It seems his son is still completely unaware of the allure of his cooking. Luckily, his son is family, otherwise, he would have had to find a way to squeeze into the queue with everyone else to eat. Thank goodness. Thinking of this, Fang Jun gave his son a kind smile. "Son, how about making 4 happiness meatball soup tomorrow? I want to drink that soup. And can you replace the lemon chicken feet you made with duck feet? I prefer duck feet." "No problem, Dad, just give me whatever you want to eat." His son's quick agreement deepened Fang Jun's smile. He patted his son's head, leaving Fang Shang speechless. He was practically an adult at heart, yet he still got that head-patting charm. In a Jun's food stall fan group, there were still very few eye-catching pictures today. Aside from a few fans who lived far away but still managed to carve out a path through the crowd of elderly people and posted their usual pictures, no one else posted anything. The elderly people were so shrewd, posting pictures now wouldn't get them envy or jealousy, but rather teasing. What if someone said, "Keep showing off, but once a Jun's food stall moves away, you won't have the chance to show off every day anymore"? It's not like they're deliberately making things difficult for themselves. So, even though some elderly folks got 2 numbers at once, one for lunch and one for dinner, they kept a low profile and didn't post any pictures. Meanwhile, some foodies in the group, unaware of the situation, were complaining. "What's going on? Are all the people around Jun's food stall crazy today? They've booked all the numbers. I went early this morning and the line was already full. I could have just turned around and left without a second thought. I went to get a number at 6:10, and by the time I counted the heads, it was already gone. Don't even mention you. I heard these elderly folks are trying to make up for what they can't eat later. That's ruthless. Then don't just eat, post some pictures to whet our appetites." Other fans who saw this message were speechless. Do you even need to listen to what you're saying? You're jealous when they post pictures, but you want to see them when they don't? You're just asking for trouble. But actually, someone did respond to him. Those business owners who had already rented storefronts and signed contracts saw the group asking for photos and immediately waved their hands. Schedule. The next second, the group chat was flooded with photos of various delicious foods. At the request of fans, Fang Shang made a dish of cucumber slices wrapped in a straw raincoat. This dish looks amazing and tastes delicious. Arranged on the plate, it resembles a long dragon about to soar through the sky. This is practically a must-have for sharing photos of home and travel gear. Just look at this picture, it instantly shows the scene of dining in the Great Hall of the People. The account names of these shop owners are their shop names, so as soon as they post a picture, everyone knows who posted it. Looking at the names, they're all shop owners from the area around the food stalls. The owners are generous, everyone shouts, and the pictures appear. Actually, it's not a big deal that Ajun's food stall moved. Relax. Think about me, no matter where they are, they're more than 10 kilometers away from me. Compared to that, doesn't it make you feel better? Chapter 189 My newly renovated house. Yes, I'm from another province. If I want to eat there, I have to go out of the province. Even though the high-speed train only takes 8 hours, I don't have time every weekend. The saddest things in this world are not getting what you want and losing what you have. We are truly pitiful souls in the same boat. My friend, you're too attached to appearances. The bosses who posted pictures held their phones, saw these messages, and let out a wild laugh that only they could hear. Of course, they were relieved, because they had followed Ajun's food stall. They weren't attached to appearances. At this moment, Ho Lijun and his family also entered Ajun's food stall. As the boss of a large company, he was naturally not short of money. If he wanted to eat at Ajun's food stall, he could simply ask his assistant, who would arrange for someone to get a number and deliver it to him. But his parents were unwilling. His parents, strong-willed and frugal throughout their lives, felt that paying an employee to get a number was a waste of money and time. It's cruel to be forced to take a number to eat at Ajun's food stall, only to find you can't. So, Ho Lijun's parents took on the responsibility of getting a number from the stall themselves. They lived far away, 8 kilometers away. Ho Lijun was worried about driving or cycling, but his filial piety prevented him from disobeying them on such a small matter. Ultimately, to make it easier for his parents to get a number and for his family to enjoy a good meal, he bought an apartment in the nearby garden community. This way, they could easily walk to Ajun's food stall just outside the community. The community is full of elderly people, so his parents aren't bored. They chat, play chess, go fishing, and enjoy other pleasant activities together. The apartment was just renovated 2 days ago, and the family hadn't even had a chance to move in before they went back to their hometown. Today, as soon as they returned, Ho Lijun brought his hungry family, along with a number provided by his assistant, to eat. Sitting at the table his assistant had reserved, Ho Lijun ordered everything on the small blackboard as usual, plus a stir-fried pork intestine with green peppers and a stir-fried braised beef with scallions. Ho Lijun's son had just watched an old-fashioned martial arts drama yesterday. He saw the heroes in the show ordering whole roasted chickens in restaurants, literally eating them by themselves, and he'd been drooling over it. Now, he insisted his dad get him a whole roasted chicken too, and he wanted to eat it himself. Having grown up in poverty, Ho Lijun had always felt a bit inferior, so he spoiled his son. Since his son wanted a whole roasted chicken, he called the waiter and ordered a whole, uncut chicken. The restaurant did have whole braised chickens, young chickens. After Aunt Zhang brought the whole young chicken to the table on a large plate, Ho washed his hands and immediately picked it up. The young chicken weighed about 2 pounds. When 8-year-old Xiao Ho picked it up, he couldn't hold it very well. In the end, he put it on a plate, held it with both hands, and took a big bite out of the chicken. Don't let the large size of this spring chicken fool you, it's perfectly braised, flavorful inside and out. Every bite reveals a soft, tender skin and juicy interior, infused with the aroma of the secret 5-spice braising sauce. This chicken is delicious from head to toe. The chubby Xiao Ho was eating with gusto, taking huge bites, even more so than those food vloggers on live streams. Especially with such a large chicken, it was pure, unadulterated meat-eating fun to watch. The other diners couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Ho Lijun, his father, was also tempted. He snatched the chicken from his son and took a big bite himself. Wow, it's so delicious. Dad, I'm going to be a great hero. How can you, as the father of a great hero, take my roast chicken? Give it back. Xiao Ho snatched the chicken back, picked it up, and continued gnawing, clearly intending to eat nothing else but this roast chicken. No one intended to persuade them otherwise. They figured their son would eventually see something else appealing and give up the chicken. A family sitting behind them was discussing how Ajun's food stall had moved to the commercial street, and since they lived far away, they were wondering how to get a number. Just as Ho Lijun was enjoying his meal, he suddenly heard about Ajun's food stall relocating. His expression froze, and he abruptly turned around, urgently asking the other diners, "What did you say?" Ah Jun's food stall is moving? Why? The family at that table, who had been discussing something, looked at Ho Jun with even greater surprise than he was. What? You didn't know? No way. It's been a whole day and night, and you still don't know? Are you from out of town? So out of touch. Ho Jun explained sheepishly that he had taken his family back to his hometown for the past 2 days and wasn't there. Only then did they understand what was going on, and they immediately told him that Ah Jun's food stall would soon be moving to a 2-story shop on the commercial street. Puffed, cough cough, you said, Ah Jun's food stall is moving, cough cough. Ho's father, who was drinking soup, was so shocked by the news that he choked on his soup. He coughed while wiping his mouth, his face, already quite aged, filled with disbelief. His deep wrinkles were now deeply knitted together. Ho's mother's voice trembled. This is no joke. We just bought a house here, and we haven't even moved in yet. Not only were his frugal parents speechless, but even Ho Jun was utterly dumbfounded. Brother, is the news accurate? We bought a house in the garden community so we could eat at Ah Jun's food stall more easily. We even had it fully renovated, just 2 days ago, and we haven't even moved in yet. The old man sitting next to him seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly dawned on him. Oh, so you're the one who bought the cough cough, the one from old son's place at a high price. The information is very accurate, it was said by the little chef's family themselves. They were busy yesterday and forgot to send a message to the group chat, but they sent a message to all the groups at noon today. Didn't you see it? We've been traveling a lot and haven't had time to check. Ho Jun and his family were stunned. They had spent money to buy a house just for a meal, renovated it inside and out, and hadn't even moved in yet, only to find the shop had already moved out. What kind of luck was this? It was outrageous. Son, what do we do? It's such a waste to leave the house empty after just finishing the renovations, but it's still inconvenient for us to get a number at Ah Jun's food stall. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll handle it. Ho Jun's business used to be quite successful. Although his construction company had been struggling these past 2 years, he had already made enough money. Although he was speechless for a moment at first, he quickly calmed down. It's all right. If it's inconvenient to live here, we'll just buy another house. This time, we'll buy one in the complex across from the commercial street. Chapter 190, Solving the problem by addressing yourself. What about this place? What to do? Leave it empty, we'll have our assistants sort it out. If someone rents it, great, if not, it'll stay empty, use it as a storage room, whatever. Of course, I couldn't tell my parents this. It's alright, Mom and Dad. With my abilities, do you think I'd suffer a loss? Just wait patiently. We'll move to the apartment complex over at the commercial street. Then I can queue up with the neighbors every day for a number, chat a bit, and maybe even play cricket with them when the mood strikes. This reason successfully convinced Mr. and Mrs. Ho Jun didn't delay. He immediately called his assistant and instructed, Dangwei, put aside what you're doing and immediately arrange for someone to inquire about buying a house in the nearest residential area to the commercial street intersection. A villa would be best, but a garden apartment will do if that's not possible. Remember, the key is the house itself. The closer to the commercial street intersection, the better. Don't give me some out-of-the-way corner that my parents have to walk 10 minutes to get out of the complex. Choose a good layout, and once you've chosen, arrange for someone to renovate it quickly. Dangwei nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Ho, I guarantee I'll complete the task. After getting the instructions, Ho Jun felt relieved and invited his family to happily start eating. As for his chubby son, except for the moment when he heard that Ah Jun couldn't handle the situation and dropped the chicken he was holding on the table, he ate and ate the rest of the time, with a truly good appetite. The family was enjoying their meal when the other diners at Ah Jun's food stall, having overheard Ho Jun's phone conversation with his assistant, suddenly stopped eating, as if they had heard something utterly shocking. They looked at each other, speechless, the once bustling hall suddenly falling silent. After a moment, someone exclaimed, Damn it, how could I be so stupid? I didn't even think of such a simple and direct method. Am I an idiot? Right, that's another way. No, we have to think about this further, see how it works. Poverty limited my imagination. Even now that I have money, it still limits my imagination. I'm so narrow-minded. How could I not have thought of this method? I'm such a stupid ox. Haha, a glimmer of hope. Don't let the old, dilapidated appearance of this central residential area fool you. Back when these buildings were first constructed, their design style and location were among the best in Jiachen. You'd be embarrassed to even look at them if you didn't have money. Time has passed, and the central residential area has transformed from a premier luxury community into a rundown, despised old neighborhood, with many residents moving away. However, some people have lived there for many years, gotten used to it, and are unwilling to leave even after their children have moved to newer, much better off neighborhoods. To put it simply, this community harbors quite a few wealthy people. Now, the well-off elderly folks, upon hearing Ho Jun's words, suddenly understood. If Ah Jun's food stall moved, they could simply move with him. As for not being used to the new neighborhood, or having trouble sleeping, that's a joke. With Ah Jun's food stall around, what's there to get used to? Insomnia is a good thing. They'll be the first to line up early in the morning, and no one can beat them. Maybe when they got to Ah Jun's food stall, they'd relax so much they could even take a nap. The elderly folks were incredibly excited, the gloom on their faces vanished. Now, the sky seemed bluer, the sea whiter, and everything in the world seemed more beautiful. Relaxed, they ate even faster, the food on the table disappearing at lightning speed. They had to hurry, so many people had heard the news, and they'd definitely be looking at houses near the commercial street later. What if they were too late and the best located houses were already sold? At one table, the elderly folks, who had originally intended to savor their sumptuous dinner, had no appetite for it now. At this moment, what were they eating? Going to see houses, of course. The elderly folks were too excited, they couldn't even wait a moment longer. They couldn't help it, their mood had been low ever since they heard about the relocation yesterday. All day long, he couldn't muster any energy, feeling only a heavy heart. Usually, when he was in a bad mood, the sweet and sour dishes made by the young chef would lift his spirits. Now, instead of being healed, he felt even worse. Such delicious food, and now they'd have to fight for it all themselves. How could they, with their naturally gifted abilities, accept this? Now that they saw a glimmer of hope, no one could wait. They already wolfed down their meals, but now they ate even faster than usual. Feeling full, they stopped eating, grabbed takeout containers, packed up the remaining food, and left. It was already past 7. What would they do if the house sellers didn't hurry and get off work? Even after get off work, it wasn't a problem. He'd scout out the location first, gather information, and then target the target directly, swiftly, and decisively, ensuring success. After leaving, old Ding went to get his electric scooter from the garage. Before leaving, he even made a call to Grandpa Wang, showing his loyalty. Old Wang, wanna buy a house? Don't say I'm disloyal, but a golden opportunity is right in front of us. If we buy a house near the commercial street, you'll still be the coolest kid in the fan group. I used to be too shy to hang out with you, always putting on airs, thinking it wasn't necessary. But after Ah Jun's food stall moved, I've figured it out. Putting on airs is boring. If we're going to do something, we should be the coolest. Let's move together, and from now on, we'll team up. From now on, we two old men will conquer the world together. Old Wang had gotten a morning reservation today, and he'd already eaten a lot, so he was having takeout for dinner. While eating and teasing his son, he unexpectedly received this joyous news on the phone. Overjoyed, old Wang jumped onto a chair like a playful old man. Wang Jiao-jun was startled. Dad, slow down. How old are you? Climbing up and down like that? What if you fall? Normally, if his son said something like that, he would have already given him a live demonstration of what true fatherly love is. But today, he was happy, so he didn't mind at all. Old Wang grinned. Son, I've found a great way to deal with Ah Jun's food stall moving away. Really? What's the solution? Wang Jiao-jun straightened his back excitedly. He was truly exhausted by his father's daily existential questions. His father would ask him the moment he opened his eyes, what if Ah Jun's food stall moves? He wouldn't tire of it, asking from morning till night. Now, could he finally stop asking? Grandpa Wang said earnestly, it's simple. Since we can't solve the problem, we'll deal with the person who raised the problem. Wang Jiao-jun could hardly believe his ears. My dear father, then tell me, how do you plan to deal with yourself, the one who raised the problem? Chapter 191. Didn't we just buy a house? Grandpa Wang's tone was serious, his expression grave. Old Ding just asked me to look at apartments near the commercial street, so I've decided to buy another one there. I remember a couple of days ago when I was shopping, a new development next to the commercial street opened for sale. Ah, buy a house? Dad, are you serious? Wang Jiao-jun asked in surprise. Buying a house isn't something you can just decide to do casually. Grandpa Ding was a businessman in his youth, and his two sons surpassed him in business, one going to Beijing and the other to Shanghai. Grandpa Ding also owns storefronts, and the rent alone is enough to cover his monthly income, not to mention his retirement pension. Buying a house wouldn't be a problem for him, but their family is different. They're just an ordinary working-class family. His parents are both retired workers, and he and his wife are just ordinary office workers. Although Wang Jiao-jun also wanted to buy a house, he hesitated to even consider it when he thought about his limited funds. Dad, isn't buying a house too hasty? What's hasty? Don't you want to be able to go downstairs to Ah Jun's food stall? Don't you want to be able to queue up every day, yawning and wearing beach shorts? And if you get tired of queuing, just one phone call and your family will bring you a small stool, water, and warmth? You don't even want to eat the food cooked by a small business owner? What kind of taste do you have? The first part was one thing, but the logic behind the second part was clear to Wang Jiao-jun. That's why the young people in the neighborhood acted like they were facing a formidable enemy whenever the older folks in the neighborhood stood together. He was still in front of his father, and his father had already twisted his words into this meaning. But do we have enough money to buy a house? Upon hearing this question, Grandpa Wan became smug. He said that buying a house wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, they genuinely had the financial means. Your dad also saved up some money. A few years ago, when you and Yao Yao got married, I planned to buy an apartment as your wedding home. But the prices were too high then, and I kept thinking I'd buy when prices dropped. Years have passed. I didn't expect that prices would actually drop this year. Just in time for Jun's food stall to move, we bought a cheaper apartment there too, and we can enjoy the delicious food the owner makes. It's a win-win situation, the money is well spent. The apartments near the food street were ridiculously expensive a few years ago, but now that prices have dropped, and the prices of properties there have come down too, it's a great deal no matter how you look at it. Wang Jiao-jun hadn't expected his father to have such a clever plan, and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Dad, impressive. Old Ginger is indeed spicier. Grandpa Wang snorted, tilting his head back. Stop flattering me. You snore all the time, it's driving me crazy. I've wanted to stop living with you for a long time. We'll all move to the commercial street, and you can live alone in this corner. Even if you snore like a log at night, no one will complain. Wang Jiao-jun's smile vanished in an instant. Dad, my dear old man, you can't do this. Fine, I'll lose weight. Alright, hurry up and get ready, we're going to look at apartments. The family didn't even finish their meal, leaving Grandma Wang at home to watch the children, and the rest of the family rushed out the door. Meanwhile, Deng Wei, having hung up the phone, immediately arranged for someone to look at apartments in the commercial street area. After everything was arranged, it suddenly dawned on him. Wait a minute, didn't his boss just ask him to arrange for someone to buy an apartment in an old, rundown garden community? Apparently, his elderly parents loved the food at a small restaurant there called something like a Jun's food stall, and they wanted to eat there every day. He bought it specifically for their convenience. After the apartment was bought, his boss even invited him to dinner, saying his parents wanted to thank him for choosing a good apartment. However, he was out of town on a date with his girlfriend and couldn't go. Why is his boss now eyeing apartments near the commercial street? Recently, a development called Uexi Bay opened there, and the advertising is incredibly extensive. Their sales information is constantly appearing on the app. Even the middle-aged women handing out ads on the street are handing out Uexi Bay ads. But no matter how good the advertising is, it's just an ordinary residential area. What exactly does the boss see in this house that he likes so much, and why does he want to buy the most high-end one? Is there some inside information that the property is about to appreciate in value? Like, is there some valuable department or economically stimulating project appearing near the commercial street? I haven't heard anything like that. Any rumors, even the slightest whisper, the boss of Uexi Bay can turn falsehoods into reality, constantly making grand promises and then raising the price of the houses before selling them. Curious, Deng Wei opened his phone's map and searched the area around the commercial street. There wasn't anything special, except for a prestigious middle school near the complex. Surely the boss wouldn't be buying a school district property. Given the boss's wealth, his children would only end up in a private, prestigious middle school. There's no way they'd go to a public school. Deng Wei thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. He simply gave up. His initial thought of following in the boss's footsteps and buying a house here also faded. What if the boss just suddenly decided to buy a school district property? Other people aren't short of money, but his money doesn't last long. If he's going to buy something, it has to be something his girlfriend likes. Anyway, he's just an employee, he does whatever his boss tells him to do. After finishing his work, he takes out his phone and starts a long phone call with his girlfriend. He'll go see his girlfriend this weekend. As for the things the managers mentioned about going to Jun's food stall for a meal or a get-together, forget it, he's not interested. How good can the food be at a food stall in an old, run-down place? A bunch of online celebrities rave about it every day, and the more they hype it up, the more disgusted he becomes. He had a relative who owned a shop before, but because of a small incident, someone took things out of context and reported him. A huge group of people online joined in to criticize his relative, even doxing his address. This caused his relative to go out of business, and the whole family had to move away. Deng Wei remembers this incident vividly, so he really hates online bandwagoning. The more people say that a certain restaurant is delicious, the stronger his rebellious spirit becomes. He just doesn't want to go. This is why he's never eaten at Jun's food stall even once. He insists that anything hyped up by everyone, even if delicious, can't be that great. He's an assistant to the boss of a big company, he's eaten at Michelin 5-star restaurants, why would he miss out on a simple street food stall meal? Thinking this, Deng Wei messaged his managers again, saying he was going on a date and wouldn't be having dinner. The managers, unaware of the situation, simply thought it would be a good weekend get-together to eat something nice and discuss the project. A good meal would put them in a good mood, and maybe they could come up with some good strategies for managing the project. Upon seeing the message, they were surprised to find that Deng Wei had refused again, citing a date with his girlfriend as the reason. The group was incredibly impressed with Deng Wei. To refuse a meal prepared by a master chef just to go on a date with his girlfriend, impressive. Speaking of which, long-distance relationships aren't easy. Assistant Deng's weekends are spent running around. If it were me, I'd take my girlfriend to Jun's food stall every week. After a few times, she'd come to me without me even having to look for her. That makes sense. Chapter 192 is close to the crossroads, which is good. Buying a house on this commercial street isn't easy, it's mostly commercial buildings and office spaces. Luckily, Fang Jun and his group bought a house at the very end of the commercial street, not near the Chien Plaza. Across the street at the end of the street is a large residential complex, with two-story storefronts in the front and densely packed high-rise buildings in the back. The development diagonally opposite has just opened for sale, all units are ready for occupancy. There have been too many unfinished projects in the past 2 years, and the housing market is saturated. People aren't buying as impulsively as they were a couple of years ago. Even pre-sale units are attracting less buyers, even if the prices are much lower. To be on the safe side, no one dares to gamble. What if you gambled wrong, bought a house that turned out to be an abandoned project, and still have to pay the loan again? That would be a terrible thing. Therefore, all the houses sold in Uxi Bay are ready built. At this time, Fu Xiaoying had just seen off a group of customers who had come to view the houses. Standing at the entrance of the complex, she felt a little discouraged. This group of customers had arrived at around 5 p.m., were satisfied with everything about the houses, but couldn't make up their minds. They had been looking at the houses until now. For more than 2 hours, her mouth was dry and her voice was almost hoarse, but this family was still hesitant and hadn't made up their minds. Finally, it seemed that a relative of the family called, saying that the Riverview houses were better and that they should go and see the Riverview houses first. She didn't know what the relative said on the phone, but when they left, they were clearly not interested in Uxi Bay and were preparing to buy Riverview houses. It seemed that she had wasted her time today. Fu Xiaoying sighed. The real estate market had been sluggish for the past 2 years, and it was even more difficult for real estate salespeople like them. They had to be on their toes every day to deal with customers, and they still couldn't sell more than a few houses a month. Unlike 2 years ago, when houses were easy to sell, as long as the property was well-deserved and the buyer was genuinely interested, a sale was almost guaranteed. She even sold over a dozen units where only the gate to the complex was present, without even a proper foundation. Just as she was sighing, Fu Xiaoying suddenly noticed a group of elderly men and women standing on the street in front of the sales office, gazing at the high-rise buildings of the complex. Some were even walking towards the entrance where she was standing. Following the principle of casting a wide net, Fu Xiaoying walked over and struck up a conversation with the first few elderly people. "Hello, grandpas and grandmas, what brings you to Uxi Bay at this hour? This complex just started selling, and no one lives there yet. Would you like me to show you around and let you see the new environment?" Grandma Sun, the leader, replied, giving Fu Xiaoying a once-over. Her real estate agent uniform was conspicuous, making her stand out from the crowd. "Are you a real estate agent here?" Fu Xiaoying nodded. "That's perfect. We're all here to look at apartments. Come on, show us inside." Grandma Sun called out to her neighbors behind her, "Come on, this way. There's a young lady here to show us some apartments." Hearing there was a salesperson, the elderly men and women didn't bother going into the sales office. They all came over, a large, dark mass, probably 30 or 40 people. Fu Xiaoying was taken aback by the large group. "You're all here to look at apartments?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "No." Fu Xiaoying quickly shook her head, though she had already given up hope. Who wouldn't come earlier to see the apartment? It's already 8 o'clock. If it were just a family, that might be understandable, but such a large group clearly indicates a group activity. They're probably here to get free eggs, but the promotion is over. She led the elderly couple to the door, specifically pointing to the information on the billboard, saying, "Grandpas and grandmas, you've come at a really bad time. We opened last Monday, and for the first 3 days after the opening, you got a free plate of eggs for every visitor. You're only here today, the promotion is already over." If it were elderly people from other places, they would have already lined up if they heard about the free eggs, but none of the elderly people near Ajun's food stall came. They were too busy queuing and getting numbers. Who would want these worthless eggs? Everyone urged, "Young lady, don't linger at the door, let us in and take a look." Seeing that they knew there were no eggs but still wanted to go in, Fu Xiaoying wasn't sure if the elderly people were just bored and trying to kill time. However, having already received the customer, she couldn't just leave halfway through. She had that much professional ethics. With a smile, she invited the person into the residential complex. It was Monday, and the sales department was usually empty. Right now, only 3 people were on duty. One was showing the property to a customer, while the other, seeing so many people, initially intended to help, but upon seeing that they were all elderly men and women, she gave up and quietly returned to the sales department. When the property market opened, they had a 3-day promotion giving away eggs for viewing properties, which attracted a large number of elderly people, making it seem exceptionally popular and attracting many buyers. But only the sales staff knew the actual number of homes sold. Grandpas and grandmas, what are your requirements for the apartment? I'd like to recommend one. Nothing special, just close to the intersection diagonally opposite the complex. We don't need to recommend any of the buildings closer to the back. The group pointed to the tall buildings on either side of the complex entrance and asked, are there any vacancies in these 2 buildings? Let us see. Yes, there are, but these 2 buildings are close to the road, and it'll be very noisy at night with cars coming and going. Wouldn't that be too noisy and uncomfortable for you? Fu Xiaoying pointed to the middle building and said, this is the best building in our complex, the furthest from the entrance, with the best natural light. There's a swimming pool behind it and a fountain garden in front. The buildings on either side are also far apart. It sold very well when it first opened. Why don't you go take a look? Fu Xiaoying was being honest, but the grandpas didn't even consider it. Oh dear, that place is so far from the entrance, it takes almost half a day to walk there, and you can't even see the intersection from the window. What's so good about that? We only want the buildings on either side. Far. Fu Xiaoying's cheek twitched slightly. Moonlit Bay was indeed a residential complex, but was this distance really far? However, the customer is always right. She didn't mention the prime central building anymore. The right-hand building had already sold some units in the previous phase, all the good spots were taken. She led the elderly couple directly to the left-hand building. After looking at the layout on the first floor, the elderly couple asked to see the upper floors, finally arriving at the 6th floor, which had good lighting and wasn't too high. The group looked around a few times, then all leaned towards the windows, smiling as they gazed at Jun's food stall at the intersection, which wasn't yet fully renovated. Fu Xiaoying curiously looked out the window, but saw nothing but the commercial street. She couldn't understand why the elderly folks were all looking out the window when there wasn't anything interesting to see. This building was designed by the best designer, the layout is ingenious, with no wasted space. Great, it's close to the intersection. Because of the good design, every room gets plenty of natural light, no room is blocked. Yes, it's definitely close to the intersection, which is convenient. Our community not only has entertainment venues for young people, but also a plaza specifically built for the elderly. When people are square dancing, they don't have to worry about conflicts with the younger generation. Very good. Close to the intersection, from this distance, you can see the entrance to the intersection from the window, giving you a strong sense of security. Fu Xiaoying. Chapter 193. By them all? Did they even listen to her? They were all talking past each other, and Fu Xiaoying suddenly couldn't continue her presentation. Oh well, she figured she'd just treat it as practice for her sales skills. She'd take the older gentleman to whichever floor they wanted to see. After all, it was a completed property, the elevator was already in use, and they wouldn't have to climb stairs. Just be careful. She maintained a professional smile, letting the elderly folks fuss over, showing them floor by floor. Except for those already sold, she showed them all, explaining in detail the prices for each floor, noting the slight variations. Meanwhile, the phones kept ringing, and the elderly folks called over even more people to come and see the property together. Finally, even the top floor had been shown, and Fu Xiaoying was exhausted. Alright, we've seen the properties. Would you like to go see the residential complex in the garden, or come sit in the sales office? I'll pour you some tea. She was just being polite, thinking she'd already put up with their antics, and it was time for them to leave. To her surprise, the elderly couple said quite rudely, "What's so interesting about that garden? It's just a few trees and some greenery, you can find that everywhere. Let's go to the sales office for tea, and get some fruit and drinks while we're at it. I'm dying of thirst." Fu Xiaoying's head was spinning, and she could only lead the way. After walking a few steps, she overheard the elderly couple discussing, "This location is great. I want the 6th floor. It's a good height, and if the elevator breaks down, climbing the stairs won't be tiring. These days, power outages are rare. With 2 elevators, at least one will be running. I want a higher one, the south-facing unit on the 11th floor. I prefer a lower one, the one on the right on the 9th floor. Then I want the 7th floor. The 7th floor isn't too high or too low. Thank you for the 8th floor. Here, 8 is a lucky number, there's no such thing as 7 up, 8 down, and the price is a bit cheaper. I like it. I also want the 6th floor. Old Zhao, how about I have the 6th floor? You can look at other ones. Dream on." Fu Xiaoying's heart pounded. They sounded so natural, not joking. With a hint of expectation, she turned back and asked, "Grandpa and Grandma, have you already decided? Are you ready to buy the house?" The elderly couple nodded in unison. "Of course, otherwise why would we come all this way to look at houses so late at night? What a waste of time. Let's go, let's register and pay a deposit first." Fu Xiaoying felt her heart pounding even faster. She couldn't believe it was real. She secretly pinched her thigh. Damn, it really hurt. She wasn't dreaming. She roughly calculated that they'd sold over a dozen units so easily, equivalent to her total sales for the previous 3 months. Fu Xiaoying suddenly felt less tired, her throat didn't hurt anymore, and she even felt she hadn't finished explaining, so she prepared to elaborate a bit more, lest the elderly folks change their minds after coming downstairs. Then let me tell you about the advantages of our Yuexi Bay houses. Our Yuexi Bay is close to. What's there to say? We've already chosen. We don't want to hear your pleasantries, and we don't care. We just want to secure the house as soon as possible. We're in a hurry. Their anxious look, like they were waiting for rice to be cooked, left Fu Xiaoying speechless. I didn't know buying a house could be this rushed. When Fu Xiaoying brought the elderly couple back to the sales office, she was practically floating on air. She immediately pulled out her phone and sent a message to the fruit shop downstairs in the residential complex, a group chat they usually joined. Could you please deliver 500 yuan worth of fruit to our sales office, washed and cut, and 2 cases of chilled blueberry juice? Soon, the elderly couple were enjoying their chilled drinks and fruit. Fu Xiaoying sat there with the registration forms, registering each of them one by one. Since she couldn't issue invoices now, everything was handwritten receipts. She smiled as she wrote, her grin almost reaching her ears. Normally, selling houses is a one-on-one process. Even in the best year, at most one person would be registering while another came to view the property. She'd never been so busy that a whole line of people waited for her to fill out registration forms. What incredible luck she'd struck. In the current sluggish real estate market, to be able to get to this point, no one would believe it. The colleagues standing nearby stared dumbfounded as Fu Xiaoying registered everyone, completely dumbfounded. What's going on? These elderly folks aren't here to collect eggs, they're really here to buy houses. No way, you're all here as a group to buy houses, and you're looking so casually. You only went upstairs for half an hour and then bought one? This is buying a house, not buying groceries. At least think it over a bit more, give me a chance to show my face. What's so good about the house? Is it convenient to get around? Where are the schools? Is the neighborhood good? Did you even bother to look carefully? With Unique CAO gone, martial arts dramas have regressed. Will her salary shrink after she left? Wah, what a huge mistake. Regardless of the colleagues' inner lament and desire to cry, Fu Xiaoying was definitely satisfied. Luckily, her intuition led her to ask a few more questions. She remained patient throughout, letting the elderly folks look at whatever they wanted without saying a word. Even though her throat was hoarse from talking, she still explained things diligently, even though no one was listening. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. After seeing the elderly folks off, Fu Xiaoying counted the registrations. Damn, 22 apartments sold in just a short time. She was undoubtedly the top salesperson this month. Xiaoying, why are these elderly folks suddenly coming in groups to buy apartments? Did they say anything? She couldn't resist probing for business opportunities. Fu Xiaoying thought carefully for a moment and shook her head. They didn't say anything, they just like looking at the intersection, probably because it's close to the commercial street and the Kanda Plaza. Just because of that? Impossible. Probably. Fu Xiaoying wasn't sure either. The colleague, her face contorted in anguish, cried out, "Wah, why did I have to back out? I'm going to report them." Which bastard suggested giving out eggs to the elderly folks? It was a complete misleading joke. I'm going to kill him. That night, the sales office's employee group chat exploded. All the real estate salespeople were stunned by Fu Xiaoying's achievement of selling 22 apartments in just 1 hour of overtime. You mean she saw a group of elderly people at the entrance, greeted them, took them inside for an hour, and sold 22 apartments? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The deposits have already been paid. My God, is the real estate industry experiencing a second spring? No, not at all. All the new developments are struggling to sell. Only Fu Xiaoying sold 22 units today. The mention of 22 sent a chill down the spines of the sales staff. Another colleague on duty, who was showing customers properties, wasn't much happier than the one left behind. If she had been in the sales department, she could have gotten a share too. So, how exactly were those 22 units sold? Why did these elderly folks buy in groups? All the sales staff racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. Chapter 194. The Old Father Who Lives Like an Ox and Horse. Early in the morning, Fang Shang woke up and, instead of doing his homework, went straight to the kitchen. Through his tireless efforts, he finally finished his homework in the half hour he set aside each day. From today onward, he was a handsome young man with no summer homework, only the joy of cooking. Wait a minute, happily cooking? That feels a bit like being a workhorse. This thought flashed through his mind for a few seconds before Fang Shang quickly dismissed it. He figured if anyone was a workhorse, it wasn't him, but his elderly father. After all, his father was the busiest person in the family. His dad bought the groceries, he did all the chores in the kitchen that Aunt Zhang and the others couldn't handle, and he did all the leftovers. He was constantly spinning like a top in the kitchen. Now he felt a little sorry for his father. Therefore, when he went downstairs, Fang Sheng looked at Fang Jun differently than usual. The shop is open every day, from 5:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., and Dad is always busy. Even during his lunch break, he's worrying about this and that. This won't do. He's a prodigy, he can't let his father be exhausted. The new shop is almost finished with renovations, and they're just waiting for an auspicious day to open. Before that, they need to properly arrange the kitchen staff. Fang Sheng walked into the kitchen with meat buns and said to Fang Jun, "Dad, we're moving in a few days. Don't you have any ideas about the move?" Fang Jun looked up blankly. "What ideas? Do I need any ideas?" Fang Sheng said seriously, "It's about arranging the kitchen staff. The kitchen here is small, with 2 general helpers, it's already cramped. We can't hire more people, so we have to work ourselves. But the new shop is different, the kitchen is so big. You should talk to Mom and hire some prep cooks." "Hire more people? Isn't it enough with your dad helping you in the kitchen?" Fang Jun frowned in dissatisfaction. Having always been frugal, his first reaction to the job posting was to refuse. Fang Sheng said helplessly, "The new restaurant's main hall is so big, plus the private rooms and booths on the second floor. Are you sure you can manage with just me, a kid about to enter 6th grade, helping you all this time?" Fang Jun imagined the scene and shuddered. "Hire, absolutely." As for whether the restaurant would be full, he had no doubt about that. Everyone knew his son's cooking skills, everyone loved his food. Fang Sheng immediately made arrangements to hire at least 2 prep cooks to chop vegetables, and a kitchen helper to do basic processing of ingredients, such as washing and marinating. When Fang Sheng needed to use the food, he only needed to fry it immediately, saving him a lot of trouble. As for the soups, the initial blanching and skimming process involved many intricacies. Aunt Chen and the others only knew the basic, home-style methods, which Fang Sheng didn't trust. It would be a different story if professionals were in charge. When making soup, just put the soup on the fire, write down the time sequence, set a timer, and the other party will watch the fire and add the ingredients when the time is up. Over time, they will know more and won't need to worry about it much. "Oh, right, let's get another chef who can deep fry dishes. We can take our time choosing, but it has to be someone with excellent skills. The vegetables need to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside after frying, with perfect control of the heat. Anyone with even a slight deficiency won't do. No compromises here." Fang Sheng realized that many dishes require deep frying, so hiring a chef specifically for this would be perfect. They could fry the dishes during busy times and help with chopping vegetables during quieter times. It wouldn't be redundant. More. Once someone's chopping vegetables, I can just do the deep frying for you. Dad, let the professionals handle the professional stuff. You should stick to the stir-fried and braised dishes. Those few batches of braised meat still need your attention. They're our shop's signature dish, and there can't be any mistakes. I don't trust anyone else to do it." Fang Sheng said. "High EQ, what's entrusted to you is the most important. Low EQ, I won't accept your frying because it's too mushy." Of course, Fang Jun didn't realize what he meant. Thinking about the important task his son had entrusted to him, he straightened his back, looking proud and satisfied. After giving his instructions, Fang Sheng was pleased. From now on, the kitchen would be warm in winter and cool in summer, with a group of people helping with cooking. He only needed to give instructions, and when it was time to stir-fry, he would just lift a spatula. He would no longer be busy like a dog. This was the treatment of a head chef. Awesome! After breakfast, Fang Sheng went back to the kitchen to work. Today he was preparing a new dish, husband and wife lung slices. This dish was a bit difficult to make. He had been learning in the system space for the past few days and felt he had completely mastered it before giving his father the recipe. The name of this dish was quite unique. It was a typical Sichuan dish. It was said that it was originally made by a couple using scraps of beef offal, hence the name. Of course, as people's lives have improved, the ingredients for this dish have changed. It's no longer made from scraps and bits of meat, but rather from large slices of beef head skin and beef. Besides these 2 ingredients, it also requires beef heart, beef tongue, tripe, and so on. When eating it, every bite is a different surprise, like opening a blind box. One bite is fragrant beef, the next it's tender and smooth beef tongue, and the overall flavor is delicious, making it very popular. The difficulty of this dish lies in the preparation of each ingredient. Although it's one dish, each ingredient requires a different cooking time. For example, beef head skin is thick and tough, requiring at least an hour to cook thoroughly, while tripe only needs half an hour, and beef tongue only needs about 15 minutes. The cooking time for each of the other ingredients is also different. Preparing so many ingredients one by one, controlling the heat precisely to ensure the meat isn't overcooked, has a tender texture, and tastes good, that's not something an average chef can master. My dad had already thoroughly cleaned all the ingredients. Fang Shang first found a large pot for the beef shanks and started cooking them with spices. Although it's also braised, the flavor is different from 5-spice braised meat, it's milder, so the spice ratio is different. Next came the tripe and beef head skin, etc. These items are meant to retain their natural flavor, so they don't need much seasoning. They're relatively simple, just blanch them in boiling water and add a 3-ingredient set to remove any unpleasant odor. Beef tripe is notoriously difficult to prepare properly, requiring a keen eye from the chef. The recommended half-hour time frame varies depending on whether it's fresh or frozen, and also depends on the size of the tripe. It's easy to overcook it if you're not careful. He meticulously prepared each ingredient, placing them carefully on the work surface before preparing the dressing. Fang Jun occasionally glanced at the preparation, initially hoping to learn something and improve his own cooking skills. However, seeing how complicated the ingredient preparation was, he immediately gave up. It's just a simple cold dish, why put in so much effort? Braised dishes are much easier. Chapter 195 Husband and Wife Lung Slices, 2-in-1. With the ingredients cooked, it's time to make the cold dishes. Fang Shang began making chili oil. The reason his cold dishes tasted so good was because he made chili oil every day. The best chili oil for cold dishes is made the day before, left overnight to allow the aroma of the spices to fully infuse into the oil. Using it the next day results in an exceptional flavor. However, the aroma of this chili oil fades over time. To ensure his cold dishes taste delicious every day, Fang Shang religiously fries the chilies daily. He puts scallions, ginger, garlic, cilantro roots, and celery into the chili oil in the pot, then added various auxiliary spices. He simmered it over low heat until fragrant and dry, then removed it. He then heated the oil over high heat and poured it into 2 types of chili powder he had prepared beforehand. The chili oil submerged the chilies, releasing their aroma. One type of chili powder is primarily fragrant, while the other is primarily spicy. Together, they create a perfectly balanced spicy and fragrant flavor. At this point, add a few drops of vinegar to the chili oil. Once the oil in the pan is hot enough, pour it back into the large bowl containing the chili oil. A sizzling sound is heard, and the entire bowl boils. The low boiling point of the vinegar ensures that all the chili powder in the bowl boils evenly, resulting in even cooking and enhanced aroma. Finally, the chili oil is ready. He wipes the sweat from his brow and slices the large bowl of ingredients. To ensure even flavor and deliciousness, the ingredients should be sliced as thinly as possible. After slicing, he puts them in the large bowl, adds the beef broth from the boiled beef, the chili oil and other spices he made yesterday, and mixes in peanuts. A large bowl of husband and wife lung slices is finally ready. To serve, simply place cucumber slices on the bottom of a plate, arrange the husband and wife lung slices on top, ladle on a large spoonful of dressing, and it's ready to eat. Having gone to so much trouble to make it, he naturally wants to eat first. Fang Shang sliced cucumbers, added meat, and even arranged them on a special plating, full of ceremony. After doing all that, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of beef head skin. The chewy texture of the beef head skin immediately filled his mouth, followed by the spicy aroma of red chili oil dancing on his taste buds. It was truly tender and flavorful, with a rich, spicy aroma absolutely delicious. He then added a piece of tripe. The juices were rich and flavorful, and the tripe was crisp and refreshing. Delicious. Even Fang Shang had to boast. As he was eating, a hand reached over and took his plate away. He saw Fang Jun pick up a piece of sliced beef and tripe and stuff it into his mouth, saying as he ate, "How can you praise yourself like that? Aren't you ashamed? If you want praise, let your dad do it. I can praise him while I eat, and I won't repeat myself." While he was busy eating, he didn't forget his wife who was busy outside. He picked up her bowl, put a little of each side dish on it, and even thoughtfully ladled some cold dressing. Before leaving, he stuffed another piece into his mouth, then carried the small bowl out of the living room and handed it to Wu Xin, saying obsequiously, "Honey, our son just made some sliced beef and tripe and chili sauce. Try it, it's delicious." Wu Xin hesitated, "But I'm on a diet. I weighed myself yesterday and I've gained 21 pounds in just 3 months. I can't afford to get any fatter." "It's okay, you can diet again tomorrow. One more day won't make a difference. You have to try our son's new dish." "Oh right, I'll eat some first, and we'll talk about it tomorrow." Having been persuaded, Wu Xin immediately forgot about her diet and happily picked up her bowl to enjoy the delicious food. At lunchtime, as soon as the new dish was released, the diners started clamoring again, with every table ordering one. Everyone was like hungry children, eagerly awaiting the food. They couldn't wait at all, crowding around the small window, waiting for the dish to be placed there before taking it home, not even bothering to touch it, as if being touched by Aunt Zhang would waste their time eating. It was another day of customers stealing their business, and Aunt Zhang was quite helpless. When the first serving of sliced beef and tripe was placed at the small window, all the diners craned their necks to look. On a flawless white porcelain plate, various ingredients, each a different colored deep purple beef, milky white tripe, brownish red beef tongue were casually arranged. They were sliced into evenly thick pieces, piled layer upon layer. A vibrant orange-red chili oil, like a rosy sunset, cascaded down from the top of the offal. The glistening red oil dyed the offal red, making each ingredient glisten and shine, glistening with oil, making it look incredibly appetizing. Bright green cilantro and snow-white sesame seeds were scattered among the offal, along with large, crushed peanuts. The distinct layers of color made this dish resemble a meticulously crafted oil painting. The blend of soy sauce and chili oil created a numbing, spicy, and savory aroma. Minced garlic and Sichuan peppercorns peeked through the oil film, along with ruby red chili peppers. The dish, presented as it was simply divine. The sheer color and enticing aroma were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Everyone involuntarily began to swallow, some even reaching out, eager to grab the dish and take a bite, while their other hand had to be tightly clenched to maintain their composure. The first person called immediately pushed through the crowd, carefully clutching their plate of sliced beef and tripe to their chest. "This is mine, my dish." Someone behind them, impatient, asked, "Let me try a piece, I'll give it back to you when my dish arrives." "No, this is my sliced beef and tripe." The diner, unable to wait for the other dishes, took their plate back to their seat, immediately picked up their chopsticks, and brought a bite to their mouth. Before even tasting it, the first thing that hit their nose was the unique numbing aroma of Sichuan peppercorns, a crisp scent that exploded in their nasal cavity with an intense vibration, followed by the smoky fragrance of the chili oil, releasing its own unique richness. Various offal dishes released their characteristic beefy aroma. The broth used to cook the beef, infused with various spices, transforms into lingering, savory fragrances. A touch of fragrant vinegar completes the dish. The aroma alone is invigorating. Quickly, you put the piece of meat in your mouth. The spicy aroma of the chili oil and the numbing fragrance of Sichuan peppercorns explode on your taste buds. That numbing and spicy flavor is incredibly intoxicating. It's as if your entire mind is instantly filled with these two aromas. It's incredibly refreshing. Chewing carefully, the sour, salty, savory, numbing, spicy, and fragrant flavors emerge one by one in the mouth. 7 tastes, layered and progressive, creating a unique and romantic experience on the taste buds, distinctly Sichuan's. When a piece of beef offal coated in chili oil slides down the throat, the lingering aroma on the lips and teeth is simply a sensory delight. The taste is so perfect, it seems to be etched into the depths of the soul. The diner, enjoying the delicious meal, exclaimed in admiration, feeling that he would never order this dish of husband and wife lung slices again in his life, because no other place could make it better than the one made at Jun's food stall. The other diners, their mouths watering, watched him finish and immediately asked, "How was it? What did it taste like?" The diner half-jokingly replied, "Not good." Everyone frowned. How could it not be good? That's impossible. The diner shrugged. Yeah, impossible. Then why are you asking? It must be incredibly delicious. I'll eat slowly, you guys wait patiently. He was really drawing envy, but what could he do? He was number one. Who knows how early he got up that morning to get number one? Usually, it's the elderly folks from the neighborhood who get it. The husband and wife lung slices were a cold dish, prepared all at once. Although everyone waited in line, it didn't take long. Soon, every table had the dish, and everyone was enjoying it with obvious delight. I have to say, this dish is absolutely delicious. It's even better than the one I had in Jincheng last time. You know, this is a Jincheng specialty, and I never imagined the young owner would make it so popular. Although most cold dishes are spicy and flavorful, every single one the young owner makes tastes different. Some are more sour and spicy, some more numbing and fragrant, some more garlicky, and each one is perfectly balanced. That's probably the magic of this young culinary genius. Only a chef himself could offer such an insightful comment. This dish is indeed very unique. I was clearly eating the spicy and flavorful taste, but there's a sweet aftertaste that's not unpleasant at all, a diner said, smacking their lips in surprise. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly, it has a slight sweetness, you can't even taste it unless you're really paying attention. I guess I ate it too quickly. Everyone was so curious about the sweetness that someone serving dishes at the window casually asked Fang Jun about it. Fang Jun, unaware of the reason, turned to his son for an answer. Fang Shang, surprised by their interest in the sweetness, went to the window and explained with a smile, "This husband and wife lung slices dish includes a homemade compound soy sauce. To enhance the umami flavor, I added brown sugar and a small amount of white sugar during the cooking process. The caramelized aroma of the brown sugar blends perfectly with the salty and savory flavor of the soy sauce, neutralizing the pungent and numbing sensation of the chili and Sichuan peppercorns, resulting in a smoother texture. The white sugar also adds a second layer of umami." Upon hearing this, the diners all showed expressions of surprise. So this is why the cold dishes smell so good. Even the soy sauce is specially made, not just the supermarket kind. No wonder the young owner's dishes are so delicious. Becoming a master chef isn't something just anyone can do. The young owner is just being delusional. Not to mention the soy sauce, even the chili oil is specially made, you can't buy it anywhere else. One diner, seeing everyone chatting away and unable to get a word in edgewise, finally seized the opportunity and shouted, "I don't eat as meticulously as you all, nor do I speak as eloquently, but I still have to say, it's so delicious." "Me too." This caused everyone to burst into laughter. The atmosphere was incredibly relaxed, the food was delicious, and someone was making them laugh who wouldn't want to eat here? The first diner to eat quickly finished his cold dish, finding it so delicious that he wanted another serving. However, Fang Shang's dishes were always limited in quantity, one serving per number. Those who were treating others usually queued in groups of 2 or 3 to get a number so they could eat more. He hadn't had enough and just wanted one more serving. With a sliver of hope, he went to the window to ask, only to receive a negative answer, as expected. The diner said helplessly, "Why don't you make the dishes in large and small portions? Small portions for a small group, large portions for a large group or those with big appetites, like me, a glutton." I won't be embarrassed to say I'm a glutton. Fang Shang was speechless. There was no need to insist on being a glutton just to eat more. The diner was still hungry and itching for more, so he went to ask the people around him, "Can anyone lend me 2 slices of meat? I'll write an IOU, and I'll pay you back tomorrow after I get my number. I promise." Seeing no one pay attention, the diner gritted his teeth and said, "I can pay interest, 2 slices borrowed, 3 slices returned." The surrounding diners couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Seriously, do you even listen to what you're saying? 2 slices borrowed, 3 slices returned? Do you think this is a loan with interest?" The diner who had wanted to try his food earlier but was refused spoke up now without hesitation. "It's not Sunday today. I'll lend it to you on the 8th, and you don't even have to pay it back. How about that? I'm more generous than you, right?" "Great." The boomerang he threw hit him squarely on the head. The diner clutched his heart and silently returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxian was also eating. She had gone to great lengths to get a number for today's meal. She worked overtime until 10:30 last night, preparing everything she needed for this morning. After finishing overtime, she went straight to sleep and woke up at 5 a.m. No alarm clock was needed, her strong willpower woke her up on its own. She went to a Jun's food stall and got a number. And now, at noon, she was finally a happy young woman enjoying the delicious food at a Jun's food stall. It was a rare treat to get a number, and she even encountered a new dish. Although dishes like husband and wife lung slices were relatively expensive, they were just as expensive elsewhere. A Jun's food stall was expensive, but the taste was better. Exquisitely prepared, beautifully colored, tender and flavorful, with a rich, spicy aroma, it's delicious no matter how you eat it. Even the broth for cold dishes is fragrant, containing crushed peanuts and sesame seeds. It would be absolutely divine for noodles. She'd already decided to pack up the broth and cook noodles with it at home that afternoon. Eating the delicious sliced beef and tripe in chili sauce, then enjoying the sweet and sour fish chunks she'd been craving, and sipping a delicious pork rib and corn soup, Zhang Xiaoxian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is life." Everyone was enjoying their meal when one diner suddenly remarked, "It's strange. Why aren't those elderly folks from around here frantically taking numbers today? Weren't they trying to hoard the closest numbers and eat their fill before the restaurant moves?" His comment triggered a chain reaction among the other diners. "I knew it was weird eating here today." Turns out, there were so few elderly people. They're usually everywhere, the most numerous in any restaurant. It's illogical that they weren't there for the first wave of lunch today. Speaking of which, I was wondering about it when I was queuing this morning. Usually, if I get up at 5:30, I'm already at the back of the line. Today, I came at 5:30 and got number 12. Have the elderly people been eating here for 2 days and gotten tired of it? Chapter 196. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. When someone mentioned the elderly diners, the locals noticed something was amiss. There are far fewer elderly people eating sunflower seeds in the waiting area today. They're not usually the most enthusiastic, they all used to flaunt their handwritten numbers clipped to their clothes with hairpins. I left home at 6 o'clock, praying the elderly would oversleep, but when I arrived, there were hardly any. Did they all oversleep? Ha ha. These diners who live far away and try their best to get up early every day are unaware that the elderly have once again gained the upper hand. What are they doing at this time? Buying houses, of course. Sometimes the herd mentality is terrifying. Once someone in the neighborhood takes the lead in buying a house, others who know start to get anxious. Then someone shows off, like Grandpa Wang with his eye-catching bag, and everyone starts following suit. They were originally observing the housing market, but now they're not. It's a necessity anyway, so they'll just buy. Those who weren't planning to buy, seeing everyone else doing so, thought, why should I stay in an old, rundown place when I have the means? Of course, they followed the crowd. Sometimes people think in sync. If one person thinks of buying a house, others will too. After all, everyone's smart. The day after telling her customers about the relocation, Wu Xin also sent the message to several fan groups. 10 fan groups. How many foodies joined? So, in the following days, the houses in Uxi Bay became incredibly popular. Not only did the newly opened units sell like hotcakes, but even the remaining units in other buildings were highly sought after. It wasn't like selling houses, it was more like selling cabbages, reminiscent of the peak of the real estate boom in the past 2 years. Not just Uxi Bay, but all the surrounding neighborhoods near the Commercial Street intersection, any houses for sale, suddenly became incredibly popular. Even the stockpiled second-hand homes became scarce. The customers who bought houses were smug, now they were also locals near Ajun's food stall. Their only regret was that they acted too late, missing the opportunity to buy in, and the elderly folks snapped up all the best located apartments. It has to be said, the old folks are still the best. The real estate developer was completely baffled. Had he struck it lucky this year and was destined to make money? In this information age, news spreads incredibly fast. This incident caused quite a stir locally, even attracting the attention of the Jiexing municipal government, who sent reporters to the scene. Good afternoon, gentlemen. We are reporters from Jiexing News. You all seem to have recently bought houses and are preparing for renovations. Why did you choose to buy houses here? Do you have any inside information? Or is this group purchase for personal reasons? Could you tell us what attracts you to Uxi Bay? The elderly men were discussing what kind of decoration to choose for their homes when they were suddenly stopped by a reporter. Grandpa Wang, known for his eye-catching bag, immediately spoke up. What's so great about this crappy moonlit bay? It's not as luxurious as June Mansion, not as affordable as Zinnia Residence, not as elegant as Rose Manor, not as classy as Anya Club, and the price is ridiculously high. The reporter, hearing this, twitched his eye. Don't you even listen to what you're saying? I'm asking why you came here to buy a house, and you're criticizing these houses as worthless. Then why did you even buy one? Grandma's son nudged his shoulder and pointed to the camera set up nearby. Seeing the camera, Grandpa Wang immediately straightened his back. Are you filming me for a news program? The reporter nodded. Grandpa Wang immediately stood up straight, spat in his hand, rubbed his hands together to tidy his windblown hair, and when he spoke again, his entire demeanor had changed. Moon Bay is a newly developed residential community, covering nearly 100 acres. Besides high-rise buildings, it also includes multi-story garden apartments and townhouses, suitable for people of all income levels. It borders a commercial street to the south, is close to Jiachin No. 1 Middle School to the west, and is just outside the commercial street from Kianda Plaza. It's practically an essential home for living and travel. Welcome everyone to come and purchase. His sudden, professional introduction of the Moon Bay properties left the reporter stunned. Just then, the renovation team the elderly men had contacted arrived, and everyone quickly left. After everyone left, the reporter realized, damn it, after all that talk, not a single useful piece of information had been obtained. The elderly men and women are very tight-lipped. No matter who asks, they just say they like buying houses and want to buy. If pressed, they use the same old tricks as Grandpa Wang to brush them off. But with so many people talking, some honest people are easily tricked into revealing information. For example, a real estate agent, while selling a house, managed to extract information from his client. What? Auntie, you said Ajun's food stall is moving to the intersection of the commercial street? Really? Yes, it's true. Xiao Hua, you got me such a great deal. Auntie isn't lying to you, Ajun's food stall is indeed moving to the commercial street. That 2-story restaurant at the intersection belongs to them. Holy crap, this is a huge business opportunity. The real estate agent felt like a windfall was falling from the sky. He immediately gave the auntie a 500 yuan discount on his commission as a bonus. After leaving the residential area, the agent immediately grabbed his notebook and called all the customers who had recently registered, wanted to buy a house but were still hesitant, and were actively looking at properties. Hello, Mr. Zhang? Looking to view an apartment? It's in the complex opposite Ajun's food stall. First-hand insider information, if you hesitate any longer, the price will go up. Ms. Wang, you don't want to get up at 4:30 every morning to queue for a number, do you? The complex opposite Ajun's food stall is a must-have. Ajun's food stall is moving to the intersection of the commercial street. I spent 500 yuan to find out this information. It's only because you're a kind person, Brother Lin, that I called to let you know. After hanging up, the young real estate agent had several viewing appointments in his hand. He chuckled to himself. This month is auspicious, good for selling houses, good for making money, good for his career. That afternoon, the young agent confidently led 7 or 8 potential buyers into the complex. After a tour, all the deals were closed. However, the truth couldn't be hidden forever. After several days of speculation, the news of Ajun's food stall moving was finally revealed, and everyone who had been wondering suddenly understood. Now it all made sense. Everyone understood why the apartments in Uxi Bay, which were previously inferior to other neighborhoods in every way, had suddenly become so popular it turned out to be related to the little chef's move. So what were they waiting for? They wanted to move too. Chapter 197 Moving. However, netizens were a step too late. After the news of Jun's food stall moving to the commercial street broke online, surrounding property prices skyrocketed. Now, those who hadn't considered buying a house, and those foodies who didn't usually pay attention to news but only knew how to queue up for food, were devastated. Why did prices go up when it was their turn? They had once had the opportunity to live right next to Jun's food stall, but they didn't cherish it. If they could have a second chance, they would definitely tell the real estate agent, "I want a house." If they had to give a reason to buy a house, it would be that wherever the little chef is, that's where they'll be. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Jun's food stall was completely renovated, and Fang Sheng and his family could move into their house. It's worth mentioning the house here. When Wu Xian bought it, she bought a pre-furnished apartment, so she only needed to buy furniture and move in immediately, which saved a lot of time. Fang Jun and Wu Xian spent ages consulting the almanac about the relocation, but still couldn't decide on a date for the new store's opening. Fang Sheng, ignoring the almanac, reminded his parents, "Mom and Dad, haven't you forgotten something? I'm still a student. School starts soon. If you keep figuring out the date, I'll really be starting school. We can't have you opening the store while I'm in school. What are we going to sell on our first day?" Fang Jun blushed, feeling his son was subtly criticizing him, but he had no proof. Wu Xian also reflected on her own actions. It was all her son's fault for being so capable. He'd finished his summer homework without her a second thought, and he was busy in the kitchen every day. She'd been preoccupied with the new store and completely forgotten about the relocation. "Son, when do you think would be a good time to open?" Fang Sheng replied, "The day after tomorrow. After opening, there are 5 days until registration. Registration is short, about a day, so that gives customers 6 days to enjoy my food. Isn't that a bit too rushed? It feels like we won't have enough time," Wu Xian said. "No, we won't be open tomorrow. We'll spend the whole day moving the shop. We'll definitely have enough time." Fang Sheng began making arrangements. "Mom, send a message to the fan group now. Tomorrow, instead of selling stir-fries, we'll only have 2 pots of braised dishes in the morning. First come, first served. Dad, you definitely don't want to go a whole day without selling anything, so please get up early in the morning and braise 2 pots of braised dishes. Then have Aunt Zhang and the other 2 sell braised dishes at the entrance, take out only, no dine in. Mom and Dad, you 2 are responsible for packing up the goods here and calling a truck to move them. Mom, notify all the newly hired employees to come to the new store at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to clean. I'll go and check the new store again to see if anything is missing, and then I'll make a list for Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai has taken over the supermarket across from our store. Whatever I need, Uncle Bai can buy it for me. Uncle Bai is honest and wants to talk to me about supplying vegetables to the store. He'll definitely give a reasonable price." Fang Sheng arranged everything in one go, and Fang Jun and his wife didn't find anything amiss. After all, their son was making most of the decisions at the shop now. Wait! Fang Jun suddenly realized, old Bai wants to supply vegetables to the kitchen, why didn't he consult me instead? I'm the one who buys the vegetables for the shop, shouldn't he be talking to me? Fang Sheng coaxed his father without even blinking. Uncle Bai was embarrassed to tell you directly, afraid of being rejected, so he told me first. I let you know so he could be prepared. Fang Jun was satisfied. That's right, old Bai is a businessman, but he's actually quite shy. I'll talk to him later. It's time someone delivered vegetables to the shop. The business is getting bigger and bigger, I can't handle buying vegetables alone. Wu Xian looked at her husband, who had been so easily appeased by her son, and couldn't bear to look at him. She wondered how she had ever fallen for this silly boy. Jun's food stall was packed to capacity as usual that evening. The new dish, husband and wife lung slices, was only served for 2 days before Fang Sheng switched to other cold dishes. Everyone was still craving it and had been asking for it in the group chat for days. Today, it finally returned, and the diners were all thoroughly satisfied. To make this dish, all the ingredients are boiled in water and then rinsed in ice water. The finished dish is icy cold, spicy, and refreshing. For someone who has been hot all day, eating this dish is pure bliss. The distinctly textured beef releases its rich, savory flavor with every chew. The fibers are full of juice, which bursts in your mouth with each bite, making it incredibly flavorful. The firm, chewy beef heart contrasts sharply with the tender, smooth beef tongue. The combination of these 2 textures in the mouth is simply divine. Then comes the crisp tripe and the springy, chewy beef head skin. Even though it's just one dish, it feels like a feast for the senses, a veritable culinary extravaganza. Who could resist such deliciousness? Wu Xian had already informed the group chat about the upcoming closure and relocation, but she repeated the message to the diners still eating at the restaurant. After all, some of the older men use basic phones, and some of the younger people are too busy to check their phones. It's better to be on the safe side, lest they make a wasted trip early in the morning. Those who knew the news were relatively calm, planning to pick up some braised food from a Jun stall on their way home tomorrow. Those who didn't know immediately groaned, saying they'd feel uneasy if they didn't eat this delicious food for a day. But then he thought, soon we'll be eating at bigger restaurants, there are more big restaurants, less competition, and he reassured himself. The next morning, Niama's father, Fang Jun, got up at 5:30 as usual to buy some braised meat and start braising it. Around 8 o'clock, the couple had already started packing their things in the house. The new shop was still being thoroughly cleaned, so Fang Shang wasn't in a hurry. He packed his summer homework neatly into his school bag and told Wu Xin, "Mom, I've packed my summer homework. You and Dad, don't touch it. I don't want it to disappear after we move, and the teacher will think I deliberately lost it because I didn't want to do my homework." "Okay. Do you think your mom's that unreliable? You should say that to your dad. Remember to say it 3 times. The unreliable old father rolled his eyes and silently placed his son's summer homework next to the box containing his own important belongings. Just then, Aunt John suddenly came upstairs. "Boss, a lot of elderly folks from around here have come downstairs. They said they're here to help you move. They brought a lot of boxes and shock-absorbing foam pads. You should go take a look." Chapter 198. Did they do some planning beforehand? The couple went downstairs and saw a group of familiar elderly men and women standing at the door. At a glance, there were dozens of them, carrying boxes and styrofoam. Some of the women even had scissors in one hand and tape in the other, waiting to seal things up. Seeing them come down, they immediately greeted them warmly, as if they were the ones moving, and Fang Jun and his wife were the ones helping out. "You're here. Let's get started. It's so hot today, we need to start early, otherwise it'll be a real struggle under the sun. We're the roughnecks, we'll help move the kitchen stuff. Those ladies are more meticulous, they'll help you move things upstairs. Oh, and remember to pack your valuables carefully first, to avoid any damage. We're here to help, not to make things worse." The couple had assumed they were their usual neighbors, but to their surprise, besides themselves, there were many familiar faces whose names they couldn't quite place, and even a few complete strangers. They were momentarily stunned. The people, quite familiar with each other, walked into the food stall. Seeing the couple still standing there, they urged them on. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. We need your directions on how to move things, otherwise we won't know what to take and what not to take." "Oh, okay, coming right away." Fang Jun and his wife finally snapped out of their daze and quickly caught up with everyone. "We can't trouble you all, we're so sorry, we can move it ourselves." "No need to be sorry, we're neighbors, we should help each other." Yes, we're good at moving, we've already moved once." It was Mr. Zhao from the barbershop who spoke. His shop had already moved, and he was just waiting for Ajun's food stall to help him move. "Yes, we're just getting familiar with moving beforehand, so we can move it ourselves later." Those who had already moved and those who hadn't were all very enthusiastic, even more so than if they were moving themselves. After all, their home had changed locations, everything was ready except for the final touch. With so many people helping with the move, Fang Jun and his team didn't even have time to lift a finger. They could only stand at the back and tell everyone what they needed to take. Naturally, someone would take boxes and pack what needed to be packed. Don't be fooled by the large number of people, they were actually quite meticulous. For example, with the kitchen plates, one person would put a layer of plates into the box, and another would line it with foam to ensure everything was properly cushioned. Once the box was full, someone would immediately come and seal it with tape. Finally, an older man would mark the boxes with a marker to indicate which plates were which. The same went for the condiments. All the condiments, including their individual bags, were placed into pre-prepared resealable bags, sealed, and then placed inside the resealable bags. This way, even if some condiments spilled during the move, they would remain inside the resealable bags, completely safe. As for the items in the refrigerator, in this hot weather, to prevent spoilage during transport, they somehow found a vacuum packaging machine to pack each item individually before placing them in the insulated box. The division of labor was clear and meticulous, leaving Fang Jun dumbfounded. Damn, did these old folks do their research before helping with the move? How could they be so meticulous? If it were them, they'd just throw everything in boxes and call it a day, they wouldn't think about any of this. Upstairs, the old ladies helping with the household items were equally meticulous, categorizing and labeling everything, which naturally surprised Wu Xin. When she tried to grab something, the old ladies pulled her away. "No, don't move. Save your energy. Getting the new shop ready so we can open normally tomorrow is the priority. What if you get too tired to run the shop tomorrow? Don't exhaust our little Fang business, it'll be a problem if we can't cook tomorrow." So, the last sentence was the key, Wu Xin thought to herself. Yes, the young boss's hands are so precious, he's not here to do these kinds of jobs. Even touching them is disrespectful to his skills. Little Fang Shang, have you packed all your important things? Don't worry, I'll fold your clothes as neatly as they're displayed in a clothing store, guaranteed without a single wrinkle. Wrinkles are fine too, I've prepared a garment steamer. I'll come to your house later and steam them for you right here. Don't just stand there, sit down. Do you want a drink? Do you want a hamburger? Grandma will go buy it for you. Just sit here and rest. These people kept talking, their words becoming increasingly outrageous. Fang Shang didn't know how to respond before being pushed into a chair. Seeing that the old lady was really going to go buy food, she quickly and loudly stopped her. No, I'm going out to the new shop right away to buy some essential supplies for the kitchen. Don't bother Grandma. You're going out? Liao Peng, who had been trying to help but was squeezed out of the kitchen by the old men and then rejected by the old women upstairs, was lost in thought. Hearing this, he reacted as if he'd discovered a pleasant surprise and quickly spoke up, afraid someone would steal his job. It's inconvenient for a little kid like you to go out. My car is parked across the street. I'll take you. Okay, thank you, Brother Liao. Fang Shang quickly followed Liao Peng, and together they walked out of Ajun's food stall. The old women were so enthusiastic, he was a little overwhelmed. At the new shop, cleaning was already underway, and the new signboard was finished. It's still called Ajun's food stall, a decision made by the family of three. Ajun's food stall was already well known, everyone knew about it. Changing the name now wouldn't be appropriate, so the shop ultimately remained Ajun's food stall. Of course, Fang Jun was the happiest person about this. Ajun's food stall, a restaurant named after him. What did that signify? It signified his status within the family. Wu Xian hired quite a few young people. There was a dedicated cashier and 6 servers in the main dining area. 2 new prep cooks and 1 kitchen helper joined the kitchen. Combined with the 3 aunties still working at the original location, 6 people were more than enough to handle everything in the kitchen. The only pity was that they couldn't find a suitable chef to make fried dishes, as Fang Shang had high standards. Several chefs who usually made fried snacks applied, but none were hired. After all, controlling the heat requires a certain talent. Factors such as the quantity of ingredients, the thickness of the batter, and the moisture content of the meat all need to be considered. If any fried snack chef would be suitable, Fang Shang wouldn't need to do it himself, his father could handle it. However, good chefs are hard to find, so Fang Shang could only have his mother post job advertisements at the new shop entrance and see if they could find someone. Chapter 199. You're destined to become a culinary god. There were parking spaces right in front of the shop. As soon as the car was parked, Liao Peng got out and went to the back seat to open the car door for Fang Shang. Fang Shang's hand had barely touched the door when he saw it already open. Liao Peng stood there smiling, gesturing for him to enter. Fang Shang couldn't help but say, "Brother Liao, there's no need for that, really no need. It's alright, you'll get used to it. Although you're still developing, you're destined to become a nationally renowned culinary master. At that time, your value will skyrocket, and many people will want to open car doors for you. I reckon you won't even be able to snatch one. Just experience it for now. When you become famous, I'll have plenty to brag about." Fang Shang. The two entered Ajun's new food stall. Fang Shang first asked the waiters and cashiers in the dining area if they needed anything, and if so, to let them know in advance so he could purchase it. After all, he wasn't familiar with the dining area and needed them to find things themselves. Only after asking did he go into the kitchen. As soon as he left, the waitresses became excited. "Great! We finally saw the little chef in person. Yeah, seeing him confirmed I wasn't dreaming. I can really see the little chef every day. That's right. I can get insider tickets for my family every day. That's nothing. Reliable sources say the little chef also makes staff meals. We can eat his free meals every day. Others get tickets, I get them for free, others pay, I get them for free, others queue, I still get them for free. He he he." A group of girls burst into silly laughter, laughing like idiots. In the kitchen, the chef saw Fang Shang and treated him like an idol. They were all working at Ajun's food stall because of Fang Shang's reputation. What chef wouldn't want to work alongside a famous chef? Now that Jiaqin had finally produced a little chef, they had to hurry and latch onto him. If the little chef was in a good mood and gave them some pointers, even a small skill would benefit them for the rest of their lives. The kitchen was Fang Shang's domain, so he knew exactly what was missing. The shop was renovated, and Fang Shang had already prepared a shopping list, which his father had used to make the purchases. They didn't need the large items, only some small things. The chefs immediately reported what they found was missing. Fang Shang, combining this with what he had in his own kitchen, added another shopping list, finally including various seasonings. A long, densely packed list of small, hard-to-find items appeared. Fang Shang's head spun. No wonder his father was always so busy. Doing odd jobs was the most tiring. "Brother Liao, I'm going shopping with Uncle Bai later. Could you please take us there again?" "No need for that. Uncle Bai runs a supermarket across the street. It's been in trial operation for several days. I'll take the list over for you, and Uncle Bai can buy it. Liao Peng said. Fang Jun explained, the main problem is that Uncle Bai isn't sure about the sizes of some items. I'll go and buy them myself, there won't be any mistakes. Liao Peng patted his chest, it's alright, I'll call him over. Tell him what you want to buy first, and mark it down. After he gets to the market, if he's unsure about anything, he'll send you a video. You can see it in the video, it's no different from going in person. Why bother making the trip, especially in this hot sun? This was indeed a good idea, and not tiring at all. Fang Sheng hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He couldn't force himself to endure hardship. After Uncle Bai's supermarket opened, he waited every day for Fang Sheng and his group to move in. Upon hearing that he was helping Fang Sheng with shopping, he immediately dropped everything and went to the new store, giving Fang Sheng a list and a guarantee before leaving. His happy little expression made it seem like he'd landed a huge order. Meanwhile, the things at Fang Sheng's house were quickly packed. Fewer people, more work. With such a large group helping to pack, how could it not be fast? Besides, there wasn't much to move. The kitchen was small, and there weren't many things to begin with. The tables, chairs, and bar counter in the living room were too old and had to be discarded. The new house was already renovated, and a carpenter had custom-made cabinets. Now that they'd moved, Wu Xin gritted her teeth and bought a new sofa and coffee table, reducing the number of large items she needed to move. A pile of things was stacked at the door, but because so many people were helping, it looked like there wasn't much stuff. Fang Jun thanked everyone as he drove over to put the boxes in the trunk and back seat. An older man immediately called over young people who could drive. Quickly, everyone with a car, bring it over and help Xiao Fang move the things to the commercial street. Hurry up. A stylishly dressed, fashionable woman stopped them. Why use the trunk? These days, everyone uses Lalamove for moving. One truck comes, and everything's loaded and it's all done in one go. The young people, who were already getting ready to drive, suddenly remembered and pulled out their phones to call Lalamove to haul their belongings. The older woman said, I've already booked Lalamove on my phone. You don't need to bother anymore. The truck will be here in a few minutes. A moment later, a large truck pulled up and stopped at Jun's stall. Some people, seeing the huge truck parked in the road in front of their house, blocking everything, immediately became annoyed. After the driver got out, they told him to park somewhere else, saying it was blocking their move and making things inconvenient. The truck driver looked bewildered. Didn't you order Lalamove from here? I'm the truck Lalamove arranged to help with loading. Which customer has the license plate ending in 1012? The older woman, hearing her number was mentioned, walked over and looked around, asking in confusion, I ordered a truck, but where's yours? Why didn't you bring it? What are you doing with a big truck? The truck driver pointed to the large truck behind him and said, this is the big truck. You can load your things now. Is there a lot of stuff? I'll open the wing. Now it was the older woman's turn to be confused. I just ordered a truck to help with moving, it doesn't need to be this big. The people nearby were also shocked. Such a big truck, so long, parked in front of Jun's food stall, completely blocking the door and even the adjacent shop. Was this a moving service? If I could move it, I could just carry the whole house upstairs. But you called a 9.6 meter truck, the driver explained. It is 9.6, but even a 9.6 meter truck isn't that long. I figured I'd need a bigger truck for moving, especially for a restaurant move with so much stuff, and it's only 380 yuan. The woman said, her voice increasingly hesitant. Upon hearing that he had called a 9.6 meter flying wing truck, the young man standing next to him couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help it. Who would call a 9.6 meter flying wing truck for a move? The driver also wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Ma'am, this is indeed a 9.6 meter flying wing truck, no doubt about it. Where are your things? Chapter 200. My mouth is tired. The older woman glanced at the items at the back of the crowd, a little embarrassed. The driver also looked back curiously, and the crowd automatically parted, revealing the entire contents to him. The driver glanced at the pile of goods laid out by the door and fell silent. While moving the restaurant's goods might seem like a lot for a tricycle, it was simply not enough for his 9.6 yuan fare. Is that all? Yes. Why don't you look around and see if there's anything else you need to move? It's not easy to call a taxi. Everyone turned to look at Wu Xin and her companion. The two racked their brains, then packed up a few small stools from the shop, thinking the staff could sit and rest in a corner when they got tired. They also brought out some items that were optional, things they planned to deal with later. Finally, after going up and down the stairs again, the two shook their heads helplessly. We can't just move all the useless stuff over just because the truck is too big. Seeing that there was nothing left to move, the driver told everyone to load their things onto the truck. Some people jumped onto the truck to help, while others carried things downstairs and passed them to the truck. A group of people, one box here, one item there, quickly loaded everything onto the truck. It looked like a lot of stuff, but when the boxes were stacked, the cargo only took up one corner of the large wing-shaped cargo box. The most space-consuming items were the 2 large pots of braising broth, which were sealed and secured, with a young man specifically watching over them, afraid that something might happen and there wouldn't be any braised food for tomorrow morning. The older woman scratched her head and suggested, "Since we're already here, why don't we just take this car to the new shop and check it out? We need to queue up tomorrow morning, so let's familiarize ourselves with the environment and see what tools are best to bring." This suggestion was unanimously rejected. Using a large cargo box to transport people would result in a fine, and if caught by the traffic police, although the fine wouldn't apply to them, it would be the driver who would be penalized and have points deducted from their license. But they weren't helping with the move. How could they help if the truck was impounded by the traffic police? Most importantly, Jun's food stall items were stuck in the truck. If the new shop wasn't ready and couldn't open, they would become the villains in the eyes of all the foodies in Jiexing. So everyone used their own methods. Some drove, some rode bicycles, and the group set off in a grand procession towards the commercial street. The delivery boxes were parked in front of the new store, and the elderly folks' cars arrived as well. Although parking was difficult on the commercial street, they were locals, so it was easy for them. Some parked on the street in front of familiar shop owners, some drove directly into Uexi Bay, and others parked in the underground parking lot below the supermarket. A group of people got busy again. Because the items had been pre-categorized, they first moved the kitchen items in, and then helped move the household items into Wu Xian's home in Uexi Bay. Amidst the busy work, everyone smiled as they looked at Jun's brand new 2-story food stall, as if they were seeing the empire they had built, their smiles filled with satisfaction. Fang Jun and his wife, who had originally expected it to take most of the day to organize and move their belongings, were surprised that with so many people helping, they only needed a little over 2 hours to move everything, which greatly saved them their working time. Next came the meticulous sorting. The shop had staff and a chef, and as for the house, several aunties who were close to Wu Xian quickly laid everything out and stuffed it into empty cabinets. The new house was bigger than the old one, so there was no need to rack their brains finding space. What should have been a busy, exhausting move for the family of 3 turned out to be surprisingly uneventful after everything was packed. They'd mostly just been talking, moving and doing absolutely nothing, just getting tired and thirsty. Who would believe it? Fang Jun and the others found it unbelievable. Thanks to the neighbors' help, otherwise we'd still be packing things up at the old shop. This is the fastest move I've ever made. Moving for relatives and friends used to exhaust me, but when I moved myself, I only managed to carry a few chairs, and they were stolen halfway through. You agree? The couple muttered to themselves. Finally, Wu Xian said to her husband, "Go to Old Bai's supermarket across the street and see if they have any good chicken, pork ribs, or anything that can be used for braising. Buy some, make a braised platter this afternoon, and treat everyone to some food and drinks. After all, they've helped us so much." Fang said, "We really should cook something. We're opening tomorrow, so it's better to test the stove today to make sure we're not missing anything or forgot to buy anything. Sometimes you can't tell just by looking, you have to start cooking to find out. I'll cook a couple of dishes too, to see if the things Uncle Bai provided are suitable, and also to test the heat of the new kitchen utensils. They were just bought recently, so if they're not suitable or have quality problems, we can exchange them. It's better to avoid discovering problems when we're cooking tomorrow, which would affect business." When the elderly couple left, Fang Jun warmly invited them to dinner, but they all waved their hands in refusal. They came to help sincerely, not to freeload. They only helped move some things. It wouldn't be right for them to ask for a meal. Please don't refuse, everyone. You've helped us so much. It's just a simple meal, nothing much. Besides, my son is going to try out his cooking later. Wouldn't you like to try some of his dishes? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately froze, thinking, sorry, I really shouldn't freeload, but saying things like, we won't stand on ceremony, we'll gladly accept. That evening, Jun's food stall wasn't open, which was a bit of a surprise for the food-loving fans. Since Fang Sheng went on vacation, they'd been queuing up every day to buy delicious food. Suddenly having it closed for a day felt strange. Some went out shopping, thinking the new store was being cleaned, so they decided to shop in the commercial street instead. They could shop and explore at the same time, checking out the new store to satisfy their curiosity, and then continue shopping, perhaps even visiting the Chien de Plaza. It has to be said, the new store's location was excellent. What the foodies who came to watch saw was a group of elderly men and women sitting happily enjoying their meal in the bright and clean hall. When a waiter brought out a dish cooked by the young owner, the diners cheered. The foodies standing at the door were stunned, their eyes brimming with envy as they asked the cashier behind the counter, "Isn't Jun's food stall closed today? Why are they eating here?" Han Ziokayo explained, "These elderly folks are old neighbors who helped the boss move today. Everyone pitched in, and the boss prepared some braised food for them as a thank you." The foodie who asked the question was immediately dumbfounded. So that's how it works. Why didn't he think of helping with the move? If he had, he could be sitting there eating right now. The foodie looked at Han Ziokayo expectantly. Have you finished cleaning? I'm really good at cleaning, I can help too.